Local 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Infield stays in. Joey Loperfido will bat for the first time. There's a sharply hit baseball down the left field line. 1 run scores. Here comes Yiner. 2 RBI base hit for Loperfido. Astros lead it by 3. It is 8-5.
Yeah, that was the hit that clinched it for me yesterday. That 2-run single by Loperfido gave him a little wiggle room, made it 8-5. They would go on. I think Trey Cabbage had a 2-run single or double or something after that. And the Astros win 10-5 in an 11-inning game that, because of Mother Nature, took like 7 hours to finish. But as we come in on Monday, I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Seth, have you heard the good news?
I've heard this astoundingly good news, Sean.
There's so much good news. I say have you heard the good news as if this is a singular bullet point, but I have three bullet points that I would love to share with the audience because this is the good news. The Astros, first time over 500 for the first time all season because, as we know, they started out 0-4 against the Yankees. Best record in Major League Baseball for the month of June, 17-8, and we got to talk more about that. Given some of the things this team has had inflicted upon it by the baseball gods. But most importantly, Seth, 3.5 games back of the Seattle Mariners in the AL West, the closest they have been, and 2 in the loss column, closest they've been in a long, long time. Good morning, my friend. How was your weekend?
Good morning. Yeah, it was a good month, June was. Mm-hmm. Remember, I kind of kept waiting. I feel like Callis had jinxed Jake Myers by... Remember, Jake had a great May, but then as May wound down, Callis kept saying, like, well, there's one guy that's not going to be happy to see the calendar turn to June. I'm like, hey, come on, man. It's kind of an arbitrary thing. And then all of a sudden, Myers stunk in June. Yeah. So I didn't want Myers to be like, well, boy, the Astros not looking forward to June not being around. And he steered clear of all of that.
He did.
So
he did.
You can save me your no-hitter jinxes and everything. I am all about the calendar month jinxes.
Absolutely.
That was versus a team that was in the exact same boat as you, I think, is important. And, I saw some people towards as the Mets started to reclaim ground on that game yesterday on social media say, well, yeah, the Astros struggle versus bad teams. Like, well, no, the Mets are a 500 baseball team. They're the epitome of average. They're not an awesome baseball team, but they'd had a they were, along with the Astros, one of the best teams in baseball in the month of June. And the Astros now, I think you can point to what we were hoping for by the time you got out of the month of June. Wow, you had a resounding series victory versus one of the very best teams in baseball, the Baltimore Orioles, and then you came up against a team that was in the same boat as you, the Mets, and win a series against a team that's trying to do the same thing you're doing.
Yeah.
And also a team, the Mets, and that have spent heavily in the last couple of years and don't have anything to show for it. The Astros have done a better job of that over the last 2 years. But they looked a lot more like the team that they are on paper. The back of the baseball card has been redeemed, Sean.
Well, the winner of that game yesterday was going to finish the month of June with the best record for the month of June in Major League Baseball. It was almost like a weird, I'm not going to say like playoff atmosphere because I don't even know how many of the players in the game knew that. I didn't know until someone pointed it out during the game. I think Callis or Blum pointed it out on the broadcast during the game. What I liked about this series this weekend, Seth, was that if you had told me before the weekend, because I know one of the things that I was harping on last week was, man, boy, the way they are so thin right now in the starting rotation is that when either Fromber, Hunter, or Ronel Blanco are on the mound, you better go get that win that day because the other days are going to be really dicey. You got Spencer Arrighetti, and then over the weekend, they probably made this determination a while ago, but made public the determination, we're going to go with Dubin, and then we're going to muck it together. And they had to muck it together for 11 innings. But I think the thing that I liked most about them taking 2 out of 3 from the Mets this weekend was that if you had told me before the weekend that Renell Blanco wouldn't make it to the 6th inning and give up 6 earned runs. That Fromber, same thing. And that we'll get to that. And that the other game would be a bullpen game. Yeah. I would have said they're probably getting swept in this series,
Right.
And instead they take 2 out of 3, and they show on Saturday they showed tremendous nards by winning that game, and then yesterday was kind of your garden variety extra inning game. Gave up some runs late. Abreu gives up the home run to tie it up. But boy, I like that they piled it on late in the games as well in these games, too.
Yes. That's something we've seen over the last week or two is that they've been. Remember, in the beginning of this season, they were absolutely abysmal when trailing in the 7th inning and later. They'd blown so many saves. Like there were so many things. Those little razor's edge type of things that the Astros used to be awesome at, they just weren't doing. That's been a return there. I think on the scrappiness on the pitching staff, that's been another hallmark of the Astros over these last few years, whether it's starters who reinvent themselves, Charlie Morton or Garrett Cole, or relievers that emerge and end up being way more than people anticipated. Sean Dubin had never thrown more than 35 pitches in an outing. He ends up going 3 1/3 scoreless innings on 55 pitches. So, throwing 20 more pitches than he's ever thrown in a major league outing, goes out and does everything you need. I mean, looking into this Blue Jays series, now you do bemoan a little bit an extra innings game where, Hader didn't go out because Hader had been warming up ready for the 9th. And gosh, I guess if we really wanted to split hairs there, I mean, in the broadcast booth, they were talking the whole time about how they could see the storms rolling in. The radar was showing that this is almost definitely going to be a rain out. If the Astros had been able to maintain that healthy lead they had at the beginning, then maybe they would have just called the game and it would have been an Astros victory. But Mother Nature wanted to make it tougher for us, and she arrived a little bit too late.
Yep.
So, Dubin doing what he did, and there's just something there with that kid. It's funny, Sean, I've told you before, Sean Dubin grew up like 15 miles from my wife's hometown. And I was sitting with my brother, my likely future brother-in-law. I don't want to jinx that. But awesome kid. He's a Mets fan. So I was on Saturday, I was watching the game with him. And we had some good conversations about, Pete Alonso and all that stuff. But Dubin was really genuinely, this isn't a slight, he was nothing special in high school. Didn't throw that hard. And that's a small little area up there. It's small schools. Like my wife graduated with 85 kids in her high school class. And he, even in that league, he wasn't really anything special. And he just kept playing baseball. He's kind of the redneck version of a lot of the Astros Latin American pitchers, which is the Astros saw something in this kid who was a late bloomer that a lot of other teams might have given up on. Yeah. But they're like, why buy? What? It's baseball. Guys take until they're 25, 26 years old to develop sometimes. Why would we worry about it? Yeah. So, that's I've got a special place in my heart for Dubin.
I thought Espada played it perfectly with him, too. They were kind of intimating on the broadcast, like, hey, he's getting into that second time through the lineup with the Mets, and he had thrown to that point right around his, I think you said 35 pitches was the most he'd thrown. He was right around that number, a little over that number. And my thought was heading into the 4th, I'm like, they've probably been kind of preparing for this all week. They can squeeze one more inning out of him. That would be good. They did bring him out. He got it. He got one out. He puts a guy on. They yanked him. I think Espada, look, I said a few weeks ago I'm out on Joe Espada, largely because some of the silly things in retrospect he might have been forced to say about Jose Abreu. So I'm getting to the point with Espada where I'm giving him a reset button here, and he's done a nice job lately. All right, we can't get through the Open without talking about this, though. Jose Altuve, for just the second time, I believe in his entire career, ejected from a baseball game yesterday. It was a tricky situation, too, because it was 2 men on, 2 outs at a point in the game where some insurance runs would have been really nice. Jose Altuve fouls a ball off his foot, clearly reacts to it, getting fouled off his foot. Ball rolls into the field of play, and the Mets play it out like they should, as if the ball is a fair ball. They do. They play it out. They throw Jose Altuve out at first. He wasn't even running to first. He was nursing his toe that just got hit with a foul ball. And he gets called out. and Jose Altuve exploded on these umps. The umps conferred about it. The home plate umpire didn't see it or hear it, I guess. None of the other 3 umpires out there were in a position or were watching closely enough to overturn the call. So they said, sorry, Jose, you're out. Jose Altuve goes ballistic. Like, this was wild to see. Throws his helmet down, shatters his helmet. He's going nuts. Everybody's holding him back. Jose Altuve was asked after the game about the ejection.
Ball hits your foot and you don't get the call. That was a big spot in the game, too.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why I was a little mad, because big situation in the game. And, in the situation we are as a team trying to win some games, and you don't really want stuff like that to happen.
What would any explanation on what they told you?
They didn't see it.
We don't see you get that mad. It was just what was just kind of going through you at that point.
Yeah, like I said, I think the game takes you to a lot of emotions, adrenaline, and I understand the guy behind the play didn't see it because, the catcher's there, but you have other 3 guys, first, second, and third. I felt like it was kind of obvious, so that was why I was so mad.
Definitely obvious on the replay. I guess that's my big thing, Seth. Like, I'm not super angry with the home plate ump other than just read the batter. Look at him. He's hopping around on one leg after he fouls the ball off his foot.
It's not like Altuve's a guy that tries to game the system all that
He's not a
often
flopper. Right. The first, second, and third base umpires, they're 150 feet from the play. Do I get really angry or upset with them? Maybe. I don't know. My whole thing is, why is that not reviewable? Like, it's,
No, man. I know. It's one of those things that it seems like that's the very type of thing that should be reviewable.
Yeah.
Like when there's a clear cut. That's why I had high hopes for baseball replay, because there's so many more things that are pretty clear cut and defined.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're still working their way out. This, if this were the NFL, this would be a major talking point on First Take for like 3 weeks in a row.
It totally would. It totally would. Well, that's the thing too, is the outcome, the actual correct outcome of that play isn't anything where you need to assume anything. Like, it's like, get back in the batter's box. There's still 2 strikes. Everybody get back to their base, and let's keep playing.
This was in a series where the home plate umpire had forgotten what the count was at one point.
Did you see that? Oh, my God.
Saturday, right?
What the hell?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
like, am I taking crazy pills? He won.
I know. Everybody looked like a...
It's wild.
It's frustrating.
Yep.
I look, Altuve, I like that we've seen a darker side to him.
Twice now.
You're talking about this season.
Yeah, in the last 2 weeks.
He had last week. He had that. He was like visibly angry walking away. Where I was empathizing with Altuve on that particular play was, man, you take a ball off your great toe there.
Yeah.
That's painful. He had the rage that you feel when you're in the emergency room at 2 a.m. and they're just letting you sit there while you're bleeding from your ear, and you're like,
Hello.
I think this might be a big deal here. I think I might be dying. And
That's what it was, man.
Receptionist is flirting with the cop at the desk, and you're
Hello.
just like, I'm bleeding out.
Hello.
I'm bleeding out.
I'm on my second pint now. Hello.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll talk plenty about the Astros. Top of the hour, we'll do the good and the bad from the weekend. We've got Acknowledge Me. Big Acknowledge Me, man.
Ooh,
a lot of acknowledges coming up at 7:20. Yeah, there's a ton of them coming up at 7:20. Will Anderson. Man, I was ready to go to bed last night, and this pops up on my YouTube stream at like 10 o'clock. I'm like, got to go get some cuts because Will Anderson was on the Rich Eisen show on Friday.
He had some really good stuff in this interview. Yeah.
It was really good. Eisen did a great job with this interview, I thought. Really good job.
He did.
Yeah.
Kudos to Eisen.
He did a good job. So Will Anderson on the impact of Daniil Hunter. When did you know CJ was the dude? Some really good stuff from Will Anderson. We'll circle back to the Astros. Big headlines, too, from overnight in the NBA we'll get to as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Don't look now, but
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good weekend. I would say good weekend for the Astros. 2 out of 3 against a team that was just as hot as they were. And now you're 42-41, man, above 500, going to Toronto. I didn't know this thing was a day game until they threw the schedule up on the screen after the game last night.
Yeah, which typically wouldn't be a big deal, but after you have a 7-hour saga
Yes.
that ends up becoming you finishing in the evening Eastern time, now all of a sudden, wait a second, you gotta travel and then play a day game. What the hell?
Where you literally use almost your entire bullpen.
Crossing across international waters, that being the St. Lawrence River, but still.
Lake Ontario. Yeah. So we'll get back to the Astros in headline. By the way, if you're just waking up, Paul George signs with the Philadelphia 76ers, 4 years, $212 million. So that was the big news in the NBA over now. This used to be like, man, when LeBron used to be a free agent or Kevin Durant used to be a free agent, like one of some huge name. This is like a national holiday for NBA fans back in the day, July 1st.
Right.
And Paul George's still a big name, but it's not one that you wait till 1 a.m. to see what's happening with. But good signing for the Sixers.
Paul George, I would say Paul George and Kevin Durant, though, too, are kind of the guys I look at in the NBA of, man, a catastrophic injury, but that you can't. It doesn't mean that you can't go on and play another decade.
Oh,
after that.
yeah. Paul George with that broken leg. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that was wild.
Theismann-esque.
Yeah, big time. Will Anderson was on the Rich Eisen show on Friday. I didn't see this till last night. It's awesome. It's classic Will Anderson. You saw the same thing I did, Seth. I'm like, okay. He's doing this via Zoom with Rich Eisen. And he's clearly in his vehicle or in a vehicle. And I'm looking at the interior of the vehicle that he's in. I'm like, okay, you can only really see like the windows and the side and what the, kind of what the coloring is like in there. I'm like, all right, doesn't look like the most stylish vehicle. It doesn't look like something that a young player, would be that just got, $35 million guaranteed would be driving. But okay, turns out I was right. It was his family's old truck that he used to drive in high school. Because
it was his truck from high school.
Yeah. So he was back in Georgia doing this interview because he had his kids' camp in Georgia over the weekend. So he
didn't feel the need to go out and rent an Escalade or anything and show the kids, hey, this is what happens when you make it. It was I like this. It's a good lesson for the kids. Like, hey, you can roll up you don't have to you don't have to define yourself by your vehicle.
Yeah.
Good job, Will Anderson.
And it was good. And we found that out because Rich Eisen asked him, like, what are you rolling in there, Will? What are you doing? And it turns out Will Anderson was getting ready to have either lunch or dinner with his family, but decided to walk outside for 10 minutes and talk to Rich Eisen, right?
No, I thought he was at his high school football camp.
He was in town for the high school football camp, but he left his family. His family was about to eat or something like that, and he walked outside to do the interview. Yeah, okay. He walked outside to do the interview. So at any rate, Will Anderson talking to Rich Eisen. Rich Eisen did a really good job with this interview because there were a lot of questions where I'm like, all right, we've already heard Will talk about getting Danielle Hunter as a teammate. But Eisen's follow-ups were really good in this interview. Like, I feel like the follow-ups gave us some good Will Anderson we haven't heard yet. And
he was a good paint-me-a-picture guy.
He was a great paint-me-a-picture.
You said this. Well, paint me a picture of what that means.
Yeah. Maybe Rich Eisen is 979 guy on the text page. Paint-me-a-picture guy. Shout out to paint-me-a-picture guy. Here's Will Anderson talking about improving during the offseason. Rich Eisen asked him, give me a specific example of something that you saw on film that you need to work on.
It's a lot of times just finishing on the quarterback and a lot of times just taking the edge instead of just I would just stop at the top of my rush and not get extension at the top of my rush. So those are some of the things that I've been heavily working on this offseason and just working on my steps to my pass rush. So those are some things I was just watching last year. I was like, bro, all you have to do is turn the corner right here and just reach, and you probably would have got a sack. So just those are the things to fine-tune my game.
And you still wound up being Defensive Rookie of the Year anyway.
Thank God.
And we've heard that first part of him before, but the one thing he was talking about there was the frustration of going back and watching the film from last year. So he's describing what, as he's this offseason been watching his film from his rookie year, he sees just how many opportunities were out there on the table. And in the first half of the season, this is where I remember I was getting frustrated last year. because a lot of people wanted to give him a lot of credit for all these QB pressures he was getting. But Will Anderson himself at that time said, no, that's not good enough. I need to get sacks, because sacks are sometimes overrated as a gauge. But with the case of Will Anderson last year, there were a lot of things in the first half of the season where you could see, man, he's really, really close. He's just got to finish. It's that last 0.4 seconds at the end of his rush where he would have all those sacks. He's doing a lot of really good things, but he would have more sacks if he would just do these few little things. And that's where, like, Danielle Hunter has been such a resource for him, I think, as well. Aside from all the coaching and everything, Danielle Hunter is just incredible at those finer aspects of finishing a pass rush. And Will's been leaning on Danielle Hunter heavily this offseason for a lot of tutelage there.
Yeah, let's hear from Will Anderson on Danielle Hunter, and then I want to talk about that a little bit too. Just general feelings on how he and Hunter can help each other this season.
Teams are just going to have to decide. I mean, that's a double-digit sack guy every year, so teams are just going to be like, shoot, we got to double this guy, so we don't know about this guy, so it's going to be fun. I think we're going to cause a lot of havoc and, disrupt a lot of stuff, so I'm excited to go to war with him.
Yeah, that's one of those things. So they're paying Danielle Hunter 2 years, about $50 million. Pretty much every penny of it's guaranteed. May as well be. It's practically a fully guaranteed contract. But I do think, Seth, like, that'd be one of those things, like, if the Texans just didn't have another legitimate pass rusher, then you sign Danielle Hunter to 2 years, $50 million. You go, okay, well, there's our double-digit sack guy, and we hope that he can eat, solo like he had to do maybe at times in Minnesota. This is one of those things that because you have Will Anderson on the roster, he's on a rookie deal still. He's very cheap. He's eager to learn. I think that's a big thing with Will, is that it's almost like you're paying Danielle Hunter $24 million a year to go get the Texans double-digit sacks from him, and oh, by the way, you get like a private defensive end coach for Will Anderson in a way as well. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah. Who's also, not that this is a huge factor necessarily, but I think it does help that Danielle Hunter is from here. And, he's around a lot, and he's going to be working out at the facility during this downtime, and he'll have more even one-on-one time with Will Anderson over the next several weeks. Yep. The big thing about having two guys opposite each other, yes, it does make a big difference in terms of, like, how many one-on-ones do you get. If they slide the protection towards Danielle, Will Anderson's got a one-on-one and vice versa. But I think the exciting part comes where D'Amico is so adamant about the swarm mentality and wants to get guys who are like that. So when you get a guy that, let's say Danielle Hunter gets the one-on-one and Will Anderson ends up getting more attention on a particular play, you really want to be sure you've got a guy who doesn't shut it down just because he's getting double teamed or because this isn't going to be his play. Because what Danielle Hunter as many times is not is if he doesn't get the sack, he's going to flush the QB.
Yep.
And having guys that are just running around like maniacs there end up getting a lot of the peripheral collections from all of that. And that's what I really like about the dynamic of adding Danico Autry and some of the other guys on that defensive line. You want frenetic activity all the time so that when you're A+ numero uno pass rusher on that play, might have a great rush and come clean, but the QB escapes the pocket, you got a lot of guys swarming after him.
Yeah, it's fun to hear. It's fun to see Will Anderson do an interview because you can see his face light up when you bring up certain things, and Danielle Hunter is definitely one of those things. High expectations for the Texans this year. We know that. They're favored to win the division. Dark horse Super Bowl pick. A lot of people are climbing on board saying they're going to get to where they've never been to before this season. They can make it to a conference title game. What does Will Anderson say to people with high expectations for the Houston Texans?
We appreciate that, but I think nobody's expectation is going to be higher than the expectation that we have for ourselves in the building and what Coach D'Amico, wants for us and the standard that he has for us. We're just going to keep going out there swarming, attacking, and just building off what we did last year. And we can't worry about the past, and we can't worry about what happened last year. And this offseason in the training camp, we have to really grow together and really take that next step.
Yeah, Will Anderson has that answer programmed down to a T. That is one we've heard before from Will Anderson.
When he was talking about that, and I think like D'Amico shares so many traits, like various traits of my favorite coaches of all time. You can almost like it's a grab bag of some of my favorite coaches, and like all those traits D'Amico has all of them. But one of the big things is that, you've got your long-term goals, but Frank Gant Sr. used to say this, what's the most important play? The next play.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just not even the next game or anything else like that. It's just the next play is the thing that matters, and especially for a team like this that's had so much off-season hype, and it's really hard to find anybody in the national media that's questioning the progress they've made. That's rat poison, as Nick Saban used to call it. That's rat poison after a while. You start to read too many positive press clippings, and you forget how hard it is to win a single football game.
Yeah.
And I think this team's going to be pretty well brainwashed by the time they get to week 1 that, like, we haven't done anything yet, and we gotta win week 1. That's our main objective.
Yeah. And I like that week 1 is an opponent that they should be focused for. They're human, so some of that stuff may seep in with some of the guys, all the like you call it, the rat poison, Seth. But the fact that it's a road game, it's against Indianapolis. Been a lot of chatter between those two teams this offseason.
A lot of chatter, yeah.
There should the focus, the potential for a lack of focus should be low, I would think. I think they're going to come
that's where I think CJ's playing 5-dimensional chess.
Mm-hmm.
I think CJ figures, okay, yeah, we gotta be sure that that these guys are really emotionally amped up and ready for the Colts.
Yeah,
so I'm going to talk a lot of smack about their linebackers in the offseason.
Good job, CJ.
Good job, CJ.
Yep, way to go. Speaking of CJ, Will Anderson, when did you know that CJ Stroud was that dude?
I've known CJ a long time, but doing training camp and just OTAs and watching him throughout the building, man, I knew he had that it factor to him. He was showing up every day, locked in, connecting with guys. I think that's the biggest thing when you know a guy's going to be really good is how they connect with their teammates. And the team just latched on to him, man, because he was so personable. And then he was just so competitive on the field, and he would get, like, angry at himself. Like, he didn't do something right. Like, he would come back and fix it, and coach would, like, show highlights of, like, when he did it wrong, and then he would come back and show another highlight when CJ did it right. And CJ just kept building and building off of that. And, that's who he is, man.
Sean, I'm taking this. There's this Imprint app that I got. I'm on my free trial right now.
Yeah.
But it's really cool. It's like I'm not advertising them yet or anything, but it's you can take these courses, and as you go through the course, they ask little questions and everything. So in my constant quest to be less unbearable, I'm taking a class on interpersonal dynamics right now.
Okay. Yeah.
And a lot of what they talk about, like in a few of the units that have come up, is building trust. Like if you're a leader, especially, that you can be incredibly honest and blunt as a leader if first you develop trust with somebody. And it starts off with surface level, getting to know you type of stuff, and then over time forming this relationship. And as long as you have trust between yourself and who you're supposed to be leading, you can be very honest with them. And that's something that CJ has really impressed me with as a young man right from the get-go. Like, he talks about that, about forming relations with everybody. That's why he has everybody on the team at various times come over to his house for dinner, and just getting to know people and forming a relationship to where then you can have you can have difficult conversations that aren't like storming out, that don't end with storming out of the room. Like, CJ understands that to such an extreme degree. I think a lot of young guys think leadership means making grandiose speeches and everything else like that. I think CJ really has a good feel for building that trust first, and then getting to the point where you can be a leader. Like, establish the trust first, that's a prerequisite, and then you can be a genuinely effective leader.
And it's amazing. He was 21 when he was drafted. Like,
right.
He didn't turn 22 until like week 6 of this season,
Right, yeah.
That's incredible.
And, Ryan Day deserves a lot of credit for that.
Yep.
One of our, Abigail on the YouTube, who just basically has consumed every bit of Texans content ever, just told me this weekend that Ryan Day had bonded with CJ partly over Ryan Day's father. I can't remember the exact tragedy, but he lost his father for some reason. But Ryan Day and CJ were able to bond over that. But
yeah.
A lot of the conversations that CJ's had at Ohio State with some of those coaches kind of set the table for what he is now. And he's had to, I think, because CJ doesn't have that natural leader personality, or at least what you think of in your brain, like a big outwardly gregarious guy or what have you. I think the fact that he kind of had to overcome some of his own personal trappings and everything means that he's actually a lot more methodical in it because he's put more thought into it, and he had to do it on a huge stage at Ohio State with a lot of pressure on him.
Yep, no doubt. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros. Good day, good weekend for the Astros. NBA free agency, I should say, is popping overnight. What does it mean for the Houston Rockets? We'll get to that. Oh, and an Olympic hero does it again. We will get into all that in headlines. That is coming up next. But first, I want to talk about Daly & Black, awesome law firm right here in Houston. And I know we've seen some major
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Infield stays in. Joey Loperfido will bat for the first time. There's a sharply hit baseball down the left field line. 1 run scores. Here comes Yiner. 2 RBI base hit for Loperfido. Astros lead it by 3. It is 8-5.
All right, we'll get into the good and the bad from the weekend with the Astros, but know that as you get into your car, the scant few of you that decided to work this week, as you get into your car, 2 out of 3 for the Astros. I can see where some people maybe yesterday, Seth, didn't realize what the outcome of the game was because of the nearly 3-hour rain delay in between the top of the 9th and the rest of the game last night. Mother Nature dropped a big one on New York right in the middle of the 9th inning last night, but the Astros rode it out. And they win 10-5 in 11 innings. They take 2 out of 3 from the Mets over the weekend, and they sit 3.5 back of the suddenly reeling Seattle Mariners.
Right. Yeah. Not to mention the Rangers have fallen apart as well. Notable developments way, way, way down beneath the Astros on the standings. Mm-hmm. But still, the best part about yesterday, I think, was you know we looked to this series with a lot of trepidation for the last couple of weeks, ever since Verlander got injured, because you're left with only 4 starters. I guess the thing to monitor and watch now is, okay, you used up a whole bunch of relievers in a reliever day yesterday. Sean Dubin goes and pitches 20 more pitches than he's ever pitched in a major league outing before in 3 1/3 scoreless innings. But now you go immediately into a day game in Toronto, and not that I've already burnt out my request for Framber to be like just go 8 innings or so. He did not do that on Saturday, but the stress is on them right now to just really, you got to manage these pitchers very, very carefully.
Yeah, this is a big one today for Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown, he's pitched 7 really good games in a row, literally 7 quality starts, capital Q, capital S, like the stat, 6 innings of at least, at worst case 3 runs or less, and he's been even more dominant than that. Like he's had a few shutout performances here, but this is a big one today because it's a day game after a really, not just a huge bullpen day where you use 7 pitchers, but a long day for the team where you're sitting around for 3 hours just to get a game over with. You got to maintain the momentum here into July. Save the bullpen if you can. I would guess that we'll find out in the next day or two here. They were talking about this on the post-game show yesterday on Space City, which is Hunter Brown's probably going to be the pitcher of the month in the American League, I would imagine. I can't imagine another pitcher having a better month than Hunter Brown did. So that's pretty cool. We'll find out in the next day or two about that. But independent of everything that he's done, today is a big day because it is a day game after a really long day yesterday. In a game against a team, you should – the worst case in this series should be a split. Because there's no bullpen day in this series. You got Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, Framber Valdez, Spencer Arrighetti in some order. I forget what the permutation is, but they're all the 4 guys that start games for you are all starting games in this series. So I think it's Hunter that's going today, if I'm not mistaken.
Who won't have suffered because of the rain delay, Sean?
Who's that?
Jose Altuve. So there you go.
That's true.
Altuve fresh as a daisy after he eventually, I'm guessing, calmed down. Maybe he's still angry. Altuve. I tell you, as a home plate umpire, do you not feel an extra sense of guilt when you elicit that response out of Jose Altuve?
Yes.
Guy's only been ejected once before in his entire career. That you made Jose Altuve that's like your grandmother cussing.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh man, I made grandma cuss.
Yeah,
I've never heard that before.
I must have
my God.
I must have really messed up. Damn. That sucks. Yeah. Altuve, we heard him in the post game a little earlier. He seemed to have cooled off a little bit. Now he was I will say this, the one thing that you couldn't glean from his post-game media scrum when he was asked about this is when he was kind of going through the mechanics of the play that got him ejected, he kind of absolved the home plate umpire blame in that whole thing because it is hard for the home plate umpire to see the ball hit his foot just based on where he's positioned. The first, second, and third base umpires did not get absolved by Altuve, but he didn't really say it. Like, if you read the transcript, you wouldn't know. But if you watch the media scrum, he's like, the first, second, and third base umpires, and he gets that kind of look on his face like,
Hey, you know what I admired about Altuve? This was impressive to me. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be impressed by this, but like, as angry as he was, as far as I could tell, when he was throwing his tantrum, he was throwing his tantrum in English. Which I would imagine, if I were in that same situation, I would assume I'd go to my mother tongue immediately.
Yeah.
Because you're in that state where like, all your filters are off and you're just cussing somebody out. That's what a professional he is, Sean. Can you manage oh no, this guy needs to get this message in his in his native tongue.
I didn't notice that. Did you hear? Could you hear him? Is that what
it was? There. I think he was saying no. I couldn't hear it, but it looked like he was saying, "There's no way." There's no way.
Okay.
I think that was my lip reading.
Yeah.
Now maybe that's very close to something else.
Yeah. So day game today against the Blue Jays. Canada Day up in Canada, and that's why. So 4-game set against the Blue Jays, who are not playing well, and then 3 this weekend against Minnesota, and I will be there scouting for 2 of those. Friday and Saturday, I'll be in the house. I can't wait. I get to see a bullpen start on Friday and Hunter Brown on Saturday. I'm kind of the best of both worlds right there. It should be fun. NBA free agency.
Are you going to be obnoxious?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially Saturday.
Yeah.
Because Friday, Amy and I are sitting in the left field stands in the front row in left field. Saturday is almost like our version of a bullpen day. We're just buying tickets to get us in the building, and then we're just bumping around the ballpark. Yeah, standing.
You guys saying that, but I could see Amy being obnoxious before you. Like she'll get something will anger her, and she'll like take it on herself she'd fight the whole stadium.
Accurate
is what she would do.
Accurate, and she's probably listening right now with a big grin on her face, nodding, going, "Hell yeah!"
I didn't mean I shouldn't have used the word obnoxious, Amy, but I mean it in in a productive way.
She knows. Yeah. Trust me. NBA free agency overnight. The big one: Paul George to the Philadelphia 76ers. 4 years, $212 million. George opted out of his deal over the weekend. There was still some rumblings that he might sign back with the Clippers. That's not the case. The Clippers do sign back, Seth, James Harden on a 2-year, $70 million deal.
They're going to get such a great regular season out of him.
Oh,
boy, good for them. Good for them. Clippers fans, they know it. They know it in their soul that they'll get a good regular season out of James Harden.
Did you see who else the Clippers signed over the weekend? Kevin Porter Jr.
That's right.
Signs with the Clippers over the weekend. Now, for those wondering, there may be Rocket fans who the last they know of Kevin Porter Jr. was him getting arrested and accused of some pretty unsavory things with his significant other. He reached a plea deal on all that. So I think he went and played somewhere else this year, China, somewhere else, I think, overseas maybe. But he's back in the NBA now with the Clippers. So he is a signable entity. Significantly less than Harden. I'm not quite sure. And probably not nearly as good as the deal the Rockets gave him a few years ago that they cut him from. So
with no regard for chemistry or anything else, the Clippers are just blazing ahead to be regular season mavens.
Yeah, okay. I guess. Kawhi Leonard will play his 40 games, and they'll get a 5 seed, and away we go. We'll talk later in the show. With all this stuff happening in the West, where are the Rockets right now? Chris Paul cut by the Warriors yesterday, and then, man, he didn't waste any time finding a new team. He, within hours, had signed with the San Antonio Spurs. 1 year, $11 million. That's a good signing for the Spurs. I know Chris Paul isn't what he used to be, but that's kind of like an Astros signing from 2017, where they're bringing in Brian McCann and they're bringing in Josh Reddick and Carlos Beltran. Yeah. He's like a Carlos Beltran right here,
That whole presence and leadership, et cetera, is a big deal.
Yep.
Because kudos to him, because honestly, when the Rockets got Chris Paul, I would have thought that was going to be the dying gasp of him being that guy, but these guys they're playing forever, man.
Well, especially him because he couldn't stay healthy. Remember,
Alperen Şengün's going to, by the time this generation gets old, Şengün's going to be like a 57-year-old, the wise elder statesman for the Rockets.
Dude.
At some point. We'll have, you and I will have a big argument over whether or not they should let go of 56-year-old Alperen Şengün.
Yes.
But then the Shanghai Shooters are going to sign him because that'll be an NBA squad by then to be the veteran presence in the clubhouse. They'll be calling it a clubhouse by then in basketball.
Two old guys on the Muppet Show yelling at each other in the balcony about Alperen Şengün. Simone Biles headed to the Olympics again. You'll hear her name again.
What the hell these floor? I don't know a damn thing about floor routines other than that human beings shouldn't be able to twist and turn the way
Dude.
There were no twisties in that performance.
There were not. Holy crap. Some of the stuff she does is incredible. She's headed back to the Olympics. She earned her 3rd trip to the sport's biggest stage by cruising to victory at the Olympic trials on Sunday night. So if you're just waking up, Simone Biles on her way to the Olympics in Paris. All right, those are your
women's gymnastics, partly due to Simone Biles. It feels like it's gone the opposite direction of a lot of other sports where like now I don't like that used to be the ultimate in just like only young women would excel in it and you're over the hill by the age you're 25.
To be fair, she might be the only one that's in her age bracket. I have no idea if it's...
Well, they changed the rules to make it a little different, but yeah. Oh no, like she's a rare exception on many.
Yeah,
sports.
she's like 27, which that translates to like 87 in gymnastics years. It's wild.
You know what I guess part of it too is that like because of NIL and NCAA, a lot of like old hags that are 22 years old,
right?
Like are still relevant as college athletes for whatever. Yeah.
So when I look at Livy Dunn, that's what I think. Look at this old hag. Yeah. That's exactly what I think. All right. The good and the bad from the Astros weekend. Man, there was a lot of good. I'll be honest with you. The Astros have gotten into such a groove. I've completely forgotten about one thing when it comes to this team, and we'll talk about what that is and a whole lot more coming up next.
What are the Rockets getting in their new edition? AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. You know what I was realizing, Seth, as we get into the good and bad of the weekend? Oh, I'm going to tell you.
Stop. You're building suspense. I'm going
to tell you. I'm going to tell you.
No, go.
I'm going to go. Oh, by the way, acknowledge me coming up in 20 minutes.
You son of a...
And I don't know if you're experiencing the same thing. I have rarely been thinking about Kyle Tucker during this recent run of Astros good baseball.
It's been a pleasant surprise how much of an afterthought he is. Like every time I remind myself, or that somebody brings it up in the comments or on social media, I remember. Oh yeah, they're doing this not just without Tucker, but without Verlander too.
Yep.
Now Verlander, it's a little dicier because he's older. He's going to get banged up, and there's going to be that constant looming fear that he might get injured again. Whereas Tucker is always healthy. And this is not like this isn't some soft tissue injury or something. He got whacked in the shin with a baseball.
Yeah.
And he's going to come back. He's going to be healthy. And I think a lot of us as Astros fans almost like enjoy just being able to put him off to the side and know that, like, yeah, this is almost like a trade deadline signing. If they can play like this, if they can play like the back of their baseball cards now, and then you get another back of the baseball card coming back, that gets super exciting.
There's a lot of angles to the Tucker thing. I think one, and it's a great point. They're doing it without Verlander also. The obvious difference is Kyle Tucker was playing at an MVP level when he went out, so the concern was there, like, man, this is a big hole in the middle of your lineup. I mean, it has forced them to bat Yainer Diaz at cleanup quite a bit lately. Jake Myers has batted cleanup during this past month of June at one point.
Yeah.
Like, Jake Myers batted cleanup for this team that had the best record in the month of June. It wasn't multiple times. It may have been multiple times, but very little. But they've had to cobble this thing together over the course of June without the guy who'd been their best player through the first couple months of the season. I think it's also, too, Seth, hard not to think, like, okay, he went out on June 3rd. That was at St. Louis, that Monday game you and I were at. He went out on that game. So they basically played the entire month of June without Kyle Tucker. I'm not saying they're a better team without Kyle Tucker. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is it is tough. It was tough for me, at least, not to peep ahead in the future and go, okay, this may be what it looks like after 2025 for this team, where Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve is going to be here forever. Yordan Alvarez is going to be here forever. And then you're cobbling things together around them with guys that are young guys or some vets or ascending guys or whatever. My brain, that I can't live in the moment with a lot of this stuff, that I get thinking about contracts and the future and free agency. If they announce,
whenever I try to have a meditation session with you and bring you in and put you in the lotus position, you constantly like 30 seconds into it, like I'm thinking about Tucker. Thinking about Tucker.
I'm thinking about contracts. If there was a tweet tomorrow, they signed Kyle Tucker to an 8 to 10 year deal for $300 million or whatever, I'd be cool with that. I think Kyle Tucker is the guy you break the rules for if you're the Astros. That said, it was kind of fun watching this. It was fun watching extra innings yesterday when the guys who got these are the guys who got the RBIs in extra innings yesterday for the Astros. They had 6 runs driven in extra innings. Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, Joey Loperfido, Trey Cabbage.
Right.
Four outfielders that you weren't even really talking about a month and a half ago. If
you were to manage, if we were going to look for where the heart rate spike is when you mention those names, I think if other Astros fans are anything like me, I am gaga for Loperfido.
Yeah.
Man, I go old school baseball scout with Loperfido. I'm just like, look at that kid. Look at he's got the good face. This kid's all right. And he got a miserable stolen base attempt in the top of the ninth, but other than that, he was a hero. He was a hero there in extra innings. I think that a lot of it, if we're going to do that and start thinking out way too far ahead, the question has always been these last few years is, okay, how exactly are they going to extend and follow up on the Jeff Luhnow era? Because in baseball, the GM's decisions echo for years afterwards. So we've still been reaping the benefits of a lot of things that Jeff Luhnow did. I think immediately right now, the reasons for optimism are that I think your pitching coaching is really, I think they're standing on their own 2 feet now. And now that Brent Strom has been gone for several years, and they've still been able to take some of these younger guys or lesser thought of prospects and get some really good stuff out of them. You look at Dana Brown, and his first draft already looks spectacularly good with the way 4 of those guys have been elevated to AA already. And I think that there's a lot of reason for optimism that whatever edge they had on the scouting side of things forever, it feels like they still might have that edge. Mm-hmm. It still feels like they might see value in guys like Ronel Blanco, and that's not as much, and that's acquired by Luno, but still, it's that they're going to be able to get more with less, or at least what other people perceive of as less.
Yeah, man. Look at the bullpen. I mean, look at the middle relief on this team. Forget about the back end, which has been better. They like Seth Martinez, yesterday notwithstanding, has turned into a reliable innings eater in the middle, innings eater. He's a multi-inning guy when you need him to eat some innings. Taylor Scott's been amazing this year. Right. And he did it again last night. He did it again yesterday. Like, Taylor Scott has been a find for this team. Even Hunter King has come up and given them some decent innings, a couple, 2-3 decent innings.
When I see King there.
Yeah.
I think, and Sean Dubin is another guy who is the consummate late bloomer. He was a late bloomer that, I think that the Astros have an ability to reinvent guys. We see that all the way going back to Charlie Morton and Garrett Cole. Mm-hmm. But on a smaller stage, though, they do it with a lot of guys where you just flat out get more out of these guys than you would have expected several years ago.
Yep, no doubt. So the good and the bad with the Astros this weekend. We'll talk about Dubin a little bit more. He's going to get acknowledged here, spoiler alert, in about 12 minutes. I like the fact, Seth, that over these last couple games, the Astros did a ton of their damage in the late innings. Saturday, they've not come back. I think the biggest deficit they'd come back from this season was a 3-run deficit. And that looked like one of those games, man, early on. Like, okay, well, this is Fromber doesn't have it. The Bats don't have it. This is a game that in April and May they were rolling over and playing dead in. Like, all right, well, they're just, they're going to leave. They're going to leave 11 guys on base today, and they're going to lose 6-2, and this is just how it is. And now they're going to lose a game in the standings to the Mariners, and we're going to tread water. And instead, they chipped away. They made it 6-4, and then in the late innings, great to see Bregman come up with that big hit. Great to see them put some distance there after that and tack another couple runs on. And so now, you bring in Josh Hader, and you're breathing a little bit easier. But they piled on 5 in the 8th and the 9th on Saturday and 6 in extra innings yesterday.
Well, and I think sort of what you started to see in June, too, and I'm not making this about Abreu, but I think Abreu is a really good illustration of how the Astros were not their same selves in the first part of the season. As a team, their judgment at the plate just wasn't as precise and obvious, and they were allowing pitchers to have good performances and go deeper into games. They were grounding out a lot. Their judgment at the plate just wasn't the same. Abreu was one of the worst, because Abreu would get up there and be out in 3 or 4 swings every single damn time, it felt like. That was the extreme example, but it was going on with a lot of their even better batters, where now they just like they've looked in the field. They were sloppy in the field the first couple months of the season. They got back on track. They just look like a more professional baseball team at the plate now, too.
Yeah. I guess because we have a text message asking, can you guys discuss the differences, the difference the team has been since they got rid of Jose Abreu? I think the easiest way to put it is that we're never going to have another lineup with the Astros like in 2019 where it felt like guys 1 through 7, could all make the All-Star team. And then even guys 8 and 9, even the catcher position, be pre-Maldonado. You felt like for a catcher, at least they're batting in the low 200s somewhere. The baton was always going to get passed. It may not be where you're going to score 8 runs or 9 runs on the regular or anything like that, but you feel like at least there's a chance guy could work a walk, or a guy's going to move a runner over, and the baton's going to get moved. With Jose Abreu, there was no moving of the baton. It was like, okay, this guy's going to get out, and we just have to work around it. Imagine, if you will, Seth, that if there was a rule where only one team in baseball had to make the pitcher hit in games, and every other team got to use a DH. Imagine being that team. Imagine being the team where your pitcher had to hit every game and every other team got to use a DH. That was the Astros with Jose Abreu in the lineup this season. It was worse, actually. I mean, his OPS was worse than a lot of pitchers. It was in the mid-300s. So that's probably the easiest way for me to articulate it to where you go, oh my God, that's right. This guy was that bad. Now, not only do you have a lineup where, hey, they're not all all-stars or anything like that. They're not all even good hitters, but they're at least professional hitters where you feel like they're going to work a walk. You feel like they're going to make contact. They're going to make something. They're going to make something happen. Oh, by the way, whoever it is can play defense. And oh, by the way, you can rejigger the lineup. Can you imagine trying to rejigger the lineup yesterday when Altuve got ejected if Jose Abreu was playing first base?
Right, yeah.
Because you were able to move guys around, you know?
Well, because even John Singleton, John Singleton gives you competitive at-bats.
Right.
You know, John, he's he's had really good judgment. And he's not what you want, you know, would I prefer Vlad Guerrero Jr. out there every night? Sure. Even though Vlad Guerrero Jr., because we're getting a lot of questions on the YouTube chat about Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Yeah.
He's not having a great year. But he's more of a solid first baseman. And defensively, he's really good too.
He's good.
So yeah. But regardless of all that, it's just John Singleton is a night and day difference in terms of competitive at bats compared to Jose Abreu.
He had 3 hits yesterday and a home run. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at Jose Abreu's game log to see if he ever had 3 hits in a game as an Astro. You know, so you're absolutely right. So that's the good. You know, I think there's other good. We mentioned the outfielders all chipping in extra innings and late in games yesterday and on Saturday. Yainer Diaz really seems to be getting his legs under him again, and he's been hitting really well. He's been nice in that cleanup spot behind Yordan. They've not really been respecting Yainer very much. They've been pitching around Yordan a lot, and he's making him pay, so that's been good to see. As far as the bad from the weekend, we're going to get into Acknowledge Me here in just in about 6 or 7 minutes. The 2 big brain farts on the weekend, I don't like seeing those. I mean, they both came in wins, so it didn't hurt. But Fromber, early in that game where there was first and third, nobody out, and there's a nubber in front of home plate, and clearly you're not going to make the play at any of these Clearly the only play at that point might have been just pick the thing up and throw it to first base and lift it. You're not going to get your shutout today, Fromber. Sorry. Right. But he glove scoops it over the catcher's head, and it just keeps the inning alive. And like a lot of things with Fromber, it exacerbates. It snowballs. Yeah, exponentially.
He goes and he throws the ball to Altuve at second base instead of Pena, who was covering second base.
Yeah.
It was the bad Framber. Framber showed up. Yeah. We've just seen more instances of bad Framber showing up since the pitch clock was instituted.
Yeah. Now
I'll blame the pitch clock for Framber's regression in some respects, but I don't get all worked. I don't get too worked up about the pitch clock in general. But for Framber, I feel like it's been a net negative.
Framber's probably still the one guy who's capable on this. Like if I had to pick one guy, and maybe I'll even include Hunter Brown in this, just because it's only been 7 starts for Hunter Brown. Like on this staff, if I need someone to throw a gem, like 8 innings, 2 hits, 9 strikeouts, you got to pick somebody to do it. I'd probably still pick Fromber, but man, it feels like once every 4 outings this year, it's just. I mean, he's got an ERA of over 4 for a reason, you know?
If I had to pick any of the pitchers, including anybody in the minor league system, to defuse a bomb while receiving instructions from somebody, Framber would be the one where I could just see him be like, should I clip the red wire or the blue wire? And somebody says clip the red wire. And then Framber picks up a hammer and smashes it instead. He's just going to do something completely out of left field that doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, and the everyday player answer to that is Altuve on the base paths. And yesterday it looked really bad in the moment where he was off with the pitch. He was running. You know, he's trying to steal. Yeah. And I forget who the hitter was at the time. It might have been Bregman. Hits a fly ball to the outfield, and Altuve doesn't even, he's not even on the screen trying to get back to first base. Now, he explained it after the game where he said he got deked at second base. Like the shortstop and the second baseman acted like it was a ground ball. Yeah. And it was really a fly ball, and they got him. You know, they deked him, and he didn't even bother running back to first, and he got caught off.
Does Altuve realize that at this stage in his career, he's going to be a guy that guys are going to attempt to deke?
Yeah. Not yesterday, evidently.
Now, Altuve making horrible base running decisions is correlated with the Astros making it to the ALCS.
Okay.
So I looked at that yesterday as, egregious base running error by Altuve. Yeah, okay. So, like, he's been in the – I went back through and looked during the rain delay. He's been in the top 33 of outs on base every year except the COVID year since the Astros started going to the ALCS.
Because he was hardly on base that year. He only hit 219.
2022, he led the league. 2022, he led the league. And they just went and simply won a World Series.
Right.
So there you go.
So we should be rooting for these brain farts.
We should be. Yeah, because I don't know if he's on. You know what? I went back through every other year, but I didn't check 2024 to see how he's doing this year and if he's in the top 33.
I'm going to guess not
He's
great.
been in the top 5 plenty of times.
Yeah.
But 33 was the low water mark
Lowest
in
he'd been.
non-COVID years.
Yeah. So that was the brain farts were not great. It didn't cost them. They won both games. I would say Joe Espada is about to get acknowledged in a positive way in Acknowledge Me, spoiler alert. But as long as we're talking about the bad from the weekend, Espada had some strange chess moves, if indeed these were his decision. Now, this one on Saturday, I think, had to be his decision. But top of the ninth on Saturday, it's still a close game. I think they're up 7-6 at that point. And he had Pena sacrifice bunt Myers and Diaz over to second and third with nobody out. So now it's 1 out, second and third for Chaz. He's taking the bat out of Pena's hands. Pena's been hitting the ball better lately to bring Chaz up with 1 out, second and third. And by the way, Chaz had just struck out on 3 pitches his previous at-bat. He struck out on 3 pitches in that at-bat. So that one was a curious move to me in a close game late to take the bat out of Pena's hands and have him sacrifice. I understand the strategy on paper if you just take the names out of it. Hey, we're going from first and second, nobody out, to second and third, 1 out. So if our hitter just makes contact to the outfield or a ground ball to the opposite side, then we probably bring a run home. But the hitter coming up was Chaz, who's been bad for most of the year and looked completely overwhelmed in his previous at-bat.
Old school, the lefty, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think it made no sense to me. And then in the 10th inning yesterday, Chaz got caught stealing to make it 2 outs with Yordan in the on-deck circle. And to me, in a close game or an extra innings game, like unless it's Ricky Henderson on first base that you're sending to steal, or Pena or Myers or somebody who's actually fast, I don't think you do anything where the downside is Yordan might not get up that inning. You know, like that to me, that's less egregious. But that one to me, I didn't like that decision. So those are just.
I don't mind the steal. That's just aggressive, and with a guy that's very capable of stealing second in that situation. Because by the flip token is, when Yordan comes up, you've got a guy in scoring position, and there you go.
Yeah.
I don't want to. If you had asked. So, I think in this one, if you had asked me before he attempted the steal, whether it's a good move or not, I'd say, go for it. You're being aggressive in that instance with the thought that, okay, you got Yordan coming up, and there's and not to mention Dubon. I feel comfortable enough that Dubon can advance the runners there too.
Yeah. Maybe I was feeling it a little bit acutely because I needed Yordan to get an extra base hit to win my Prize Picks play. And that basically took him out of the mix. He wasn't going to bat in that inning. That's probably I was feeling it a little more acutely. I still don't agree with it, though. All right, so some of the other bad, Rafael Montero, he's bad lately. If you're Rafael Montero and the Astros throw 7 pitchers out there in a bullpen game and you're not one of them, how are you feeling right now if you're Rafael Montero?
No kidding. I think, they'd loaded up for this reliever day. Abreu, who's pitched more than any other reliever in the league, hadn't pitched in 8 games. And it didn't end up working out for the Astros' benefit with Abreu. But I understand the thinking and the rationale. Sean Dubin hadn't pitched since 5 days prior. It was all lining up that it was going to be a reliever day. I guess my stress level over how much they had to use the relievers yesterday I'm not as stressed out about it because they planned for it and they got plenty of rest ahead of this series.
If it was Arrighetti on the mound today, I'd be more nervous than if it was Hunter Brown. You know, Hunter Brown's given you 6 innings literally every time out for the last month and a half. Yeah. Whereas Arrighetti had a good outing against the Rockies, but you can pencil him in for 3 or 4 innings. So they've got a guy who at least feels going to eat up some innings today. Get you to the back end. Montero probably have to pitch today. And then Hader didn't pitch yesterday, so he can get you the 9th. So so there you go. Good and the bad from the weekend. Let's get to Acknowledge Me. We got a bunch of them to get here today, man, and it's very Astros heavy as well. But we acknowledge performances from over the weekend, from over the recent past. We mention their name. We play Roman Reigns saying, "Acknowledge me." Acknowledge me, and we acknowledge them for their performance. By the way, go back if you're a wrestling fan and you missed SmackDown on Friday, go back and watch the acknowledgement ceremony on Friday. That was a good piece of business. Joe Espada. Acknowledge me. I was out on Joe Espada a month ago, Seth, because he was saying silly, stupid things about Jose Abreu, and it frustrated me, and it didn't help that the Astros weren't winning baseball games. So the man who was out on Espada, me, has to give him credit and acknowledge. In a month where the Astros had 2 starters undergo Tommy John surgery, 2 guys they had penciled in at the beginning of the year, by the way. This wasn't like J.P. France Tommy John, where he's a fringe guy. Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier have been a big part of the Astros rotation for the last 3 or 4 years. Their ace goes on the IL. Who knows when Verlander's coming back at this point? They lose Kyle Tucker, as we just talked about in the previous segment. He's been gone all month. I think you got to give Joe Espada credit. The Astros go 17-8. The manager deserves credit for that in June.
I think no, and especially in baseball, so much of being a good manager is sometimes just understanding the length of the season and letting things play out. It was just really hard as an Astros fan to have part of that be letting Abreu play out. And it wasn't his fault, but he's the guy that's up there talking twice a day. Espada is, and it's hard not to let that filter over into it. I do think, and I wonder just, there's no way to ever prove this or document it or anything, but there's a little bit of a lame duck feel to a manager that obviously isn't in control of the situation with Jose Abreu, and you wonder how much that filters into the clubhouse, whether they even realize it or are conscious of it or not. That you've got a manager whose hands are tied with this glaring issue on your baseball team, and it's hard to look at that guy as the guy that's actually in control. It has felt much more, ever since Jose Abreu left, it's felt much more like this is Espada and Dana Brown's team than it did at all before that. It felt like those guys were operating with a governor.
Yep, for sure. Let's acknowledge, okay, this is a name people may not be familiar with. I was not until Friday with Chaz McCormick doing an interview on MLB TV. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Haziel Wesson. Acknowledge me. They call him Wes. He's the strength coach, one of the strength coaches for the Astros. Chaz McCormick talked about this on Friday, that after that horrible loss to the White Sox about a week and a half ago, where they hit rock bottom, they were 10 games back of the Mariners, they got a pep talk from their strength coach.
Try to give me a non-cliche answer on what is different about Houston in the last week and change.
Man, I'll tell you what. Obviously, in the beginning of the year, it was tough. We played a lot of good teams, and we lost a lot of tough games. Obviously, it's baseball, and eventually it turns itself around. I think we just got our confidence back. I mean, obviously, we've been banged up. We lost Verlander. Obviously, we lost Javier. We lost Urquidy. But we don't have Tucker in the lineup. But honestly, I want to say about a week ago or a week and a half ago, we lost to the Chicago White Sox first game of the series. Our strength coach, Wes, pulled us over as a position player meeting and kind of just talked about he's been with us a while in the organization. He just talked about, how good we are, how good of a team we are. And obviously we've been struggling, but, he said he's seen us do some crazy things on this baseball field, and basically just giving us confidence. And obviously we haven't been playing that well, but he just made sure to keep giving us a heads up that we're a good team, we're good players. He's seen us do so many good things on this baseball field. And ever since he had that meeting with us, we've won 7 in a row. We've started to hit the ball really well. And it's cool to look back at that, because sometimes you need that. You get when you start losing the big leagues, you kind of get lost in that, the reminder of how good we are as a team and us as players. And it was cool to have it from our strength coach. And man, I'll tell you what, just with the injuries we've had and how good we've been playing still, I mean, just wait till we get Verlander and Tucker back, and then Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers are on their way back. So I think we're starting to hit a stride.
Yeah, man. Those are all the trade deadline pickups. So Hazael Wesson is
Hazael. According to YouTube, it's pronounced Hazael.
What Seth just said.
Yeah.
Is the new Michael Brantley. Remember when Brantley gave the big speech before Game 4 of the World Series that time, and what happened? They didn't lose a single game after that in the World Series.
They did go out and not produce at the plate that game, but they won it.
No hitter in that game.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was. He gave a speech to the batters, and the pitchers responded.
Whatever.
They were probably like, "Well, we're not gonna let the batters show us up here."
Whatever.
So
Whatever it
I
takes.
know. I think Hazael's been with the Astros since 2022.
Okay.
So good job. We acknowledge Hazael.
We
Wesson.
do. Yep.
He was born in the Dominican Republic, but he went to college in America. I don't know how long, but he's. I was reading Hazael Wesson's bio, and it occurred to me, like how far Major League Baseball teams have come since back in the day when there started to be a lot more Spanish-speaking players, but nobody on the coaching staff or anything else. Like nobody spoke Spanish in the organization, and managers would be up like giving speeches to guys that didn't have a clue what they were saying, with nobody to translate to them or anything. Hazael is bilingual. He's fluent in Spanish.
Okay,
and
good.
Has a good pulse on what these guys have done since
Excellent.
2022.
Excellent. So we acknowledge him. He gave the big speech. They're 9-1 since then. Couple more Astros here. Ryan Presley.
Acknowledge me.
Got a lot of heat a few weeks ago because he coughed up a lead to the Angels. He had blown a bunch of saves. He's been outstanding, and it's not even one of those things where the video doesn't match the stats. Like, he's looked really good in the box score, and he's looked really good on television. 7 2/3 innings in his last 8 appearances. Has not given up a run. Has only given up 3 hits. He's only walked 1 batter, most importantly, I think, there. And he's had 6 strikeouts. Ryan Presley seems to have adapted and adjusted to his role as setup guy, finally.
Yeah, I'm guilty of thinking that it wasn't going to be a big deal. Like, all right, whatever, you're a reliever, go out there. But obviously the psychology is a lot different there. And it might be as simple as that. It just took him a while to get comfortable in that role. Josh Hader, my God, I forgot how atrocious he was at the beginning of the season. I mean, his ERA is still above 4, I believe.
It is.
But he's been pitching much, much, much better than that. It's just he dug himself such a deep hole by being so bad early on. That's another one where Espada can't be blamed for that, and yet he was the one having to answer for the fact that the out of the gate those first few weeks of the season, the pitching was so bad.
That's truly one where Espada, like, what's he supposed to do? Like, they paid $95 million to this guy to be the closer. What's he supposed to do? Not pitch Josh Hader?
Bench him after a few bad performances.
Right.
Yeah.
Sean Dubin, we got to acknowledge Sean Dubin. 3 1/3 innings pitched yesterday. A career high by far. Pitches thrown in a game. He threw 55 pitches. His previous high had been 35 pitches in a game. And I think Espada ejected on him just in time, Seth. He tried to get a little greedy and squeeze another inning out of him. Maybe he's just trying to squeeze another hitter out of him because it's a bullpen day and you try to get as many outs as you can from each reliever. But Sean Dubin made me comfortable with the idea of having to do a bullpen game every 5 days if we need to, until Verlander or Bloss or whoever else comes back from their injuries here.
Yeah, and what was the score at the time they pulled him?
He shut them out. I think it was 3-0 at the time.
3-0 at that point. I guess
I'll
with
look.
a healthy enough margin there that you can push the envelope a little bit.
Yeah.
If it had been 1-0 at that point, I don't think he would have brought him back out, perhaps. But I can appreciate what Espada was thinking there.
Yeah, the score at the time was 3-0. Yep.
Yeah.
They had just scored 2 runs in the top of the 4th the Astros had. So, 3-0 at the time. Quick acknowledgement of Vanessa Richardson and Mike Stanton. Your broadcast crew for Space City Home Network. They had a noon pregame. They didn't leave that sucker until 7:45 last night because of the rain delay. Like the players, a lot of sitting around during a rain delay.
A lot of sitting around, but I don't necessarily have. I like Vanessa a lot, but were the working environment awful or something?
Let me ask you.
You sit around, you chat about baseball, you look at your phone.
If 9:55 rolled around and you found out all of a sudden that you had to sit around for 3 hours around here and then wait to do another 45 minutes with me on the radio late afternoon one day, how would you feel about that?
I'd be like, oh, I got my online courses that I'm working on. I've got articles. I need to catch up on my Brian McTaggart articles. I'd be like, okay, cool. I'd be A-okay with it.
It's a long day. I'm acknowledging you, Vanessa and Mike, okay? Yeah.
I don't mean to pull it. I acknowledge Vanessa for other reasons.
Okay.
I saw the text exchange between you two.
Yeah.
She seemed to be okay with it. You're the one that was flipping out on her behalf. You're the one that was like trying to tell her she should be miserable.
I did. I said, talk to the
situation.
union. You need to talk to your union head. Yeah.
Yeah. You're an agitator is what you are. Oh, no, she did say I'm so mad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the text exchange now.
She wasn't happy with it. So not at the network or anything, just that, you're thinking you're getting off of work at 3:30 and now you're getting off of work at 7:30.
Yeah, she used the words mad in all caps, irritated, perturbed in all caps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go. Simone Biles
acknowledge me.
Makes a third Olympics pretty easily, too. We acknowledge Houston legend Simone Biles. Gymnastics superstar, third trip to the sport's biggest stage, posting a 2-day all-around total of 117.225. That sounds like a lot of points to me. She got the lone automatic bid on the 5-woman team. We always acknowledge Simone Biles. She's amazing. Big Texan fan. We hope still, even though Jonathan Owens doesn't play for the Texans anymore.
She is, and we talked about this a little bit earlier about how, like, in women's gymnastics, the preeminent gymnasts they're getting older and older, and it's not like they're super old. The average age of a medal winner in the 2020 Olympics was 20.6 years, which is the highest in more than 5 decades. And Simone Biles definitely amps up that average a little bit. But part of it, and I'll credit Simone Biles for this, for speaking out when she did with the Michigan State doctor and everything else, that I guess conditions have just improved a lot to the point where it used to be just like those old cliche, these poor kids were just being worked 12 hours a day trying to become gymnasts and they just burnt out. It's a better environment now. Some more women are just choosing to compete longer too.
Yep.
So Simone Biles obviously is a big leader on that front.
No doubt. So we acknowledge her. CJ Stroud.
Acknowledge me.
We'll be doing a lot of that during the football season, I think. CJ Seth apparently had all the fellas in Miami training this weekend. So at a time on the calendar where Aaron Rodgers is probably in a dark retreat somewhere, who knows? You got a bunch of quarterbacks that aren't really probably doing much because they're trying to get new contracts. They're going to agitate for their new contracts. CJ Stroud, he looked like he had all the fellas down there too. He had a cast of thousands. This wasn't just a Tank, CJ, and Stefan show and Mechie. I don't know if you've seen the pictures.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at Cade Stover, Stefan Diggs, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz. Somebody's got his hand over his face so I can't see. Some white bro with his back turned to the camera. But yeah, a lot of Texans there.
Good job.
Did you see Tank Dell post the video of Stefan Diggs falling off the
Pilates machine? Yes. I got nervous. I'm like,
I know. He went hard. He went down hard.
He did. You know what I like about that, though? That shows that they've bonded. You know what I mean?
That's true.
That the Tank can break balls like that, and post that video. Stefan doesn't.
Maybe Stefan did. I didn't see if Tank Dell just quote tweeted it or something, but they seem to be having a good time.
They do.
Running routes and doing Pilates in South Beach.
Yep. I'm going to acknowledge the New Orleans Times. The New Orleans Times-Picayune, their newspaper.
Acknowledge me.
For a pretty nice little Easter egg in their headline. We all at this point have probably heard about Hawk-Tua girl, right?
Hawk-Tua.
Yeah, okay. I mean, she was a man on the street or woman on the street interview a few weeks ago or a couple weeks ago, 10 days ago in Nashville, where she talked about Hawk-Tua as sort of a method of things. If you know, you know. The New Orleans Times-Picayune. After the Pelicans, I'm trying to see who they picked up here in this little dealio. They picked up somebody from the Hawks and they made him a Pelican. And the headline reads, "From a Hawk to a Pelican." From a Hawk to a Pelican. Yeah. A good little pun right there. I didn't see who this was.
DeJounte Murray, right?
Oh, it's DeJounte Murray.
Yeah.
That's right. They traded for DeJounte Murray. That's right. From a Hawk to a Pelican.
Hawk to it.
Yeah. Did you see? She's had quite the run here, Hawk to a girl. Her name's Haley Welch, I learned. She is
daughter of a pastor of a mega church in New Jersey.
I don't know that was true. I think
that was false?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that wound up being one of those things that people ran with, people like me. So I don't think that's true. It is true that her name is Haley Welch. It is true that she has sold nearly $70,000 worth of Hawk Tua merch. And it is also true, because I saw the video, that she was on stage for a Zach Bryan show on Saturday night. So
did she put a trademark on that phrase? I wonder if she's got the advice. I wonder if anybody has advised her to do that.
She should.
Yeah,
she should.
Because she could go back and get some stuff in arrears too for this last week.
Yes.
she's got a pretty funny personality.
Yeah.
I think she might actually make a living for herself as some kind of social media personality.
Maybe.
She's self-deprecating. Like I watched the long form video where she was doing that interview and she was like. She was throwing around like, look at my flat ass.
Yeah.
She's pretty funny.
She's very funny.
Yeah, I see a lot of people defending her against what hate. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it seems like people just think she's pretty funny.
Yeah, and she doesn't seem fazed by it. If there's hate, she doesn't seem to be fazed by it. She walked right out on that Zach Bryan stage on Saturday. Walked right up to that microphone and right into the microphone.
On the microphone?
On the microphone, yeah. Not COVID friendly, but who cares? Yeah.
The one thing I feel bad for that young lady is that, for the most part, like in her personal interactions moving forward in life, it's kind of a standard of like, Pete Davidson's talked about this because when Ariana Grande said something kind of complimentary about his anatomy, which he says is false. So for the rest of his life, he's going to be constantly disappointing women who might be anticipating what Ariana Grande. That was five-dimensional chess by Ariana Grande there.
Oh yeah,
it's like paid a compliment that's actually going to be a curse that poor Pete Davidson has to not pay off on for the rest of his life.
That's right. All right, that was Acknowledge Me. A lot of acknowledgement going on today. Hey, today is a big day up in Austin, and we knew it from some things happening over the weekend. We heard a little bit more from Austin, from UT's new baseball coach. This was very interesting. Are Aggies getting angry with the wrong person here? We will get to that coming up next.
today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Monday. Texas is officially in the SEC today, July 1st. Although I feel like they've been firing salvos prior to getting into the SEC, what with the whole Schlossnagle saga last week where they thieved right out from underneath the Aggies. They thieved their baseball coach. So the Longhorns come into the SEC already with a little bit of juice. They were big celebration over the weekend out there in Austin.
I feel like the actual inauguration was when Feinbaum made it a point of discussion, because Paul Feinbaum, who is the biggest SEC agitator of them all, like this was a big topic for him. So that was like their official welcome to the SEC moment, was that Paul Feinbaum was talking about them, encouraging callers and what have you.
Yep.
I would look forward to Longhorns now being in that world of just basically doing anything and everything right up to the point of like saying things that would get you arrested on his radio show.
Yeah. Well, and Feinbaum was in Austin over the weekend. They had it looked like a big celebration to announce their presence with authority coming into the SEC. And at that celebration, which took place on the SEC network, Jim Schlossnagle, now former A&M head baseball coach, current Longhorn baseball coach. Big article, by the way, this weekend, I believe in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram about this, with some interesting quotes from Schlossnagle himself about his interactions with Trev Alberts, the AD at A&M, that got a lot of attention. We'll get to that in just a second. But here was Schlossnagle yesterday on the SEC, or over the weekend on the SEC network, on the uncertainty at A&M being a big reason he left to go to UT.
I took a job under one pretense with an athletic director in Ross Bjork, and Trev, I think, is going to do great things at Texas A&M. There were some things that led me to it just became a different job, and there's a lot of uncertainty in college athletics, as we all know, and there's going to be uncertainty everywhere. But the one thing I know of that is relatively certain is my relationship with Chris, and that's not a negative on Texas A&M. They're going to think what they want to think, and that's okay. But it was just more of my relationship with Chris. I don't want to coach forever, and so for the remainder of which I do want to coach, I wanted to have some certainty with the future. And again, I think A&M is going to do great things, but University of Texas was just too much to walk away from.
All right, so the quote from that article that I was referencing, Seth, in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, that was Jim Schlossnagle yesterday in Austin, all adorned in his burnt orange gear, sitting right next to Chris Del Conte, by the way, at the stage. Yeah. Like Del Conte was sitting right next to him, so they're attached at the hip right now.
They're best buds, man.
Yep, they have been for a long time, going back to TCU. But the quote that got a lot of attention this weekend was where Schlossnagle claimed in an interview with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram that Trev Alberts, the AD at A&M, told him in the past month, quote, "If you don't ever feel this is the place for you, that's okay, and it's okay to move on." And Schlossnagle said that he kind of took that quote like, wow, okay, that's interesting. That's not something you say to somebody that you want to keep around for a long, long time.
That sounds like something you say when you want to break up, but you don't want to be the one that breaks up. You try to like leave that avenue open to be like, hey, it's
okay.
Yeah, sometimes people go their different way. I mean, I love you, I do, but I'd be totally cool with you leaving me right now. Here, I actually packed your bags for you already.
Right.
Yeah.
I knew you'd have a relationship analogy for it.
It's fun. Years in a row. Any person listening who was once a cowardly teenager knows what it's like to want to break up with somebody and then,
want to break up.
Maybe treat somebody in a way in which, like, you're forcing them to break up with you, but then you're immediately jealousy-stricken when you realize they've moved on. You're like, oh, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah. Trev Alberts has not addressed Schlossnagle's claim that that's what was said to him by Alberts, and he's kind of staying away from it because they're busy. I think they found their new head coach. I think they're keeping somebody this is it Early? His last name I think is Early. They're keeping him. He was on Schlossnagle's staff at A&M. He's going to stick around and coach the team. So they found their guy. But Alberts is not getting in the muck with Schlossnagle on this thing, it doesn't sound like. Are Aggie fans mad at the right guy? Like, without knowing, I don't know all the day-to-day at A&M like Aggie fans do, but like on the surface, if I were a new Aggie fan and I didn't know all the day-to-day, I would I bet that's an odd thing for the AD to say to a guy we want to keep around for a while.
I would say this, no. And it's because this is a tactic that my defensive line coach once used on me when I was going to try to transfer out of Cornell because I wanted to go to a big-time school. And I don't think it was a tactic. I love this coach, and he's like a second father to me in a lot of ways. Like when he sat down and talked to me about transferring, he basically said, "Hey, Seth, I'm gonna love you no matter what. If you transfer to this other school, I'm gonna cheer for you, and I'm gonna really hope for the best for you." And that actually was a moment where there's a different dynamic. That's an older man talking to a young protege, but it felt like love to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that the way he phrased it and the way he framed it, it felt like I could trust him.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know exactly what the tone of the conversation was or anything, but I could see that being in Trev Albert's way of saying, like, "Hey, listen, I'm just gonna, we're having this conversation man to man, and I get it. If you want to move on, it's not, we'll be all right. So I don't know. I think it, depending again on how it was presented and everything, that could just be a way that Trev Alberts was trying to humanize the conversation and to break down some barriers.
Yeah.
I don't look at that on the surface of it and think that, oh yeah, he was driving away by that. Like, the best way to get somebody who might be thinking about leaving to actually leave is to act like a desperate, pathetic fool that can't live without you,
Yeah.
Like, what's Trev Alberts supposed to do? No, you got a contract and you signed it. Buster.
Yeah.
Does Schlossnagle seem like the kind of guy that would respond to that?
No,
positively?
And I guess we don't know. Look, all we have is one quote, so we don't know what was said around it.
Right.
I think what Aggie fans would hope is that he would, and he may have, pitch him on why staying at A&M is the right thing to do. I'm guessing that that Albert's. Well, not in a way you're talking about, like doing it in a way,
I mean, it's like when you try to soft pedal your way through conversations like this. I think saying something like that can actually be and it can be genuine too. Again, I don't mean that it has to be like some part of a chess match or whatever, but just in having a frank and honest discussion in modern college athletics. That's the way things work out sometimes, and Trevor Alberts is aware of that.
Yeah, there's an article in the Chronicle about this that was written by Brent Zwerneman, and he said people familiar with the process said Alberts had tried reaching out to Schlossnagle on multiple occasions over the past couple of months, but the Schlossnagle exiting A&M for UT appeared to already be in the works in that time frame. That reads a little weird just because aren't they in like the same building every day? Like, he reached out to Schlossnagle on multiple occasions over the past couple months.
I don't know. I mean, maybe he was just trying to soft pedal it.
Maybe.
And like, okay, hey, I'd like to talk to you about this, and maybe Schlossnagle just wouldn't accept the meeting.
Yeah.
So again, if you're just trying to get a conversation started, then and if you're Trev Alberts, you got to try to plan for the future and have your contingency plans if he does leave. And if you just can't even get the conversation going, that might be something you say like, hey, listen, man, like if maybe you're planning on leaving or maybe you're thinking about leaving, that's cool. We just got to have a conversation about this.
Yeah.
You've been in that situation before, haven't you? Where you really just want to have an open conversation and show that you're not. It doesn't have to be combative or anything.
Right.
But we've got our needs too, and we got to move forward. So let's have a conversation about it.
Yeah. So at least we got clarity, so we know where we stand with everything.
Yeah.
For sure. It would appear, according to the text page, that most Aggies are still blaming Schlossnagle.
Right. Yeah.
We are still mad at that liar. That's from Perry. So she sends that in all caps, that liar. If Schloss is moving his lips, another text, if Schloss is moving his lips 99% of the time, it's either a lie or he's talking about himself.
Is Schlossnagle, it's always dicey when you take quotes from former players or employees or anything. There's always going to be disgruntled people. So there's a few A&M players that have said not glowing things about Schlossnagle.
Yep.
Is Schlossnagle perhaps as close to a modern Bobby Knight as we could get? in this day and age, where Bobby Knight would never get away with the way he was back then. But is he an abrasive guy who's a really effective coach? But yeah, like there's baggage that comes along with it.
He could be, because I've seen some of the, a lot, when he leaves, a lot of the stuff bubbles to the surface, like you just said. And especially on social media, they'll show video clips of him giving a quote after a game about a player where he's clearly, his motivation tactic is to ridicule that player, that kind of thing. So possibly, I thought too, Seth, that maybe, I don't know, like when I was reading Albert's quotes of the whole thing, where at least the one quote that made it look like A&M wouldn't be all that heartbroken if he were to move on. I was wondering if maybe there's like a Jim Harbaugh element to Schlossnagle, where there's a shelf life maybe. Like
he might out his welcome a little bit.
Might be tough to deal with.
Yeah, this guy's a good baseball coach, but my God, he's a pain in the butt.
Maybe
something like that.
Yeah, maybe. But at Texas, officially in the SEC, y'all got what you wanted. You are there now. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. We'll get back to the Astros. We'll get to some NBA free agency in the 8 o'clock hour. There is drama in the NFL, though, man. There is drama in San Francisco. There is drama in Dallas that doesn't involve Dak Prescott. Players talking about each other. So we got a lot of stuff to get to. There's even some drama involving a former Texan and a current Houston Rocket that we've got to get into as well. So we'll get into all of that in the 8 o'clock segment coming up next. Stay there.
We are barreling towards Independence Day, but it's also important. It's a good time to reflect maybe on your own personal financial.
details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 8 o'clock hour. We go. You know what? I forgot. I'm going to go into business for myself here for a second. One, acknowledge me that I forgot. My ponytail lawyer's son, Sammy, turns 25 today. 25 years old today. It's his birthday today, Seth. So, Sammy, I'm giving him some acknowledgement.
He's 25?
25. Can you believe that? Yeah.
I remember when he was just a little prepubescent, little wiry kid. Now he's a full-grown man and about to be a bona fide lawyer after he passes the bar. You hear me, Sammy? You will pass the bar.
He will. I'm confident. He's been doing good on the practice tests.
I'm going to be one of those people that thinks they're being positive because they're like, you will pass the bar. You're not an idiot, are you?
Right.
You know, and like,
you got a little Schlossnagel in you.
A pep talk when you're actually tearing the person down.
Yeah.
What are you? Of course, you're not a moron. Of course, you're going to pass the bar.
Yep.
You idiot.
Yep. Man, he's working it, man. He's studying. So, congratulations. I sent him a little money, and he said, thanks, Pops. Heading off to McDonald's. Going to use that for a big breakfast. So
it's a little bit of money now that he's a lawyer. Did you have to, you probably got to, the old $5 and a card from Walgreens isn't going to do it anymore.
Yeah. Well, he's not getting that
lawyer money.
Of
course, the card itself costs more than $5.
Dude, nowadays, underrated.
You guys can whine about groceries all you want. Greeting cards have skyrocketed. Dude, that's what I'm voting based on.
I was so sour walking through the grocery store on Saturday with Amy. We weren't even picking up many things, and I'm like, I know this is going to be $120. Like, we're picking up like 7 things. I'm like, it's going to be $120. It's $120 every time.
I go to the grocery store and I'm just like, can I keep it in the double digits?
Yeah.
Is it possible? And it's like, it's a big like, ooh, I forgot to enter my shopper discount code. No, I'm still broke. I'm broke.
I finally learned how to use the app where you can upload all the coupons and everything like that. I'm like, that's where I am. Yeah.
Haul them around. I've started paying so much more attention to my my long scrolls of CVS receipts.
Yes. Okay. There's got to be a QR code on here somewhere for something.
I probably do. I'll have enough deodorant for a year if I take advantage of this 25% off.
See, at least you're looking at buying deodorant. I'm like, the way I look at deodorant, I'm like, do I really need it? Do I smell that bad? I can cut corners here.
In Houston, Texas?
Yeah, in the summer? No, I'll be fine. I'm just joking. Anybody who has a meeting with me coming up, I'm still, for now, working with deodorant. Drama around the NFL. This Brandon Ayuk thing is fun to watch from afar. He was on the Pivot podcast, as we knew was going to happen. He recorded a podcast with Ryan Clark and Channing Crowder and Fred Taylor. Excellent podcast. And we know that he brought Jaden Daniels with him to the podcast. Jaden Daniels did not sit down in the hot seat on there. The interview was with Brandon Ayuk. But during this interview, Ryan Clark asks him to guess. He asked Brandon Ayuk to guess what uniform he will be wearing in the upcoming season.
If you had to guess, we're going to say guess, right now, what uniform is Brandon Ayuk wearing in 2024?
If I were to take a guess, probably a Niner uniform. Probably a Niner uniform. I mean, if not a Niner uniform, probably a Washington Commander uniform. If not a Washington Commander uniform, probably a Steelers uniform.
Okay, so that answer, like out of the chute, looked like, all right, well, this is, maybe it's acrimonious, but the dude's going to play. And then he just drops the Commanders and the Steelers in there.
Yeah. I wonder, at this point, has Florio written something like in anticipation of being able to allege tampering by Washington
I'll check. I haven't seen it.
I guarantee you he has. This could mean.
Yeah.
Florio loves to throw stuff out there for what things could mean.
Yes.
This could mean that Washington has already talked to Ayuk. And if so, there's going to be a hell to pay.
Yeah.
HOA Florio.
Yep. I don't know. If I had to guess that he drops the Niners in there, tells me that if he's still a Niner, if he's still property of the Niners come training camp, that he's probably going to be the good soldier about the whole thing and just play it out to free agency, I guess.
That part, if I were a 49ers fan, I would look at that optimistically. I think the big question, if you're the 49ers right now, you look at the way their salary cap lays out in 2025, and it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to retain Brandon Ayuk. And yet, you're past the draft right now. And in the NFL, player-for-player trades just aren't that common. It's going to be really hard to trade away Brandon Ayuk where you're not also harming your team this year, where you're still very much in a window to potentially win a Super Bowl. Their whole thinking right now has got to be kind of aligned with, all right, how do we keep Brandon Ayuk happy and productive through this year? Because Brandon Ayuk and his girlfriend have not been bashful about throwing flack out there about how he's disgruntled or how he's gone or the 49ers don't even want me. Like all this stuff. You don't want that distraction for the player himself, but also just for the team. You also don't, we live in the age when guys have these mysterious injuries and they hold in, like Jonathan Taylor last year. They got to be talking about, how do we keep him happy, healthy, and productive during the season? But then also, how do we know for sure that he's not going to have a mysterious ankle injury that keeps him from producing at all? And I think the most likely scenario is that they end up with some kind of a modification to his deal for this year, whether they just guarantee more money, they promise him they won't franchise tag him, which they won't anyway, but still put it out there that they make a lot of modifications that maybe make him feel better about it. They'll feed him candy and lies about how much they're going to feed him the ball maybe, and do that. And so when the one advantage the 49ers do have is that they can anticipate being up in games quite a bit, and they can juice his stats up by feeding him the ball heavily in the fourth quarter of games that are already blowouts. Kyle Shanahan can basically say, look, sportsmanship be damned. I'm gonna try to get him 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter of a blowout. So I think that's the most likely scenario. Ayuk ends up back on the 49ers unless some player-for-player trade comes along, and I don't think it's going to be with Washington. I don't think that player-for-player trade would come. I don't think all of a sudden, the 49ers are going to take on T.J. Watt's contract or anything like that. So he's in San Francisco.
No, the Niners, if they trade him, they're going to want draft capital, I think. It's interesting that I didn't thought about a player-for-player deal.
Well, no, because the draft capital doesn't help you in 2024, though.
Yeah.
So that's break glass in case of emergency.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I like that. Hey, we won't franchise tag you thing, because that's the biggest empty promise ever. Because to your point, it would be more cap friendly for them in 2025 to extend him than it would franchise tag him. Because when you franchise tag somebody, that money, because it's going to be $30 million probably, that money all hits in 1 year, as opposed to an extension. You can credit card some money into the future on that. Let's bump ahead here to the further drama in Dallas. Malik Hooker said some things about Micah Parsons, and got to go find where Malik Hooker said this. But Malik Hooker, safety for the Cowboys, is not happy with how Micah Parsons has kind of handled the offseason.
My advice would be for Micah would be, just make sure we're all right, where and being where your feet are. Because if we're at work and the run game's terrible, but you're doing a podcast every week and the run game is terrible, then, what are you really caring about? Are you caring about the crowd that, is watching your podcast? Or are you caring about the success of our team and the Super Bowl that we're trying to reach? See what I'm saying?
All right, so all facts, no breaks with Keyshawn Johnson. That's where Malik Hooker went on with Keyshawn Johnson and said that. And basically, boy, that's something. Giving a teammate who he's reportedly close with, like they have lockers next to each other, the two of them.
Yeah.
To give Micah Parsons advice that Micah Parsons has responded by saying, well, you've never said any of these things to me in person before. To go on Keyshawn Johnson's podcast and say that, boy, you say this all the time, Seth. Like sometimes these athletes go on these other guys' podcasts and they forget that they're on a podcast.
Right, yeah. They're just having a conversation with Keyshawn Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keyshawn, a guy who is notable for never being Keyshawn would make comments about teammates like to the media at the time. He wasn't the best teammate in that regard.
No.
So Keyshawn's probably pretty good at getting that type of stuff out of other guys.
Are you team Micah or team Malik on this one here?
I'd be team Malik. He shouldn't have said it on a podcast. Like he should have had that. But I also don't trust the damn thing that comes out of Micah's mouth in general. So I don't I don't believe Micah when he says that they've never had that conversation in person. You know, maybe they had the conversation and Micah doesn't remember it. Micah strikes me as the kind of guy that maybe Malik told him that and Micah just didn't understand what he was saying just because he's just so far in a different world than the rest of us live in. But yeah, I don't think that Malik's concerns about Micah Parsons' way of going about life are unique to Malik.
No.
I think that's like that. And, you know, according to our sister station, I can't remember which host said it. Somebody from Dallas had said at one point that there are a lot of people in the Dallas front office that wouldn't necessarily be crying tears over Micah Parsons not being in the locker room someday. Yeah. So I agree with what Malik said, but I don't think he should have said it on a podcast. Even if he had the conversation with Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
That's just that's something that's a personal criticism, you know, that you don't necessarily put out there.
Here's what Micah Parsons tweeted in a since deleted post on X. Just wish you said this to me, but instead on some podcast, ! And you got my number, family, ! At Malik Hooker 24, and you're my locker mate, ! So you could have said this any day, you know, ! I mean, this guy, they all have exclamation points. Let me just say that. And you do realize I shoot the podcast on our off day, you know, basically saying, hey, my podcast ain't a distraction. I shoot it on Tuesdays. Why ain't we talking about everyone's preparations and focus leading up to the game week? I mean, I can point out a lot of other things, but I'm just not. Which, by mentioning them, you semi-point them out, I suppose. But I mean, too, it can also be true that maybe both Malik Hooker and Micah Parsons don't necessarily get it. Yeah.
Like when it comes to all those
That's
things.
That's true. You can be team neither.
Right. And because I think what Malik Hooker was talking about wasn't necessarily that, like, in the middle of the podcast, Micah Parsons is thinking about it. It's like, okay, what are your motivations in general and overall? That, like, what are you more concerned about? Who are you most loyal to? Are you more who's your primary employer here?
Right.
Is it the Dallas Cowboys or is it your podcast and your download numbers?
There's some teams, man, where I am anxious for everybody to get back together for training camp. And Dallas is one of them. There's a lot going on up there right now.
Well, the whole thing, too, about Dallas, the fun part's going to be Mike Zimmer, who I think Mike Zimmer as a salve for that defense, which was a classic. Like the Cowboys defense could put up some really impressive numbers, yet routinely in the regular season and down the stretch they collapsed in the fourth quarter. In the playoffs, they were not nearly the defense that they were during the regular season. But you bring in Mike Zimmer, and Mike Zimmer has been very good against Kyle Shanahan defenses, like the Kyle Shanahan style offenses, That's one of the reasons the Cowboys wanted him, is that he knows how to play a Kyle Shanahan-style offense. He's had good success versus them, whereas the Cowboys have collapsed against those offenses. But Zimmer is old school in his personality. I mean, he's abrasive. He's grumpy. He is the movie version of a football coach.
Yes.
It's what kept him from getting a head coaching. Think about this. Mike Zimmer, who was a known very great football mind and defensive coordinator for a long time, had a hard time getting a job back when there were a lot more grumpy old school head football coaches. So, like, he couldn't get a head coaching job for a long time. I'll be interested to see how he jives with Micah Parsons and how Micah Parsons responds to it.
Yeah. Last bit of drama. We got drama in Dallas. We got drama in San Francisco. This is cross-sport drama in a way because it involves Tyrod Taylor, former Houston Texan, and I guess tangentially involves Jalen Green because Drea Michelle, who Jalen Green, we know Jalen Green, the father of a baby that she just gave birth to during the basketball season. I think it was in May, so during the postseason. But she's in her late 30s. Jalen Green in his early 20s. That's neither here nor there. 39. Yep. He's 22, so that's neither here nor there. It's just worth pointing out. She was in a relationship with Tyrod Taylor for a couple of years, from 2020 until July of 2023.
Tyrod Taylor, who was the only person on the entire Texans organization who actually handled the Deshaun Watson well.
Yeah.
Tyrod Taylor was in a tough position,
right,
and got up and just acknowledged exactly how tough a position it was, and was really a good soldier throughout all of that.
He was, but he's much more sideways with his ex-girlfriend, Drea Michelle. She just filed a lawsuit against Tyrod Taylor claiming that he screwed her on a house deal. The 39-year-old model said in the suit, which I'm getting this from TMZ, that Tyrod purchased an L.A. area home back in August of 2022 when the two were still together and let her and her kids move in. She does have other kids prior to this baby she just had with Jalen Green. She claims that at the time she entered into a verbal pact with Tyrod Taylor that would allow her to one day buy the house from the football player. She says the two agreed that any contributions that Drea made to the property, such as improvements to the place or mortgage payments, would go toward the final purchase of the home if she ultimately chose to buy it. This is like the most expensive rent-to-own deal of all time.
Yes,
a multi-million-dollar home.
She's on a land contract with Tyrod Taylor.
In the L.A. Hills, yes. She says the two never formally entered a written contract because they were still dating at the time. You know, it's not, why do we need it on paper, man? We're in love. So Drea says in the suit that she went on to offer Taylor $2.8 million for the house. When he countered at $3.2 million in January of this year, she accepted. She claims she then poured nearly $300,000 into the residence, believing it would go towards the purchase price as they had agreed to improvements.
That's a heating bill these days.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, exactly. Surprisingly, according to Drea, Taylor pulled the plug out from underneath her and is now threatening to evict her. She states he's also refusing to sell her the property now. So, I mean, she's basically claiming like Tyrod Taylor's getting like a free man cave and free new windows out, whatever the $300K in improvements were.
Yeah.
Plus, she now needs to find a place to live.
Yeah.
So there's, boy, it feels like there's something else.
Jalen Green going to get dragged into this?
I don't know. It's hard not to, right? If this is the mother of his child, like at least, you know.
As I was reading all this, I was getting stressed on behalf of Tyrod Taylor just because of the financial part of it. But then I remembered, Sean, take a guess at what Tyrod Taylor's career earnings are.
He got
a guy who's largely been a career backup.
He got a big deal with Buffalo back in 2015 or 2016. Didn't see the whole thing, but he saw a lot of it.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess he's made over $50 million.
$70 million?
$70 million bucks, yeah. I know, I'm not, Ben, I can't just say over. I bet he made over $10, Seth. Oh, $70 million? Oh, give me a ding, Ben. Yeah, I know. Give me a buzz, Ben. I wasn't really.
Yeah, this isn't Price is Right where I had guessed $487 million or something.
And I guess it's $478 million and one. Yeah, no, I didn't do that. Wow, $70 million. Okay, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
Yeah, he'll be okay.
He doesn't seem like a guy that would have gone out and blown it idiotically or anything. Although he did promise this woman a house. So I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't either.
Well, allegedly promised her a house.
Right. There's two sides to this story. All right. Hey, quick news blurb. We'll get to the NBA at 8:45. Where do the Rockets stack up in the West now that all these moves have been made over the last couple of days? Tyrese Maxey gets a max deal from the Sixers, 5 years, $204 million. So the Sixers have basically spent nearly $500 million in the last 24 hours on players. We'll see if it works. Stephen A. Smith, little did we know, Stephen A. Smith is a Houston hero that we all needed, and it became evident on Friday. You'll hear next.
The Rockets needed a sharpshooter.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. By the way, a quick reminder: today is Bobby Bonilla Day. Seth, I don't know. Yeah.
He's still collecting?
He's still collecting. He collects July 1st every year. Bobby Bonilla, former All-Star third baseman for the Pirates back in the day. Then he signed with the Mets in free agency back in the 90s. And instead of getting all of his money up front, he was like the first big deferral guy. And he said, nah, just pay me. Starting in 2000, just pay me $1.2 million a year for the next 35 years after that. And they said, okay. Yeah. So the Mets, July 1st every year, cut Bobby Bonilla a check for about $1.2 million. This is his 14th installment.
That used to be a lot of money back in the day, kids.
Yeah. So they started doing it in 2010. $1.2 million, right. Used to be able to get a lot of groceries for $1.2 million. Not as much anymore.
You could be a blueberry household back then. You could be a house that just had blueberries in the fridge.
That's
right.
Know? That's right.
Yeah. We got blueberries. We got all the produce you want.
We have some in the fridge right now. Amy bought them. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you thinking? It's like we just bought she bought a boat.
We're the damn Rockefellers.
I know.
My God.
Told you we were going to discuss this if you were going to get blueberries. All right. So Bonilla gets paid today. He's got 11 installments left.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, remember, this is back when he signed it, too. It was like, hey, yeah, what was a Major League Baseball team going to go broke? And then it turns out, yeah, the owners of the Mets had invested heavily with Bernie Madoff. So the Bobby Bonilla Trust Fund was at risk for us a while there, but now, of course, the Mets are owned by one of the richest people in the world.
That's right.
Who only put 25% of his money with the Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, exactly. On First Take last Friday, Stephen A. Smith, they did a segment where they were comparing Jordan Love to CJ. They were talking about quarterbacks you would start a team with other than Mahomes, and the argument started to come down about Jordan Love and C.J. Stroud, and part of the reason this argument came up was because Mike Tannenbaum, former GM of the Jets, was on the panel that day, and he had gone on a podcast. I don't recall which one. May have been on McAfee or Rich Eisen, one of those shows. It was with Rich Eisen, actually. It was with Rich Eisen, and he'd said after Mahomes, the next guy I would take would be Jordan Love. Out of all the quarterbacks, it would be Jordan Love. And we actually played that audio, I think, a few weeks ago. So it was relevant based on the opinions Tannenbaum had expressed before. Stephen A. Smith had heard this, and boy, he took Tannenbaum to Pound Town here.
Let's look at C.J. Stroud, third quarterback in the last 50 years to lead the NFL in both passing yards per game and touchdown to interception, turnover ratio. Yep. What are you talking about? This brother had a 157 passer rating in his first playoff game against the #1 ranked defense in the NFL, which is Cleveland. We saw what the man did during the regular season. And by the way, Mike T is younger than Jordan Love. I mean, what are you talking about? You brought cheaper, younger and cheaper. You of all people, as cheap as you are, you actually gonna sit up there and say that somebody who is more expensive, older, and on top of it all, didn't have the numbers that C.J. Stroud had, or somebody you would take.
Okay, and we should mention, too, Ryan Clark is sitting on this panel as well and shared Stephen A. Smith's opinion. So Tannenbaum is getting double-teamed here by these two guys.
Yeah, Ryan Clark wearing a Steelers jersey.
Yeah.
Which somehow made it even, I don't know, made it better, I guess.
Yeah, so Tannenbaum is kind of knocked back off his feet a little bit. And part of the argument Stephen A. Smith was making as well was, hey, man, CJ was doing this. The Green Bay beat the Cowboys like a drum in a playoff game. Tannenbaum brought that up. And Stephen A. Smith was like, man, that was all Aaron Jones. They were running all up and down the field all over him with Aaron Jones. Tannenbaum kind of exposed his maybe lack of Texans knowledge a little bit here.
Let's go back to that Dallas game. That was a knockout punch. They went up and down the field against a really good Dallas Cowboy defense. We talk about all their struggles.
Aaron Jones running the football helped a lot.
No doubt about it.
All right, then.
Yeah, but Houston didn't run the ball last year?
Houston didn't run the ball. They didn't run the ball that much might take.
With Bobby Slowick, Houston didn't run the ball. That's why they went out and got Joe Mixon. Houston was about C.J. Stroud from start of the season to the finish of the season.
Yeah. Tannenbaum telling on himself a little bit right there.
The other thing, too, is that One thing I don't think people really nationally realized or picked up on was how decrepit the offensive line situation was in the first half of the season, where they were playing with 4 backups at times. It was really like everything that you wouldn't want for a rookie quarterback, including like how people judged those wide receivers going into the season. Remember, it was one of the worst wide receiving cores in the league in a lot of people's minds. They did not have the support of the. Now, they did attempt to run the ball.
Yes.
They just didn't do it successfully. They had a lot of rushing attempts, but they were not a good rushing football team last year.
Yeah, at all. So Tannenbaum got kind of exposed there by those two guys. And then, so that just blood in the water at that point. Stephen A. Smith goes back in on old Tanny right here.
You got to know how to take the L, Mike. That got RC with me. He's changed. CJ Stroud. Hey, C.J. Stroud changed an entire organization.
I like C.J. Stroud. It's not. This is not against C.J. Stroud, but what I'm saying is, when you look at what Jordan Love did after sitting for 2 years and the platform he has now, to me, like when you look at those young skill players, when we're talking about them in November into the playoffs, they're going to be unstoppable on offense, not just this year, but going forward. And they got the one piece they needed, Jordan Morgan, the left tackle. Yeah. I think you
so down with Diggs. It's wide out with Stroud throwing the football. I mean, that's not a big deal. 2010 to 2023, 43 quarterbacks were drafted. 43. One of them won a playoff start as a rookie. One is C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, the Ryan Clark in there. This is where I actually sent that clip to Mike Meltzer because he's a Jets fan.
Yeah.
And I asked him whether he was more upset about the former Jets GM, Mike Tannenbaum, not fondly remembered in New York. Should Mike be more upset about Tannenbaum preferring Jordan Love over C.J. Stroud, which you can make arguments here or there, or the fact that Mike Tannenbaum didn't even understand the assignment. He started going to the argument was about who would you pick if you were starting a new franchise.
Yeah.
And Tannenbaum turns it into, hey, look at how good he could be this year because he's set up for success on this team. Like, that's not the assignment.
No.
You don't even understand the assignment. And you were running an NFL football team. Yeah. What the hell, Tannenbaum? Yeah. Moving the goalposts? You don't even know what the goal is.
Dude.
My God.
These guys, just Stephen A. with Ryan Clark as his tag team partner, were just waylaying this guy in this segment. And maybe partially I'm saying that because I agree with their opinion on the choice between the two. But it was clear, like Mike Tannenbaum, Stephen A. Smith can probably tell when there's people on the panel, like, all I've got to do is yell while this guy's talking, and he's going to back down. If you hear, like, Tannenbaum was trying to make his points, and Stephen A. just starts screaming in the middle of it and will not stop screaming. It's really funny.
Yeah. I don't approve of that tactic. That's somebody who used to be very, very guilty of that myself. I realized, I'm just an a-hole. Yeah, this is not a debate I'm engaging in here. It's a shout-off.
Yeah, Tannenbaum. Tannenbaum is just choosing love over Stroud.
Tannenbaum, man, we interviewed him on Radio Row once, and Mike was really excited to talk to him because he's a Jets fan.
Yeah.
This was when he was in Miami.
Yeah.
But the thing about Tannenbaum that I realized as we were talking with him, we were on Radio Row in New York City, and the dude, he's one of these guys who, as you're having a conversation with him on the radio, he's scanning the room the entire time. Like kind of thinking about who do I talk to next or who's that. Like that. This guy's not engaged in this conversation because he's scheming and maneuvering for whatever else he needs to, which is a very successful strategy for
well, it's a willing networker, but a bad networker. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm all about networking, man, but you got to make sure that people who you're in a conversation with realize that you're at least giving the impression that you're engaged with their conversation.
You get the impression like, okay, this guy does not have the common courtesy to try to actually have a conversation, or he's looking for the feds. Yeah. Like one or the other. He's waiting to see who's coming in that door and do they have a warrant. I don't know.
That I'd respect.
So it's either one or the other, Tannenbaum. Right. Are you a bad conversationalist? Are you a climber, or are you running from the feds? It's one of the two.
I need to know how many of these, Ben. I don't know if you're keeping track of these or keeping them as hotkeys. I know we've got at least one in there of Mad Dog butchering various names, but it feels like this happens once every couple weeks. This one, Mad Dog Russo, this was on his radio show. Of all the names to butcher, This guy was president of the United States for 8 years.
Or if Biden doesn't come to his senses, or if Obama or, Clinton, whomever it's Obama, Michelle and Barack, if Barack Obama, if anybody's got the ability to convince him to drop out,
Barack.
It's old Barack Obama.
Barack. B-R-I-Q-U-E. Barack Obama. Barack Obama.
But that's okay. I think he's does that pretty consistently,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I remember when he first had to pronounce Johnny Manziel. Like when Johnny Manziel first burst onto the scene, he had a really, really hard time with Manziel.
Yeah. Nickelodeon is one. He's
Nickelodeon, Nickeldonian, right?
Nickeldonian, yeah.
The best part about him not understanding the Nickelodeon broadcast was like him not understanding that it was for children, I think.
Yeah.
Because he was like, I got this Nickeldonian, I got the slime and everything. Like, why do I want to watch that? And what are they doing there?
You got Iron Eagle's kid talking to me like I'm 4. You got slime on the ends out.
I could see him going into some fourth grade production of his grandkids' Seussical and musical or something. Like, what are they even talking about here?
They're mispronouncing Shakespeare. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So thank you, Stephen A., for taking up for our guy C.J. Stroud. Where do the Rockets stack up in the West? There have been a lot of moving pieces here now over the last week or so with coaching, with the draft, free agency overnight. It definitely impacts the Rockets. They were 11th in the West last year. What's their ceiling based on how the offseason has unfolded so far? We will get to that coming up next.
Don't look now, but the Astros.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, how have the events of the last few days affected the Houston Rockets? If we're kind of taking inventory in the Western Conference here, and as you're just tuning in or you haven't kept up to speed with what's been going on in NBA free agency, which began at 6 o'clock last night, all these deals can be made official this coming weekend. But if you're keeping track of things, the big one is Paul George leaving the Clippers to go to the Sixers. So Paul George is out of the Western Conference now. The Clippers re-signed James Harden to a 2-year deal, $70 million. Russell Westbrook will be back with the Clippers as well. Kawhi Leonard back. Kawhi Leonard is still a Clipper. They signed Kevin Porter Jr. I don't know if that matters to people. And it definitely doesn't matter probably for the standings. But, Seth, if you look at the Western Conference, the Rockets are 11th. And the Rockets, in my opinion, are not going backwards. The young core is going to be a year older. They added Reed Shepherd. Another year with Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks is kind of the veteran guys. Steven Adams is going to be part of this team now, which I think is kind of underrated. Big like that who, they had issues with size last year. If Steven Adams is healthy, that's, I think, kind of an underrated addition here. They picked him up last year while he was injured. So I don't think they're going backwards. They were 11th. They were 41-41, and then there was a big gap between them and the teams behind them. The next closest was the Jazz with 31 wins. I suppose Memphis, 27 wins, but they get Ja Morant back presumably all year, and then Victor Wembanyama probably takes a step forward. But the Spurs won 22 games last year. As far as stuff going on in front of the Rockets, man, like right now, life is pretty good. I think the Golden State Warriors are viewed as, the dynasty is over. Klay Thompson is leaving. Sacramento hasn't really done anything in the offseason that would indicate that they're taking a big leap to stay ahead of the Rockets. I'm just counting up. From 10 is the Warriors, 9 is the Kings. Pelicans just pick up DeJounte Murray as the 8th seed. That's definitely an improvement for them. The Lakers are kind of the Lakers. They're the same team, but now with J.J. Redick as the head coach, a new coach. Yeah.
New coach that nobody knows a damn thing how he'll do. Good, bad, indifferent.
Yep.
But he'll also be managing his podcast buddy's son, Bronny, too.
Yes. Yeah.
So which I believe is the biggest thing that might blow up the Lakers if somehow Redick is if Redick, who doesn't hold his tongue, I don't think, is somehow a little too mean to young Bronny somehow, that maybe there's it's almost like a little league dynamic played out now.
A little
where
bit.
LeBron and how he wants Bronny treated might be the first big challenge Redick faces in trying to actually own the locker room there.
Can you imagine being a coach of a little league team and the helicopter dad is actually a member of the team? That's
the helicopter dad
is actually
is
on
one of
the
the guys
team.
You're also air quotes coaching.
right. So the Lakers don't scare me. Phoenix is the 6th seed. They got swept out of the first round of the playoffs, and that mix is not good there. Durant and Devin Booker, and I think Bradley Beal that's a disaster. The Mavericks made the NBA Finals, and that's okay. They're a 50-win team, and I think there's a chance they're better than that. The Clippers, though, man, you lose Paul George, and we know James Harden is a little suspect.
They picked up Kevin Porter Jr., though.
Yeah, they did. I think the top 3 teams are legitimately really good basketball teams: the Thunder, the Nuggets, and the Timberwolves. After that, and I think the Mavericks too, the 5 seed. I think for sure, my expectations for the Rockets now, Seth, is that if they get into the play-in, that 7 through 10, if they're not hosting a game, I'll be a little disappointed. The 7 or 8 team in the play-in, and I think the ceiling for them is they can flirt with maybe getting home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs, like a 4 seed or something.
I'll say that the one thing, the way I like that Rafael Stone has set up their future drafts is that it puts you out of the mode of where being a fringe playoff team is a bad thing. Where it used to be the worst thing you can be in the NBA is right in the middle, because then you're not tanking enough to get future stars. They have their potential future stars already on the roster, and they've got draft picks that aren't tied as much to their individual success. So you can actually get excited about being at the back end of the playoffs. And, and obviously these days in the NBA, your seeding doesn't matter nearly as much as it used to. But I think that's where you should feel right now. The huge X factor in all of that is, okay, let's say theoretically they did trade for Kevin Durant. How much does that elevate just plopping Kevin Durant onto this roster?
Yeah.
How much does that elevate them up into the conversation of those top 3 teams?
Then I think you go into if you get Kevin Durant, then I think you've got to be talking, whereas I'm talking about getting home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs as like not a pipe dream, but boy, that's like a really, really lofty ceiling that has a very small chance of happening, but I could see it if things fell the right way. Now that all of a sudden becomes what this phase of Rockets basketball is about. Like, okay, if we're not, I don't think there'd be a 1 seed or anything like that, but I think you're targeting like the 3 or 4 seed if you got Kevin Durant. I'll tell you right now, that's what Kevin Durant's targeting. Kevin Durant ain't coming to a team to be the 7 seed or anything
right,
like that.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
know?
where, and I guess that's the conversation that you have to have, or that Kevin Durant would have, is even though Kevin Durant once claimed that they never talked about championships when they met in the Hamptons with the Warriors so long ago. I guess, maybe you didn't talk about it because obviously that's you're going on a team there that's very capable of winning a championship.
Right. Is this demise of the Warriors dynasty as much fun as you envisioned it being when back when we were all praying it would happen?
Because it didn't happen as fast as I wanted it to.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Spurs, the demise of the Spurs. It was after 5 or 6 straight years of me saying, like, well, they'll get old.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to win. Oh, they won a championship again. Yeah.
That extra one they won in 2022 was kind of that was an underrated kick to the junk because you thought they were dead.
Right.
Like you thought they maybe not like dead, like irrelevant, but they lose Durant in 2019 and they go on to lose in the finals. And then Durant leaves in free agency, and guys all of a sudden are, like Klay Thompson dealt with 2 really horrific injuries. Steph started getting hurt. And they were literally picking second in the draft one year because they stunk.
Yeah.
And granted injuries, but they were a bad team that year, so you felt like, okay, well, Steph and Klay will come back and Draymond's still there, so they'll still be kind of a pain. But I didn't think they were going to win another championship.
I like that. I do. The one part I like about that, though, is that Lacob, the owner, would just talk for so long about how light years ahead they were of everybody else when it came to operating an NBA franchise. Now, at least, he gets to see, like, oh, okay, well, we struck gold with a few picks, and we've got the right guys, but it's you're not as smart as you think you are.
No.
It was if you were truly light years ahead of everybody else, you would still be very much a dominant team. But no, it's all about the players you have and how did you come by them.
Yep. Someone says put the pipe down, Sean. Well, what did I say that was pipe put the pipe down word?
Yeah, you said he either thinks that they are already championship contenders, or he thinks that being a fringe playoff team is too lofty, I suppose.
I guess.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, one or the other.
Or he actually knows your genuine personal life, and he knows that you've got issues.
But I wish he wouldn't text because he knows, because I haven't been able to put the pipe down. I'm going to read that on the air, Sound mind and whatnot. So if you missed it, Paul George is a Sixer. They signed Tyrese Maxey to a max deal. Boy, the NBA's got to be loving that Philly is making big moves like this, and then you got a Philly Celtics-Knicks thing going on at the top of the Eastern Conference. The big, I say blue blood names, and the Knicks haven't done anything in decades, but it's New York. I think Rockets, to me, if I put over under 7.5 seed, do you think they get over the 8 seed? If you had to put over under 7.5 seed, I
would put over in terms of higher in the order.
Higher in the standings, yeah.
I'd put them over that.
Yeah, they'll be better than the 7.5 seed. Yeah.
I got distracted by a picture of Daryl Morey as umpire. Did you notice that the longer he spends in Philadelphia, the more unkempt he's been looking? Oh, yeah. He's just kind of letting it all go.
Yeah.
His beard at any given time is just some various weird stage of between haircuts.
He's not recognizable at times. I mean, he's recognizable, but once you look, you're like, oh yeah, that's Daryl Morey. But no,
Do you think that's just it? That's the way Daryl Morey was going to start to age, or is it partly also that he's in Philly where they will fight you on the streets if they don't like the way you're managing?
I think it's the last part. That is a way more stressful job than this one. Than the one he had here. I mean, he was for a GM of a team that peaked out at conference finals. He was treated by a lot of folks here like a GM demigod, and I think he's a really good GM, Daryl Morey. I think he's really smart, and I think if Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady don't get hurt, or if Chris Paul doesn't get hurt, then maybe Daryl Morey is viewed differently around the league as a GM. Maybe he does have a championship or two at that point.
Yeah.
But, no, that's a way more stressful. Someone says chances of Klay coming here. Klay Thompson, very little. I think Klay wants to go to a ready-made championship contender.
Yeah.
I don't think he's coming here.
It's tough when you've been in that environment and that's all you've known. It's got to be kind of a scary thing to be going out into the great untested waters of who knows what the hell kind of basketball team you're going to be on. For Morey, I think I'm kind of eagerly anticipating this Paul George era of the 76ers just because they were loading up for this since James Harden left. Yes. But this feels like the beginning of the first time we're really going to see relevant Daryl Morey without James Harden. And because they were just tied at the end. And I know, yes, he had that time before Harden got there with the Sixers, but it always seemed like he was angling for some way to have James Harden with him from the day he left Houston. And this feels like he's out on his own for the first time. He's home alone for the first time in his actual adult life.
Yeah, and it shows too how much Paul George respects James Harden's opinion. They were teammates with the Clippers. James Harden's over in China talking about what a liar Daryl Morey is, and Paul George is like, deuces, going to play for Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse in Philly. See you later.
Paul George just realizes that James Harden's more in love with getting in bed with the communists than he is with having a good basketball opinion about Daryl Morey.
I'm not a huge Paul George guy. I think it's a really good signing for the Sixers. If I can just get past the fact that he's making $50 million a year at age 34. The money's so crazy now, man. It's wild, the money in the NBA. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hey, let's circle back to the Astros. The times that are good are upon us now with the Houston Astros. The best things about the series win over the Mets this weekend, and given how the bullpen got used yesterday, how do they get through today in Toronto? We'll talk about that coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Infield stays in. Joey Loperfido will bat for the first time. There's a sharply hit baseball down the left field line. One run scores. Here comes Yiner. 2 RBI base hit for Loperfido. Astros lead it by 3. It is 8-5.
Big hits all weekend long, Saturday and Sunday. For the Astros, they take 2 out of 3 from the Mets. I will ask the 9 o'clock crowd the same thing I asked the 6 o'clock crowd. Have you heard the good news? The Astros, first time over 500 for this season, 42-41. Best record in MLB for the month of June, 17-8. That got decided yesterday. The Mets had won that game. They would have had the best record in June. And the Astros said, not so fast, my friend. That June 2024 title belt is ours. And then, most importantly, Seth, 3.5 games back of Seattle in the AL West. They're right back in the mix. Just 2 back in the loss column. Someone asked earlier on the text page, why has Seattle played so many more games than the Astros have? They played 3 more games than the Astros have at the halfway point here. I think a lot of it is that Mexico City series where you get a day off on either side of it. They've just had a lot of off days for whatever reason. The Astros have, which has been fortunate because their pitching is super thin right now.
It's been fortunate, too, in that the harder part of their schedule is in the first part of the season, too. So they'll have fewer rest days, but theoretically, these things always change. Their strength of schedule is not as difficult in the second half of the season. Right now they have the 20th toughest schedule for the remainders of their game.
Love that,
compared
man.
to the rest of the league.
Love that. Love that a lot. Things that we liked from over the weekend with the Astros. I mean, let's just start with yesterday because that's the game that's fresh on everybody's mind. Bullpen game worked. Bullpen game worked. I know they had to go to extra innings to get it done, but Sean Dubin was solid enough. 55 pitches, 3 1/3 shutout innings. Gave up a little hard contact, but he gave you 55 pitches, man.
Yeah, it was dicey early on where it didn't really. He was struggling to get control. And this is a guy that had never pitched more than 35 pitches in an outing in the major leagues before. So they were going out on a limb and hoping that they could stretch him. You remember Dana Brown a couple weeks ago had said that they would try to stretch him out to 60 pitches. He ends up pitching 55 pitches.
Yeah.
And going scoreless in 3 1/3 innings. Sending him out there for that 4th inning, I think, was partly just because the Astros had built up a 3-run lead at that point. Yeah. So I could appreciate Espada trying to stretch it a little bit further, knowing that he could pull the cord if he had to. Hindsight 2020, you would have pulled him after 3.
Yeah. Brian, I think I called Brian King Hunter King before. Brian King comes in, gives you an inning and 2/3. He came in and kind of cleaned up the mess in the 4th inning and then gave you a nice 5th inning there. Seth Martinez, not one of his better days, but he's had a good season. He's still got an ERA under 3. He's been good. Brian Abreu's been really good of late. That was not one of Brian Abreu's better outings yesterday. All over the place, control wide. Like the leadoff walk kind of set the tone for that inning for him. And then he gave up the bomb to Nimmo to tie the game and send it to extras. Ryan Presley was great again. That was good to see. Taylor Scott has been just a godsend for this team as a middle relief. He's got an ERA of 1.49 right now. He's got a whip right around 1.
Well, and Taylor Scott, we talked earlier about, where the pitching coaching has looked more and more like, this is not like them falling apart after Brent Strom's been gone for several years. They've done a lot of old school Astros stuff in reclaiming, like bringing along young pitchers, but then also reclaiming or reinventing some other guys. So Taylor Scott's a guy that started off in his career as a starting pitcher and has adapted to this role as a reliever with the Astros extremely well.
Yep. So they used 7 pitchers yesterday, all relievers they used. So I think if we're kind of forecasting today's game, assuming that today's game is a normal Major League Baseball game that's, maybe it's a 5-4, 4-3. The 2 teams are within a couple runs of each other. I think it's a stone-cold lock. We see Rafael Montero today. He's the only – he and Hader, I think, are the only 2 guys out of the bullpen that didn't pitch yesterday. I may be missing one other guy. But I think it's a lock. We see Rafael Montero today. I think it's a lock. We see Josh Hader today if it's a close game. It's an afternoon game, man, so I think this is good. Like, the uphill battle they had this weekend, Seth, that I liked is they got way behind on Saturday, and Fromber gave them a horrible outing, and they found a way to win that game. And then yesterday you had a bullpen game against a team who's throwing Luis Severino out there as their starter, and you found a way to win that game. You had a 3-hour rain delay in the middle of the game where guys are having to play cards for 3 hours and sit around on a day where you're probably thinking we're already going to be on a plane to Toronto at this time, and you got to sit for 3 more hours and wait to go back out and play another inning and a half or 2.5 innings. They get a win, a pretty convincing one in the end, in extra innings in that game. Hey, man, a day game after this is just one more thing.
At the very least, it's not nearly as big a deal as it could be in having to play extra innings and then go and play an afternoon game the next day, just because it's a short flight.
Yeah.
That's probably a 45-minute flight up to Toronto, and I'm sure everybody got to bed at their normal times. They're not going to be running on fumes going out there for, what, is it a 1 o'clock game today?
1 something, yeah. It's like 1:10 or 1:30, something like that. So there's still a lot to be nervous about moving forward because you're still, even though you got a winning record, they've dug themselves a hole compared to where they typically are this time in the season. Check it out. It's 1:30, but they do this when I look at it on the broadcast. Space City is always putting what time the coverage of the game starts. The coverage starts at 1:30 because I'm looking at my app, my scoreboard app here, and first pitch is at 2:07 Central Time.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad.
It's an extra hour from what I thought.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, they should be fine. By the way, if there is a play for Pete Alonso, he put on a pretty good show this weekend for the Mets. Like watching Pete Alonso, I'm like, I'd take that guy as our first baseman.
I was talking to, my future brother-in-law is a Mets fan, and we were talking about Pete Alonso. And everything's changed so much over the past month. For one, a month ago we were talking about, well, if the Astros are able to make a run and be buyers at the trade deadline, Pete Alonso makes a lot of sense because the Mets are probably going to be looking to sell. Then you fast forward 1 month and the Mets are back in it and the Astros are certainly back in it. And they're probably much less likely to offer up Pete Alonso at this point for the Astros. The Astros are both in this. These two teams are in the same boat. When Alonso stretched out that double and his helmet came off, I lost it. He looked way older than I was comfortable with. He looked like a haggard old man. I don't think I'd ever seen him without his helmet or hat on before.
You're just going by how he looks facially?
Yeah. He just looked kind of like looked like a dock worker from the Bronx or something. No, I don't need him.
Okay. Yeah. He would cost a lot.
He's only 29.
Yeah.
But Vlad Guerrero Jr., and I'm not going to be that swayed by him
how
looking
haggard
older
he
than
looks.
his years. Yeah, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is not very old at all either. Which is weird because he seems like he's been around forever.
Yeah.
I guess the name helps there too.
Yeah.
But he's still in his mid-20s.
Yep.
So the two guys that have been brought up the most as replacements at first base or trade targets for first base, Vlad Guerrero Jr. we'll get to see today.
Yeah.
And Pete Alonso, I would not kick either of those two guys out of bed for eating crackers, but I'm not quite as desperate as I was back in the Abreu days.
Yeah, I'm not quite as desperate. I also don't know what my stomach is for the Astros making another big deadline deal that involves prospects. And man, I am as hey, it's a prospect guy as there is. When they made the Verlander trade last year, I was all for it. But I think that's because I felt like that team, even as well, look, they got worse after the trade deadline, actually, in the regular season. At the trade deadline, they were a better team than they were at the end of the year, because at the end of the year was when they were losing all those games at home to the Royals and the A's. They were. I mean, we've outlined that.
They're doing everything they could to stay out of the playoffs.
Yeah. So I think at the trade,
like they all had they were like Aaron Rodgers. They'd made their plans in advance, and they had this vacation they had to get to.
That's right. So I think at the trade deadline last year, I was probably feeling like, no, this is a team I think is in pretty good shape to possibly to win a World Series. So go for it. Give them what you need to get the Verlander deal done. I don't know, as good as things have been lately, Seth, as good as June was, I don't know that this version of the Astros I feel as strongly about getting to a World Series
Yeah.
To where I would be giving up prime prospects for a rental. You know, I think they should. I think they should. Real quick, I think they should buy, but maybe buy in a different aisle than they've been buying at the trade deadline in recent years. You know,
these
little
are the
little
acquisitions
fixes.
These are the acquisitions I'm hoping for before the trade deadline. This kid I've been keeping my eye on, Kyle Tucker. If the Astros could land Kyle Tucker sometime in the next couple of weeks, I think that could really be a shot in the arm for this Astros.
Be a good
ball club.
pickup. You're right.
Another guy I've been keeping my eye on, Luis Garcia, pitcher. He's maybe you've heard of him.
I hear they've got the inside track on him right now.
Yeah.
I hear
now, the one I'm taking a flyer on, I wouldn't trade a prospect for him, but maybe this one might work out. Lance McCullers Jr., son of Lance McCullers Sr., if you'll recall, who's a setup pitcher for Goose Gossage back in the day.
Back in the day, yep. Yeah. Back in the day. I've heard they're in on this Verlander guy as well. That's what I've heard, man. That's what I've heard.
No, 3 of those 4 guys could be back before the trade deadline. Lance McCullers Jr. not before the trade deadline, but it is like Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker, you did a lot of this without Kyle Tucker. You did all of this without Kyle Tucker, really. And I don't have any fears or reservations about predicting that Kyle Tucker, once he gets back, is going to be just fine. Maybe better than ever because. He's never had a long rest like this in the middle of his season because he's so damn healthy all the time. But it's been a ridiculously long bone bruise, but it shouldn't, in theory, affect his play or anything else like that. Maybe he's a little bit rusty coming back, but in the second half of the season, that could really put this team on superchargers.
Probably get a couple Sugarland games out of him, I would guess. I mean, he's for sure getting a rehab stint somewhere, whether it's Sugarland or Corpus or somewhere else. You're going to get that. If Dana Brown did a press conference today, and he was asked about the pitching staff and reinforcements, especially in the wake of you had to do a bullpen game yesterday, and we've got uncertainty with some of these guys that are hurt. If Dana Brown said that today that their solution at reinforcing the pitching staff for the second half of the season is that they're going to get Verlander, Luis Garcia, and Lance McCullers back,
yeah.
What do you think the approval rate of that strategy would be?
I don't think. As a prisoner of the moment, obviously you wouldn't frame it that way. I'm a little guilty right this moment of thinking look at what you just did in June. Just replicate that for the next few months and then add all these other awesome guys. There will be losses along the way. But I do think that standing pat right now, acknowledging what a mess everything was in the first month of the season, just from a performance standpoint, and what a mess it's been up to this point with injuries, that I'm not going to be angry if they don't make an aggressive move.
Yep.
Now, if they and likewise, I'm also still at a point where if all of a sudden they went back into a tank somehow and had a horrible month of July, that I'm not going to be eager to be a buyer at that point either. So it's more along the lines of if they scuttle along at a 500 pace in the month of July. And that's even with Kyle Tucker coming back, perhaps. And maybe if Verlander comes back and it still isn't looking good, then that's when I'll be clamoring for a trade. But I would say in 2 out of 3 situations, one of those situations being a good one of them being a bad one, I'd say in 2 out of the 3 potential situations, I'm not actually clamoring for a trade. I'm really not. I'm feeling better and better about kind of the pendulum swinging back the other way and guys playing like the back of their baseball card in the second half of the season.
Yeah, I'm my level of buyer or seller is like moderate buyer. Buyer that doesn't involve your top 8 or 10 prospects, that kind of thing.
And I got to stop saying the second half of the season because obviously they're already in the second half of the season, but in the post-trade deadline.
I think most people view the All-Star break as sort of the de facto halfway point of the season. So the Astros, this is where if you're somebody who says, well, just keep doing what they're doing, and I know you were saying that somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but the big difference is they're actually entering a much more normal part of the schedule for these next couple weeks where you don't have all these off days. Justin Verlander went on the IL on June 18th, and it was retroactive to a couple days before that. Yesterday, June 30th, was the first day that they had to, kind of figure something out with the pitching situation. They were fortunate that this all went down during a 2-week period where, for whatever reason, baseball decided to give them at least 3 days off that I can think of over the last couple weeks. So that needs to be pointed out.
Looking at the standings, the best part, too, that maybe we need to devote more time to the Rangers and just exactly why they are collapsing so badly.
Yeah.
But the Rangers are 8 games back of the Mariners right now.
Yep. The Rangers have done a swan dive. We should mention, too, the Astros 3.5 back in the wild card. The Yankees no longer lead the AL East, by the way. The Orioles, despite getting swept by the Astros a week ago, they now lead the AL East. That's how things have gone for the Yankees of late. They're now the top wild card team.
It's weird. I can't remember a time where the Yankees have looked like an incredibly unbeatable best team ever in baseball in the first half of the season.
It's weird.
And then falling apart. That's almost,
It's crazy.
So it's weird, yeah.
It's crazy. So the Yankees are... The Yankees
what they do, man.
Yeah.
This is what they do.
I know, I love it.
This is what they do.
I love it. They are comfortably in the wild card spot right now. The Twins are a game up on the Royals, who have the last wild card spot. The Astros 3.5 back of the Royals for the final wild card spot. The Red Sox have fallen out of the wild card race. They're a game and a half back of the Royals. So and the Tampa Bay Rays are right on the heels of the Astros. So it's this is
tight.
Yeah,
I like
tight.
this, man. I like this. This has been a new experience in a lot of ways for the Astros this year, and I almost feel like if you write the story afterwards, if the Astros end up having a really good season, then it makes it makes for a nice little narrative of, hey, this is a team that frankly has more and more guys on this team that haven't been a part of their incredible run, and that can't just they can't rest on the laurels of Astros of old. They've had to figure out a way to do it in a different way, and there's something about Jose Altuve getting ejected for only the second time of his career yesterday, but also the second time in a couple weeks, getting pretty testy over a bad call. And there's something about that makes me feel like, oh, okay, angry Altuve is part of this team making a resurgence. Like Altuve being more out there emotionally than he's ever been before.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of that juice that you can't define or know where it's going to come from. But I think you're getting like a more visceral version of Altuve, and I like it.
We'll hear from him in the final segment at 9:40. Let's go back and revisit Altuve getting ejected yesterday and the new Altuve that Seth refers to. We'll do that a little later on in the show. Our baseball talk, by the way, is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how. I may do this after the show. At T-Mobile.com/switch. That's T-Mobile.com/switch. Will Anderson was on the Rich Eisen show on Friday, and he is just a gem. Will Anderson, feelings on how he and Danielle Hunter are going to help each other? What do you say to people with high expectations for the Texans? And when did you know C.J. Stroud was that dude? We'll hear from Texans defensive end Will Anderson coming up next.
What are the Rockets getting in their new addition?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Somebody texts in, Sean, F them picks. That's their way of saying F them prospects, basically, if you're the Astros.
Yeah.
I was always an F them picks guy and an F them prospects guy, but I think I'm kind of excited about what Dana Brown is doing, man. I may flip on this here.
F them picks sounds like a good name for a online gambling app.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I wonder if Les Snead trademarked that. He should have. Rams GM, he was the one who coined the phrase, F them picks.
He didn't coin the phrase. He just went along with it.
Coined it as far as I'm concerned. So Will Anderson was on the Rich Eisen show. Just to set the scene, this was on Friday. And, you know, Rich Eisen, when he does interviews, it's a radio show, but he does them on Zoom. So the TV part of it, you can see the guy. It's always fun when you can see Will Anderson in an interview because you can see the emotion on his face. He's doing this interview, Will, is from the truck that he drove when he was in high school back in Georgia. He's home, both visiting family and over the weekend conducting his kids' camp back in his hometown. He said it was sold out. It looked cool. I saw some of the videos from it, so it looked pretty cool. But he's doing this interview literally sitting in the driver's seat of his high school truck that he said he and his buddies used to drive around and get into some things back in the day. Rich Eisen's good at this. He spent at least 3 minutes on the truck at the beginning of the interview. That was pretty funny, and kind of needling Will into telling a few stories here and there. They did eventually talk football, and Will Anderson talked about, and we've heard him talk about this before, that DeMeco Ryans gives guys one thing they need to work on during the offseason. And Will Anderson had told Rich Eisen, man, it's hard sometimes to look at my film when I'm not playing well, when I don't have plays that are up to snuff. And Rich Eisen said, well, give me an example of something like that.
It's a lot of times just finishing on the quarterback and a lot of times just taking the edge instead of just I would just stop at the top of my rush and not get extension at the top of my rush. So those are some of the things that I've been heavily working on this offseason and just working on my steps and my pass rush. So those are some things I was just watching last year. I was like, bro, all you have to do is turn the corner right here and just reach, and you probably would have got a sack. So just those little things to fine-tune my game.
And you still wound up being Defensive Rookie of the Year anyway.
Thank God.
Yeah, that's the wild part. I got to improve on these things. Yeah, you were the best rookie defensively last year.
The one thing about pass rushers, too, is even the really, really good ones tend not to have – it's very, very rare that a rookie comes in and gets 16 sacks in his rookie season because there's way more technique to it, and there's way more experience needed at the NFL level than it might seem. Like being a pass rusher isn't just about being fast and getting around guys, and that's where it's frustrating for Will to watch that stuff. But it was the same stuff that I was getting frustrated with in the first half of the last season, where I could see how close he was, and he talked about that, just how frustrating it is that he was so close that all he had to do was just to bend it a little bit and reach in and cause a fumble or something, and he would have had a sack. But that's also really good motivation going into his second season. There's a lot of little things that could be tweaked where he was already doing the hard part the right way. It's just the refinement part of it that he's got to figure out, and he figured a lot of that out in the second half of last season. But working with Danielle Hunter especially is going to be huge for him this year.
Go back, if you can find it, go out of your way to find Will Anderson mic'd up in the New Orleans game, week 6. He was mic'd up for that game, and there were at least 3 or 4 instances in that game where he came this close to sacking Derek Carr.
Yeah.
And you can hear him after the play. You can hear his frustration after the play that he didn't get the sack. If you're looking for literally a video example of what Seth is talking about, that's a pretty good one, because that was a few more games after that is where he would start to actually generate some sacks. Second half of the season.
He knew at the time he had a feel for because he was all those advanced stats the NFL
pressure rate, win rate.
Pressure. Yeah. A lot of that stuff's based on GPS stuff where they would give him a pressure because he was close to the quarterback, but he was close to the quarterback on the other side of a brick wall of a offensive tackle who had kind of given enough ground but had him stalemated. And versus good NFL quarterbacks, that's just a nice pocket, you know? And that's the stuff where there were a lot of times where he needed to work smarter, not harder. He kept pushing against that wall, and I'm close. Where now he understands when he talks about getting separation at the top of the rush, that's where you still got to hit. You got to hit your second or your third pass rush move at that point. Most NFL pass rushers get the majority of their sacks on their second or third move, and Will was kind of stuck on his first move and then turn it into a bull rush. And he's going to be more refined in that this year.
I'm close to living in River Oaks. Well, no, you live across the street on Westheimer, but you're not really close.
I'm really close.
Yeah,
right.
No, you're not. All right. What'd you learn in the playoffs, Will? One good game for you guys, one bad game for you guys. What'd you learn from the playoffs?
My honest answer is just experience, man, and being healthy and making sure that we're more detailed than ever. To me, those games really count a lot. They mean a lot more. So really just making sure that everybody's healthy, having the experience, and just being detailed on your job and making sure that, we cutting out all the mistakes and making as few mistakes as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Health is a big deal, too. And that's why I'm anxious to see Will Anderson. I mean, down the stretch literally from the Jets game on, he was either out or he was dealing with an ankle that they were shooting up before the games probably.
Yeah. The playoff experience is I think that what he said there is a lot in line, too, with what the Patriots' philosophy in the playoffs has always been, which is that you don't try to have a superhuman effort in the playoffs. It's that if you're doing the right things and have the right schedule and the right plan and approach to the regular season, then it shouldn't be any different in the playoffs, because then it's like, well, why weren't you doing this stuff during the regular season? Mm-hmm. And that a lot of times in the playoffs, the teams that choke are the teams where you can tell that they got too many guys trying to go above and beyond what their job is. And I was on a team that went 14-2 in the regular season, and we succumbed to that in the postseason. We had a few guys in playoff games make big errors, like, trying to reach for that extra yard, but they fumble the ball, that kind of stuff. And it was one of the things that I think Coughlin got better at by the time he was with the Giants, is those teams that we were on that were really good under Tom Coughlin, we were wound up so tight that in high pressure situations you're going to blow a spring, and there is an element to just relaxing and playing in your game. And the more you do it, just like with the Astros, that's why the Astros choke the life out of so many teams in the playoffs, because they don't panic when other teams are letting the moment get too big for them.
Yep.
So just having that 2 games of playoff experience helps a lot with those individual players starting to understand what playoff football is all about.
Here's Will Anderson on his general feelings on how he and Danielle Hunter can help each other.
Teams are just going to have to decide. I mean, that's a double-digit sack guy every year. So teams are just going to be like, shoot, we got to double this guy, so we don't know about this guy. So it's going to be fun. I think we're going to cause a lot of havoc and, disrupt a lot of stuff. So I'm excited to go to war with him.
Teams are going to have to decide, man. Throw Danico Autry in there, too.
The one thing about Danielle Hunter that'll be interesting this year is that he was on a defense last year, a Brian Flores-led defense, that blitzed way more than anybody else in the NFL. They were extremely blitz-heavy. So that means that a lot of times you're getting, if you're the dominant pass rusher on a defensive line where you're blitzing a lot, you're going to get a lot of singles, a lot of one-on-ones. And you're also going to get the benefit, too, of like, hey, if we're rushing 5 or 6 and the quarterback gets flushed, then I'm there for that sack. This year it's a lot different, where D'Amico is exactly the opposite. His philosophy is we're going to have really good defensive linemen so we don't have to blitz. So you can be conservative with your coverages because the heat's going to be generated by the 4 guys up front. So I don't know what that means for Danielle Hunter statistically. It's that he probably will face more double teams and chip blocks and whatnot than he did last year. But he also does have the benefit of having Will Anderson on the other side of him. So it might just be a wash anyway. It's just going to be a different style of play for Danielle Hunter than it was with Brian Flores.
Yep.
And Danielle Hunter's been doing it. He was putting up those numbers when he was playing in systems that are more similar to this one in Houston too. So I'm not overly concerned about it. It's just interesting from a D-line nerd standpoint.
Yeah, just a contrast from what got him 16.5 sacks last year. Maybe may come about it a different way this year. Last one from Will Anderson. We know he and C.J. Stroud are tight. They've known each other a long time. When did you realize this year? When did you guys know that C.J. was the man?
I've known CJ a long time, but doing training camp and just OTAs and watching him throughout the building, man, I knew he had that it factor to him. He was showing up every day, locked in, connecting with guys. I think that's the biggest thing when you know a guy's going to be really good is how they connect with their teammates. And the team just latched on to him, man, because he was so personable. And then he was just so competitive on the field, and he would get, like, angry at himself. Like, he didn't do something right. Like, he would come back and fix it, and coach would, like, show highlights of, like, when he did it wrong, and then he would come back and show another highlight when CJ did it right. And CJ just kept building and building off of that. And, you know, that's who he is, man.
Okay,
so
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Seth.
Like I don't like getting hung up on talking about Deshaun Watson or comparisons between the two. One of the things that used to bother me about Deshaun Watson was that he was very public about after an incompletion doing the little hand miming to the receiver, the intended receiver, about how he had wanted him to go a different way or to react to the coverage differently, which is bogus. Like that's a low-key way to deflect blame off of yourself and let the world know about it, and you're kind of selling your guy out, whether you intend to or not. That is what you are doing. Like, those are conversations that are supposed to be had in the huddle, on the sideline, everything else. You don't need the whole world to see it. Like, good defensive backfields do the same. They don't correct it very publicly while the cameras are on. They have a little quiet conversation amongst themselves, and I think CJ gets that dynamic a lot more. Like, CJ understands what it actually means to be a leader, and that part of that is building a trust level with your guys, and that you're going to do right by them. And like that, I think if any frustration CJ has, he takes responsibility for himself first before he starts pointing the finger, and he also, when he does have to point the finger, he's doing it in the right way.
I agree. Now, one thing that they've said about CJ different this year than last year in the kind of the run-up to the season is that he has been getting into guys more. Last year he was a rookie and he wasn't doing it quite as much because he himself was feeling his way. That'll be interesting just to see if all the mannerisms you're talking about with Deshaun, if there's anything that leaks out. Yeah. Just how does CJ handle that?
Well, right, because in practice it's different because that's just around the team and everything. It's the obvious public display in front of television cameras that's the thing that matters.
Well,
it's like everything that's said in conversation between people who can speak frankly with each other. That's great. It's like, I'm not just gonna correct you. I'm gonna correct you in front of your wife and children.
Well,
that's the part that's a little different.
Don't diminish the importance of 8 of these practices having crowds out there to watch this thing. There are audiences for these practices. So we'll see what happens. But I get what you're saying, dude. When it's done in a game on TV, that's dirty pool, man.
I mean, it's like every now and then emotions boil over, and
Sure.
it's going to happen. It's a matter of whether it's a standard thing or not.
Yeah.
The one thing I liked in here too in this interview, we don't have the clip, but that Rich tried to pin him down on a specific numbers goal for his sack totals.
Great
and
job.
Will just ended up saying 10 plus. It is. I get really nervous about guys having statistical goals because it's the ultimate team sport, and there's some things that you just can't control. Like, you could have the best season a pass rusher has ever had, and yet maybe you get 15 sacks instead of 23. But if you're like hung up on getting 23 sacks, that's when the selfish behavior can start creeping in, where you start caring more about your individual goals versus the team goals and what the defense is doing. And I think that's something that I think Will is conscious of himself and doesn't want to put his own personal goals at such a spot that it conflicts with team goals.
Dude, I watched the same. That was at the very end of the interview. That felt like, all right, I got to give this guy something so I can wrap this thing up. My family's getting ready to eat inside here in the house. Like, I got to give him something. So he gave him 10 plus. Because Will said his goal is just to wreak havoc, which I like that better than my goal is 12.5 sacks,
We used to keep track. We had a thing called production ratio, which is like how many plays do you make per play that you're in the game. And it was like, if you could make a play like a tackle, assist, pressure, anything like that per 4 plays that you're in the game. Which is like, so that doesn't, without getting hung up on any one stat, it's like, okay, how active are you? How often are you getting to the ball and all that? So I always liked that. Yeah. If guys respond to it.
You listening, PFF? Just give us that. Give us that ratio, and we're
Production
fine.
ratio.
Production ratio. We like that. Are we seeing a side of Jose Altuve. Is there an Altuve heel turn that we are in the midst of right now? I kind of hope so. Well, take a listen. Let you be the judge. Coming up next.
Somehow.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Are we seeing a new side of Jose Altuve, man? We saw, I don't recall which game it was in the last couple weeks, but he got called out on a third strike, and as he was walking back out to second base, you were reading his lips and his body language. He was very, very upset with the umpire.
He was upset walking away from the plate, and then was upset walking out to second base, and then was jawing at the second base umpire.
Yeah, man.
As well. That's when Espada got kicked out. That was that same game. Yeah, yep. That was. Altuve's getting. He's getting feisty. I think Altuve is a little bit of whatever extra juice the Astros have right now.
Yeah, and then he got ejected yesterday, pretty quickly after this whole thing unfolded. If you missed it, there were runners on second and third, 2 outs, and it was a little later in the game. I don't know, like 6th, 7th inning, something like that. And Jose Altuve has 2 strikes, and he fouls a ball off the front of his foot, clearly off the front of his foot, and the ball trickles into fair territory. Umpires don't call a foul ball. The Mets do the right thing. They pick it up, throw it to first. Altuve's out. The inning is over. Altuve barely left the batter's box. He only left the batter's box to hop up and down on one foot because the foot that got hit with the ball was in so much pain.
Yeah.
And despite that body language, the home plate umpire just let the thing play out. So rightfully so, Joe Espada comes out of the dugout, says, hey, man, like, what's going on here? My guy clearly got hit by the ball. The umps confer. The home plate umpire looking for help from any of the other 3 umpires that might have seen.
Theoretically would have been paying attention.
Maybe, yeah. They see the ball
in theory
hit Altuve's foot. All 3 of them were apparently on their phones at the time. They were, they weren't paying attention to Altuve. They were on Twitter, I guess, or something. And they all said, no, we didn't see anything. And so they called Altuve out. The play was upheld, and Altuve went ballistic. Threw his helmet, shattered his helmet, going nuts, cursing. As you pointed out, Seth, it would appear, based on your top-notch lip-reading skills, that he was reaming them out in English, not in his native Spanish tongue,
which was astounding to me.
Yeah.
If I were in a Spanish-speaking language, but as a native English speaker, I had almost just lost a toe to baseball, and they were denying it. I would be cursing in English,
big time.
But it goes to show you, even as an angry, even as out of his mind with rage, Altuve, he is still one that understands that I need to get this message across to the umpire, so I'm going to do it in English.
In English, yeah. It
takes a lot. It takes a lot when you're that angry to not speak in your native tongue, damn it.
Yeah, rookie ump, too. So anyways, Altuve gets ejected, and Espada, tries to take up for Altuve. I was kind of hoping Espada would get ejected, too. That would have been a fun visual, seeing like both guys get tossed. He didn't. The Astros go on to win the game, so fortunately we can laugh about this now. When Altuve got ejected, I'm like, okay, I like the fire with Altuve, but we kind of need you out there, bro. We
didn't need him yesterday, and he knew it,
ultimately
Sean.
we didn't. They
did it in his honor is what they did.
They did.
That 11th inning rally was to honor angry Altuve. Plus, they're probably all a little bit scared of him now.
Yeah, well, maybe
he's a rocked-up little dude, man.
Yeah.
Altuve's that classic, okay, yeah, he's got, he's a super nice guy, but don't push him too far.
Yep.
And this is good. This is a good development.
It is. So we're going to hear from Altuve in a second. Texter says first game of the White Sox series was when Altuve got mad at the umpire. That's right. The game they lost 2-0 is when he got angry with the umpires. And what happened since then? Won 9 out of 10 last I checked. So you're right. Mm-hmm. Maybe angry heel turn Altuve is just what the doctor ordered for this team. Here was Altuve with the media following the game, talking about what happened with his ejection yesterday.
Ball hits your foot and you don't get the call. That was a big spot in the game, too.
Yeah, I think that was the reason why I was a little mad, because big situation in the game. And, in the situation we are as a team trying to win some games, and you don't really want stuff like that to happen.
What would any explanation on what they told you?
They didn't see it.
We don't see you get that mad. It was just what was just kind of going through you at that point?
Yeah, like I said, I think the game takes you to a lot of emotions, adrenaline, and I understand the guy behind the play didn't see it because, the catcher's there, but you have other 3 guys, first, second, and third. I felt like it was kind of obvious, so that was why I was so mad.
That last part is so good. If you can envision where there's a long pause right there. Hey, Ben, can you cue up like the last 10 seconds of that again? Where you said 10 seconds in my ear. Can you just cue it up real quick? Like picture Altuve when there's this long pause after saying guys at first, second, and third, and then there's a pause. Hang on. Picture him like rolling his eyes and like jerking his head back. Yeah.
You have other 3 guys, first, second, and third. I felt like it was kind of obvious. So.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. Can you get fined? Can you get fined for rolling your eyes about an umpire?
It was an aggressive eye roll.
It was.
I think it was. Yeah. It was. That was. They don't like the umpires to be criticized with that much eye roll. So he'll probably get suspended for a week because of that.
Maybe.
I choose to believe this, Sean. I think Altuve now is an actual he's a middle. He's elder. Yeah, he's middle aged by baseball player standards, upper middle aged. So I feel like the rest of us, he had the ultimate boomer moment on Friday when Pena, to Altuve's right, was conducting an in-game interview and then ended up letting a fly ball pop up drop between Bregman and himself, which I call it. I suppose maybe call it Bregman's error or not, whatever. It was. I've never seen people so unanimously boomer on the internet, including myself, is when you're sitting there, you're watching your shortstop conduct this idiotic interview where they weren't asking questions. We'd had the
Heidi Watney.
Heidi Watney. We'd had and she told us that they try to be very respectful and not ask questions like right before the pitch. And I'm kind of wondering if she said that. Okay, well, there's a pitch clock, so I don't even know how you do that. And as this interview is going along, because I'm uncomfortable enough when it's being done with an outfielder, but as this interview is going along, and Pena is clearly talking as the pitch is being thrown at times, I was so uncomfortable. That was just discomfort at first. I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like this. And then you have this horrendous miscue on a pop-up, and I was livid. I wanted him to take that earpiece out right that moment and throw it in the turf and crush it underfoot. No, they cannot do this anymore. This was the dumbest crap ever. Espada was just like us. Afterwards, he kind of was like, well, I don't like it, but it's the way baseball is these days.
Yeah, that's right.
Trying not to be an angry boomer, but we were all boomers that day, including I think there's just they could please no, never again. They can't agree to that again.
I felt like you and I were having an exact conversation specifically about something like that with Heidi because you asked her who's going to be mic'd up tonight. Remember we kind of broke the news, Seth. She said, I don't know if I'm supposed to say anything, but I think it's going to be Jeremy Pena. And I was like, oh, crap, an infielder. Because my feeling is, outfielders, I can deal with the outfielder because they've got plenty of time to go do what they need to do to go shag a fly ball or whatever.
Yeah.
And that seems a little more leisurely than playing in the infield. I was more worried about, a hot smash to Pena, and he's in the middle of talking, and so he's trying to multitask. But I'm with you. When that pop-up was there and you could see the two of them converging, him and Bregman, I felt distracted for Pena in the moment right there.
Especially at shortstop, that is a thinking man's position where you're supposed to be thinking about, all right, this batter versus this pitch. Yeah. What are we going to get? All of that, and it happens at warp speed. I just don't understand how this serves anybody. Yeah. I don't think it's good for the viewer. Yeah. I think the viewers typically. Because the shortstop is trying to multitask, which it's been well established that nobody's good at multitasking.
Yeah.
They're good at focusing in on the thing they're supposed to be doing in that moment. And anything else just makes you worse at both things. So you get A, a bad interview anyway, a boring interview, and B, a distracted shortstop. And you're right. There's a physically dangerous position to be distracted.
There you go.
You're driving while texting in that moment.
Yeah. I'm curious where Adam Spillane comes out on this. Baseball Spo. Where do you, Baseball Spo? I mean, the mere name, your mere God-given name, Baseball Spo, implies that you are probably a purist of some sort here. But where do you come out on the in-game interviews?
I don't like them because I don't think they're good.
Yeah.
I just don't think you learn anything off of them. They're corny questions. The players usually aren't very interesting. That being said, I don't blame the interview for why Jeremy Payton was on Bregman. Like,
yeah.
So, I mean, somebody say something.
Yeah.
Like Bregman's allowed to speak. So
right, but that's where I wonder though too is like whatever the communication would be, if Payne is saying you, whatever it might be, like even that, like that normal little symbiotic relationship between those two is probably theoretically could have been screwed up by that. But above and beyond, even if that hadn't happened, I do not enjoy anything about that moment. Like, the interview sucks. You're worried about your shortstop getting distracted, all those things. There's no reason for it. It's a stupid experiment that's got to stop.
Bingo. Hi, John.
Was
Hello.
anybody clamoring for this?
John.
Was anybody clamoring for, I need an in guy. Now, mic'd up is cool.
Yeah.
Mic'd up is
mic'd
awesome
up,
because then you're hearing the actual game and
Yes.
what goes on.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't mind them. And I'm not trying to like
You're dead to me.
I know. I'm not trying to go after Seth because they're not intended to be interviews. They're just intended to be cool.
Well, certain guys I like just because I like hearing.
It's just supposed to be a cool thing to see.
I could listen to Jose Altuve talk all day long.
I mean, it's not like a sit down on 60 Minutes.
Well,
It's
that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Has any viewer at home ever thought to himself, gosh, I wish I could just stand out there next to the shortstop and ask him about non-baseball things while he's playing the game.
My thing
doesn't take you anywhere you've ever wanted to go.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with your premise. I'm just saying it's a novelty, and it's meant to be a novelty. It's supposed to be like, hey, look what we can do.
Yeah. Yep. Did you have a nice weekend?
I can do
weekend.
cool things with my scrotum. That doesn't mean view television.
I have.
There we go.
Who hasn't?
Oh, okay.
I mean, if we're going to talk about it,
yeah. Is that a good lead into your weekend? Seth talking about his scrotum?
No, I didn't do anything cool down there.
Yeah.
It's been a while,
but you had a good one.
Had a great one. Little fishing, little cooking, little grandchildren.
Yeah.
I mean, what could top that?
That was. It was a good weekend for the Astros, too, man. The thing I like best, I said this to Seth earlier, the thing I like best is if you had told me before the weekend that Ronel Blanco was going to get, I don't want to say shelled, I think he just got left in a little too long because his last pitch, he gave up a 3-run homer and then they yanked him. But still, the numbers are the numbers. He wasn't, by numbers, he wasn't good. Fromber just was not good, period. And you had a bullpen day coming up on Sunday. If I only knew those three things, Ronel wasn't good, Fromber wasn't good, bullpen day on Sunday, I would have said they got swept.
Yeah.
They got swept, and they found a way to win 2 out of 3. That was very gratifying for me.
And it comes right on the heels of them getting back to 500. The last thing you want to do is give that all back.
Give the momentum back, yeah. And they did it against a team who's just as hot as they've been during the month of June. So that was cool.
Do you think we get a medal pennant in the outfield? When they come back
for June.
Plus 500. Assuming they're plus five. Yeah, they're June champions. They're the best team in baseball in June.
I got to go buy a belt. I got to get an Astros belt now.
I could see you doing that.
For sure.
I could see you doing that.
They're a little pricey, but for sure I could
I
see
was
them.
mentioning, maybe I'll make it a confession, although I'm confessing. I kind of am looking forward to your corny, sappy, weird texts and posts on your vacation.
Okay, corny I'll take. Sappy.
Yes, not sappy.
Yeah. I'll accept corny. No.
He's never like, as I was driving over the Minnesota plains today, I thought to myself, you got to appreciate the little things in life.
Yeah.
That's
Life is a drive.
This time that Amy and I get to spend on our playlist together in my truck.
But it is unique to you.
Oh, yeah, the road trips and stuff?
Yeah.
I love it, man. I love doing that stuff.
You.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having brunch with a Teddy Roosevelt impersonator on Monday in Medora, North Dakota. I can't wait. I may live stream that, actually. Yeah.
From what I understand about Teddy Roosevelt, you're not going to get a word in edgewise. It's going to be a brunch full of him explaining to you eggs.
The things I'm most looking forward. This is the difference between you and me.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Grandson's Meat Market. I'm really looking forward to a really good meat market
on your vacation.
in New Braunfels. Yeah. Looking forward to renting a boat. That's not mine.
Okay.
And that's the difference between you and me.
Well, okay, and the difference is I would be happy doing those things as well, and I don't call them corny like you do.
You can call them corny.
All right?
Yeah, they are.
I'm going to ask the Teddy Roosevelt impersonator. First, I'm going to thank him for saving football, because reportedly he did that back in the day.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to say, trust Buster.
Ask him where his big stick. Ask him where his big stick is.
Yeah.
Hey, where's your big stick?
That's it. Yeah. Show me your big stick, Teddy.
Lopez. The thing about Lopez renting a boat, the experience he has that's different than like when I rent a boat is he's not terrified about docking it on a windy day.
Right.
In front of, well, the dock worker like angrily looks at you in judgment. Yeah. Lopez doesn't have to worry about that.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies and so forth to everyone.
Thank you.
My scrotal webcam starts in 3 minutes.
And to all a good night. Yes. You're listening to KLT, KLT HD2, and Odyssey Station. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Thank you, Sean, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, John.
I'm not sure what just happened, but yes, good morning.
Enjoy Seth's live stream, though, so
right.
that sounds like it's going to be a good one.
They're going to steal all kinds of listeners from us.
Well, transitioning from that, the Astros, a big series win.
Astros put it on the table.
Yeah.
They showed a lot of sack.
They put it on the table. Yeah.
Big series win in New York over the weekend. They are in Toronto. They played this afternoon against the Blue Jays. It's Canada Day over there, so the Astros will look to try and spoil that. John, I thought this stretch, and particularly that series against the Mets, might have been their most important of the year, because you spend all this time trying to get back to 500, and you put all that work into it, and they've been having to chase wins to try just to get back in this thing. Finally get back to 500. You don't want to give it all back right away, and it kind of looked like they were about to.
More than one occasion.
They played a really ugly game on Friday, just a disgustingly ugly game on Friday.
Yeah.
2 for 14 with runners in scoring position. The defense was really bad. It looks like they are going to lose Saturday to the Mets. Then they come from behind to win that game. Really a fun comeback. And then yesterday they played really well, survived the rain delay, win that game. Just all in all, a really successful weekend.
My big takeaway is you heard the promos last week. You heard me say last week, that's the first time I recognized this team. And they backed it up. They backed it up with a very similar appearance by the Astros that we know. That to me, we can get into the minutia and who did what, and we will occasionally with the players stepping up and how they did the bullpen game, and some of the little things that we saw from Yordan. Yeah, we're going to get into all that, I'm sure, at some point. But to me, big picture is last week I said, "Oh, I recognize that team," and then they did it again. They backed it up with a very similar, I guess, exhibition of the winning gene. They should have lost Saturday. I mean, flat out should have lost. I mean, was it 6-1 at one point? 5-0, 6-1, getting into the later innings, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, we are the Astros, and we've been kind of feeling good about ourselves lately. So here you go. That's what I liked.
And what was also important, it's not like it was one or two guys carrying you through the two wins. It was basically everybody involved. I mean, you look at just the 11th inning yesterday, and that was something else that really could have gone wrong for them was they got really unlucky.
Delay.
Yeah, because you had to burn Hader. They did not get to use Josh Hader in that game yesterday because he was warmed up, ready to go for the bottom of the ninth. There is no bottom of the ninth now, so they weren't going to have him get hot. Yeah. Have him sit for 3 hours and then have him pitch in the game. So you lose Hader right there. And now all of a sudden you're trying to squeak this thing out with Taylor Scott again and then Luis Contreras. I mean, they got Luis Contreras some runs, which was really important. But you look at just the 10th inning yesterday. It's not like it was a big Yordan Alvarez homer or anything like that. I mean, Alvarez was walked to start the inning. So it was just guy after guy after guy. And they say it many times. You pass the baton. Good at bat after good at bat after good at bat. Not chasing pitches, making smart swing decisions, and it turned into a 5-run inning, and it helps you get that win.
That's one of my big things, and anyone who listens to the show knows that. I get where the game is today, with spin rates and long balls and all that stuff, but I'm still just a big fan of traffic. Just give me traffic. Just people, no matter how, no matter where. Whether it's small ball, or just singles and doubles, just give me men on the base, and that's what you're talking about.
And they talked about this on Wednesday after they beat the Rockies. It was Bregman who said this. They've kind of found their identity as a team. And I think they wanted to maybe be that home run hitting type of team, and they can be with Alvarez and with Tucker when he's healthy. But for the most part, that's not really who they are. They are a team that's going to get on base. They are going to battle. They're not going to strike out. They're going to put the ball in play. And they're going to beat you that way. And that's what they did to the Mets. I mean, you look at the game on Saturday, they got the one solo homer. I think it was Jake Myers early in the game. But that ninth inning rally, that was all just working walks and swinging at the right pitches, and then you had Bregman with the 2-out
and
two-run
contact.
single. Yeah, that
Just
that stuff
making
still
contact,
matters.
yeah.
That's a very underrated part of the game right now. Is that you have to make you have a big field to work with. Put the ball in play and see what happens.
Yeah.
And I thought they did a really good job of doing that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. That's they have transformed how they do it to a large degree, but they still have the confidence collectively because of the guys that are leading the way to get it done. Like I said, Saturday, I thought, okay, this is it. I mean, that's 2 in a row. That kind of what you started talking about. You don't want to give it back. I was ready to give it back. They weren't, but I was, because I thought that was going to happen.
And the Mets, there was something about the Mets where they're playing really well, and it's for the dumbest reasons ever. And I guess this only happens in baseball, where the Mets had that stupid Grimace thing. Where Grimace, what is he?
Run, right?
He's the McDonald's character,
Yeah.
and he throws out the first pitch before a game, and then all of a sudden they start winning, and then there's
8 out of 10 or something.
There's a musical aspect. Jose Iglesias now has like a single, and so everybody's singing. Like it's weird what can galvanize a baseball team, but that's the sort of stuff that does. And they looked really good, and it looked like again they were going to win on Saturday, and then the Astros kind of figured something out, and now. You have some momentum going into this Toronto series. The Blue Jays are not playing well. They're probably the most disappointing team in all of baseball at this point. The Astros have won a series from them already. Hunter Brown on the mound this afternoon. And so you have to feel pretty good about just that position that you're in. And here you are. You're a game over 500 for the first time this season. And the Mariners were pretty bad over the weekend, and now you're just 3.5 games behind them for first place in the West. It is wild how this thing has changed in the last couple of weeks.
And it leads to my other point that I brought up last week, and I've been waiting to do this show with you, just to mention it with you and the loopholes, because I think they're at the point now where they've made the decision. Like it's not like, oh, maybe this, maybe that. They're going to be buyers. And my point on this is, you know what? Just bleep it. Just do it. I don't even really I mean, I care, but I don't care as much about, like, prospects and system and young players.
It's good you don't care about prospects. They don't have any.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like at first I was like, no, you need to, because they weren't playing very good baseball. They didn't look like they had that gene that they've been exhibiting the last 2 weekends. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's not there. People have heard me say that. They just don't have it. It doesn't look like the team that I know. Well, these last 2 weekends it has. So I'm at the point of screw it. Like, we'll worry about tomorrow, because like they are not going to have many more chances. Maybe they'll end up not having a real chance this year, but this is the closest they're going to get for a long time, probably.
See, I would not take that approach. I understand being buyers. I think there are ways to buy where you're not giving up what little you have in the system. And I do think, like, this is the next thing I want to go to. What tweaks would you make? Is yours just screw it and sell off everything to try and make another run?
I did. I literally just said that. Screw it. Because, like let's say you can accumulate prospects or protect some young prospects like you're talking about, and find help another way with whatever. There's no guarantee that you're going to, in 2 years, 3 years, or whatever, be able to duplicate what we've had the last 7 years. In fact, there may not be.
There never will happen.
They may not be another Major League Baseball team that can duplicate that, like, for decades. So if you're here now, and there's no guarantees for those prospects, even your top ones, whatever they are, why worry about that? Like, you've got it now. You've got these guys that are showing some fire, and we'll get to this, the Altuve and the Bregmans, and you got Yordan, who knows with Kyle Tucker, who knows with Verlander. Verlander's not going to be around. He might retire this year. I mean, who knows? So I really have done the 180 of, like, hey, go for it. Why not? Because there's no guarantees down the road.
Yeah, I would not take that approach. I think that you've got to keep something. You need to be able to field the team. Plus, you do have, for the most part, a good portion of this core is going to be around. I mean, Jose Altuve is under contract for a while. Yordan Alvarez under contract for a while. Josh Hader under contract for a while. You have some young guys who are still under club control for a while. So I wouldn't just, like, tear down the system completely. I think there are some little tweaks that you can make, and there are some smaller deals that you can look at that would be able to help.
I need
this
some
team.
examples.
So the best one, they just played the Rockies last week. The Rockies are a dreadful baseball team. They are dreadfully run. They are terrible on the field. But there are some guys that are valued across the sport that maybe they don't value. And I'm saying they as in the Rockies.
Yeah.
Because the Rockies are really bad at understanding what they have sometimes. So the starting pitcher that they faced on Wednesday, Ryan Feltner, that is somebody that if I'm the Astros, I am calling around about. Because, A, I don't know if the Rockies value him because they don't use him correctly. And there are people within that organization that will tell you, yeah, we don't use him right.
And you have a connection.
Yes. And listen,
Just help our listeners out here.
I am biased. I was a broadcaster in the Rockies organization for 10 years. Ryan Feltner is one of my favorite people ever. I think that he's.
But you also know, is my
yes,
point. Yeah.
And I checked with some Astros hitters after the game on Wednesday, like, hey, what'd you think of Feltner? And they're like, oh, yeah, he's good. Like, there's something there. Yeah. So you can probably go get him, and you probably wouldn't have to give up a ton to make that happen. And he's a guy who's under club control for a while, too. So that's somebody that could help you out the rest of this season and into the next 2-3 years. And again, the numbers don't look good. But I will tell you, and I've talked to people about this, the Rockies don't use him the right way. And there is a long line of Rockies pitchers that have left Denver and gotten a lot better once they've left. Tyler Anderson became an all-star after he left Colorado. Yency Almonte turned into a really good pitcher once he left there. So there's a lot of guys that once they get out of there, Carlos Estevez turned into an all-star last year after leaving Colorado. So there are guys, you gotta look around a little bit, but there are guys over there that could help you. So I don't think that you have to go out and get like the guy who's going to cost you 2 or 3 prospects, but if you look down and you really search and kind of peruse that roster and there are other teams like that also, you can find someone that could help you.
No, I totally agree. I think my priority would be starting pitcher. Yes. I mean, 100%. You can talk about first base and all you want. I mean, yes, it's a problem.
Like I'm not going after Vladdy.
Yeah, no,
that's
God,
not.
No.
I'm
and
not
I
doing
still
that
don't know if that report was even. It was, it was kind of just out there.
Yeah.
No national guys followed up with it. Whatever. That's neither here nor there. But like, I get first base. I get some other things, but you have to get a starting pitcher. Maybe that's the route for the here and now. But I'm also not ignoring the fact that you do need a squad, and they do have some guys that are going to be here for a while. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is if there comes a time where there's a player, if there's a deal out there where there's a player where you do have to give up a little more, I would go ahead and do that because, yes, you're going to have to field the team, as you said, but you can field a team with the guys that are coming back and fill in spots down the road. Right now is the chance that you may not get again.
I just wouldn't want to be in the position where I become what they were for the 10 years before 2015.
I mean, it worked.
It did, but can you do that twice? Because it's really hard to hit that type of a rebuild. You're looking at like the Detroit Tigers have tried that with A.J. Hinch, and it has failed now a couple times. Like that team is really bad.
Yeah.
So the idea that you can tear it down, build it back up, and then kind of tear it down all again and do this for a second time.
But that's the formula.
It's really hard to make that work. Like again,
but it's the formula.
The Tigers have not been able to do it. The Phillies tried, and the Phillies really failed at it. It wasn't until they started like spending a ton of money before they started getting good. They blew the first overall pick with Mickey Moniak. Like it's very difficult. So to me, I think you try and thread the needle a little bit. Again, you have guys that are important to the future of the team that are under contract for a while. I would try and keep the system together. If you got to trade a couple guys, that's fine, but I'm not trying to move off everybody just to make one last run this year.
Yeah.
And listen, if they want to be George Steinbrenner and start spending money and signing everybody, then hey, get rid of the prospects. That's fine. But with the way they operate, I don't think that's the best way to go about it by trading your entire farm system.
Yeah, well then you're going to have some big holes still. Then you're going to be relying on.
I don't know if they do though. Like
first base for one.
I think the platoon has been fine. I don't think it's a perfect platoon.
Would you start
by any stretch.
Loperfido in a playoff game?
No, but but you know what?
Would you start
I have
Dubon?
Singleton. Yeah, I think Dubon they trust. I think they trust Dubon with everything at this point. So if you have to go with a Dubon Singleton platoon at first base the rest of the season, it's not great. It's not ideal, but I think you can get away with it. And I think the big thing that they need to do is add to the bench. The bench is still not good at all. They need to go out and find some veteran hitters who can come in and guys that understand how to be successful in a bench role.
Yeah.
They had Cooper Hummel up there to take an at bat in the 8th or 9th inning on Saturday, and he's 0 for 21 as a pinch hitter.
Yeah.
Now, they got lucky that the Mets went to a lefty or they went back to a righty, so Espada was able to go to cabbage after that. But like that's the stuff that they need to fix. They need to upgrade the bench. That doesn't cost you that much.
Yeah.
And one other thing I would do, the Montero experiment needs to end.
That is definitely one that needs to end.
I think that he had shown some signs at the start of the year, but he's been really bad in June, and you saw this yesterday. They basically used 8 relievers in yesterday's game, and I'm including Hader even though he didn't pitch because he was about to pitch.
Yeah.
Montero wasn't one of them. In the 10th inning, they go to Luis Contreras, who was pitching in the USBL 5 years ago and has somehow, found a way onto a major league roster. They went to him over Rafael Montero in yesterday's game.
Yeah.
And I know they got to eat some money. I think it's about $15-16 million that they got to eat. They're already eating 30 with Abreu, so you might as well just add another 15-16 on top of that.
Yeah.
Give yourself an open roster spot where you can have a little bit more flexibility with someone, maybe a guy who can start for you down the road. Like, just do something with that roster spot, because if Joe Espada's not going to use it, it's not doing anybody any good.
Okay, one last thing here on the starting pitching. Let's say they do tweak, as you just talked about, and maybe it's the one that you just mentioned. What else? Because you can't just say we're good. You did a bullpen game yesterday. Which I wasn't. I mean, it worked, but I thought it was kind of a sign of like, okay, this is how thin. This is a clear indicator of just how thin you are. It can't just be one starting pitcher. So you have to add other pitchers as well. That you're gonna have to bite into that system one way or another.
Well, the good news for them is that Luis Garcia is on track to being back probably within the next 3-4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one pitcher that you're going to add right there. Who knows about McCullers? Verlander is probably back sometime this month. I'm not going to put a timetable on it at this point, but he's throwing. He started throwing again, which is obviously a good sign. He'll need at least one rehab start, but you're going to get another guy there. Jake Bloss will come off the IL pretty soon. He's ahead of schedule. So you're going to get some other guys back, so that will add to the depth. I think just losing Verlander and then losing Bloss, and then not having Garcia yet, man, it's been hard for them to try and keep up with all the injuries. But we're going to come back to the Astros, because when we come back, we're more than halfway through the season. I want to play stock up, stock down with John Lopez, and there's one name that's going to appear on both of my lists. That's coming up next. But our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on plans versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how much at T-Mobile.com/switch.
The Rockets need.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go.
Go to work.
Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, welcome in the loop. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you until 2 o'clock. Astros and Blue Jays this afternoon in Toronto on Canada Day. The Astros over 500 for the first time all season after taking 2 of 3 against the Mets. And I want to play stock up, stock down with this team through the first 83 games of the season because it has been a wild one where they were 12 games under. Now they're 1 game over. Not exactly what we expected when the season started.
Do the boys in the morning have a circle of trust again yet?
I think so.
Do they have the circle of trust? I got to figure that out because this is kind of an offshoot of that, and I like it. I like it a lot.
So, for me, I'm going to start, and I'll just go stock up real quick, and it's Ronel Blanco. And I know he had the bad start Friday against the Mets, gave up 3 homers, first time that he's done that this season. But this is a guy who came completely out of nowhere. He's already 30. He signed late. He was working at a car wash in the Dominican, and he was kind of seen as a reliever.
Yeah.
But then last year they decided, and give credit to Dana Brown for this, they turned him into a starting pitcher, and it's worked. And the Astros have gotten a little lucky with this, that Justin Verlander did get hurt at the start of the season. That gave Blanco an opportunity to start the season in the rotation through the no-hitter first start of the year. And he's been able to maintain that level. You know, aside from Friday, for the most part, he has been their most consistent starting pitcher.
I think Blanco's probably one of 3 I guess that's a tease, of that I would say are definitely stock up. No, he is 100% Probably should be on the All-Star team. A lot of people are presuming he's going to be on the All-Star team. I'm not so sure. I don't know where you fall on that, but I think it's going to be very political, and very name familiarity and not just numbers and such, and this last start didn't help him.
Yeah, I think the start that he had before this, so that would have been, I can't remember which one. It might have been the Tigers, or whichever one. I thought that might have sealed it because, again, the ERA is still really good. Even with the one bat, like Tanner Houck was leading the American League in ERA. He had a terrible start on Saturday. So you're going to have terrible starts. Again, Bruce Bochy is the National League manager. And Ronel Blanco had 2 really good starts against Bruce Bochy's Rangers. So I think there's a good chance that he gets there. Maybe he doesn't get it when they first announced the team.
This is true, yeah.
But so many pitchers, get selected. They get selected and then they pitch the weekend before. Yeah. So that takes them out of commission for the All-Star game. So I think that ultimately he'll get in. And I think there's a good chance the Astros are going to wind up with 4 All-Stars between Altuve, Tucker.
Especially if him.
Altuve, Tucker, and Alvarez will also get in there. I'll go one stock down, and then I'll give you the floor. First stock down for me is going to be Chas McCormick. It just hasn't happened for him this year. There have been signs where it looked like, okay, he might be snapping out of this. But you saw it in the game on Saturday against the Mets where he comes up against left-handed pitching twice. There are 2 really bad at-bats where he just swings. He sees 6 pitches. He strikes out twice. 5 of the pitches that he swung at were out of the zone. It's just not good enough. It kind of feels like he's just on the outside right now.
I totally agree with both of those. Stock up, yes. Stock down, yes, on McCormick. Who knows where he's going to end up with this squad even after the trade deadline at some point. I'm going to give you my 3 stock up, definitely up. One of them I know you disagreed with earlier in the season, but I am very, very high on Yainer Diaz right now. I think it's pretty obvious what he's been doing. I think Diaz, I've always liked what he's done, but you brought up the runners in scoring position, the OPS, et cetera, early on. But he's changed. I mean, he is accomplishing, doing things that you just don't get out of the catcher's position. I know down the road he may not be a catcher for long, but he is now, and he's a pretty dang good one. So he's up. Blanco is the other one, and then I think we can both agree. I think he's on your list as well. Hunter Brown. What Hunter Brown has done by just adding whatever you want to call it, sinker. To me, the most impressive thing is he did it during the season, man. I mean, you know this. You've been in the game for a long time. That is so hard to do, to add that pitch in the midst of a struggle, in the midst of of games that really matter. That is big time for Hunter Brown.
I'm with you on Diaz. I think that he has gotten the swing decisions have just been a lot better recently. And that's what has led to a lot of his struggles with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
Like when there's nobody on base, teams are, they'll throw you strikes, whatever. But when there are guys on base, teams are going to try and get you to chase, especially when they know you will. And so he's done a much, much better job of not chasing pitches when there have been guys on base. Defensively, again, a work in progress. For me personally, I don't like having one of my best hitters as my catcher just because I think there's a better chance that they get hurt. Mm-hmm. And you saw that with Diaz a couple of weeks ago where he got hit he took a foul ball off the finger and that cost him basically a series, and that kind of impacted stuff with the roster. And you take a foul ball off the mask, that can cost you a week. So I would always just be wary of having one of my better hitters.
But that's down the road.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later. It's nothing for this season. Mm-hmm. The one thing with Hunter Brown, he's pitching with confidence that he did not have before.
Yeah.
Like you can see it when he's on the mound. Like there's a little bit of a swagger with Hunter Brown that wasn't there. For me, stock up, Joe Espada. I think he deserves a lot of credit for how he's handled this thing, because this thing could have gone really off the rails, and he could have gone off the rails with it, where you have these expectations with this team. You're a first-year manager, and when it goes bad, man, things can start to get to you a little bit, and you can start to be overtaken by just some of the pressure that comes with the job. He never allowed that to happen, and he just let this team play. And you trusted that this team would be able to get it together because he knows this team well. And I think there are some managers, they would have been flipping over tables. Yeah. They would have been really trying to go like wholesale changes and things like that. And with this team, I don't think that stuff works. And I'll give you the reason why. I remember a couple of years ago, I'm talking to a coach from another team.
Yeah.
And I'm just asking, like, what do you think about Dusty Baker? Mm-hmm. And he says to me, you know what? He's the perfect guy for this team because he has this great team and he lets those guys play. He doesn't get in the way. He has this great coaching staff. He doesn't get in the way of them. He lets them do their job. And you're seeing a carryover from that with Espada, where Espada has this team. He lets them play. He has this coaching staff. He lets them do their jobs. And he doesn't try to do too much.
Yeah.
And I also think he's very different from Dusty, too. Like, you see him go to the bench a whole lot earlier than you did Dusty Baker. I'm still not used to seeing the manager use a pinch hitter in the 6th inning. And Espada's done that all the time.
I can't go stock up on Espada, but at the same time, I'm not going to say stock down. I feel like he's in a position where he had no choice but to now credit how he's handled it. Like he could have just crumbled and said, "Look, I am just sitting here doing what they tell me, and I don't like it." And maybe he could have cratered. So I'll give him credit for that. But I'm not so sure. It's like Joe Espada's way is leading the way. I think he's doing the job as best he's been told to do the job.
That's what manager
credit
does.
for that. But he's not putting a stamp on anything. It's not his stamp. That's why I can't say this guy is really he's a leader of men.
But I don't want my manager to put a stamp on things.
Yeah.
I want when I have a good team like this, which is a very good team.
Yeah.
Get out of the way and let these guys do their jobs.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he deserves credit for being having that essentially that humility.
Yeah.
Just letting guys.
Humility
do
is
their
the right
jobs.
word. Now I'll sign up for that. I think he's just hey, I'm gonna do what they say, and I'm not gonna go one way or the other. He's gonna try to just stay in the middle.
Stock down for me, Dana Brown. I think that's not addressing the bench and the starting pitching has been a negative, and I think that these are areas that he probably should have addressed in the offseason, and he's talked about addressing them for a long time. We were saying this in July. Hey, I need a left-handed bat off the bench. Never got one.
Never got it.
We have enough starting pitching. You never have. There's no such thing as having enough starting pitching.
Yeah.
So I think that for that, his stock is down. But really quick, his stock is up at the same time because it was his idea to turn Ronel Blanco into a starting pitcher. That's worked out really well. Some of the moves that they made in the bullpen, I thought it was smart not to bring back Hector Neris. I thought I wasn't going to pay Phil Maton. I wasn't totally interested in paying Ryan Stanek, even though he didn't get that much. But they made some good, bringing in Taylor Scott just out of nowhere. That's a really good job of identifying.
That's a very Astros-like thing to do.
That's a great job of identifying talent from somewhere.
Same thing with Blanco.
Yes,
Blanco, Taylor Scott. Some of these other guys that they brought up here recently, it's like it goes back to how we started the show. I just feel like they backed up last weekend with another weekend of, okay, I recognize those guys. Okay, that's the squad that can maybe make a little noise.
You have any others?
Really just the down, I'm totally with you. You added 41-year-old pitchers.
Yeah.
And I'm totally with you on that, which is another reason why I feel like they need to go ahead and just get it done, do what they can right now.
All right, coming up next on In the Loop. NBA free agency has started. The Rockets have been quiet during free agency, but their position in the West, I think, has gotten better. I'll tell you why. And also, which future of the Astros, Texans, and Rockets would you rather have? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Don't look.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Frankly, we really like our team, and we like kind of all the returning members, and we don't feel as though we have any glaring needs right now.
That was Rockets GM Rafael Stone after the first round of the draft on, I guess that was Wednesday night, talking about team doesn't need a whole lot. And
you say they kind of like him?
Play it again. It was short. Play it again.
Frankly, we really like our team, and we like kind of all the returning members, and we don't feel as though we have any glaring needs right now.
I think he just threw in kind of.
Okay. Yeah, it felt like it was an extra word.
It's like a crutch, basically.
Yeah.
But you look at the Rockets. They bring back 11 of their top 12 in minutes played from last season. The only one of that group that you're losing is Aaron Holiday. And then you add Reed Shepherd, you're adding Steven Adams, and then you're adding A.J. Griffin. So I think that they feel like on a 41-win team in the Western Conference, they're in pretty good position. They expect some guys to get better next season. And if they want to break into the top 8 in the West, that's going to have to happen. The other thing that needs to happen is that some teams in the West are going to have to get worse. And while the Rockets have not done anything through the first part of free agency, there are teams in the Western Conference that finished ahead of them last season that are clearly going to be worse. And the first one is the LA Clippers, who are losing Paul George and bringing back James Harden. And then they're signing, I think it was Derrick Jones Jr. that they are signing to fill that Paul George role. It feels like the Clippers have gotten worse and are really in danger of falling back in the West.
I think the Clippers are one. Obviously, we know the Lakers, but they weren't, who knows what they were anyway. I think that, let me ask you this, because I go back and forth. So I can kind of be influenced on this. I feel like the Rockets know that they're going to take a big step, but the very top of the Western Conference is unattainable. Yeah. So why even do anything like that now?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. Now, you look at the top echelon of the West, Oklahoma City has gotten better.
Yeah.
And they should have just some normal development with some of their young guys, but they've also gone and signed Isaiah Hartenstein, and that fills a big need for them when it comes to rebounding. So that will help that team out a lot. The number 2 team in the West was Denver. Denver just lost Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. That's a huge loss for that team. So they fall back to the pack a little bit. Who knows what happens with Minnesota? There's no reason to think that the Wolves will be any worse. Dallas, we already talked about the Clippers. They finished 4th in the West. Dallas finished 5th. They lose Derrick Jones Jr., and Derrick Jones Jr. was a really important part of that team. And who knows what happens just when you're so reliant on 2 guys. One of those 2 guys gets hurt and misses an extended amount of time. Who knows what happens there? Phoenix was the 6th team in the Western Conference last year. I don't think anybody believes that team is getting any better. They just lost Eric Gordon. They don't really have the ability to improve that roster at all. Then you're looking at, 7th was the Lakers, and we'll see about them. New Orleans finished 8th. They did just get DeJounte Murray. That fills a need over there. 9th is Sacramento. They stayed the same. And then 10th with Golden State. That team doesn't appear like it's headed in a real good direction either, because you lose Chris Paul. And listen, losing Chris Paul isn't that big of a loss right now, but you lose the contract, and they were unable to get anything from a $40 million expiring contract, so they just lost him, and then they're going to lose Klay Thompson as well.
The only one I would disagree with you on is Denver. They're reportedly in the mix for Westbrook, whatever you think of him. Also, Klay Thompson. Like if both of those end up with the best player on the planet, things could get really interesting in Denver. So you got Minnesota, Denver, Oklahoma City. The Rockets are like, yeah, we can get up there. We can't get up there. You know what I mean? So I think that's the difference.
Yeah, I think that right now where they sit, you're hoping for 6th in the West.
Yeah.
Like if you can somehow sneak into that top 6, and the guys who the 6 guys, now 7 guys with Reed Shepherd. Well, let's start with the 6.
Yeah.
The 6 guys that have been here before, those guys can make, they can develop and get better, which you would hope at their age, when they're 19, 20, 21, 22 years old. Mm-hmm. There should be some development there. You hope for some better health, especially with Tari Eason, because Eason really was not much of a factor. Eason was on a minutes restriction when he did play. So if he's healthy and ready to go, that helps the team more. You have a better feel of what you can do with the men Thompson. You're not going to be without Alperen Şengün for the last 20 games of the season. Like, there's just some inherent development that comes there. Reed Shepherd is an upgrade over Aaron Holiday, assuming that he plays. So there are ways for this team to just they won 40. I don't think people
41,
realize
man.
41 wins in the Western Conference is incredibly difficult to do.
Yeah.
They were able to get that done. So now it's just, can we get better? Can the guys that we already have on the roster get better? And there's no reason to think that they can't. And do maybe some of these other teams drop off a little bit? I think that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing, which leads to don't expect much, really, in terms of big-name free agency this time around.
It's been quiet so far with everybody. Paul George is leaving. Paul George is going to sign with Philadelphia. But the Rockets just don't have a whole lot that they can do. And you heard Rafael Stone say Wednesday night, I'm happy with our team. He said this was the same thing that he said after the end of last season. I'm happy with our team. So I think that they are more than happy going into next season with the guys that they already have. And maybe if there's a way for them to add somebody on the mid-level, maybe they go for that. But I think that they want to see how this team looks year 2 with Ime Udoka, kind of year 2, everybody playing with one another.
Yeah.
And then you start to make some decisions after that.
I totally agree. And I think it's going to be interesting. It is interesting what San Antonio did with Chris Paul. You mentioned Chris Paul. He'll be signing with the Spurs. I wouldn't consider the Spurs like a major player, but I think what he brings, Castle and Wembanyama and a very good team, is invaluable. And they will get better just with lobs alone. I mean, with Chris Paul doing what Chris Paul does with Wemby alone. But I think they're trying to do the same thing the Rockets are doing in a different way. Like, just get to another level and see where we are. And, hey, maybe you get lucky with Chris Paul.
They are being very patient with this thing, and you saw this with how they traded the 8th overall pick in the draft to get a couple of assets from Minnesota. We're talking like 6-7 years down the line. They haven't gone out and really signed anybody aside from CP, and that's a 1-year deal. It's just it gives somebody else who can yell at Wemby. He's gonna yell at Wemby.
No, I think that's what they want.
No, it is good.
And he demands it. He's a jerk. I mean,
and he has gone to these types of situations before. Like, he went to Oklahoma City from here, and that team went to the playoffs that year. Now, this San Antonio team isn't quite as good as what he had around him in Oklahoma City, but it will help. You know, teams when he goes there, teams tend to get better right away.
He demands it.
Yeah. Here's a crazy prediction for you. I think he might wind up replacing Pop as their head coach down the road. I think
that is a crazy prediction.
I think he wants to coach. I think that he hasn't really been shy about wanting to coach, and I think that maybe he spends a couple years over there.
Well, he and Pop are very tight.
Yeah.
And they've always been very tight.
Everybody seems, all these star players really respect Pop. And so if he wants to be a coach in the NBA, he can go learn being around Pop for the next year, 2 years. We'll see what happens.
It is a transition time because R.C. Buford's, not getting any younger either.
What happened to Tim Duncan?
He's still there.
I thought he was going to be that guy.
No, I don't think he don't want to coach.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't want to be a head coach.
Yeah.
Okay, because he did coach one game, I want to say, right?
Or 1 year.
He was on Pop's staff for one season.
Yeah. And I think he let him coach a game or something like that.
There was one game where Pop had to miss, and it was Tim Duncan's scout. Yeah. So that's why he coached the team that game, was because it was his scout. But I don't think that he wanted just to deal with all the he certainly didn't want to do media. And guess what? You want to be a head coach, you got to do a lot of media
every night.
He certainly wasn't down for that. I wanted to ask you this: you have the Texans, you have the Astros, you have the Rockets. Which team is better set up to win in 2024/2025? I think you take the Rockets out of that mix just because they're the younger. They're probably obviously they're the least accomplished out of that. For me, it comes down to whose future are you taking this in the next calendar year? Is it the Astros or is it the Texans? For me, right now, it's still the Astros.
Oh, I don't think so.
You're taking the Texans' future this year over? Yeah.
Figgy?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the Texans' future too. You said in the next couple years.
2024/2025.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with the Texans on this.
I just feel like there's more proven commodities. And even though the Astros, I've been bragging about them all morning about like they showed back-to-back weekends that they still have whatever it is, as people like to say. But there's still some holes, man. I mean, there's still some holes that could come back and haunt you. And who knows what. I mean, they may have to do like bullpen games in the playoffs. I mean,
teams do that all the time.
Yeah, I know, but that's not ideal.
No, you prefer not to have that, but it does happen. And the Astros won an ALCS doing that in 19.
But it's not like by design and necessity.
It's not what you're looking for.
It's the calendar that makes you do it.
I would still go Astros just because this group has done it many times before.
That's the thing.
And while the Texans had that one run last year, I'm not ready to crown them just yet. Now, if you want to go next 5 years, I'm taking the Texans over everybody else just because the quarterback is in place.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest position in all of sports, basically, because you need that QB. And I think that they are set up really well with that. Now, that being said, I don't think the Rockets are in a bad position at all over the next 5 years.
I think the Rockets could pass the Astros over the next 5 years.
I don't think there's any doubt. The Rockets could pass the Astros within the next couple years, depending on what the Astros do with some of these guys that are coming up in free agency.
Yeah.
I think the Rockets are really well positioned moving forward. They don't have any of those bad contracts on the books at this point. Their entire core is incredibly young and really talented. You have to give Rafael Stone a lot of credit for the way that he has drafted, and he does it one way. It's all for him, high ceiling.
Yeah.
Like, he is not worried about the floor. He wants high ceiling guys. It's worked. They seem to mesh pretty well together. We'll see with a couple of these guys if they do. If Amen Thompson can learn how to shoot, then he becomes an elite level type player in my book.
And one player makes a world of difference in the NBA.
Yes.
Like, they could get appreciably better this year, as we've talked about. And then going into 2025, 2026, they had one player. All of a sudden, they could be considered a contender. Just with one guy, depending on who that might be.
And they are also set up to where if that one guy, like you mentioned, becomes available, they have the ability to go out and get that one guy.
Yeah.
Whether it's subtracting from the young core that they have.
Yeah.
They have a lot of draft assets in the future. They got more last week with that trade with Brooklyn. So they have the ability to go out and make a big move if they're in the exact opposite position as the Astros, where the Astros really don't have the ability to make the big move. The Rockets, they do have the ability to do so.
Absolutely.
And so that really helps. And I don't think there's a big name that's going to become available right now. But if you fast forward to January and the Suns are terrible and Devin Booker signals that he wants out.
And they've already expressed some interest.
Yes. So the Rockets actually have the ability to go try and get that done. And that sort of stuff.
I mean, they kind of set it up this offseason. Here we were talking about Durant. Then they get the draft, but they still have those picks that they can still use.
And the Rockets are literally circling the Suns right now. And they are letting them know, hey, we have your picks. This is your out. If you want to try and rebuild, call us. Let us know if you're interested, because we certainly would be. So we'll let you know if there's anything that arises here in free agency today. So far, again, it's been pretty quiet, or since this morning. Paul George is going to sign with Philadelphia, and Oklahoma City is going to sign former Rocket center Isaiah Hartenstein. Congrats to him. $87 million for that guy.
Dude, the money that they're throwing around.
Hey, man. I should have been a basketball player.
You should have been.
I'd be much better off if I were. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610. It is now the month of July. I don't know how we got here, but it is July, which means that training camp is this month. John has 10 passing thoughts about camp that he'll share with us when we come back.
1, 2, 3. Text. insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. It is July 1st, which means training camp starts this month.
It's freaking July, dudes.
It's come up quick. It feels like yesterday was New Year's, and here we are 6 months later.
First of the month.
Yeah.
So, remind me, when is the first training camp practice?
It would be July 18th. Report July 17th.
So 2.5 weeks from today.
Yeah.
The Texans will commence with training camp.
First team to open training camp. Well, one of two.
Yes.
Because of the Hall of Fame game, which we might get into a little bit. I got a thought on that later. But we are starting training camp this month. And kind of got me thinking, like, I mean, Figgy and Adam, I mean, I always do passing thoughts after big games, especially after every Texans game, just like sort of things that I jot down as I'm watching the game, stream of consciousness, just could be very nuts and bolts related, could be just related to the broadcast or fans or something I see in the parking lot, just passing thoughts. So I'm sitting here thinking, it's July 1st, and just 10 immediate thoughts popped into my mind. I just started writing them down. Agree, disagree, discuss, whatever. Number one, I think John Mechie is going to be one of the most, I guess, intriguing is the right way, because I don't know how much hopes I have for him, how high a hope I have for him, but it's going to be intriguing to watch. Like if he can become, we know the top three, if he can become the clear, and this might be asking a lot, but if he can become the clear number 4 receiver, that's an enormous win for this squad now and moving forward, isn't it?
I agree with you. I think that it's a huge year for him, obviously, and it's a year further removed from cancer, year further removed from the ACL, so he should be in position to where he should be the strongest that he's been since he was at Alabama. But
we don't know.
Yeah, we have yet to really
just
see
intrigue
him.
Is the word.
Yeah, and I do think that in all likelihood, Stephon Diggs is only here for a year.
Yeah.
So there's going to be an opening, and so they do need that fourth guy really to emerge, because that guy steps in and takes a bigger role next season when you need an extra receiver when Stephon Diggs is gone. So I do think it's a big year for him. And again, this is a guy who they drafted in the second round. And this is a guy that you really need to be able to cash in on. And if you do, it becomes very important just for the future of the team.
Yeah, we can talk about rookies and all that, and maybe I'll even mention a couple here. But like in terms of like just intrigue for the squad now and moving forward, that's one. Here's another one.
Well, really quick, it's a big stretch for this 2022 draft class.
Yes.
The Kenyon Greens of the world, the Jalen Petries of the world, the John Mechie's of the world. Like, these are the guys that really have to step up and show you something.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And here's another one that, like we look at this roster and like, man, they're pretty set here. They're pretty set everywhere. Maybe a couple of little things here. Justin Simmons is still on the street. He's really good. Like if one of the question marks on this team is the safety position. Some people don't have a question about it, but I think by and large, a lot of people are questioning, okay, you're set, cornerback's looking good, etc. Justin Simmons could be like that final piece to put this team over the top, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think so too. And it's just a matter of he's got to be waiting on something. And it could be very possible that he's just waiting for somebody to get hurt. And then that increases his value around the league if all of a sudden someone really starts to need him. So I don't have any problem with him trying to hold out and get as much money as he can. He also probably didn't want to have to like deal with OTAs or minicamp or any of that stuff.
Well, sure.
Very veteran move to not have to deal with that. He might not even want to have to deal with the start of training camp either.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he feels like he's in any rush, but they have some room. They have some room to maneuver a little bit.
Yeah.
And I do think that if there is a spot that they need to add, somebody who can be an impact player, I think that they have the ability to make that happen. And I think that's something that Nick Caserio needs to have the idea for, or leave that idea open. It's like, hey, let's make a move, and really, like, we're already going for
Pretty
it.
mind blowing that it's still out there.
We can really go for it now and really top off this roster.
And this is a weird one because I've talked about it a lot, and I get it. But for some reason, I'm not quite as concerned about the offensive line as I was in the past. I don't know if it's like I'm buying into the Kenyon Green is looking different. Maybe I'm just buying into Juice Scruggs. and some of the interior offensive linemen. Maybe I've just been sold on a healthier, Titus Howard at tackle gives you more options inside. I don't feel as that could change day one, but I don't feel as worried about the nuts and bolts of the offensive line as I have been in the past.
I'm interested to see Juice Scruggs in year 2, and then I want to see Kenyon Green. I think, I don't think the unit as a whole is something that I'd be paying a whole lot of attention to, just because I know what Laramie Tunsil is, I know what Shaq Mason is, I know what Titus Howard is when he plays tackle. Like those 3 spots you feel good at, if you feel good about. It's the 2 young guys. It's Green going into year 3. And it's Scruggs going into year 2. What type of an impact can those guys have? Yeah, and here's another one. Just sort of passing thoughts as we enter July here. I feel like we're kind of. I know this term is used a lot, but I think it's legit here. I think we're kind of sleeping on Foley Fatukasi. Like this front 7 has gotten so much run with good reasons. With Will Anderson entering his second year, Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, the linebackers Al-Shair that have come in, Christian Harris. And smack in the middle there is a tackle that just doesn't do anything but his job. Doesn't really fill up the stat sheet. Doesn't need to on this defense. Maybe there's going to be some depth issues. I know they brought in Tim Settle as well. Maybe they're going to bring some more competition. But like the guy in the middle that's just going to occupy blockers and fill gaps, I feel like he's going to be an important part of this team all year long. And also, he should be in a position to succeed because there's so much attention that'll be paid to Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. So with that, there are going to be so many bodies focused on those 2 guys that it's a lot of one-on-one stuff for Fatukasi. So I think that alone should make him better within this scheme. Yeah. Here's more of an organic one, kind of an abstract one. I really am looking forward, and I think the Texans are going to be better than most teams with the new kickoff rules. The new kickoff rules, we've talked about them here and there, and I think they're going to be much more talked about in the coming weeks and months. But I feel like Frank Ross and the way they've brought in some of these guys that specifically for special teams, I think they're going to put a huge focus on it. A lot of teams are, but I think they're going to put a huge focus on it. And they got guys like Ben Skoranek, Damian Pierce might be in that mix. I feel like the kickoff rules, this team is better equipped than most with their coordinator and some of the guys they brought in. You know what's interesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't heard from Frank Ross. No. During the offseason. We thought we were one day a few weeks ago. So the coordinators talked. Yeah. Matt Burke and Bobby Slowick. We thought that day. Both did media, but Frank Ross has not. And I think that's the one guy, of all the guys that we want to hear from, I think that Frank Ross is probably number 1 on that list. And once we get into, I don't think anybody really pays much attention to special team stuff when you get into training camp. They will this year. I think that people want to see just how it looks and do they do anything, kind of weird, I guess would be the best way to put it. Or how creative does Frank Ross want to get with these new rules? Because this is as drastic a change as you're going to see really do anything. Like there are times where they'll move the kickoff spot back to the 35 or back to the 30, or they might move it back to the 35 or to the 33. They've gone back and forth with that in the past, but they've never done anything like this. No, and it's going to be fascinating. And the Hall of Fame game will be great to see. By the way, take the over on the Hall of Fame game, specifically because of the new kickoff rules. I think they're going to be starting on the 40-yard line. I think after every kickoff, they're going to be starting on the 40. You might have a problem here. No. Bet the over in the Hall of Fame game. Early tip there. No. Let me. Nobody bet the Hall of Fame game. All right. Bet the over. No, do not. Please bet the over. Call the gambling helpline. This is me saying that. And you bet more than I do. I always bet preseason overs and unders. It used to be the under all the time. Bet the over and thank me later. Shout out to Kamari Lassiter. I think we're all going to be watching him very, very intently. But I think the most important rookies to watch this year are a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder for obvious reasons. Cade Stover, 4th round tight end. If he can be anything like what we may have gotten a hint at during minicamp, Texans are going to be onto something. And then Jahar Jordan, the running back drafted in the 6th round, they may end up depending on him. I mean, depending on how quick of a, I guess adjustment that Damian Pierce makes with this running game. I mean, Jahar Jordan might be like integral in their plans. I'll add one to that list. Kalen Bullock, the safety. I we're sitting here. We talked a little bit about the secondary. I think that they would like to have somebody emerge from that group. So then you don't have to go after Justin Simmons.
You still may go after Justin Simmons,
but if you don't have to, and if you can have one of these young DBs emerge and play really well right away, for not only does it set you up for 2024, but it sets you up for 2025, 2026,
all the way down.
And those are really important positions to have, especially on those cheap deals, especially when you're going to be paying the quarterback soon, and you're already paying Nico Collins, and Derek Stingley will be coming up pretty soon. So like those are the picks that you really need to be able to hit on.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's a little sneaky good thing about Texans training camp, which again starts this month. I think spending a week in Ohio before and then after for about 4 days, the Hall of Fame game, I think that's going to be good for this team. Like you just said it during the break when we were talking about July. It is really, really hot. It is really, really humid. I think even just a few practices, a few workouts in a game. And I know Ohio gets hot, but it ain't this, and we get players all the time from the Midwest that come down here and okay, this isn't normal. I think that week is going to be good for them to kind of revitalize and get juiced up for the rest of the preseason.
Figgy, I say this with no disrespect.
Here we go.
No disrespect at all.
Nobody wants to spend time in Ohio.
I do if it's cooler and I'm practicing football.
I don't want to go to Ohio.
But you know what you could do in Ohio? You could bet on sports.
There you go.
I don't think I want my NFL players doing that.
You can go to Ohio and bet the over.
They can have a cousin do it.
You can go to Ohio and bet the over.
And then all of a sudden the whole team gets suspended for betting on the Hall of Fame.
They get banned for life.
Yeah, for betting on the Hall of Fame game over under. So I don't think we want to go in that direction.
All right, here's another training camp passing thought, and I just mark my words. J.J. Watt is going to be a huge topic the whole time. You don't have to like it, but he is. He's going to be a huge topic. The J.J. Watt watch is going to be fun.
No, it's not going to be fun. It is not going to be fun at all.
Not for you.
If he plays, great. But, I want the second that a defensive lineman gets hurt, what's the first thing that we're going to go to?
JJ, baby. Yeah, JJ, baby. They're going to have to talk about him. They're either going to have to say, no, it ain't happening. We were kind of...
Not they, He's the one that needs to say
or D'Amico.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to get worse, too, because, JJ is going to do something to
He's going to be on all these shows.
He's going to be on Pat McAfee, and he's going to say something where it's going to start the conversation where Caserio or D'Amico are going to have to say something about it.
And if Caserio and D'Amico keep kind of going, well, that's not something that's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. The only way this thing's going to end is JJ or D'Amico saying, nah. We were kidding.
And that's the big thing. Until they say no or until he's signed, it's going to keep going. Yeah. If he wants to play, I'm all for it. Go ahead, suit up. I just don't want the endless speculation about it. If you want to play, sign right now.
Yeah.
Sign right now. And be ready for camp July 18th.
Yeah, but he didn't want to do camp.
I don't blame him. Just say, hey, I'm signing, but I want to ramp up on my own. But first of all, he might need camp just to hit again.
He'll need some time, but not camp. It's a long camp too for them this year.
Yeah, it is.
It's a long camp.
Again, if he wants to play. Sign him now.
Yeah,
make it happen now.
Yeah, there you go. See, we're doing it already. Yeah. We're doing it already. I think the new wrinkles. Couple more here. The new wrinkles that Bobby Slowick is going to be able to drop on us. I think we're kind of sleeping on that, too. Having that second year, and he's talked about how everything kind of came at him at once last year, and he adjusted 5 games in, and then later in the year. Well, now he's got his hands on the dials, and he's confidently being able to add stuff to this. And I'm thinking specifically about, the way he's going to use the 3 wide receivers, the way he's going to use an H-back tight end. I mentioned Skoranek, maybe Brevin Jordan in the backfield. We saw a hint of that later in the year last. I think Bobby Slowick and the confidence he has, it's going to be terrific to watch what he can add to this offense.
I think the big thing, too, is he's had a full year with C.J. Stroud, and so now they're not starting from scratch. And they can just build on what they were able to do last year. And so Bobby Slowick knows exactly what C.J. Stroud is really good at. He knows what he's not as strong at, and that helps, too. Just the ability to not have to start from day one with your quarterback, it only just increases just the things that you can do. Now, I hope that Bobby Slowick has learned from some of the mistakes of last year.
And that's part of it.
Yeah, and so the big one for me, and I've said this many times, and I will continue to say it, don't try to force the run.
Yeah.
Don't take the ball.
Well, they're
out of
not
your
a running
quarterback's
team.
hand. We say that now, but they ran the ball on early downs far more than they threw it last year.
But they became more of a passing first team as the season progressed.
You watched that Colts game?
Well, I know. The Colts game was different.
Yeah. But that was only the biggest game of the season for them at that point.
It was.
And that was the game where you should have been able, and they were able to take advantage of that Colts secondary whenever they threw the ball.
Yeah.
They had no answers for Nico Collins, yet they still kept trying to establish the run, and that game was a whole lot closer than it needed to be. So the big thing for me, like, if you want to run the ball, fine. But like John said, you're a pass-first team, and you need to be a pass-first team on first and second down. Because if I'm the defense, I want C.J. Stroud handing the ball off.
Yeah,
I want him handing the ball off to a running back whenever I can. That's a win for me when he's able to do that.
No, I agree. It's also going to be interesting to see, and I know he's done it a million times. Well, not a million literally, but he's done it before. Like, what are they going to add defensively now that they have new toys? And D'Amico, it was one aspect of him as the quote coordinator, co-coordinator, whatever you want to say, calling the defense is that was all new to him too, because he was a head coach and coordinator. So there's going to be a little familiarity and more comfort with how that whole operation works too.
And he's also learning with a whole new set of guys too.
Right.
Like that's we've talked about it for the offense. It's the same thing for the defense. Like when you're a defense coordinator / head coach and you know exactly what you're working with, I think that only makes your life a whole lot easier. So he's not starting from scratch. He's able to build on.
And then the last one here, and this is just, I know a lot of people are feeling this. It's getting, as we get closer, it's getting really cool. Like really, really cool that the Andre Johnson Hall of Fame induction is upon us. Lots of Texans that I've talked to, lots that I've seen online are going to be going. I think the Texans are probably going to, take the whole team, maybe a lot of people in the organization to the ceremony. We're going to see a Houston Texan inducted into the Hall of Fame. That is just, it's become one of the, for me, and I know you want to add to this in the next segment, it's really become one of the best off-field moments this organization has had.
It's important, and I think you saw this with the Astros when Craig Biggio was finally inducted into the Hall of Fame. Like how much that meant to the organization, just because the Astros had a whole lot more history than the Texans do. But it had taken a long time for them to get a Hall of Famer, and so that meant a lot. Yeah. Like they made a really big deal out of that, both when he was voted in and then when he was inducted. So it's a really good moment for the organization.
Yeah, it really is.
All right, John mentioned that, and he mentioned that this is like one of the best off-field moments in Texans history. That got me thinking, and we're going to talk about this next. What are the other best off-field moments in Texans history? And frankly, what are the best on-field moments? Because I don't know how many there actually are. We'll talk about that next on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Low Cheese Center right now. Guys, it is summer.
Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. And we were talking in the last segment. Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction, what is that? It's in August,
30th, right? July 30th?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it is probably going to be one of the best, if not the best, off-field moment in Texans history. And it got me thinking, like, what would even be, like, in the mix for top moment? And so I could really only think of a couple.
Yeah.
The first was when they were actually awarded the team in, 1999, after it looked like LA was going to get the team. And then maybe the hiring of D'Amico Ryans. Like, is there anything else that comes close to either one of those?
Yeah, I think, obviously, we almost have to, like, eliminate getting the team because obviously nothing happens without that. But I would say just, like, the logo and the initial uniform, like, and a lot of people may not remember it. This was 2001, I believe. It was right before the first season. So I think, like, that was such, like, what is this team going to be? What's it going to be called? What's it going to look like? What's the logo look like? I would absolutely put that at the top of the list. And I think part of it is, like, just the intrigue of that. I would put that up there. I would put, obviously, Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction. Where does this uniform redo rank?
Pretty low.
It's pretty low, Figgy?
You talk about, like
this latest one.
Just, like, best moments in history? Or
off-field. Off-field.
Okay.
Is it on the list? Low?
Not really, no. I mean, they weren't, first of all, they're not that great.
But
so that
the uniform?
But it was really, forget about what
there was such a build-up towards it. So I don't really think of that as, like, a great moment in Texans history when they unveiled new uniforms.
But this is off the field, though.
Yeah, off the field. I think it's on there.
Because I'm trying to think of some other stuff that was, like, off the field that can, be on a list.
The only things that really come close to me are the firing of Bill O'Brien and the firing of Jack Easterby.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those were really important moments in franchise history just because.
The hiring of Gary Kubiak.
That was a good one.
Because and this hasn't happened, I don't feel, since hometown boy coming home. I think they actually did the press conference in downtown at that forget what the place is called. Like, it was open to the public. It was like a pep rally. It's like a college hiring, basically. I think hiring Gary Kubiak is very high on the list. Outside of getting the organization, I would put that up there. Andre Johnson. Yeah, I mean, and maybe just the initial, like, the announcement of the logo and team.
Texters are saying the 2023 draft. And I think that's actually a really good one. Just the first round and the drafting of C.J. Stroud, and then right after, like, within 5-10 minutes, trading up to get Will Anderson. Like, I think that's a really that was a really important moment in the history of the team.
What about J.J. Watt and Harvey?
Yeah,
right. That became like, I want to raise $200,000. I think it was $200,000 is what he said. And it became $200,000 in like an hour.
Yeah, I think that. And then on top of him running out the tunnel with the flag, I think that's it.
And then it became more than $6 million, something like that.
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was
I don't know.
More than that, maybe.
I don't know how much it wound up getting up to, but yeah, and it really cemented his legacy within the city.
Yeah.
So it was a great moment for him.
By the way, the actual enshrinement, the parade's on Thursday, the day of the game. The enshrinement is August 3rd on that Saturday. So that'll be definitely one of. I think J.J. Watt might be. Well, he'd be one or two. Well, not outside of the getting the organization.
I think D'Amico being hired was a big one, just because of his stature around the game. Especially, I mean, the organization was really at its lowest when they fired Lovey. And so to bring in somebody of his stature, someone who had just the reputation that he had within the organization, I thought that was really. I mean, he was the biggest candidate that was out there that offseason, and for him to want to go to the Texans, I thought that was a really important moment.
What else would be on the list? 713-572-4610. A lot of people are weighing in on this. Obviously JJ has been mentioned a couple of times. The departure of Jack Easterby is a great moment. Like, it's great.
You kind of got the team back.
Yeah, because they were in the lowest of lows. They were dysfunctional. So you hate to kind of like, dance on the grave, figuratively speaking.
It's hard for me to put that on the list because it was such a bad thing. And it's like, man, like, I don't know. I mean, like.
But it was a day to celebrate.
Yeah.
We celebrated.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's like, I mean, I wouldn't put Bill O'Brien getting fired on the list.
I wouldn't, but I would Jack. Like he was that toxic, that big of a negative, that he brought the organization down. Like, didn't you feel new life?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But it was something that should have never happened, to be honest.
Right.
That's also true. Let's switch over just to on-field, because I don't know if not a lot of great on-field moments with this team. Is the win over the Cowboys the very first game?
I didn't want to bring it up.
Is that still number one 20-something years later? I mean, there have been some playoff wins.
I hate that we still have that on the list. Like, that's awful.
How do you get it off the list? Is it going to an AFC Championship
game? Get to
game?
an AFC Championship game, have an enormous win, along the way.
To me, to be honest, and y'all could probably speak to this more because I wasn't here, obviously, but I would probably put that Browns playoff game last season up there, man. I think that was a huge win, man.
That's a good point, because that's the first. That's off of C.J. Stroud's back.
Yeah, and mind you, the Browns whooped on them.
Yeah, just a couple weeks earlier.
Yeah, they ain't had C.J. Stroud, but I don't know if anybody thought it was going to be an ass whooping like this.
And also, it was against the Browns, and there's the whole Deshaun Watson part of that, where they, you traded them Deshaun Watson, and then you beat them in the playoffs. I think that was great.
Yeah, Browns #1 defense or top 5 defense and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So rookie quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
It's kind of sad. Cowboys is on the list. May still be number one. Certainly, that win is on the list. Andre, beating up Cortland Finnegan. Not really a win. It was just like on the field. That's on the list. Like, we need a better list of on field.
What about the J.J. Watt pick 6?
Yeah, that would be on there.
A lot of people been bringing that up.
That would be one or two, because that really kind of put a stake in the ground.
First playoff game in franchise history. Like, getting to the playoffs was a big moment against the Bengals.
Yeah.
With the T.J. Yates touchdown. Somebody
that's
brought
on the
that
list.
up. Yeah,
that's on the list.
But getting there, that team was going to go to the playoffs anyway. So
if not, there was. Gonna be there.
It was only a matter of time before
that play
happened.
kind of sealed the deal.
But that Watt pick 6 is really what won them that first. I don't know if it won them that first playoff game, but it certainly I don't know.
I think it did.
That put them in. That gave them the lead.
Yeah.
Or it increased the lead. So I thought that was just a huge play in that game, the team's first playoff game.
Was that a bigger play than the Cowboys on the field? It's
I'm
not.
I'm gonna say yes.
It's close,
because I actually asked a lot last year during the tailgates. I actually asked everybody what was the biggest play.
Yeah,
and everybody pretty much said that Watt pick 6.
If the first game would have been against like the Dolphins,
then for sure, and they got to win.
But it's because of who it came against, because it came against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I think winning that game is still number one for now.
It's so sad. It's so sad that's.
It's only been 22 years.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's getting better, because I think it's a fair argument. J.J. Watt's play or the Cowboys win, but I still think the Cowboys win probably trumps it.
Yes. So a Cowboys win or a pick 6 and a wild card.
Here's one more twist, real quick. How many potential moments this upcoming season, presuming the Texans are what we think they are, could bump them both down? I think a win against the Cowboys, like a significant win regular season that maybe pushes you, to the top of the AFC. I think a late season win against the Chiefs and Ravens, if that pushes you to the number 1 seed. Obviously, a win to get to the AFC Championship. And then who knows, if you cross your fingers and squint your eyes, maybe, get, a Super Bowl. But I think 3 potential right off the top.
Winning at Arrowhead would be huge.
Yeah.
If they could,
especially if there's stakes.
Yes. If they could sweep that Chiefs-Ravens back-to-back in December, and that would probably set them up to maybe even be the 1 seed in the AFC.
That's what
I think that
about.
would be really big. But for me, they got to win a divisional playoff game.
Yep.
They've got to get past that round. And they've got to be able to
enough, man.
They got to be able to compete in that round too. Like, they've gotten there before.
Yeah.
But really, they've only competed in that game once.
Well, and then what happened?
Well, the Baltimore game.
Oh, that one.
That's really the one game where they had a chance to win. They had the lead against Kansas City, but they gave up that lead before halftime.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, they gave up 24-0 before you even got to halftime.
Yeah.
And then they got blown out in the second half. So they've been to that round many, many times, but they've really only had a chance to win once. Like, you got to at least have a chance to win that game this year if you can get there. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we will play the hits. Astros in action this afternoon in Toronto, and NBA free agency is underway. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Somehow, someway.
.7809. Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's play the hits here on In the Loop. Astros and Blue Jays this afternoon from Toronto, Game 1 of a 4-game series. Hunter Brown, who has been outstanding, he is on the mound for the Astros today as they try to get to 2 games over 500 for the first time all season, and it's a weird lineup for the Astros today. No Jose Altuve. Altuve looks like just a routine off day for him. So Alex Bregman will be batting leadoff for the Astros today. First time he's done that since 2019. It's Bregman, Myers, Alvarez is the DH, Diaz catching, Singleton, Pena, Dubon at second base, Cabbage in right field, McCormick in left, and then Brown the pitcher.
How about Bregman?
I love that.
Really?
I would have when Springer left in after the 2020 season, I really was an advocate of Bregman batting leadoff after that, just because I like the guy who's going to work count and is going to get on base in that spot. So I think that it's a one-game thing. It's whatever.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of having Alex Bregman as a leadoff hitter.
Sure, man. Let's see it. I mean, anything that kind of keep the ball rolling here a little bit.
He's going to get on base. He's going to make
great eye.
He's not going to get himself out, and I think that you really like that in that position. But again, it's not like they've had bad results with Jose Altuve batting leadoff. So, whatever. I will say, and again, this is where the Kyle Tucker injury really hurts, just because you're going 2 games. You're going a game without 2 of those top 4, and it is really hard for them to really produce a lot of offense when you don't have 2 of those top 4, though everybody else did their jobs against the Mets over the weekend. So that's a positive.
Big time.
All right, NBA free agency underway, and it's been quiet for the Rockets, which was expected. There's some stuff about trades, but that all seemed to be, pretty far-fetched, at least at this point. We'll come back to us down the road with some of the trade stuff. But I guess the big move so far, Paul George going to the Philadelphia 76ers, not a big surprise at all. 4 years, more than $200 million. And I think the Sixers have set themselves up pretty well. They've had a good day. They got Eric Gordon yesterday on the minimum. They get Paul George. And so basically, they're off Tobias Harris. He's going to Detroit. And so you put Paul George in that Tobias Harris spot. I think that made that team a lot better.
I think the team's a lot better. I was talking to you guys before the show. To me, Daryl Morey is he can't quit. He just can't quit big ticket, flashy items. He's such a, for a guy that was on such a high for so long, and some people still have him up there. Don't get me wrong, but he's kind of gone down a couple of ticks for me. We'll see. You as you put it, they've set themselves up well. But how many times has he done this drill? How many times has he done this with trying to put superstars with superstars and it just doesn't work out?
Well, it has worked though. It worked here. I mean, they were
to what degree?
They're a hamstring away from winning the championship in 2018.
Okay.
So I mean, if
it didn't work,
if one
for me, it did not work compared to what. In relation to what you were going to do and your stated goal and what happened, and it was that one really tough break they had with Chris Paul's hamstring.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but it was a bleep show before and after.
I don't know about before. I mean, the Dwight Howard Harden thing, it worked out until.
Ask Dwight Howard about that.
Well, it didn't until the end, and some of that was Dwight. He got worse.
Yeah.
He declined pretty rapidly. After the first couple of years.
And I like Daryl Morey. I always have to qualify this. I like the guy. But it's just an array of John Walls and Westbrooks.
He wasn't John Wall.
That was after. That was part of his legacy, wasn't it? With part of the
No, that was Rafael.
I thought it was part of
he was gone. He was
okay,
gone by
well,
the time
it was
that happened.
Westbrooks and all this other
the
stuff.
Westbrook thing was bad. I will. That's on his. That's a big stain on his time here, and that was basically the last move that he made.
Yeah.
Was basically giving in to James Harden. I think that is the big thing for him, is just kind of
Harden is haunting him.
Yeah, and because it's not ending well with James. It did not end well, obviously. In Philly, but he has guys that he likes.
Yeah,
and Eric Gordon is one of those guys.
That's kind of one of my points.
Yeah. But I mean, there's nothing better that they could do than get Paul George this offseason.
No, Paul George, yes. I'm just saying I don't know how much confidence I would have that it's going to work.
No, there's certainly I don't necessarily disagree with that, but he's the best guy to go after this offseason, especially when you look at the rest of the roster that they had. Teams in the West, for the most part, I think teams in the West are getting worse. So far in the last 24 hours. I think Denver has gotten worse, losing Contavious Caldwell-Pope, and now they have to go with sort of unproven guys at that two-guard position for them, whether it's Christian Brown or Peyton Stroud. They've got a few other guys internal candidates that they can bring in. Golden State has gotten worse, losing Chris Paul essentially for nothing. That was a $40 million contract that they could have traded to get something. They didn't, so they instead just waived him and saved a bunch of money.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens with the Lakers. I think the Lakers are set up okay. The Clippers have obviously gotten worse, losing Paul George. I think Dallas has probably gotten worse, losing Derek Jones Jr. One team has gotten better, and it's the team that finished with the best record in the conference, and that's Oklahoma City, where they go they fill a huge they could not get a rebound to save their lives last season, so they go and add Isaiah Hartenstein and to a 3-year, $87 million.
And big time for them on that one.
Really good move. And Hartenstein's a great story. A guy who was a second-round pick here, really didn't get much of an opportunity with the Rockets, and then they waived him before the bubble. He bounced around to a few teams. He was in Cleveland. He was in Denver, could not find a spot. And then he really finally figured it out once he got to L.A. and then really cashed in with the
And
Knicks.
now he's getting paid.
Yeah. So
now he's getting paid.
It's a really good story. A guy who people here liked, but they just, it was just...
It didn't work.
It was tough for him because it was a team that was trying to win right away, and he wasn't ready to be in that position.
Yeah.
He worked hard. Everybody would tell you that guy worked his tail off. And again, it worked out for him. So I'm happy for that guy.
Interesting to see what the Nuggets end up doing, in terms of free agency. They're going to make a move here. And in the West, we said this earlier, and I think it's worth repeating, the Rockets are going to kind of just play it out as is, maybe get somebody here and there, mid-level if possible. But I think they just recognize the very, very top of this conference is unattainable. So they're going to kind of plan for 25-26.
I think obviously their hope is they can make the playoffs this season, and I think that's a goal that is very attainable.
Yeah.
You hope that you get some internal improvement from the guys that you already have, and then hey, if there's a situation that gets bad, if Phoenix really implodes, then you're ready to pounce and you're ready to come in and swipe one of their stars, and I think that's something that they can really start to think about.
Yeah.
Soccer, big game tonight. I believe it's in Kansas City.
Yeah.
It's the U.S. men's national team against Uruguay, and it's Copa America, and this is a big tournament for just to kind of see where the Americans are. They
have been playing well.
Yeah, within the hierarchy of this sport. They need to win, and Uruguay is one of the best teams in this tournament. If they can beat Uruguay, then they should be able to advance. And I bring this up because the World Cup is here in a couple of years, and so you start to pay attention to
and
this
the
stuff.
Euros are going on as well.
We're watching it right now.
We're watching one right now. I actually got into a Euro pool. We're not going to break down soccer here too much. We know it can be a little bit, sort of refined in terms of number of people that are really, really into it. But to your point, you should be paying attention. Because I've said this before. I think I've told you this before. If you have not been to a World Cup game and it's coming to Houston, do yourself a favor and go. Even if you don't know squat, if you're a huge fan, awesome. You know the drill already. But if you don't know squat about soccer, make it a point and go. It's gonna.
I'm trying to go.
I'm trying to go. You've got to go. It's going to be an event of a lifetime, and you're going to love it.
And along those lines, Copa America will be played at NRG Stadium quarterfinal on Thursday. It's Argentina against Ecuador. So if you ever wanted to see Lionel Messi
at
play,
their best,
yes. So you get to see.
This isn't some friendly or whatever exhibition.
This is a tournament that actually matters. So if you want to go, I'm sure there's tickets available for Ecuador, Argentina at NRG on Thursday night. All right, Olympic trials, and you brought this up. Simone Biles, back in the Olympics, most dominant athlete ever.
She's on the list. Let me ask you this. And for those who don't know, I've always loved gymnastics. I've covered gymnastics professionally for decades. I've been to the Olympics watching gymnastics. Hell, I wrote a book about a gymnast. And I brought this question up because I changed the channel. And you know why? Simone Biles is almost too dominant. We were watching the track and field trials, and I'm a big, that's one of my sort of low-key favorite sports that we don't talk about a lot. And then they got to the gymnastics trials. I watched 10 minutes. I'm like, what am I doing? Simone's going to win. I mean, this team is set. Is she too dominant?
I don't think there's such thing as too dominant.
Well, I mean, in terms of even dominant athletes like Tiger at his best, you still wanted to watch him, but I'm like, it's a done deal. Like the most dominant. Is she the most dominant athlete ever?
She's up there.
Tyson.
No, not Tyson.
At his best?
Tyson didn't do it. No.
What?
The best was not long enough, though. Like
it was years.
I'm thinking like Serena Williams.
Serena's on the list.
That's on the list. You look at the other three male tennis players, Federer, Nadal, Djokovic. Like those guys are on the list. Tiger is certainly on the list. Michael Jordan on that list. Nobody beat Michael Jordan for a long span.
Yeah.
I mean 6 straight titles basically, or 6 and 8 years. Like I would have him on.
Now,
the
are
list.
we talking about dominance as far as like winning it all, taking whatever
at their peak? It was almost almost boring because it was a given.
No, I don't think it's ever boring. I don't.
I feel like I feel like LeBron should probably be on that list too, as far as dominance, like personal dominance
in the East. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just feel like we've been talking about LeBron for so long, where we are getting tired of LeBron, and his down years is averaging 25 points a game.
I'll tell you another one that we're going to see this year, and by the way, I think the Olympics are 25 days away too. We got a lot of stuff coming down the pike, man. We got a lot of stuff. Katie Ledecky. She wins by pool lengths. Like the entire pool length is second place. So she might be there with Simone Biles.
Michael Phelps, Carl Lewis. Like, yeah, I can see that. Home run derby. I'm not a fan, at least under what the rules have become. And I'll give MLB credit for tweaking the rules. The way they used to do home run derby was the right way to do it.
Yes.
Where you'd get 10 outs. If you hit a home run, that did not count as an out. If you hit the ball off the wall, that would count as an out. I like that way of doing it. Now, you didn't get as many home runs, and that's, I guess, is what they're looking for.
Yeah.
But you can at least enjoy the homers. Under the new rules, it's basically you're trying to just hit as many homers as you can with the clock.
They can't breathe.
Yes, the players can't breathe, and then watching it, you can't breathe because before the previous ball lands, the next pitch is in the air. And so I did not like what it had become. They have changed the rules now to where so I believe you're only given 40 pitches.
I got it right here.
Okay.
They get 3 minutes or 40 pitches, whichever comes first. That's in the first round. In the semifinals, they're seeded 1 through 4, and they have head-to-head matchups. Otherwise, it's the same. It's the same rules. Finals is two players obviously go on. 2 minutes or 27 pitches. So with one timeout. I think I like this. I think it's going to make it better. You're right, because it was like, boom, was that out? I don't know, because they're swinging again, and it just got too much. So they're drastically changing the home run derby again.
And the players were exhausted.
Yes.
And so that did not help as the competition, went along. You don't want your guys to be just absolutely exhausted. The big thing for me is just like, can we make sure we get the star players, the star home run hitters in this thing? And if I'm a team, I don't want my guys doing it. Like if I'm the Astros, I do not want Yordan Alvarez doing it.
Yeah.
But as somebody who likes watching guys hit homers, I would like to see Yordan Alvarez.
The first one that we know is going to compete is Gunnar Henderson from the Orioles. Yeah. He is the only one that is confirmed, and that's fine.
I imagine some of those Rangers guys will do it. I don't think Adolis Garcia is necessarily going to be an all-star this year, but that's somebody that you could see doing the home run derby in his home ballpark. I don't think Corey Seager would do it. I don't think Marcus Semien would do it.
Yeah.
But that's also a big part of the draw is getting the hometown. When Lance Berkman did it here, that was really cool. That was a cool moment.
It was very cool, yeah. And he actually held his own for quite a while.
Won.
For quite a while, yeah.
He lost to Tejada.
Yeah.
He got to the finals.
Quite a while.
And he did it right-handed. I wonder if he ever regrets that.
He did great.
Yeah, but he could have done better left-handed. His power was from the left side.
His power was always from the left side, yeah.
So I think I would have just done it left-handed. Oh, well, whatever. Not a big deal. I think he's okay. Let's see. Do we have any other news today? Told you about the Astros. The Mariners really struggling right now. And I thought that was a pretty deflating series for them, losing 2 of 3 to the Twins. And one thing to keep an eye on with Seattle, they do not hit at all.
Yeah.
And they've already fired their hitting coach. Julio Rodriguez seems to be taking steps back at this point, and it's almost like it's somebody that you can't really rely on.
It's really sort of a testament to what the Astros are. We were talking about this over the weekend. The Rangers won the damn World Series, man. They won the World Series. The Mariners have been on the cusp for several times, where you think, okay, maybe the Mariners are going to be, and all we see is fluctuations, ups and downs, no consistency, and here are the Astros. Even at their worst, and I think it's fair to say this is probably their worst, array of talent that they've had in the last few years. They're still right there, and they've done it 7 years in a row. It's just a testament to, like I said, and we're going to get into this, like that gene that they just have. They just have, something in them that they can just consistently somehow find a way to contend.
And then one last story. Michael Early hired to be the Texas A&M baseball coach. And when I saw this story, like, hey, that name sounds really familiar. Mm-hmm. He didn't play in the big league, so I'm trying to figure out where I knew this name from. He went to Indiana.
He's your guy.
Yeah, he's an Indiana Hoosier. So congratulations to Texas A&M. You get an Indiana Hoosier running your baseball team.
He was with the Aggies, then he was briefly with the Longhorns with Schnauzsnagel, then he's back with the Aggies. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be one to watch. You don't really circle a date very often for a college baseball series, but you will that one.
They haven't put out a schedule yet for the SEC for SEC baseball.
No, not yet.
We'll be checking that out. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, the Astros at the halfway point. We're now a few games past the halfway point, but we're going to look at them at the halfway point after winning that series in New York over the weekend. We'll play stock up, stock down when we come back.
The Rockets needed it. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you until 2. Astros about, 2 hours away from first pitch in Toronto. It's Canada Day over there, so that's why you get the day game. I thought, John, this was probably the biggest stretch of the season for them. You know, you finish up that homestand where you finally get to 500. You're playing a couple good teams on this trip, you know, with the Mets yesterday or over the weekend who were the hottest team in baseball. Then Toronto's been pretty disappointing, but then the Twins are pretty good to wrap this thing up this weekend. You don't want to give it all back after you get back to 500. And it felt when the Mets series started that they might just do that. Well,
it looked like it early.
You play a really ugly game on Friday. I mean, that was just offensively, it was ugly. Defensively, it was ugly. They gave up homers. Like, it felt like, and then they fall behind 6-1 on Saturday with a bullpen game coming up on Sunday. It kind of felt like, oh, God, you spent all this time trying to get back to 500. You give it all back. Winning the 2 games, coming back to win Saturday, winning yesterday, I thought those were just 2 massively important wins.
Yeah, and look, I felt like last week, and people, you know, ran a promo about it, and I said it on this show and reiterated it a couple of times, you know, about how the Astros kind of became themselves again after the Orioles, you know, series win, and then how they performed after that. And you're right. Like, had they gone to New York, we talked about it last week. They're going to face a Mets team that's really, really hot. Yet, you know, they were just at 500. You hate to see them sort of spit it back. And then what do? They lay an enormous egg on Friday night. And then Saturday, they're down 6-1, man. And I'm like, oh, no, back to the up and down part. So then it became all of a sudden, and I think this is the theme, so to speak, if you had to put a theme on an Astros season, they're relying more and they're showing more of who they are than what they are this year. Like what they are is not the same type of dominant team that can just roll out pitcher after pitcher, that can just roll out a bullpen, even middle relief guys that can get outs, that just have, you know, clutch guys up and down the lineup. They haven't consistently shown that, but they're showing who they are in terms of how they're playing, and I talk about like their makeup, you know, the makeup of who they are. There's still some holes on this team. You know that better than anybody. Like, there's first base, there's starting pitching, you know, the bullpen game we may well have to see again, and that's just, you know, the way they're going to have to do it. Still wonder about, you know, certain things, you know, in the outfield and McCormick and all that. This is not the what of the Astros that they were, but the who is showing up. Like, to come back from that game on Saturday, that's the Astros that showed a little mettle, that showed a little culture, if you will. So that was so important. It was so important to back up last weekend with this weekend.
And winning the way that they won yesterday, because that, like, it was set up for them to lose.
Yes.
Not just, I'm not talking about just because it was a bullpen game. It was because you have the rain delay right before the bottom of the 9th inning. And so when the game, and you just blown a lead and the game resumes and you have to burn, like, they could not use Josh Hader yesterday because they had gotten him ready for the bottom of the 9th. They weren't going to have him sit for 3 hours and then get warmed up again. So all of a sudden you're pitching with one hand tied behind, or you're playing with one hand tied behind your back. Because of that, also Jose Altuve gets ejected. So that weakens your bench pretty significantly when you switch out Jose Altuve for whoever they brought in, you know, at that point to take that spot in the lineup. But yet, and then you look at, you know, the Mets, they tied the game in the 10th inning. You know, they get the game tied, they get the double. I think it was Nimmo who hits the double. And so the Mets have the winning run at second base with nobody out. Give Taylor Scott credit for pitching out of that. And then they have the big 5-run 11th inning, where what was impressive about that, it's not like it was just Yordan Alvarez, you know, putting the team on his back. Alvarez got walked to start that inning. Yeah. And so it was all these other guys. It was the Cabbages. It was Dubon. It was Jeremy Pena. Like, that's the sort of stuff that you needed to be able to see from them, is that we've kind of complained about just the overall depth of the lineup. Well, they showed the depth of the lineup these 2 games.
Well, they showed how they can do it. Saturday, too. Yeah. Like, their comeback on Saturday was traffic and key hits and contact on the ball and just chipping away, and all of a sudden you got the win. Dude, they put up a 5 spot in the 11th inning. That's what they have done in the past. That's something we hadn't really seen until a week ago. And that's why and you don't necessarily agree with this, but that's why I'm like, screw it. You're in. I don't know how good this team really is. I still don't know if they can get all the way there, but this is the closest they're going to be for a long time, after this year. So maybe it's time, to make those moves. And I know it's going to have to be an art more than a science in terms of the acquisitions that they make, but maybe they need to go ahead and just do it.
Hunter Brown against Yariel Rodriguez this afternoon in Toronto. Hunter Brown in the month of June, 4-0 with an ERA of 1.16, a good chance to be the American League Pitcher of the Month for June. Now, you mentioned cleaning out the farm to maybe adding to the roster. One name that has been mentioned is Vlad Guerrero Jr., who the Astros are playing against right now for the next 4 games. However, Vlad has just been scratched from the Blue Jays lineup for today's game. He got hit by a pitch. It was a Garrett Cole pitch yesterday. It got him right on the right ring finger, and I believe he stayed in the game. But I don't know if something maybe popped up with that today. So no Vlad Jr. in the lineup for Toronto. And I would not go after. I know that's a name that's been mentioned.
Yeah.
I would stay away for a couple reasons. First, not a lot of club control. Also, it's going to cost you a ton. And the other reason is I've liked what they've got going with this Dubon Singleton platoon. And I think that it's worked out so far, and they've had some success with just those 2 guys manning first base.
Again, you're right, but I don't know how sustainable it is. All I know is it's been working in the last week or so. So I get your point. You would like to be more, have a little more stability there, but you don't. And Vlad Jr., I just don't know how credible that whole thing was, that he's even out there. But they need to do something, and I wouldn't even prioritize first base. I'd prioritize pitching first and maybe pitching second at this point with the Astros.
I don't have any, I think it's fine if they want to go get a bat, but I would focus more so on the bench and maybe trying to find some cheaper options that way to where you're not having to completely tear down your farm system. Because I do think the one thing that we've learned from Joe Espada is that he likes to use his bench. And so he needs to have some better options than what he has been given so far. I think pitching is the big thing. I think that is an area that they absolutely need to address. Whether it's, I think that they could probably afford another bullpen guy, because right now, just kind of the back end of that bullpen, or I guess the bottom of that bullpen, where it's Brian King and it's Luis Contreras and Rafael Montero, that's not good enough. There's just not enough depth within that bullpen at this point. They could also use just another starting pitcher, just somebody else who they can count on to where you're not having to go to bullpen games, or somebody who can be both a long reliever and a starting pitcher if that's what they need.
Yeah.
There are guys out there. You just have to be smart about who you're going after. And the big thing is, there are guys that won't force you to break the bank. There are guys that won't force you to have to deplete your system more than it's already been depleted.
No, I get that. But whatever it is, however it is, and if there is a deal that comes up where you maybe have to give more than you thought, I really feel like, go ahead. I can't reiterate this enough. If you're handicapping, looking at this team, looking at the entirety of the season thus far, I don't know where you put the Astros. And let me just say this. I said it earlier. It's not what they are. They are not built like they used to be. Even if you add these pitchers, I don't know if you could even mention them in the same breath with some teams that we've seen in recent years. But the who of what they are, we're seeing. And that goes for Altuve, too, which we've never really seen Altuve kind of lose it, twice like that in the past few days. I think that's part of it. I think he's finally got, I don't know if it's conscious, subconscious, or whatever. Things are so tightly wound with this team. Altuve has to he's at a point where he has to show these kinds of things. He has to he knows that the margins are so small with this team, and he has to be able to lead it in a different way than he ever has.
Well, that's the thing. The margins are small.
Yeah.
And so when he got really upset, it was they both been in the same situation where he had a chance to drive in runs. The game against the White Sox, there was a bad call, a bad strike 3 call. Yeah. Yesterday, it was runners at second and third. He gets a foul ball off his foot.
No.
And again,
that was so clear too.
No, it was bad. And I don't blame the home plate umpire. That's tough to see. But you got 3 other guys. There are 3 other guys who should be able to call that, and neither one of them did. Other umpiring mistake this week, you had on Saturday, the home plate umpire lost track of the count. That happened twice this week. That happened in the Rockies series as well. I don't know why that keeps
How
why that's happening.
easy is that to keep up with?
It shouldn't be that tough. You have the count in your hand. You
Yeah.
also have the scoreboard, and usually the scoreboard's right if you're not right. So I don't know. That was very strange. I do want to play stock up, stock down with this team as we have eclipsed the halfway point of the season. For me, I'll give you one of each. So my first one is going to be stock up is Ronel Blanco, who has just been, and Friday's start notwithstanding, he's just been solid, consistent, one of the best starting pitchers in the American League, and a guy who has put the work in. And I give Dana Brown credit for this. He's the one who had the idea to make him a starter, and Blanco knew that he was going to need another pitch in order to make that happen, and he developed that changeup, and the changeup has been a huge development for him because he's not pitching the way that he has this season without that pitch. So huge stock up for Ronel Blanco, who's put himself on the map.
I absolutely agree with that. You have to be blind not to. But I think the key thing with Blanco is he's done enough now where he's consistently pitching well. Now I know what happened this weekend, obviously, but he's consistently pitching well. Probably in the All-Star game conversation, and probably if you started game one in the playoffs tomorrow, given who's available, it would be him or Hunter Brown. Right?
No.
It wouldn't be Fromber? It would be Fromber?
It would be Fromber
I don't
or
trust
Verlander if he's healthy.
I don't know. I'm saying given where they are
where they are right now.
Given where they are right now.
No, it would still be Fromber for me.
I don't trust Fromber.
Yeah,
I don't trust Fromber as much as I do Blanco or Hunter Brown at this point.
Some of it might depend on matchups, but no, I'm still going with Fromber.
He is so unpredictable.
But when he's good, he's good.
Say the same thing about Blanco and Hunter Brown.
When he's good, he's something.
You can say the same thing about Blanco and Hunter Brown.
I would still, Saturday start.
What's the stock on Fromber?
Level.
He's
Get
level.
off the fence, man. No, he's level.
Up or down.
Yeah.
He's been fine this year.
That's why I wouldn't start him in game one.
No, I would still.
Is Fromber still an ace?
Hell no, he's never been an ace.
He's not an ace.
Okay.
For me right now, he's probably a 2.
Yeah.
But I would still, just because he's been there, like this is a guy who's actually started postseason games, and Ronel Blanco hasn't. Hunter Brown hasn't started postseason games. So I think the experience does matter. And it's not like he's been bad in the playoffs either. This guy, he probably should have won a World Series MVP in 22. Like that's who I would have voted for had I had a vote. I would have voted for Fromber in that series. So I would still go Fromber game one, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And, we'll see what happens just with these other guys.
And my stock up is Hunter Brown big time.
Yeah.
And I know he's on your list as well.
Yes.
Simply because of how he transformed himself. Like, he was pitiful. Like
I wasn't sure he's going to stay on the roster.
He was. We talked about him not being on the roster, like potentially. He was awful. Then he goes back to the sinker and starts throwing it more. To me, I don't think people fully understand how difficult that is to do in the midst of a season. Like that is like you talk to pitching coaches and coaches all the time. That is almost unheard of. They can tinker, they've thrown like I'm going to try this in an off day or whatever, but to have that success that drastically in the midst of a season, to where I would frankly start him ahead of Fromber, that's amazing what he's done.
He had an ERA over 9 at the end of April, and an ERA just barely over 1 for the month of June. This is the guy that I think they thought he was when they brought him up to the big leagues in 2022. My stock down, Chas McCormick. It just hasn't happened for him this season, and I do wonder how much longer of a rope he has now. Again, the bench isn't very good. They really don't have any other options at this point unless they want to maybe get frisky and give Pedro Leon an opportunity at this level. But he just hasn't been good. Just chasing pitches, and I think it was the game. I think it was the game on Saturday where he came up against a left-hander twice, saw 6 pitches and struck out, and chased 5 pitches out of the zone. Like that's not good enough. And so it's been a really bad year for him.
Montero's on that list?
Well, he should just be. It's time to move on from. Listen,
you done with him?
You done with him now?
I am. It's when they use basically 8 pitchers in that game yesterday, and not one of them are Rafael Montero.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of all you need to know. Joe Espada kind of told you
that's
what
a
he
sign
thinks of Montero. I'll give you one other stock up. Jake Myers. They gave him. A lot of people did not want Jake Myers on the Astros anymore. And I give Dana Brown credit again for kind of recognizing that, hey, this is a guy who needs to be given an opportunity. You've seen how good he is defensively playing center field on an everyday basis, and he has shown enough offensively to where he's a guy who's going to be around for a very long time, an above average hitter. he did get into a slump, and one of the things that hurt him the last couple of years is that when he would get into a slump, he would not be able to get himself out of it.
Yeah.
He got himself out of this latest slump, and I think that's a really good sign for him.
For me, my version of the flat line, like you talked about, Fromber, is Joe Espada. I feel like a lot of this is going on, and he deserves credit for a lot of the things he's done. Followed instructions well, not really gone, too extreme one way or the other. Handled all the adversity and the noise. Give him credit for that, but I don't really know how much Joe Espada won that game. Joe Espada's decisions led to.
He won Saturday's game. You'd give him credit for the way that he deployed the bench.
Well, I mean, that was almost out of necessity.
But he didn't have he could have just not gone in, not done anything.
Yeah.
And what he did, so I can't remember who the lefty. I don't think it was Singleton, but they had the Mets had Jake Diekman on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
They go to the righty with Hummel, and so for whatever reason, Carlos Mendoza decides, you know what? I need to counter this, and I need to go with the righty. And so what does Espada do? He brings Trey Cabbage off the bench, and Cabbage worked what was a really crucial walk in that 9 spot in the order.
An array of good at-bats.
Yeah, but
again, that led to that.
I don't know if Cooper Hummel is able to reach base in that spot. They could have just stuck with Hummel there.
I can't get down with it. Too many didn't pinch hit here, didn't do this there.
I think he's been fine. He's been the one difference. There are clear differences between Espada and Dusty, and the biggest difference of them all, Espada is not afraid to go to his bench, and I can't. They are going to wind up with a whole lot more pinch hit plate appearances this year than they did last year. And the one thing that stands out, they are using pinch hitters in the 6th inning.
They do that a lot.
They are not afraid. Dusty would have never, ever gone with a pinch hitter in the 6th. It could have been Maldonado with the bases loaded. And he was
seen it.
He was sticking with Maldonado.
Yeah.
There could be nobody on with 2 outs, and Espada is going to go to a pinch hitter if he thinks that the matchup is better. So I think that's the one thing that I've had to get used to, frankly.
Yeah.
So I think that Espada has done just fine, and I think that he's been able to handle just all the pressures that come with the job really, really well, and I think that matters more than anything.
I'll give him credit for withstanding that, because he could have just crumbled, emotionally. I mean, he could have just crumbled or popped off or whatever. I just don't see him impacting wins as much as you've seen in the past.
All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we are going to do some lunchtime confessions.
All right, Low T Center.
off limits, right?
Right.
Nobody's off limits. You find a way to make that deal work.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's do some confessions.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, guys. I don't know if this is blasphemous or not, but I saw you tweet about this, Figgy, so I hope I'm not taking one of your confessions away.
Nah, you good.
But Kendrick's Not Like Us, that's already being overplayed, right? Overplayed, too mainstream. You know, it was awesome. We talked about it.
Yeah.
It's too much already, right?
I think so. I'm
like the Macarena?
Me personally, I'm getting tired of it.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was awesome.
And also, we in a day and age where we get tired of stuff very quickly.
I guess. Like, what are those songs?
To me, the first one, I think you've seen this tweet, but the first one that come to mind is that Carly Rae Jepsen song, Call Me Maybe.
Oh, Call Me Maybe.
Oh, my
It's a good song.
It's a good song.
It's a great song.
It was a great song. The
but
first
man,
75,000
they
times I heard it.
overplayed that song like crazy.
It's
It was
Not
a
Like Us
commercial
on the list?
I never really heard it, so I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, see, it's all over the place, but not all over the place where people like Spo is getting tired of it.
Not like Carly Rae.
That song was playing in the air. It was just playing in the flat out air.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think I miss O.J. Simpson.
Oh, God. Are you going to talk about what happened last night?
No, I mean, they put him in the in memoriam at the BET Awards, which got some reaction, but I kind of just missed the OJ giving me fantasy football advice on Twitter. I kind of missed that.
I mean,
Hey, Twitter world.
Yeah, I missed that.
Did you use it?
There was such great insight, and I don't know if it was great insight or not, but it was just there was just something about it.
It's because he killed two people.
He had some good takes, allegedly. He had some good takes.
And he was acting like he was just some fantasy guru.
Yeah,
I'm
just
sure Jeffrey Dahmer has some good takes too.
Exactly.
I miss that I want to hear about OJ's fantasy team, and I miss that we won't get to hear. And I was also hoping that just like he would let it slip.
Yeah,
that he did it.
Yeah.
I was always just like hoping upon all hope that he would let it slip.
It was. And by the way, you mentioned it. I'm not going to make it a confession, but yes, at the BET Awards last night, they did the memoriam and they flashed O.J. Simpson up there. And what happened, Figgy? You said it was like people were laughing or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know because they had music playing. So obviously I wasn't there, but they had the music playing. And when I seen his face, I'm like, wait,
what are we doing?
And then word on the street is they didn't. So they had OJ in the memorial thing, and then they didn't have the guy from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah, Andre Bauer.
Yeah,
Bauer.
they didn't have him on there.
He was awesome.
Yeah, he was good.
Mm-hmm.
You should have killed two people.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of the BET Awards, man, I felt old as hell watching it. I watched some of it. And the whole time, I'm like, who is that?
Oh,
Why
no.
are they doing this?
That's me.
And I think I really felt, I think y'all could probably relate to this too. When an artist you grew up listening to get like a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, oh, man. So Usher got the Lifetime Achievement Award from BT.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, oh, man, I remember he was like 15 years old when he put out his first album.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, man, now he the OG and all this other stuff. But
yeah,
I really felt old, too. And this was kind of, I don't want to say the Prince effect, but when they were honoring Usher, they had all type of different younger artists, performing his songs and all that.
Yeah, like they do, yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, why is he singing the song? Why is that? Why they got that girl on stage
Who
singing
is
the
that?
song? Yeah, I'm like, come on, man. Yo, this is Usher. This is a legend.
Yeah.
Y'all got to have some legendary people up there honoring Usher too.
Do you know how old Usher is?
Ooh.
He's still pretty young.
He's 45.
Yeah, he's
like, shouldn't you have to be like older than 50 or 60 to get a Lifetime Achievement Award?
But you got to think, I mean, first of all, I think it's BT, so they probably looking for anybody, but I think people. Yeah, but he been in the game since he was 14. He dropped his first album at 14. So that's a long time.
He was
man.
14?
He was about 14, 15 years old. Yep.
Still, you got to be older than 45 to get. You're halfway through your life. You got to be like towards the end of it.
Hey, he's a living legend, man. Honor him while you can.
He might get 2 Lifetime Achievement Awards then.
Yeah,
he might.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think this is a great idea, but my confession is I'm not so sure I would how I would feel about my team if this was them. Costco, yes, that Costco with the big boxes and the big shopping carts. They're now selling discounted college football tickets for select teams with the membership warehouse club. How about this? 2 tickets for $65.99 to $99.99. The problem is, I don't know how I'd feel if Costco's using because you want your team to be the big ticket. Baylor, Indiana, Louisville, Minnesota, Nevada, Rutgers, Tulane, and Virginia, you can get 2 tickets now at Costco. Good for them, but I think it's kind of a reflection of where your program really is.
Well, yeah, you just reveal those teams again.
Yes. Baylor, Indiana, Louisville, Minnesota, Nevada, Rutgers, Tulane, and Virginia.
Yeah, those are Power 5 or Power 4 schools, but they're not the high-end Power 4 schools. So, yeah, let me tell you something. As an Indiana alum, just show up.
Yeah.
We don't
you want to go to the game?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me check my Costco account.
We don't need all those empty seats at
it's a good idea, though.
Stadium. Yeah. Whatever gets people in the seats is what matters.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I don't care about the Bronny James nepotism thing. I just don't.
I don't either.
It's, nepotism is all around the world. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
What bothers me about it, though, I don't know if he necessarily needed it. Bronny James has some ability, and he had 3 years of college eligibility left. Let him go to college and
that's what you're. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Let him stay in school and maybe try and improve at USC, or maybe he goes to the portal. Maybe he goes through the portal.
Yeah.
Let him do that, and then maybe he's able to work himself into being a first-round pick, and you don't have to deal with all this stuff. That's what kind of. It's almost like they took his moment away, where he could have really improved himself, and so you wouldn't have this nepotism stuff out there.
I'll agree with that, but right now it's just a bad look all around.
Do you feel like this was, and I don't want to make this assumption, but do you feel like this was LeBron being a little selfish because he wanted to play with his son?
Of course.
Yeah, I think
because if Bronny did, let's say Bronny did go to college for 2 more years, we don't know where LeBron would be at right now. Maybe he retired.
No, LeBron's not retiring. LeBron wants the spotlight
in about 2 or 3 years.
He wants to have a victory lap, though.
But I'm saying Bronny could have gone back to college this year.
Yeah,
and he could have remember, this is a kid who almost died.
Mm-hmm.
He had the cardiac arrest thing. That's a serious thing.
Yeah.
Really didn't get to work out much after that. So he could have gone back to whether it was USC or he could have followed Andy Enfield to SMU, whatever.
Yeah.
He could have gone back to college and really worked on his game and gotten better. And maybe he's the second or third best player on a good college basketball team.
Yeah.
And then you go into the draft, and then maybe you work yourself into being a first-round pick, or maybe there are a bunch of teams that are trying to.
And then maybe people aren't saying, well, the only reason you got drafted.
Yeah, so I felt like, I have no problem with nepotism, but the nepotism should be the last resort.
It's working against him.
Yeah, let him try and make it on his own first, and then you can resort to the nepotism if that's what you need.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I kind of like this Altuve being a little hot shot, a little angry, man. I'm gonna start calling him Angry Altuve. Man, I enjoy this, and we've seen Jose Altuve his entire career, and he's super laid back. He don't really get in a lot of drama and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I want to say the last 14 days he's been a bit of a hothead, man.
I like it.
I like it too. I want to see more of this, man. I know he did it last week. He had something going on. He got tossed yesterday. I want him to go for the hat trick, man. I want him to hit a home run and act like Garcia from the Rangers, man. Just pimp it out. I want him to act like Jose Siri.
Flip the bat.
Just flip the bat. Just talk a whole bunch of smack. Act like Josh Naylor going into the clubhouse and just throwing the helmet and I just want him to be more fired up now.
I just feel like, and this is what I was going to ask you about, Adam, it means something. It's not nothing that Jose Altuve, just as Figgy said, all of a sudden is showing this kind of emotion. I think it's partially, as we talked about in the last segment, he understands how small a chance, and every chance that they get, they have to take advantage of. I wonder if he's also just trying to do it almost consciously, for his teammates, because he's never shown this stuff before.
Yeah. And I don't think he had to really do it, because you had other leaders. Like, I know Jose is the star, but you had other people that would take over this team. You had like a Correa and Bregman and stuff like that. So I wonder if right now he's like, man, I need to step up. I need to be more of a voice and fire this team up.
Probably can't get ejected though. Kind of need him on the field at this point.
Yeah, you do need him on the
that's
field.
True. Let's avoid the ejection. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610. The Astros are in another country. Have you ever smuggled anything from another country back into this one? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, guys, AbilityTrees.com.
Restrictions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Before we get to committing federal crimes, I did want to ask you, this story just came down. The Boston Celtics are up for sale.
I saw that.
And you would think you wouldn't think this is a
Right
time to
after
be
the championship?
Yeah. I mean, well, not just that, and they're set up to win another championship too next year. But the TV deal in the NBA is about to skyrocket. There's about to be expansion, so that's even more money in your pocket as an owner. So why are you wanting to sell now? I just found it weird.
I mean, they put a release out. Like the Boston Celtics themselves said, "Hey, anybody interested?"
And you just had Mark Cuban sell his a good portion of the Mavericks. Like, you would not think this is the time that you would want to sell. And because for those that don't know, the way expansion works, you can charge however much you want for an expansion team. Like, you can charge $5 billion for an expansion team, and that money goes to the owners.
Yeah.
Like, they have to, like, you share basketball revenue with the players. Usually, I think it's 50-50. It might be 51-49, whatever the split is. This is 100-0. This all goes to the owners. So if you have two expansion teams that go for $5 billion apiece, that's $10 billion divided by 30. Like, that's a pretty good chunk of change. And to just give that up right now, it's very strange to me. But that's a story that just came out today.
I don't understand it for that and other reasons, but it is sell high, man. I mean, it is definitely selling high.
The only thing I can think of is that teams are just terrified of all the luxury tax stuff, and they just want to get out now before stuff gets to be really, really expensive, which is kind of what the Warriors.
What is their
right
value?
I bet they could probably
because it's the arena too, right?
I don't
think
know.
They have the arena.
Hang on, the Boston Basketball Heart.
I think they have the arena too, which is huge.
Because I don't know how that splits with like the Bruins, because the Bruins share that arena also.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly how that works, but I mean, I think the Mavericks were probably valued at around $4 billion. I think you're probably looking at $4 or $5 billion.
Well, they bought it for $360 million.
It's a good investment.
$360 million.
That's kind of the Jim Crane Astros thing, where Jim Crane paid, or that group paid $600-something million for the Astros, and they could easily sell it for $3 billion now.
Yeah.
So
unbelievable.
Man, that's an NBA max contract right there.
More than that. More than that.
All right, so the Astros are in Toronto right now, and they are taking on the Blue Jays. Different country, very different type of travel.
Yeah.
Like, I remember on Wednesday after the game, there was somebody collecting passports from players, because you got to make sure you have that passport straight when you go to Toronto. This is probably about 10 years ago. The Astros had just gotten back from Toronto, and I'm just talking to one of their coaches, like, "Hey, how was the Toronto trip?" He's like, "Great. Yeah, we got a bunch of Cuban cigars. We smuggled them. we put them in with all the equipment." And so that made me think, have you ever smuggled anything into the country from outside the country?
All the time. No, I think the statute of limitations has passed for most of them. I think anyone who has traveled on a regular basis to Mexico, and I haven't done this in decades, but when I used to have family in Mexico. My mother had family there, so we would go visit, and there was a ranch there that we would work on. It was fun. I'm talking about from the time I was like 6 or 7 all the way until high school age. We would almost go every summer for a week, 2 weeks, sometimes a month. And it was wild, man. Back then you could drive. I wouldn't drive in Mexico right now on a bet. But you could drive from, all the way across Laredo into Nuevo Laredo. We had family in Monterrey. We'd drive all the way to Monterrey. It's like 6 hours or whatever. And then we'd come back and we had all kinds of stuff in the car. like prescriptions and booze for my dad. Obviously I wasn't drinking then. And just stuff that you probably shouldn't bring across. I mean, nothing like, cocaine or something. I'm just saying, like, stuff we would buy
Not
there.
the fun stuff.
Yeah, just stuff we'd buy there. And we had the same drill. Okay, kids, act like you're asleep, and we'd be like asleep on these blankets in the back of the station wagon. There was all kinds of stuff under. They were like basically using us as stuff.
You're the mules.
As mules, yes. No, so that was as a kid. We did it all the time. I think a lot of my people who grew up in that era, and even after.
Your people.
My people, I think can relate to that, always bringing stuff over. Now, as far as an adult, like traveling myself international. On a plane. Two things come to mind. Probably both of them, had they found it, I wouldn't have been like in big trouble, but it was definitely I shouldn't have done it. One time, I think I was coming from Australia after the 2000 Olympics, and there were these kiwi fruits and some other fruits that were just awesome, like just awesome in Australia. And I just wanted to bring some, for my wife and kids to have, and I didn't. That's hard to bring across as fruits,
It's perishable.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I wrapped them in something and put them in my suitcase and my carry-on. And you got anything there? Nope. And they just wave you on, And then cigars, like actual Cuban cigars. I brought some of those back from Costa Rica this past trip. When did I go? In April? I think I went in April to Costa Rica. I brought a case of cigars. So nothing too crazy.
No people. You never
no
smuggled
people, no coke, no meth, no what's that stuff that people put up their butt all the time that they
Are you looking at me? I'll say crack.
What's that drug that there's always they put it like in
the balloon?
Yeah.
The heroin.
Is it heroin?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah. Good stuff.
A word. It's good stuff.
How about you?
Nothing like illegal. Wine. Like I was in Croatia a few years ago, and we went on this wine tour.
Yeah.
And we went to this one winery, and they gave us like 5-6 glasses of wine within like a span of an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So I'm in a pretty good rhythm.
You're in a buying mood.
It was really good, and so there were. I just like, okay, I'll buy some, not thinking, well, how am I going to transport it? So I wound up getting like 3 bottles. It was like $30 total, $35 total. And so, but you can't like carry wine onto a plane because it's too many ounces. It's like 3 ounces is the limit. So I basically had to put it in the bag that I checked in, but I had to do it where I was like wrapping it in towels,
like socks.
I was not prepared at all. So I put it in the dirty clothes, in with all the dirty clothes, and I put it in the plastic bag so that if the bottle were to shatter, it would just go into the, which is so dumb because it would have gotten in anyways. So I did that, wrapped it in towels. So that was probably like the one thing. When I was working in baseball, this isn't technically illegal, but when I was working in baseball, we would play a team in our division where there were 2 teams in our division that played in Utah.
Okay.
Beer in Utah is the absolute worst.
3.1.
Yeah, it's awful. So what we would do whenever we would have like one of the Utah trips for a weekend, we go buy a case of beer.
Oh yeah.
Before we left.
Oh yeah.
And then we would just bring that into
it's the worst.
Yeah.
Beer.
No, it's
you got to drink like 17 of them.
It tastes bad. It's all like getting drunk in Utah is not fun.
Yeah.
So we would just like bring in a case of beer from Utah. I think that's probably it. I haven't. I'm going. I'm leaving the country here in August, so maybe I'll get a little riskier with some of that stuff. But yeah, that's just looking at the text line. A lot of it is just people bringing in cigars.
A lot of cigars. Now, a lot of people say, well, you can get Cuban cigars now in wherever, but that's the Cuban seeds. Like this is the actual rolled in Cuba cigars. And those are sweet. I still have some on my desk from the Costa Rica trip if you want one. But I think back about some of those things that we would do when we drive to Mexico and come back. It was Oso Negro, however you want to say it. That was bottles. I would be laying on top of those bottles like crazy.
So this wasn't me, but one of the classes I took at Indiana, the teacher was big with track and field in the track and field world. He was like a judge during the Olympics or a referee or whatever they do for track and field. He went to the Moscow Olympics in 1980, the Olympics that the United States boycotted.
Yeah.
He went on like a tour. What he did before he left is that he climbed up a light pole in Moscow and took an Olympics flag.
Oh, wow.
And brought it back with him. So that's a pretty cool souvenir.
An official one.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool souvenir. He said that, most of the time the Olympics, man, they're trying to sell you everything.
Yeah.
They did not do this at the Moscow Olympics in 1980 because, again, it's communism, so they're not really worried about it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he went and climbed up a light pole and took the flag.
From Russia.
Yeah.
Soviet Union back then. Well,
yes.
Yeah.
Risky stuff.
Yeah, very risky stuff. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you end up in a Brittany Griner.
The poor kid who went to UVA and did that at North Korea died.
Basically he had no chance.
Yeah.
Didn't he do something to a painting or something? Or
I think he took a painting or something.
Yeah. Oh man.
Tried to sneak it out, and they caught him because they're going to catch everything over there.
And they took him to a North Korean prison, and he died in prison. And it was he was emaciated. They tried to bring him back. But he was already beyond.
So I told you. I want to go to North Korea, but I need a written thing like, hey, yeah, you're going to come back.
The closest thing I did to that, and this is one of my all-time great lifetime experiences, was I went to Cuba for the Pan American Games in 1991. And the only Americans were not allowed to go in and out. But the only way you could do it, they had to charter a plane, and they had to like register us, or we had to fill out some forms or whatever as American diplomats. And so the only way you can go in and out, and we flew from Miami, flying from the United States into Canada, was as a registered diplomat. So they got all the media, and it was only like 12 of us. There weren't a lot, that were going. And you filled out these forms, and you went to Cuba. So when I was in Cuba, they have these things called diplomercados, a diplomatic market, that only the people from another country, diplomats could go to. Well, I'd kind of befriended, and me and Ed Fowler, the columnist from the Chronicle back then, befriended a couple of families that were helping us, showing us around all these back areas in Cuba and everything. And I was there for 28 days, 30 days, whatever. So we kind of befriended them. So before we left, and I did have second thoughts about this, like 2 days before we left to come back to the United States, we went to this diplomercado and bought clothes, food, all our extra money that we had left, makeup for the ladies, cologne for the man. I mean, just everything that was that they dreamed about, Americanized, and we took it to their house. And you would have thought it was Christmas times 10. Like, because they only ate like soy burgers, and they got their rations of beans and rice and chicken. I mean, it was bad. It was bad. Cuba was very sad, but it's a very beautiful country. So we basically almost cleaned out the shelves of this diplomatic market and took it to them. And then when we were driving off in the taxi, I looked at the taxi driver, and he was kind of looking back. He knew what we were doing. And I'm like, I wonder if we're going to get arrested for that. Because I don't think they would have wanted us to do that.
Yeah.
Like to give Cuban nationals, these two families that were helping us and were nice, all this cool Americanized stuff, and everything. So I was that's the closest I got to like, I would hate to go to prison in Cuba, in Havana.
It would not go well.
It would not go well.
It would not go well for an American in a Cuban jail, is my assumption. Do you ever keep up with that family? You ever talk to them?
Okay, so the next year, maybe a year and a half or whatever, I was still working at the Chronicle. I told them they were going to go to Mexico City. That's the only place they could fly. And they said, we're going to go to Mexico next summer. It was one of the families. There was two families that we kind of hung out with and were helped us, and there was two boys and two daughters, and they were really cool. Anyway, they were going to go to Mexico City. They couldn't come to the United States, obviously, but you can go to Mexico City. I said, let me know when you get to Mexico City, and Ed and I were going to not go, but send them, call them, whatever, just say hello, catch up. I got the message a week after they'd already left. Like I just a Chronicle phone thing, and so I never did do that.
One texter says he took a piece of the Great Wall of China.
That's pretty sweet.
Did you go? Because you went to Beijing.
I went to Beijing, but I didn't go to the wall.
The wall's cool.
I was following around. Yao Ming at the time.
I got to say, the wall, pretty cool.
It's pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we will go around the NFL training camp right around the corner for everyone. That's next on In the Loop.
One of the Rock. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, back on In the Loop. Texter wants John to know that in Cuba, he would have had diplomatic immunity.
Oh, really?
They wouldn't have been able to touch him. I mean, Cuba, of course, is known for, taking that stuff seriously.
Yeah, very, very fair.
Yeah, they follow the rules a lot.
In terms of international law. I actually thought of that, or somebody else mentioned it. And I was like, they gave us, they put a stamp on a form.
I wouldn't trust that.
Yeah, they put a stamp on a form, and we're just sports writing hacks. And if they caught us giving their people a bunch of cool stuff from the West,
you wouldn't go to jail at all, man.
I don't know.
Go ahead and do it. They follow the rules.
I will say we did kind of have to sneak it in, but we took a cab, and you don't know who's who.
Yeah.
In Cuba, they call them ojos malos, the bad eyes, like they call the government people, the bad eye. You never know who's looking at you. So I did get a little when I looked at the cabbie, kind of did like a double take when we got back in the cab, and I was like, oh boy, let's just get to the hotel.
When I was in China, I thought the same thing. You're always kind of you're never totally sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of breaking the law, Jamarcus Russell, former number 1 pick in the NFL draft from the Raiders, went to LSU. Well, he was working as a volunteer assistant coach at his high school, Williamson High School in Mobile, Alabama. He has been fired from this job and is facing a lawsuit after he allegedly stole $74,000.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a donation or something?
So a local business owner, Chris Knowles, wrote a $74,000 check saying that Russell approached him about donating to the football program. Well, Russell allegedly kept the check for himself, deposited it in a credit union, and promptly withdrew $55,000 of the $74,000. So
I'm laughing, but it is by no means funny. I'm laughing at how dumb this guy is. Yeah, and first of all, you got fired from a volunteer coaching job.
He's not allowed on campus either, and he's a star. He's basically the most famous person that ever went to that school, and now he's ostracized from that school.
$74,000.
$74,000 for a guy who, I mean, I know he didn't handle his money real well, but made $36 million in the NFL.
So he's got to be out of money, right?
I can't be doing good
if he's stealing 70, 50 or whatever it was
from a high school.
Yeah.
From his high school.
From his own high school.
It's pretty sad. Brandon Ayuk, this whole saga just will not end. His holdout, and he wants a contract, and hey, that's fine. Well, TMZ's now in the mix.
Of course.
Because TMZ basically asked Ayuk at the airport, he was at LAX over the weekend. Is he ready to play for the 49ers, even though they have yet to agree on an extension? Ayuk said, quote, for sure. So I don't know if that means that he's just going to hold out until it's time to start the season, or if that's what exactly his plan is. But this has just been a very strange saga. This stuff happens all the time.
Yeah.
He's been just a whole lot more vocal about. You haven't heard anything really from CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, he's been incredibly vocal. Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb really hadn't said anything about his holdout. He just kind of going about his business. But Ayuk is, on live streams with Jaden Daniels talking about it, saying that how the 49ers don't want him anymore. I feel like CeeDee Lamb is handling this a whole lot better than Brandon Ayuk is.
You know who I thought of when I saw this? Steven Nelson. And here's why. If you're really, really good, you can use this strategy. Like when they sign him, and they will, nobody's going to remember this and hold a grudge, about to Brandon Ayuk about some of the. I mean, he was very, very vocal, very, very, pointed. Nobody's going to care. But when you're Steven Nelson, you don't play anymore. And so, yeah, it's a unique strategy, but I don't think it's going to linger by any stretch.
Just keep your mouth shut and let the agent take care of it. And
that's like you said, Lamb. That's what others have done.
Yeah, that's what you pay the agent for, and you just kind of
they're paid to be the bad guy.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah,
let the agent be the bad guy. You just go about your business and do so quietly, and everything will work itself out. And you'll either get the contract or you won't, and you'll get it somewhere down the line. But yeah, it's been a weird way to handle it.
Yeah.
This lawsuit with the NFL and Sunday NFL Ticket, there's not a whole lot of information about it. The one question that I have always had is that why is Sunday NFL Ticket so much more expensive than everything else? Like MLB TV is $150. NBA League Pass is $100, and there's a whole lot more inventory with that than there is for a Sunday NFL Ticket. And you also, the thing with Sunday NFL Ticket, you don't get any of the primetime games included in that.
Yeah.
So why am I paying, or if I did pay for it, why am I paying $450 if I'm not a YouTube TV subscriber? That just seems like gouging to me.
Because it is gouging. That's why it seems like it. But they can gouge. They're the NFL. And that's why there was an antitrust suit. Because the people were wondering the same thing collectively, and lawyers got involved. And I know it's going to be appealed, and they've already threatened they'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court and all that. The NFL clearly strong-armed, all this into happening. And then now they're going to pay the price. I just think like the result is going to be good for fans. Like, you may not get $1. Like, they're going to appeal and then appeal again. They're going to kick the can down the road, and who knows what's. You may not get $1. But I would seriously doubt that the NFL isn't going to change the way they offer, these game packages. Like, I said it last week, the most fans are not like us. Like, a lot are, but we want to see everything. We want to see all the teams, all the games, everything. A lot of fans are just like, Debbie the Texan, or whomever super fan you can think of. They just want to see their own team. So I think the good news is you're going to pay a lot less just to watch your own team.
NBA League Pass lowered its price.
Yeah.
MLB TV has lowered its price over the years. Like, I just wonder, the NFL makes enough money. Like,
no, they don't. Not in their mind.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, not in their mind.
Just do something for the fans in this.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not talking for me. The NFL doesn't care.
It's true.
They don't.
Hey, them fans going to be around anyway.
It's about the fans. Every time they say it, and you hear Roger Goodell do all this stuff, like, you know what really bothers me? This is so bad. You got me off on a tangent. Because it's like such a good thing to have, like, prop all these people up at the draft, that do this, or served here, or firefighter, or some kids flag football, or why do they prop those people up there as much as they do?
Great PR.
That's the only reason. Yep. Call me callous, call me cold, call me heartless, whatever. I think most people can see right through that. They just like, hey, look, sister so-and-so, who is a referee for a flag football. Isn't this cool? Yay, everybody claps, and let's go on to the draft. It's because that's all PR. That's all that is.
Budda Baker, terrific safety for the Arizona Cardinals. 6-time Pro Bowler. That team obviously is rebuilding. We talked about the Texans secondary a little bit earlier. Is that a guy who you would say, you know what, if he becomes available, maybe we give up some future assets for him?
Yes. Wouldn't he for you?
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wasn't sure if I was alone on an island with that.
No, I mean, I'm looking at it right now, and I mean, I would absolutely kick the tires on that.
I think that we both believe the Texans will be very good this season, and so that kind of changes your thinking when you go into the trade deadline. They have all their picks, in the future. Like, if you have a chance to win a Super Bowl, like, I'm trying to add to the roster before the deadline, because I just think that there are too many trades that the Ravens getting Roquan Smith a couple years ago, that completely changed their defense, and he's been a great addition to them. So if there's somebody out there, and then you have to make that type of a move, and I think that for me, Budda Baker is somebody that you would look at.
Justin Simmons,
who's still out there. You have to give up an asset.
You can just sign him for money, and that's actually kind of the same premise that has sort of changed my mind on the Astros. Like, kind of the same thing. If you have a chance, and I don't know how big the chance is, but if you have a chance, let's go.
And the same thing, like, we'll see. The Bengals are kind of a weird team right now, and just listening to some of the stuff that Joe Burrow has said over the last couple of weeks, I don't feel good about that team, because it just doesn't seem like Joe Burrow is all that healthy, and he's kind of like mentally, I think he's got some of the injury stuff in his mind. If the Bengals are bad and they want to trade T. Higgins, like, I know the Texans feel pretty good about their wide receiver room.
And who knows with Mechie?
Yeah, it could always be better.
Yeah.
And so T. Higgins is somebody that you could maybe keep long term too. So these are just like little things that you have to start thinking about a little bit when you're in the position the Texans are in.
I am with you. I just love Joe Burrow. He's one of my absolute favorites. But I don't know if the Bengals at large are going to be what we thought they were. Same thing with the Bills, of course, as we've talked about. But no, I think the Texans right now, if they can get those other little pieces that you're talking about, whether it's free agency or at the trade deadline, I mean, we're going to find out real quick if they're going to be in that hunt. So we'll find out if they can get that done too. Yeah,
Bengals defense is a bit of a question mark. And again, the health of the quarterback, and he's suffered 2 serious injuries already in his short NFL career. So, that's got to be on his mind as well. I want to switch gears a little bit just because you have the Texans, Rockets, Astros, all in pretty good shape. I don't know if this is like, if you have the 3, if they've ever been in this good a shape at the same time as they are. Who are you picking for this next calendar year, 2024, 2025? Who would you rather be?
Upcoming seasons.
Yes, who would you rather be?
Upcoming seasons, I think you're going to say the Astros.
Yes.
And I can't sign up for that just yet. Like I just think the Texans quality of player, even though they're young, that can be a detriment. I think youth helps them in that league. I think the coaching puts them over the top. I think the willingness to make big moves, not that the Astros have not been willing in the past, but what are they going to do is the thing. I would have to go Texans. I'm not going to argue too hard against the Astros because I've been talking all day about just that, what they are, not who they are, being the difference in who they are, not what they are, being the difference in how they're playing so well. But I would have to go Texans.
Yeah, I think I would go Astros just because there's more of a track record. It's a team that obviously has done it before. The other thing that is kind of in my head now, you don't have to go through Patrick Mahomes if you're the Astros. And I don't know if there's that team that you are just like terrified of here in the future. Like the Yankees have been really good this season. I don't know if that's going to last. I don't totally trust the Orioles. They've made some smart moves to make that roster better, but that's a team that's never done it before. I don't really believe in the Cleveland Guardians as being much of a threat in the American League, even though they've had a great start to the season. So I look at that and the fact that the Astros have done it, whereas the Texans they won that one playoff game last year. They were able to win the division. But man, if you want a deep playoff run in the AFC, that means you're going through Lamar Jackson. That means you're going through Patrick Mahomes. That's not easy to do. I think going through the Yankees and the Orioles and the Cleveland Guardians is a whole lot easier than going through Mahomes or Lamar Jackson.
You're not wrong. I wonder, though, how much of this team, this Astros team, is going to be – they're going to have the swag. They're going to have the confidence. But, they're going to have the ability to do it. I like the Texans' ability.
Yeah, I think the Astros, they always going to be a scary team, man. Even to the Yankees and Guardians, they still fear the Astros, in my opinion, because of what they could do. Yeah. But to me, I kind of look at the Astros right now as like the end of the Golden State Warriors dynasty, I guess, where we still scared of them a little bit because they could make that run because they still got a couple players, but I don't know if they can compete for a World Series.
All right, now that's this year. That's this next year.
This year.
What about the next 5? Because for me, it's totally different once you get to the next 5.
Astros might be third.
That's where they would be on my list.
Yeah,
especially with just you don't know what's going to happen when it comes to Kyle Tucker's future, Framber Valdez's future, the fact that the farm system isn't very good right now. I know you have Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez signed for a while, but you need a whole lot more than that to be able to compete in baseball. And so I just don't know. And the fact that the Texans have the quarterback locked in for a long time, that has them at the top of my list. And then the Rockets, they don't have the star power right now.
Yeah.
But they've got the youth. They've got the flexibility.
And I was going to say, and they have the means.
Yes.
They've already established the means with this trade for next year.
They're getting a star.
Yeah, they're going to get something.
We don't know who or when, but they plan on getting a star.
Yeah,
they have the ability maybe to develop their own, whether it's Jalen Green or Şengün or Amen Thompson. Or who knows how good Reed
Shepard.
Trade
for Booker next year.
Reed Shepard might turn out
to be
that guy.
Trade for Booker at the trade deadline. Any of those things.
And again, they have the means to be able to get that done. So whether it's somebody with the Suns, they have all their picks after 2026, plus they have all these draft assets from Phoenix, and they still I know they gave up most of what they got from Brooklyn in the Harden trade, but they still have that 2027 pick swap. And if Brooklyn's going to tank, like, you're not going from tanking to being very good in the span of 2 years. Like, it's going to take some time for the Nets, so that could be another nice asset that the Rockets get out of Brooklyn.
I also think a big factor here is the team most motivated to add the final pieces and make the big run. Let's say they're all going to be at some point in the next 2 years contenders, you would think, because of what we just talked about with the Rockets, what the Astros are, and what the Texans have. But the most motivated team is the Texans to make those moves.
Oh, you know what? I think it might be the Rockets.
No, I think because of Stroud's contract. Like because of Stroud's contract.
I get what you're saying.
You're saying we're in, baby. We're in for the next 2 years minimum, and maybe 3, but let's go next 2 years. We're going to do everything we can to get that thing.
Tillman Fertitta has been very patient, a whole lot more patient than I thought he was going to be.
Yeah.
But that's going to run out. Like, I think he's ready. He's ready to strike here, and I think that he's watched his team now miss the playoffs for the last 4 years, which is not something that they have ever done really since they have moved to Houston. So I do think that he's not going to sit back anymore. So I think that if there's a move out there to be made, I think they are going to try to make it. But I also think that they want to try and let these.
They're playing long term here.
They are, but But if that move is there, if there is that move, if there's that short term move out there, I think that they will absolutely look to make it.
Yeah, I agree.
But the Astros are such a wait and see right now, just because you don't know what's going to happen with some of the free agents that they have coming up. They're going to have to change course with how they have operated. They are going to have to go to the long contracts here.
Yes.
Otherwise, they're not going to keep Kyle Tucker. They're not going to keep Alex.
They may not anyway.
Yeah, they're not going to keep Framber Valdez. Like, that's the only way you keep those guys is if you're willing to go with long contracts. He has not done it yet. I do wonder if you're going to change up course, it would be with Kyle Tucker. I just don't know if they have any desire to go in that direction, and I just wonder. The way that Jose Abreu declined once he got older, I wonder if that's in their head now.
That kind of scarred them.
Yeah, I don't want to be paying guys when they're 36, 37, 38 years old.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, if you're Jim Crane, you might not own the team then. So,
hey, you see what the Celtics are doing.
Yeah.
You might be rubbing your hands together going, hey.
Let me
what'd you say? It was like $600 million that Crane bought?
Yes, it was 600 something.
They're probably valued at 3.5.
I think it's got to be at least $3 billion now.
Yeah.
And that's including Minute Maid, which they'd make a nice little profit.
Maybe that's the play. Keep going, gut the franchise, ain't gonna be mine. Kind of the Bill O'Brien theory. The Bill O'Brien approach.
You sign everybody.
Yeah.
Then you sell the team, and then hey, it's your problem.
Yeah.
Like, that's what
I mean. Bill O'Brien was doing that.
Yeah.
Sure. How many firsts you want for Laramie Tunsil? Come on, whatever you want.
If you own the Dodgers and you're paying Shohei Ohtani, $65 million a year when he's retired.
Yeah.
Sell the team. It's not your problem.
Yeah.
Make it somebody else's problem.
By the way, internet going nuts about something similar to that.
Well, we'll get into that next, and also when we get into internet going nuts, O.J. Simpson is making a comeback. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Low T. I don't know about that, but Low T Center.
Judgment-free zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, welcome back into In the Loop. Internet going nuts, and Figgy, you were watching this last night. The BET Awards, which, was it Taraji P. Henson, was she the host?
Yeah, she was the host.
She's awesome.
Yeah, she's good, man.
She's really good. Cookie Lion from Empire, just elite.
Oh, that's what you know her from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great show.
It is.
It's a great show.
I never really got into it.
Really?
But, I heard good things about it. I had nothing bad to say about it. Just never got into it.
Give the first season a shot.
Okay.
You know, after
he's trying the bear. He's trying that. You gave up on the bear?
That was B. Scott trying the bear.
B. Scott was the bear.
Yeah, Empire, the first couple seasons were really good. It kind of, wasn't great towards the end, but, they should bring it back.
Mm-hmm.
But, so, they did the, they did the In Memoriam. And
what are we doing?
One name came up.
What are we doing?
And it was that of O.J. Simpson.
Yes.
O.J. Simpson.
Hey, Twitter world.
O.J. Simpson made the In Memoriam, and let's just say that got a reaction from people.
Yeah, it did.
Would you say it was positive or negative?
I would say it was like aghast. Shocked.
As far as on the internet, a lot of people was kind of like, I ain't expect to see that on there.
Were you watching when they showed the In Memoriam?
I was. So I was watching in real time.
What was your reaction when OJ popped up?
My reaction was, oh, wow. They actually put him in this. So, because mind you, they always love up the people they lost over the past year. And, it's always some good people. We never had a situation like this where somebody accused of murder was on that list.
Would you have ever thought that OJ would be on there? Like, was that something that you were thinking, like, hey, when they do the In Memoriam, I wonder if they put OJ on there?
The crazy thing is, like, obviously I remember he passed away, but it seemed like after the first couple days, it seemed like it just went away, man. Like, people buried it.
Yeah.
And when I seen that, I kind of forgot he passed. He died. And so I'm like, oh, wow, they actually bringing it up.
Let me put it this way. O.J. Simpson did a lot of movies.
Yes, he did.
Very well known as an actor. You think the Oscars going to do an In Memoriam for him?
Not after this one.
No, I don't think so.
Hell no. I don't think before or after this one they had any intention of doing that.
Or the ESPYs.
Or the ESPYs.
Well, the ESPYs was the one that I was, because he's a sports star. He's a sports legend.
Yeah.
Heisman Trophy winner. Now, O.J. Simpson has come up in the ESPYs before, and it was really one of the all-time great jokes from Norm Macdonald.
Yes.
And it's been more than 25 years, and this joke is still outstanding.
And there's Charles Woodson. How about that? And what a season he had. Great, man. He became the first defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy. And congratulations, Charles. That is something that no one can ever take away from you. Unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case, all bets are off.
Still the best.
I need Norm Macdonald back. Can we figure out a way to make that happen?
We were talking, Vandermeer and I had him in that studio right over there once when he came in. It was awesome.
There are just so many great Norm Macdonald moments on YouTube that just will always live on. So just one of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
The Olympics, 25 days away till the opening ceremonies in Paris. I mean, everything is just, it's been quite a summer so far. You had Olympic track and field trials, and then the gymnastics trials were, I think they were last week pretty much. And I guess the big story is just Simone Biles killing it again.
Yeah, almost to the point of like I'm kind of like shrugging my shoulders and changing the channel. I was all in this past week on the Olympic track and field trials and some of the things that they've been showing. But we were talking yesterday as we were watching it, my wife and I, she was kind of bringing up, she didn't put it in these terms, but she said, basically, do the Olympics hit as much as they always have? I said, probably not. It's just a different vibe, different feel now, but it's still enormous once they get here. You know, once they get here and you see some of the incredible performances, but I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's going to be smack in the middle of training camp, you know, as well.
Yeah, it is strange how it's kind of the importance has worn off. It seems like I think part of that is probably just the IOC is just so kind of gross as an organization that people don't really want to necessarily be involved with it. I don't know if the TV ratings are quite the same as they used to be in the past, and I think that's just probably with everything except for the NFL, where TV ratings are down. But I'm looking forward to it.
I can't quite figure out why. It used to be the most important thing in the world for 16 Days of Glory. And it's just kind of, it's still enormous. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to be watching. There's something different about it. It's not the money.
I think, is it still the tape delay? Like when you think about it, like you had Atlanta in '96, and so that's just huge here because everything's in prime time. All the important stuff is in prime time. And it's live and all that stuff. Then you got to Sydney in 2000, and the time difference there is just so drastic.
Yeah.
So that changes things. And then it was in Greece, and those Olympics were kind of weird. It's just been kind of all over the map, I guess, would be. And then it's in China, and that's a crazy time zone difference. So maybe getting back to Europe where the time zones aren't quite, is bad. And then it'll be in LA here in 2028. So maybe that will help out. But yeah, it just doesn't quite have the same sort of juice that it used to have in the past.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, big day in the SEC today. It is officially official. The Longhorns and the Oklahoma Sooners are officially in the SEC. And obviously, we've known this was coming for a long time, but it did make me think a little bit. And I was asking you guys, before the show, what's the biggest rude awakening? Like, what's the biggest rude awakening that anybody? It's not about the Longhorns or the Sooners. Like anybody gets when you get to the SEC. And my thing would be, I don't think people really realize, like, just your everyday Saturday afternoon game at Missouri or Ole Miss or anywhere in the SEC, I don't think people really realize how much it takes it out of you over the course of a season. Like, these teams have had great seasons. They've won national championships in the past. But when you go Oklahoma, you go Ole Miss, Auburn, Georgia, Florida, then another weaker Missouri. It just, I don't think people fully understand what the SEC does to teams.
No Kansas on the schedule anymore.
There is no more Kansas on the schedule.
No more Iowa State.
Yeah.
It's all, I know what you mean. And it's obviously a different level of play, more physical level of play, especially with what the Big 12 has become.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. The California schools coming from the Pac-12 to the Big 10.
They're in for it.
Oh, man. Let me tell you something. When you're going into Madison, Wisconsin in November and it's 20 degrees and it's windy, they don't have that in the Pac-12 unless maybe one of the Washington schools.
And the same thing for both of those, especially I would say in the SEC, the trenches, like I don't mean to be, it's incredible how good the offensive and defense, and how deep the offensive and defensive lines are in the SEC.
Those are NFL offensive and defensive lines that you're going against.
Yeah.
And that's where just the physicality.
Yeah.
That's where the rude awakening comes, just from the physicality.
Yeah.
Texter chimes in, Vandy and Kentucky strong. Well, I mean, Kentucky's okay.
Yeah.
Vandy, not so much.
Yeah.
But that's one of
Kentucky's
16
been
teams.
good.
Yeah, Kentucky's had a nice little run.
Yeah. Vandermeer is the only one. I mean, Vanderbilt is the only one.
Taking a shot at Vandy. Right?
Well, I was mentioning him earlier.
I got the internet going nuts.
Did you see the first Gladiator?
Did not.
Really?
No, I did not. Gladiator 2, huh?
First of all, you need to go see the first one.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge movie person, but Gladiator.
I am. I like
the first Gladiator was outstanding. It's an Academy
I know I
Award
missed out on
performance.
that.
Yeah,
I know.
So today, that's your homework. Go watch that.
Okay.
But
you don't have to tell me twice.
There's going to be a Gladiator 2, and this is more than 20 years after the first one. Denzel in it, and it looks like Denzel's like the Emperor. Just looks incredible.
I'm actually shocked he's in this. And number 2.
Yeah. Did you watch Gladiator?
I did see Gladiator.
How would you rate it?
I thought it was a great movie, man. Nah, it was great.
Would it have been better with Denzel in it?
That's a good question.
I feel like Denzel makes every movie
I think
better,
so. Yeah, it wouldn't have been bad, but I don't know how
everything
much better this one could have been.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Denzel. So you lose, like I'm assuming you're losing Joaquin Phoenix and you're losing Russell Crowe, but you're gaining Denzel and Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty dang good.
That's a
people
solid
sleeping
cast.
on Pedro, man.
Yeah.
He's a good actor, man.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of probably bringing the Oberyn Martell role into this film. So this is solid additions to. You don't necessarily see the sequel 20 years later, but that's what we're getting. And listen, like I said, anything
I might
with
have
Denzel.
to dig in on that.
Do you think it's going to drop off with no Russell Crowe?
No, because I got Denzel.
Yeah, but I think of
But you're
Russell
used
Crowe.
to Russell
I think of
Crowe,
Russell
yeah.
Crowe when I think of Gladiator.
In fact, even I, who have never seen the movie, think Russell Crowe, Gladiator.
I don't care.
You know?
Put Denzel in there.
Yeah.
I'm watching if you put Denzel in it.
I mean,
well,
that's a great replacement.
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean, so I guess, and again, I'm guessing just based off of photos, of still photos that they're showing. It looks like Denzel is taking the Joaquin Phoenix role, and Pedro Pascal is taking the Russell Crowe role.
Okay.
I guess that would be like the similarities.
Yeah.
So I think this is a solid cast. And again,
You know how every once in a while, when you miss your time frame on a movie, you just kind of shrug your shoulders and say, "Well, I guess I'm never going to see that."
I have a few of those.
That's what I am with Gladiator. Like I missed the window the first couple of years, and I'm like, okay.
I have a few of those.
But now that there's a sequel or a Gladiator 2,
you kind of got to watch.
Might
the
be
first one.
time to go watch the first one.
What am I getting myself into with the second one?
I got the internet going nuts.
The other thing about July 1st, and I know it's done every year, and everybody points out that he's going to make $1.262, I think what it is, if I'm remembering correctly, $1 million. It is Bobby Bonilla Day, and it's become kind of a cliche, but he's still got 11 more years of this. That's like Figgy said, he goes, "God, this the last one?" No, he's got 11 more years because of the contract. What year was the contract? Oh,
Was it no? I think he signed a contract with the Mets, a free agent contract in like the 90s.
it was 99 then.
Yeah.
Because I think it started in 2000 or 2001. But either way, he's got 11 more years of every July 1st making if I remember it, I think it's $1.262 million.
It's 1.193.
Okay.
It's $1,193,248.20. That's what he gets from the Mets every July 1st through 2035. So he's 61 right now. He will be 72 when the payments stop.
Damn, that's good work.
Why do people want to play football at this point, man?
I know.
I just seen the stat that Tobias Harris earned like over $300 million in this 12-year career. I'm just like, Tobias Harris?
$300 million.
Man, you got to play NBA or MLB.
Guaranteed contracts.
So the question, why does Bobby Bonilla get this every July? This goes back to the year 2000, where the Mets agreed to buy out the $5.9 million that he had remaining on his contract. But instead of just giving him $5.9 million, the Mets agreed to make annual payments of $1.2 million for 25 years starting July 1st, 2011, which included interest, 8% interest. So that's basically why they did it. And now this is a couple owners ago, and now so Steve Cohen is now on the hook for having to make these.
So was this a smart move for them to do this?
No, it's brilliant for Bonilla.
Just give him that $5 million or whatever.
Yeah,
it was a great business move for Bonilla, and obviously it was terrible for the Mets. Now, you see deferred contracts all the time. Obviously, the Shohei Ohtani contract is the big one, where he'll be making $670 million probably after he is retired from baseball.
Yeah. Oh, no, our grandchildren going to be talking about that one.
So, happy Bobby Bonilla Day to all that celebrate. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610. Training camp right around the corner. We are 18 days away from the start of training camp. John has some thoughts that he has ahead of camp. He will share those next.
The Rockets needed a sharpshooter, and they got one.
With the third pick.
blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, final segment for us. Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley will join after at 2. They'll take you until 6. Some news in the NBA. Klay Thompson on the move. 3 years, $50 million from the Dallas Mavericks. It turns into a sign-and trade. So the Mavericks lose Derrick Jones Jr. They essentially replace him with Klay Thompson, so they get some shooting.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, maybe this is strong, but Klay Thompson, it feels a little cooked right now.
A little bit, more than a little bit. Yeah, the money part, we were talking, it's incredible what's going on right now in the NBA. Like Klay Thompson, this is his, well, I guess I'll cash another check contract. I guess before I retire, before I walk away, maybe make a few more shots here and there, I'll sign one more little deal. To end my career. That little deal is $50 million.
Klay Thompson will make more than $300 million in his career as an NBA player.
Yeah.
And, hey, man, business in the NBA is good. You got Jordan Poole making 9-figure contracts, and you just saw it with Cade Cunningham got a $220 million extension yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Scotty Barnes. Jalen Green is knocking on the door for getting something like that. Like, if you're not getting a 9-figure contract in the NBA, you're not very good.
Yeah.
And frankly, some of these guys who are getting 9-figure contracts aren't that good in the NBA.
And that's fine. Because you can get, not very good in the NBA.
I'll take it.
Is bigger than most NFL guaranteed contracts that aren't quarterbacks.
And baseball, too.
Baseball is better. I was just looking at this. Look at this.
Baseball, it takes longer to get paid.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. At least with baseball, you got to go through all the arbitration and all that stuff.
Yes. No, the NBA is.
But once you cash in, you good.
Yeah. How about this? I just know it's funny you mentioned that. This year, Max Scherzer is making $15 million from the Nationals, $30 million from the Mets, and $12.5 million from the Rangers.
Yeah, he had some deferrals from that Nationals contract. So,
dude,
man,
how does this happen?
That's crazy.
Shohei Ohtani's only making $2 million this year.
Yeah, well, I think he'll be all right though.
Stupid deferrals.
He can rub some nickels together, I'm sure.
Rockets still been very quiet in free agency. They really haven't done anything, which is not that big of a surprise. It is July 1st, which means that training camp is this month, and so we are 18 days away. July 18th is the Texans' first training camp practice. So, John, I know you had some thoughts, just kind of some random thoughts that you had about the Texans going into training camp.
Yeah, I think, what's really funny to me is you wake up and you're like, oh, man, it's July 1st. Oh, man, it's July 1st. Training camp is this month. Andre Johnson is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame in about a month. And so you start to kind of piece together some of the things you want to see and get done in the in training camp that you're most interested to see. I'm going to go through some of these probably a little quicker than others because I think some are worth digging in on, especially the first one. I am so intrigued to see what John Mechie is. Year one, we know what happened. And he was dealing with it. And year two, you're like, okay, he's back. He also had an ACL. Is it just lingering effect? Is it rust? Well, now it's year three. And year three is not going to be about, understanding anything. Year three is going to be about production. And if they can get any production out of John Mechie, enough that he becomes like a solid number 4, I think the future of this position is much better off.
Well, it's obviously big. It's a big stretch for him because this is his career. Mm-hmm. And, he's got to show something at this point of his career to even warrant being on the roster. And this is a very deep wide receiver room that they have right now. There are some guys that are on this roster at that position that are kind of afterthoughts at this point.
Yeah.
Based off of the first 3 guys that they have. But the expectation is that this is just a 1-year rental for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Meaning that you're going to they need to have somebody else step in to take those targets here in the next couple of years, and it should be. That's why they drafted Mechie.
Yeah.
Mechie was a second-round pick for a reason. Obviously, there's the track record of what he did at Alabama.
Yeah.
There was the injury, then there was the cancer. So he's been having to bounce back from that. But this should be the strongest that he has been in a long time.
Well, and it's just so important because you look behind in some of the other positions. What do they usually keep, about 6 receivers? occasionally. So, I mean, are you counting on Noah Brown? Are you counting on Robert Woods moving forward? If you can get John Mechie to find something, then you might be onto something. Passing thoughts, so to speak, here as we enter the month of training camp. Justin Simmons is one that I just can't I just can't stop. I shouldn't say can't stop thinking about, but every time I think about the Texans defense and how set they are everywhere, I find that little hole at the safety position. Maybe lack of confidence, whatever it is. Jimmy Ward, good job. Some of the other safeties that are in here, hopefully it works out. But Justin Simmons is still out there. He's still just one check away, as in writing a check. Just very interesting to me to see where he ends up and if it's not here.
And they have cap space. Like, they have some flexibility to make moves if they need to. It kind of feels like they want to wait and pick and choose their spot to see exactly what they need.
Yeah.
And if somebody maybe gets hurt during training camp, then maybe they can pounce and improve that position right away with some of that flexibility. So I don't know. I get what you're saying with Justin Simmons, and that certainly makes a lot of sense. But it almost feels like they just want to wait and see and make sure that they, that they attack the positions, that they improve the positions that they want to improve.
Yeah, I totally agree. We'll just see how it plays out. All right, so we're going to be watching the offensive line intently this training camp, probably more intently than any other place, I would guess, just because of the importance of it. I'm not as concerned about the offensive line as I thought I would be. Now, maybe I'm just being suckered in, fooled with Titus Howard. It did have a hand injury and other injuries, and he is going to be able to excel at right tackle. Maybe Kenyon Green looking decent physically has me fooled. Maybe just Drew Scruggs in that second year has me fooled, and he's going to be, but I don't feel like the offensive line is quite as, now I could change my mind half an hour into the first practice, but I don't feel it's quite as integral as I thought it would be.
I think there are two spots where I'd be looking closely at. I feel good about Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard and Shaq Mason. I want to see the two young guys. I want to see Kenyon Green, year 3. Like, is there anything there? We've talked about how he's in much better shape now than he was last year. Let's see it actually on the field. And then Drew Scruggs. Drew Scruggs missed a good portion of last year with the training camp injury. Like, is he able to take that next step? Because those are two guys that you really need. Like, you need those two. Like, you drafted those guys in high positions. Whether it was the second round for Scruggs, it was a first rounder obviously on Green. Like, you need those guys to be productive players. And so if they can get production out of that, that's really big, especially because they don't have a ton of depth behind those guys
exactly.
At this point, so.
A couple more passing thoughts as we enter July and training camp month here before we get the boys in from the drive. And this is one that I'm really, really excited about, excited to see. I know we're going to see it early on in camp. It's going to be a focal point, and then we're going to see it in practice for the first time ever in the NFL at the Hall of Fame game, and that is the new kickoff rules. And I have a lot of confidence, as I think most people do, in Frank Ross. I think he's very creative. I think their offseason moves have been made, very smartly with the new kickoff rules in mind. And I think the Texans have a chance to be one of the better teams, with that because of all those things. But we're going to see it in play, in practice for the first time in training camp and then for the first time in a preseason game.
Do you think was it on purpose that Frank Ross hasn't done media yet?
I thought about that when you brought it up earlier. I'm like, I wonder if they just don't want to, throw that out there so early. But he's going to have to talk about it. The new rules and nobody can move for those. Just kind of a little thumbnail sketch. Nobody can move until the ball is kicked except for two players, I guess the receiving ball and the kicker. And they're much close quarters.
They're positioned on the other end of the field now.
And they're positioned on the receiving team's end of the field. I feel like they're going to a lot of drives are going to start at the 40-yard line and beyond. And that means numbers are going to be higher, two first downs in your field goal range, pretty much. So I think it's going to be really, really intriguing to see these kickoffs.
If more drives are starting at the 40-yard line, it's going to be hard to keep leads.
Yes, all of it is intriguing.
If you're in under 2 minutes and the team the offense is starting at the 40-yard line, you're just a couple plays away just from being in field goal range right there. So it certainly is a big change. And again, when training camp does start, That's who I want to hear from the most.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard from the head coach. I've heard from the offensive coordinator. Heard from the defensive coordinator. Heard from the quarterback.
Yeah.
Finally heard from Stephon Diggs. I want to hear from Frank Ross. I just want to know just kind of how they're thinking and how they're viewing this, and just what has his offseason been. I feel like how much.
Oh, he's been in the lab.
Yeah, I just want to know like what has the lab work been with Frank Ross.
And I mentioned this, and I could be dead wrong. They have other plans for him, but Ben Skoranek was brought in, a little bit of a surprise at the time, right? You're like, wait, what? He's versatile. He's a special teams. He's been on kickoff return and kickoff teams. He was actually a very good sort of in-traffic guy that's versatile. He's played in the backfield. He's been in the slot, H-back, whatever. I think he was brought in with kind of the kickoff in mind. Dare Ogunbowale, we know what he can do. Maybe that's the guy that's going to actually kick the ball off. Because we saw the numbers, with I think it was Andy Reno, their special teams coach in Kansas City, talking about how, like they said, up to 40% of plays, the kicker himself is in on tackles or impacting.
And that's in the XFL, which is where these rules are coming from.
Yes, exactly. So I feel like that, like Frank Ross and the Texans have really taken this seriously. Not that other teams haven't, but I think they have made the moves to make this really, really interesting.
Yeah. So again, that'll be. Nobody really pays much attention to the special team stuff during training camp. That won't be the case this camp.
Yeah, and then other guys as well with the special teams experience on this team. One more, and then I think we're going to get with the boys here. I'm also very intrigued at the other twist. Speaking of strategy and building for this season, Bobby Slowick has got a year under his belt, man. I mean, he was learning on the go. He made it very clear. He talked about how he changed things after the first few games with C.J. Stroud, and then things got a little bit more wide open. After that, did something. He doesn't have to worry about learning anything, and he's got the same quarterback's coach, more continuity. I think watching Bobby Slowick in training camp, not that they're going to spill all the beans, but watching how they all react is going to be really fun as well.
And I do wonder with him having – he had head coach interviews last year, so I do wonder, like, is that maybe change your thinking? And do you learn anything just from that maybe makes you better? So that'll be interesting to see. All right, Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner about to join us. Guys, what do you have on tap?
Well, it's Astros time, ain't it? They have gotten themselves back over 500. They got a big series, another 4-game set against the Blue Jays that's about to start here in the next 10 minutes or so. So it's a lot about them Stros right now.
You guys get an afternoon game to react to, which doesn't get to happen very often. A really big series. I don't know what you guys thought. I thought the series against the Mets was probably the biggest of the season just because you spend all that time trying to get back to 500. You can't just give it back right away.
Yeah.
No, man, it was huge, and especially the way it happened and the way it went down. I think that even enhances it. They had the bullpen game, which they stretched themselves out thin, and then they were able to find a way to win late in extra innings, which this team over the last several years hasn't been good at. But they were able to find a way to win that, and then to come back in that game that seemed to be lost on Saturday. And for them to get that going, and Bregman coming up with a huge hit there and taking advantage of that bullpen situation with the Mets. The way it happened to me, fellas, I think was also a big key.
The way it happened to me was the entire story because it happened. It happened a week after they showed who they were, not what they were, against the Orioles, and they did it again. I mean, by all rights, Clint, they should have lost at least 2 of those games this weekend. You could argue all 3, depending, what you feel about last night. But they kind of like all of a sudden realized, yeah, we may not be as good as we once were, but we still have that gene,
Yeah, man. There's something about it, and I'm not a believer in all this slow start stuff for guys. And I understand the stats will tell you that they are, but I mean that's hard for me to buy into. And the slow start with the team this year, I look at things of like. This group of guys, this particular group of guys have been too damn good for all of them to just fall off the damn cliff at the same time. And Joe Espada has been around the game way too long to be as bad as he was right out of the gate. There was just so much bad from every direction for this team. It was bound to turn at some point. Now, it turned in an unbelievable way against Baltimore. And what Spo was just talking about, this series was big because they were able – they proved that they could carry that momentum into what we see. But hopefully the All-Star break, but carry it beyond just, hey, we made a nice little run. They kept it rolling.
And you do it with Kyle Tucker still being hurt.
Come on, man.
Still no Justin Verlander.
Jordan pedestrian once again.
Who the hell is Kyle Tucker?
That was the big thing, is that you didn't have one guy carrying you.
Yep.
Like so many times you'll have like two great starts or one guy hits a bunch of homers. That's not what happened over the weekend.
Now I'm looking for that day. I'm cool with Jordan comes on and does that a few times. Tucker gets back and does that a few times. But
where is Kyle Tucker? Anyway?
Where is Kyle Tucker?
Kyle Tucker still. I think he was running on the treadmill this weekend.
Y'all check Julia's feed?
We're getting there.
Feed, Tyler, feed.
All right, everyone, thanks for listening. John, thank you. Figgy, thank you. Ron and Clint are coming up next. You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, the drive is live in this piece. You just listened to In the Loop. And Adam, yes, he took that from me. You just listened to In the Loop, and this is the drive. You heard the lovely voice of Clint Stoerner. You heard the lovely voice. You will soon to hear the lovely voice of Tyler Milner. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, it's Monday. He'll start the show off for you at any moment here by showing you. There it is. There it is.
Now we can begin.
This thing doesn't start till we get some dime-sized nipples out here. There it is. There it is. Fresh off Galveston. Fresh off the water. Look at him. Look at him, people. Look at him. And he's not single, ladies, but he's ready to go.
Ron, he's got his MTV Spring Break shirt on, man. He must have had a hell of a time down there.
Hey, I love it. I love it. Damn it. Hey, that was a time. I participated in that.
This is a 1991 MTV Spring Break. Were you there?
No, shut up. Oh, I almost cussed. No, shut up. No. 2007, though. Yeah, baby.
Hell of a time.
All-American Rejects, and Lil Wayne was the performers when I was out there. Yeah, man, it was good times. There you go, boy. MTV. Yeah. Now, Clint might have been out there in 91.
No, look, I mean, I'm going to tell you where I 91 I was on same beach Tyler was on this weekend. MTV wasn't there. But I tell you what, I mean, a big jumping off point for me, boys, is if we're out having a cold beer or two, and somebody walks up and says, "Yeah, I've been down at Crystal Beach prom weekend. Yeah, I've been down there. I've been down there on the holidays, riding up and down that beach on that sand with all kind of Mardi Gras like happenings going on. Yeah, I've been down there. Oh, now we can drink. We can have his cold beer. We can have his conversation right there now."
I don't
know about no MVP, Ron, but I mean MTV. But boy, I know about Crystal Beach now.
Oh yeah, I saw him. I saw those cameras, and I was about ready to show my ass out in Panama. That's what I was about. But no, we'll get to it. Hey, the Astros got one today. Got to keep going. One of 3 games today. The Astros will get started here in about 5 minutes against the Toronto Blue Jays in Toronto. We will keep you. This one's for you, Tyler. We'll keep you abreast of the entire situation, the entire game. We'll let you know what's going on, what's happening there. You don't have to go anywhere, as we will update you on that. But a big one in Toronto. And Clint, before we get to this weekend and before we get to these games, because, yes, the Astros are taking center stage, here is the lineup today. And I want to get your thoughts. Bregman is leading off because Joe Espada has said this is a scheduled day off for Mr. Altuve. So Jose Altuve is out. Bregman's leading off with Jake Myers coming up to the 2 spot. Alvarez is the DH and in the lineup with Diaz behind him catching. Singleton is at first base today. Pena behind him. Dubon is playing second. Cabbage and McCormick on the corners in the outfield. So no Altuve, who was hot this weekend. I can't wait to get to that. But no Altuve, Bregman, Myers, Alvarez, Diaz, Singleton, Pena, Dubon, Cabbage, and McCormick. Your thoughts? Your thoughts on the lineup today against the Blue Jays?
Ron, Joe's not going to get me. It makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, look. What would you prefer? I mean, Dubon's on the field. I can't complain there. Diaz is in the lineup. Can't complain there. Look, Altuve. I don't know how many games he played this year. I mean, hell, his he's got to have an off day every now and again. Huh?
I'll just say this, Tyler and Clint. This isn't a Category 5 or code red or anything. It's not a huge deal. I'm just saying, how many days off did they have as a team last week?
2.
I mean, they had 2 games off last week. I mean, he had 2 days off. He was off Monday and he was off Wednesday. He was off Monday and he was off Thursday. I'm just like, damn, last week they got off too. Like, you're still in chase mode. I'm just thinking, like I said, ain't a huge deal. Like, I mean, if he got 2 off last week, I'm thinking he's ready to close this first half off, Clint. That's just been my fault. That all the regulars are ready to close the first half off.
You know where I'm at with load management, Chief. You know, I mean, I don't. I mean, you're playing second base. Ain't but one of the guys got a shorter run every damn inning than you, Altuve.
Are you talking about his position?
To his position. Damn, I mean, you literally could walk out there in the time that Alvarez got to jog to left field. I mean, so I'm with you on that. But if you're going to do this off day, especially for the veterans, you're going to do this off day, you're going to do this little load management deal. I mean, it's not excessive with Altuve, I don't think. I mean, I hadn't really gone back and looked at every game, but I don't think it's excessive, so I'll let this one ride.
Yeah, I'm not tripping. I'm just like, damn, they had 2 days off last week. They still chasing. Like, here we go. I'm going
to tell you, Joe ain't scared to shake that lineup up, though, is he?
He is not.
I'm talking about the order. Boy, he'll ride a hot horse now.
Yeah.
I mean, let a guy get a couple hits in a game that means something. His ass will be batting second, boys.
Well, let certain guys get it going. Because there's Jake Myers there. But today, hey, Clint, we got to get to this. Like I said before, we get to this weekend as the Astros are going to get going here in just a minute. Hunter Brown's on the mound, and Clint, the Astros have not needed Hunter Brown to be pitch efficient and to be able to go deep in games more than they need him today. They desperately need him. To me, Clint, Hunter's got to go he's got to go 7. I think they need him to go 7 with all of the bullets they spent yesterday and with the amount of guys who have pitched multiple days in a row. I mean, like guys like Taylor Scott and I think Seth Martin, they're just out. I mean, they just can't go. But they desperately need Hunter Brown to even extend past. He's been really kind of consistent with the 6-inning mark. Clint, I think they need him to go even a little deeper today just because of that bullpen game they had yesterday that then went to extras with the Mets yesterday. They desperately need Hunter Brown to give him some length today.
Yeah, this is it. Pause. I mean, there you go. Pause.
Just before Tyler got to it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those times when you need it more than most. You need it more than normal with Hunter Brown, and hopefully he can deliver. Look, there ain't been many that have been better than him of late. Last 7 games, last 6 games. So if anybody can at an opportune time have a big time outing again with some length at 7+ innings, then it right now it can very well be Hunter Brown.
That's the last thing. That's kind of like the last piece is him going deeper into games for Hunter Brown. He's giving you the 6 innings. Like he is really like. And listen, you'll take that. Damn it, for the most part. Just you keep giving me consistent, quality starts with 6 innings, and he's been 3 runs or less. But just because of the circumstances from yesterday, it would be really, really helpful for him to go a little deeper today to help out that bullpen. All right, as I said, we'll get you updated on that as first pitch is happening, if not just happened, up there in Toronto. Clint, they had a crazy weekend. They lose game 1, and I don't know about you, Clint. I'm looking through and I'm checking it out on Saturday, and it felt like they were really just in place to lose the second game as well. And then yesterday, after they came back and won Saturday, yesterday was touch and go. They gave up the lead. They had the long rain delay, and then they were able to take advantage of that thing. Thought they may lose it a couple of times. But a big weekend, and I like to come with a thought or a question for the people and you to get your thoughts on. And the one for me right now is now they have officially climbed over 500, and they're 3.5 games out of the West behind Seattle, who is struggling, and also 3.5 games back in the wild card as well. Are they back? Are the Astros back? And when I say back, do you now view this team as the championship contender that you expected them to be when the season started? Have they gotten back to that place with you now at 42 and 41, Clint?
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced at this point. Now, look, there's clearly some bumps in the road that they've got to get figured out with now we can talk about injuries and what does it look like in the starting rotation and those kind of things. Like, how does that impact them? Before, it was like, yeah, that is an obvious issue, but let's be honest. There were several things not working in the Astros' favor. There were several things. They were consistently shooting themselves in the foot. I mean, I am as convinced as I could possibly be with the Astros obviously making a push for that wild card spot and making a push for the division, Ron. Again, and I'm going to lean into what we've been talking about the last week or so, the fact that there's so many dudes that are contributing. I mean, you look at the extra innings yesterday where they scored 5 runs in the top of the 11th, man. I mean, Loper Fito had a 2-run double, and Cabbage had a 2-run double. You know, you look at the late in that ball game after the rain delay. I mean, there's so many different guys that stepped up. None bigger than Bregman, but there's so many guys that stepped up in clutch moments with runners in scoring position. It's just hard for me to believe that all of these guys, again, are either getting lucky or all of these guys are going to fall off of a cliff. You know what I mean? It's just a very, very convincing way in which these guys are rattling off wins because it's not carried by one individual at the plate or one or two individuals on the bump. It is a collective. They just threw some numbers up on the TV here on Space City, Ryan, and I don't have them memorized, but when you look at the runs scored, well, the record for the Astros in June, obviously, runs scored, average, and ERA, they were either first or second in all of Major League Baseball in all 4 of those. I mean, this is a collective team effort of making a tremendous run before the All-Star break that is hard to believe that it's happening. They've cut the damn lead in this division, Ron, to 3.5 games.
Yeah, and it was 10 not that long ago, Clint. Listen, this has been amazing what they've been able to do to get back to this place. And as of now, I'm not quite ready to get to the championship part. I think they are definitely a within the rim of the playoff contender type of situation. I definitely believe that. I do think this division with Seattle has, in a way, kind of helped them a bit, being as close as they are with that poor start. But they have taken advantage of that. And one thing we're seeing, Clint, they have truly taken advantage of that schedule. We talked about the soft schedule of June and what they needed to do. They were playing a ton of teams that were under 500 in that month, and they needed to make. This was the month they needed to make a run in, and they have done so. They have done so and made the run that they need to make. And Clint, we've talked about it. They've done it without Kyle Tucker. They have done it with weirdness happening in the rotation with injuries to guys like Verlander and Javier. They lose him for the year. When he was a part of this thing, I think that has been big. The only part's holding me back is I do want to see when this thing turns, Clinton, they start playing against more of the top teams around the league, and they start to play against, they won't play the Yankees again, but the Red Sox who've been surging as well. Teams like the Red Sox, the Royals, they got the Twins coming up, the Guardians when they have to play them again. Even those teams in the National League on the other side, the Orioles, that was a big one there, but that's really the only team that has been more of a contender that they've had to face in this run. That, to me, is going to be the kind of the last step to say, all right, they are back to, at the beginning of the year, I think only the Dodgers, Braves, and Yankees had higher odds to win the World Series in Vegas. So that's the long part to me, but you got to give them big credit, Clint, for them to do what they needed to do, take advantage of this soft schedule, and they were not even close to being whole when they were able to do it.
Yeah, look, Ron, I mean, it's you got 13 games to go, right, in the season. And as you mentioned, the Twins are the only –
To the All-Star break?
Yes, I'm sorry, to the All-Star break. And the only team above 500 right now is the Twins, who you catch after a 4-game set against the Toronto Blue Jays here. And you're trying to get – there's a couple of things. You're trying to get to late July when Luis Garcia gets back, right? Can you survive these 13 ball games And look, I hope we get Tucker back here pretty quick. I hope we get Verlander back, but if not, you got to expect both of those guys to be ready to roll after the All-Star break. And so, can you navigate these next 13 games? Or is it 13 or 16? 4, 7, 10, 13 games. Can you navigate these next 13 games right here, and then come out on the flip side of the All-Star break with more hold, to your point, with a real chance to play some. Have a conventional rotation of 5 starters that you can believe in. And,
what'd you say, 5 starters?
Yeah, 5 starters would be nice.
Don't believe in Clint, just 5 starters.
How about 5 starting pitchers, huh? That's just, can you survive these 13? And hell, they're doing more than surviving. They're thriving right now. Can you continue to churn the way you've churned now? Because if you get to the All-Star break, boy, you've got some serious support coming. At least in the form of Tucker, if not Tucker and Verlander. So
yeah, that's the part, Clint, is if you're an Astros fan, like the part that you got to be saying is like we don't really, even not to say you shouldn't, we don't really need to make a trade during the trade deadline for us to have the ability to take another step forward, because we haven't had Kyle Tucker since June 3rd. Verlander has been out and up and down. Like, we have not seen Garcia yet. We've not seen Lance McCullers in feels like 8 years. They don't have to necessarily make a move to add big pieces that haven't been around since this run has started.
That's right. They don't have to, right? But that's another piece of this where, to your point, they should. It's probably likely to some degree that they'll make a move. And so there's another. Just get to this damn All-Star break, and if you can get there in the fashion that you're working right now, you're gonna arrive at the All-Star break in beautiful shape, and then boom, here it comes. As Astros fans, we can get real excited about the back half of this schedule with the others swinging it as well as they are, with Tucker coming back. It's got a chance to be something special, man. What a story that we could be watching unfold in front of our eyes if these guys are able to make the run.
Yeah. By the way, like what we saw yesterday, something, Clint. We ought to see Joey Luperfido get some shots at first base. If we're sitting there and we're thinking like, let's find a place we can get him in. I think the outfield obviously is a spot, but him coming in, he had to stretch to get that ball from Bregman. He can play first base well enough. Damn it,
he looked slick over, didn't he? A couple times.
He looked good enough to get a start. That's what he did. He looked good enough to get a start. So, I hope that doesn't hold him back out of the lineup, because, as you said, man, he came up with that big double, and he went over there. And you see this. We've talked about this with Joey since he's come up, Clint, and reminds us a lot of Pena when he came up. Like, you would think, like, all right, man, hey, man, go have this first base at the major league level for the first time in extras against the Mets. Like, go have at it. He seemed to be calm. He seemed to be good, just like he was at his at bat. That kind of was with that huge RBI double to kind of open things up. Clint, he seems to be fine, and the pressure doesn't seem to get to him. So that was impressive. They see my man over there at first base a little bit.
Yeah, man, look, it wouldn't bother me. It wouldn't bother me one bit, man. Like I said, it'd be difficult for me to get disappointed in any of the moves they make between right field, left field, and first base right now. It'd be tough for me to be bothered by it. So I'd love to see Luperfido get some run at first, even though I think he's more than likely going to stay in that outfield. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, especially with Tucker coming back, another space and another way to get him in the game. All right, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, coming up, the other big story with the Astros is that we'll keep you updated on what's going on there. Appears to be a delay right now in Toronto, but we'll keep you updated on that. But coming up, a lot of movement in the NBA, and finally the Rockets have been involved in some movement. We'll give you the latest move they made and see how you're feeling about what's going on and the Rockets being so quiet with this movement. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, take advantage of this delay in the Astros game. Pick up your phone and
On the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. And, fellas, they are finally about to get underway in Toronto. It kept saying a weather issue. And I'm sitting there, and I'm saying to Tyler, I said, they got a dome. The hell kind of weather situation we got? I flipped this thing on, Clint. Apparently, it's Canada Day. I mean, it's as sunny as all get out. I'm trying to figure out what the hell the weather delay was.
The Blue Jays issued an apology, man. I heard they said, sorry.
That was
Thanks,
good.
Tyler.
That was good too.
Oh, thanks, guys.
They got a couple. They got a couple. Sorry, that's it.
We're very sorry.
My favorite is how Canadians say organization.
I've never heard that one.
Organization. You ever heard of that? Nine.
Oh, okay, maybe
organization.
Yeah,
they say hit them with that organization. Yeah, they hit them.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, a boat. Yeah.
A boat. That's a good one.
A boat.
We're a boat to play some baseball.
Yeah, they going out there with them blood uniforms out there is what Toronto's doing. So should be a good one as they get started, and we'll see if the Astros can get off to a good start.
Hey, Toronto got some clean unis now.
Oh yeah, they can go with it now.
All of them are all of them are clean. It seems like everything they walk out there when they go with that light blue, we can refer to it as Columbia blue if you like. I mean, when they go with their normal blue and white with this red is super clean. Yeah, they can do it now.
Yeah, they got it. Yeah, they got some uniforms. Hell, they can do that thing here. As the Astros get underway there, we'll keep you updated on that. Clint, a lot of movement happening in the NBA. Big ones, especially now that free agency is open. Paul George, he dipped over to Philly on a 4-year deal, $212. They also re-signed Tyrese Maxey for $204 over 5 years. Klay Thompson, Clint, just went to the Dallas Mavericks here in the last.
Smitty's on cloud nine.
I wonder how he is.
Oh, you know Smitty. Smitty loves that move.
I know. Yeah, I know you've been talking about Dallas' shooting in the damn playoffs,
bro.
Yeah, so they lose a little athleticism, but they do gain some shooting.
Yeah,
so
all that athleticism, it looked like everybody was athleticism themselves all over the floor when they was getting their ass whooped by Boston.
Yeah, they were struggling. I thought maybe some of them guys may start going glass from the three just to try something. But no, they had Klay Thompson, DeJounte Murray. He gets traded from Atlanta to the Pelicans, and had been quiet. The Rockets haven't done much. They've brought back some guys like Tate, and they've done it again. Free agent guard Aaron Holiday, who played 78 games off the bench for the Rockets last year. They bring him back on a 2-year deal, $10 million. That just has happened in the last 15, 20 minutes, Clint. But other than that, man, it's been pretty quiet with with the Rockets. They've been pretty patient right now. I know as a Rocket fan, it's 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, y'all all right with this? Y'all, how you feeling right now? As they've kind of stayed pat right now. They chilling and we're seeing a lot of stuff go. Not a lot of they still got some trade opportunities, some pieces out there. But how you feeling about where the Rockets are right now?
I'm jealous, Ron. I'll be honest with you. I'll throw. I like CP3, so I'll throw Chris Paul.
Oh yeah, he went to San Antonio.
So both the other teams in Texas here. One of them goes Klay, one of them goes CP3. Two older players, but definitely critical. Big time impact type players on each organization. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I feel like in talking to you, again, my go-to source for NBA, in talking to B. Scott, another go-to source for NBA, I mean, it's just like now's the time. Now's the time to make.
Well, they've said it too.
Yeah, well, yeah, good point. I mean, they've been in on some folks that tells you that they were that they're win now mode too, and so I'm ready for that bubble to burst and be able to at least at the start of the season and as they roll through the early parts of the season, expect and hope and pray for a little playoff run. I'm ready for that. They need to make a move in order for that to happen.
Yeah, and I think they're going to do something, Clint, but I think it's going to come through trade. Like for the big move that we're talking about, right? Like, I'll be honest, boy, it feels like they've got at least right now, they got more role player guys than they have, obviously enough, stars. It feels like that's what they need to obtain, and I will give them credit. A lot of the free agency moves we're looking at, even the ones you just named, Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, even though those guys are big names and are Hall of Famers, right now they're more role players. That's what's been kind of going outside of Paul George, and I would say DeJounte Murray too. Outside of those two, it feels like it's been more role players moving and not star players. So I'm okay right now with the Rockets, but I'm with you. I'm waiting for the big move. It cannot be, to me, let's just run it back with all of these kids. Let's just run it back. Like, I know some people are in favor of that, hey, let's just let them grow together another year. To me, what they have said, what they've talked about, some of these reporters, Clint, Woj is not coming out saying the Rockets are ready to go right now, win now, and make those moves if he's not getting that really sourced. And there's been multiple other, Brian Windhorst, another one, who have said this. So they've said it. Why? And my thing is, Clint, I have expectation for that to happen because a lot of these West teams are loading up, right? Like, listen, there's not going to be a lot to take, Clint, for Wemby to grow. And the San Antonio Spurs, if the Rockets stay pat, the San Antonio Spurs feel like they're close to the Rockets, and that wasn't the case last year. They add Chris Paul. We'll see what else they do, but that's a team that can quickly pass you up, in my opinion, if the Rockets just stand pat right now.
Well, when you got that kind of dude, yeah, you add a couple of pieces around it, you definitely can turn into again a team that can make a run and get into the playoffs. Maybe not threaten a championship, but damn sure get in and scare some folks. So. Yeah, look, Ron, I'll be honest with you. Hell, I'll take a couple middle road signs, trades, whatever, acquisitions, however you acquire them. Just right now, you've got so many guys that are young and need to develop. I just don't know how. I don't know how long you can stay in that mode, if it makes sense. And I don't know how. Like,
yeah, not with all of them.
No, that's what I'm saying. Not with all of them. That Ime Udoka didn't select all of them, and so you look at it, you go, okay, how do you go from potentially making a move for Kevin Durant to we're just gonna run it back. That seems to be yeah. I guess it could happen because like I said before, I like for them to be aggressive and make moves year over year because you can't wait until everything's perfect and all the stars align perfectly because you don't know who's going to be available. Maybe they took their shot, they didn't hit, so they did change directions. But boy, it'd be tough as a fan to watch another developmental growth year, if for a lack of better terms.
Say what you say. Don't get my mouth mouth wet for thinking about Kevin Durant, and then all of a sudden it's Aaron Holiday.
That's it. That's what we do. Come on, man. It'd be hard to stomach right there now.
Bet not. All right, we'll keep you updated here on the Astros as they are underway in Toronto. And listen, we got to be honest. There's been a lot of surprising things that has happened for the Astros to cut into this lead and get back as quickly as they have. But this might be one of the most surprising things. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, summer is here, y'all. Hell, you know it. You feel how hot it is out there.
directed, keep out of reach of children.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a very sexy Monday as the Astros are in Toronto. And as I said, we'll keep you updated right now. It's a scoreless tie as Hunter Brown is trying to work his way through the first inning. Our guy Ocho, who is fresh off taking a major dump. Yeah, I'm going to put you on out there. You going to text that stuff in? I'm going to put you on out there, Ocho. Fresh off taking a major dump.
Just see my
and he's watching he's what he said. I'm going to put him out there. He's watching his Astros as Hunter Brown gets through the first inning unscathed. He texted in, Clint, also after letting us know he took a major dump. That he just noticed the Astros lineup and not understanding why Bregman and Myers are leading off. If you're just jumping in and you're riding around with us, you didn't hear the lineup today. Altuve has a scheduled day off. Bregman and Myers leading off in front of Alvarez with Diaz, Singleton, Pena, Dubon at second base, Cabbage, and McCormick. That's the lineup today. There you go. Scheduled day off, so they got to go with Bregman and Jake leading off. So that's the fight today. As I said earlier, they had 2 days off last week. They are still chasing, and I'm with Clint. Still put your best foot forward. They don't have a 3.5 game lead. They are trailing 3.5 to the Mariners and in the wild card. But like I said, it's to me not a major deal, but it is something where I'm like, I don't know yet.
Well, you know, Ron. For me, Ron, one thing that I don't like about it, as we talked about it, I'm sitting right here pondering, like, the one thing I don't like is Altuve gets a rest day, so you move 2 guys instead of just 1, right?
Why not Dubon?
Why not Dubon leading this thing off with Bregman in the 2-hole and Alvarez, and just keep on keeping on to me that makes a hell of a lot more sense. But clearly these guys, I mean, the Jake Myers thing is, I mean, he is clearly they believe in this guy in a big way, and clearly he's going to get every opportunity in the book.
Him and Dana felt it. They felt and Dana felt today Jake and Bregman at the top.
Yeah, I mean, Jake just doesn't strike me as a guy that needs to be in the top of the lineup, but hey, they are clearly going to force this issue, and hopefully Jake can continue to make them right.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. As I said, we'll keep you updated. No need to go anywhere else to get what you need from the Astros today. Speaking of the Astros, Clint, I think most of us, now I'm sure there are many of you out there, and I'm sure you'll text in, there are many of you out there who always knew that the Astros would get themselves back into contention like this. I know many of you did, especially this quick. I know it's just a few of us who are surprised that they've been able to make this run and make up this ground this quick. But outside of that, Clint, one of the most surprising things, hey, fellas, you all have watched this team, have been around this run even longer than I have. How shocked are you all that the person who has lost it the most and really showing legit fire has been Jose Altuve, who feels like he is the nicest dude in the world, that we've never really seen, at least I haven't, ever really seen just lose his mind like this. This is the second time in like a week and a half that Jose has thrown something and lost his mind on the field. And this time he got ejected. I love it. I love it. Somebody needed to do it, but it would not have been on my bingo card. That would have been Jose Altuve.
Really, really happy.
Yeah, no, look, I absolutely. This is actually what Joe Espada should have been doing a month and a half ago. And I don't know if this is by design. If Altuve said, "Hey, man, we've been quiet long enough. We've let a couple of momentum shifts get us in trouble. We've lost the momentum a couple of times this year." And we've dug back into that hole. I'm not letting it happen this time. I'm going to show a little fire. Or if it's just he just happened to have been.
Oh, he looks legit frustrated.
Oh, there ain't no doubt. It looks like in the moment I'm madder than hell, and I'm going to let him have it because it's so far out of character. But I absolutely love it, man. I absolutely love it from the young fella. All right, yeah, well, the little fella.
Yeah.
Well, and these damn umpires should recognize, dude. These damn umpires should recognize to this point everything you just laid out. We know this isn't in Altuve's character typically. If he's freaking out like that, then he probably knows pretty damn well what actually went down. Like, how did the 3 umpires on the diamond, not behind the plate, recognize that ball went off of him? They're making the case themselves for robot umpires.
Yeah, but like I said, you all know him. Like, he doesn't lose it like that. He just there's a level. I think there's a level of frustration through this whole season that has taken him, because was the White Sox he lost it against. He lost it against the White Sox and fired a helmet in that game, and Joe tried to come out there and got himself ejected in front of him.
Yeah, that was the strike call up high on Altuve, and then the ball call at the same location for the White Sox player.
He took it. He lost it there, and then took it to the field, and was still going at it with the umpire in the field. So I would have never thought it would have been him to go and lose his mind the way he has. But I'm with you, Clint. I love it. Somebody needed to do it. Somebody needed to be that guy. We kept wondering who it would be. We thought we thought it may be Bregman to snap and lose his mind would be the guy to do it. But no, Jose Altuve. Like it's so out of character, Clint. I think somebody walk over there and say, Hey, man, you all right, man?
You good? Everything good at the crib? I mean, did the wife let you know something? What happened, Tuve? Hey, look, the interesting thing here on this, I mean, the Altuve deal is entertaining as hell. I absolutely love it. But how is that not reviewable?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, that you can add, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was not reviewable before. Like, add that to a list of things in pro sports. Let's throw college sports in there too, because that might as well be pro. Like that, there are a handful of things that are just not reviewable, that are just common sense. Like, did a ball hit off of a guy's foot and jump back into the field of play? That was whether it was a big swing or not. Did it hit his foot or not? He's going nuts. Review it. Boom, move on. Right? I mean, it's crazy to think that whether a ball did or did not hit a batter's foot is not reviewable.
Yeah. It's silly. It should be. All things like that, especially that would result into an out call, you would think would be reviewable. Not all of those things you would think would be reviewable. So that is an interesting decision. By the way, Tyler, I'm still hunting, and you really have to thank Courtney for this one, Clint. We got a spot here in Kansas City. It's called Charlie Hustle. Very similar to the shirt spot running
game.
Yeah, running game. Very similar to that. But Clint, Courtney found a Pig Suey T-shirt in youth, and I think
Arkansas.
I think she didn't. I came home. I said, "What is this gray shirt?" I opened it up, and it's got a big ass Razorback right in the middle, and it says "Woo Pig Suey" at the. She said, "Oh, what she said?" She said I saw it, and I just felt like I had to get it, and it maybe Liv one day can fit it, or Laney can fit that sucker.
The rate Laney's going, she's probably gonna get it first. But there is. Hey, I love you, Courtney. I appreciate that. Come on, baby.
She said she didn't see any A&M ones.
They ain't gonna sell none of that College Station stuff up there in KC, bro.
She said, or she would have got it. She would have.
I bet they got Longhorn ones though. When you go to A&M, you got to actually find special spots to get the shirts. You can't just run down to the Walmart,
Easy now.
It's not a Walmart, damn it.
Easy.
I'm just saying, you can go to your local Walmart and get some burnt orange. If you want maroon, you got to look a little harder.
Yeah, she didn't see that, man. I apologize to you. She didn't see that, but
that's all good.
She said she had to get that. I said, oh my God, she'd have bought this kid some. So damn, she just saw Arkansas stuff. Felt like I had to get it.
Come on, man.
I just had to get it.
I love it. Come on, man.
Good for you. Yeah.
Tell her I said thank you, Ron.
We'll have to hook that up for you. Hell, we'll see. As you said, Laney might get to that bad boy might get to that bad boy before Liv does. I don't believe that, man. You quit acting like she's going to take off on her like
she's
that.
She's coming, Chief.
Like she's
got the quads of Linda and Clint. That's for damn sure. Glutes and quads, man. Down. She's gonna be healthy. That they say, the bigger your butt, bigger your legs. The healthier you are, longer. Hey, Laney's gonna be a healthy one now. Knock on wood.
Shut up, man. All right, 713-572-4610. Someone texted, guys, Astros have gotten hot for one simple reason: no more Jose Abreu to weigh the team down and cost them a lot of victories. Listen, I don't think there is a coincidence, Clint, that there has been a comfort level and that. I mean, I think they all liked Jose, but I think that whole situation weighed on the team, and it signaled a bunch of things. Like, some people probably had to question, like we questioned, how serious are they about winning? Some people was like just weighed down by the whole thing and by having to answer and see things about it all the time. So I don't think it's a coincidence that kind of weight was lifted off the entire clubhouse and just an extra space for them to be able to breathe and play. So I think it's a fair point.
That's the fire, man, that we saw from Altuve. That's the fire that I'd like to see. I have a hard time not having that year round. You know what I mean? Like that's one thing I loved about Los. I think Carlos Correa, there's a scowl on his face when he's playing baseball. It's a long season for his ass too. Guess what? It's early in the year for his ass too. But he's not. He was never one to me that was just going to sit around and play the it's a long season thing and wait till you're between a rock and a hard place, and then hopefully you can pull out of it. Luckily, the Astros are a hell of a baseball team, and it looks like they're going to pull out of this thing. But that's to me, that I want to see that from jump. But it is refreshing to see Jose Altuve, whether it's frustration or it's just the Altuve getting just wanted to blow some steam off. Either way it goes, I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's been a big thing. Whatever it has been, they've been able to make a huge run. All right, coming up here as we continue to ride through, we'll keep you updated, get you an update on the Astros as they are in Toronto, and they need Hunter Brown in the worst way today to really get them some innings because of where their bullpen is. And we'll look at this weekend series and how big and how important and impressive it is that has given the Astros the best record in the month, 17-8, to get back to this space, and big moves in the NBA. All of that coming up next as we continue riding live right here on The Drive.
All my fellas out there, let me get your ears one time. My ladies out there.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, big situation happening right now in Toronto as Hunter Brown has the bases loaded with 1 out, but he gets a huge out pop-up, as we'll keep you updated there as they're going to try to get out of this inning, as John Singleton just tried to run over Alex Bregman to catch that ball from first base because, damn it, it's his. And so that is the latest there. We will keep you updated as the Astros, they go for they've won 9 out of their last 10, trying to add another one here and win the first game of this 4-game series, as it is Canada Day in Toronto. And I will say this, Clint, they're well on the, they're the hottest team in baseball right now, but I'd say early the first 2 innings, this is not going quite as I think they need it from Hunter Brown, as his pitch count is jumped. This is pitch 43 that he has thrown in, and he has only gotten 5 outs. They haven't completed 2 innings, and he is nearing 50 pitches in 2 innings, and that to me is kind of something to look at, because
it's not ideal.
It's not, because yesterday, after having that bullpen game that went into extras and they used just about every person in that bullpen, they needed to get some length out of Hunter Brown, and hopefully he can get have some more pitch efficient innings if he's able to get through this one and kind of keep his pitch count down. But that's the scenario right now, Clint, is you want him to kind of keep that pitch count down so he can last in this game a little bit longer than he normally does.
Yeah, look, there ain't no doubt about that. I mean, the pitch count climbing is a problem, but and it's, I don't know, Ron, that it's as much of a problem today as it's going to be moving forward in the next 3 ball games in Toronto, right? And the next 13, obviously, along the way, when you've got another bullpen game potentially coming up down the stretch. So things could compound here, and you got real problems. So to your point, man, you've already used a bunch of arms. I would imagine they've got somebody, they got a plan for today, and they've got an arm for today. But man, this thing could become a problem real quick if he can't get control of what's going on.
Yeah, he gets out of that inning, bases loaded, 1 out. He gets out, striking out Kiermaier to end that inning with I think he's around 46, 47 pitches.
By the way, Ron, y'all's your feed must be ahead of mine, but I knew he got a strikeout because Tyler went nuts in there pumping his fist, and I'm gonna assume he's got the over in Hunter Brown strikeouts.
All assumptions are correct.
Hey, I looked up there and I was like,
that was more than just Hunter Brown got out of it.
There ain't no doubt.
Pump.
Hey, he's in there fist pumping like by himself, twisting around in there, but with the mic, and I'm like, Hunter Brown must strike his guy.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
No doubt.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Clint. He was a pitch ahead of me. He's a pitch ahead of me. I must be a pitch ahead of you.
Hunter has got that swag back.
Because he went Tiger at the U.S. Open in 2008 type of fist bump right there, where there was money on the line.
Yeah, there's one of those.
There.
Thank the good Lord for that strikeout right there.
Attaboy, Hunter.
How many you need today,
I was going to say, how many you need?
It was only at 3.5.
Really?
Yeah.
And you ain't tell nobody?
Well, I mean, there's a reason
response,
it's at it. That was his first of the day, boys.
Hold on. But no. Are you serious? Hunter Brown was at 3.5 strikeouts today?
Yeah.
He had 7 in his last start.
first of all, you weren't going to tell nobody. We both know you weren't going to be throwing no money at it.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do.
He's just very selective, Tyler.
I'm very, very selective.
I'll let you know next time.
Alex Bregman in his prime selective when it comes to it. Hey, I know. Hey, real talk, Tyler. Yes, I'm selective, and there's probably a 97% chance that I wouldn't have jumped on it, but I think Clint Stoerner most definitely would have jumped on it.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I apologize, but the good news is he's at 2 now, so we just need 2 more, boys.
Hey, it took him 50 pitches to get to 2.
It's you.
2 in that inning was huge.
It's you. All right. But no, it's a 0-0 ball game as they head to the third inning there as, again, Altuve getting a scheduled day off. They've got 4 games in Toronto. This is the first of 4 as they'll take on the Blue Jays. Again, that lineup today, Bregman is leading off. Myers is batting second with Alvarez, Diaz, Singleton, Pena, Dubon, Cabbage, and McCormick. So a few things there. As we said, scheduled day off for Altuve. I thought Clint brought up a good point of interesting that Dubon didn't get the opportunity to lead off, to just leave Bregman where he is and leave Jake Myers where he is, but instead they decided to move those 2 guys up. I don't know, Clint, could this be – I wouldn't think so. Could this be – and you talked about how much they are really into Jake Myers. I mean, they like him as much as Patrick Creighton does. But could this be a thought of potentially seeing a Jake Myers move towards the top of the lineup? Is it?
Ain't no chance in hell.
Is this a practice of, let's see, maybe we put him up there the way he's swinging the bat. Maybe we get a chance to see what he looks like.
Ain't no chance in hell. I don't know why it would not be Dubon either. That just makes more sense because you don't move anybody. It's one move, and it's a guy that's used to moving. Plug him in, and you keep rolling. That makes the most sense to me. Moving Bregman and Jake being the guy that moves up is interesting, especially when you've got Pena. Again, you got Dubon. You got some guys that have hit up there before. But clearly this group, man, they are big time believers in Jake Myers. I got to believe the one thing that Joe Espada has done, and I'm not opposed to it. Now, with the exception of some of the big guns, I'm not opposed to riding the hot hand and rewarding guys for swinging it well and getting hot at the plate, kind of thing. He's seems to be taking it to a little bit of an extreme with the moving up and down with guys. I mean, look, we've seen it with everybody not named Altuve and Alvarez. Really, Altuve and Alvarez so far, to be honest with you. So it's interesting. It's interesting the love that Jake gets. But hey, I just hope he keeps proving them right, man.
That boy, go for it, Jake. But yeah, he's at the top of the lineup as the Astros decide to go with Bregman in the leadoff spot instead of Dubon or others there as Altuve gets a day off. As I said, they got 2 days off. Hopefully this is the last day off for Altuve, and they get him rolling the next 12 on the way to the All-Star break as they have cut into this lead against the Mariners as quickly as I've seen in a while here over this past weekend. Let's get to this past weekend. Again, the Astros and the Blue Jays are tied up at 0 here in the third inning.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
As I said, let's get to this weekend, Clint. And the Astros, they win 10-5 on Sunday. They win Saturday as well. They lose Friday. They were on the ropes on Saturday. It looked bleak, but they were able to get something going there in the 8th inning, or 7th or 8th inning, and then Bregman comes up with a huge opposite field single, which I know just done you in, Clint, to take that lead over the Mets. And then they struggled a bit, gave up the lead, rain delay yesterday, and then they win in extras 10-5.
Yes.
How big? Yeah, there you go, Tyler. I know you were somewhere in Galveston losing it. The Houston Astros 17-8 in June, best record in Major League Baseball in the month. Fellas, how impressive, and what did this week is. We talked about it last weekend with the Orioles. What did this weekend series against the Mets mean?
Well, one, I think the obvious we talked about in the crosstalk is that with every game and damn sure every series, the Astros not backsliding like they have a couple of times earlier in the year is critical, right? Proving that you've got staying power, proving that you can be consistent and continue to keep the momentum going in your favor that you've built. And so I think that's this series. It's all about, from a team perspective, that you look at how, again, Ron, how this team is having success. I mean, the numbers are mind-boggling of guys that are contributing at a big-time rate. If you look at what Yordan Alvarez is doing, again, pedestrian, but the Astros scored a ton of runs. I mean, it's crazy how they're doing it, and it makes it so much more convincing. So for me, yes, the Mets series was big because the team kept moving in the right direction once again and didn't backslide. But I am just I'm shocked at how good the entire group has been and continues to be as they make this climb.
No, I'm with you. They are starting to get contributions from everybody, Clint. I mean, everybody, and they appear to be in a place where, all right, hey man, Cabbage, you get in. All right, he's going to do something. Dubon's going to do something. John Singleton seems like he's going to do. These guys seem to be ready to go and ready to play. And I just think it was important, Clint, to get over the 500 hump. I think that was a big thing. It seemed like they were trying to push to get to that, scratch and claw to get to that. And this weekend, they finally were able to climb that. And the way they did it, just being down on the mat a couple of times and still getting there, man. Yesterday, I think the bases were loaded in extras with the Mets. And I thought, oh, boy, this would be heartbreaking if they lose this thing. But they were able to get out of that and then come back and get this thing. I just think getting over the hump and now saying, all right, because that had to be the conversation, Clint, in the clubhouse. We've talked to people who are in baseball, Tony Gwynn, who's with us every week. We talked to other people around the sport. They just got to get to 500. And Clint, if they just put their head down, Clint, and got to 500, and bam, you look up, and they are 3.5 games out of the West, 3.5 games out of the wild card, and now they're over 500. That, to me, was the importance of this weekend. Well, right, yeah, no question. And look, let's also acknowledge, guys, as we talk about what the Astros have been able to do. They played great baseball and made a ridiculous run, and the only issues that were around early in the season that are still here are those dreaded injuries that everybody wanted to blame it on, right? The injuries are definitely a problem. They're going to weigh on the Astros. But as we've said all along, the injuries weren't the reason why they were playing crappy baseball, right? I mean, let's be honest. I don't know how anybody in their right mind. Now, I know there's people that are going to protect Jose Abreu, and they're going to protect the game, and they're just not going to say whether they know him or not. They're just not going to say certain things. You cannot tell me that Abreu decision, the team's decision with Abreu to get rid of him, has not had a I don't know what word I'm looking for, like just an impact. Well, definitely an impact, but just I'm talking about like a positive, like breath of fresh air. Like, okay, now we can quit worrying about where this all-time one of the all-time greats is going to bat in the lineup. Is he going to bat fourth, or is he going to bat eighth or ninth? Right? We can quit worrying about whether he's going to eat up game starts at first base from one of these other guys, and you can't convince me that wasn't a dark cloud. And I'm not saying Jose Abreu's a bad guy. I'm just saying you cannot tell me that with what we've watched of late, because the injuries are still there, so it ain't that. You can't tell me that the BS decisions at the front office and that Joe Espada were making around the Abreu situation, you can't tell me that wasn't weighing on this squad. You can't tell me this wasn't keeping them, holding them down. I firmly believe it's not coincidence that since he's been completely bounced, and hell, even when he was here, when he was in the Florida Complex League, when he wasn't in the lineup, this team's been really good. Yeah, no, it is, and I'm with you. There has to be something to that. There has to be something to the weight lifted off. All right, now, almost like now it's about ball.
Yes.
Now it's not about trying to drag this guy to get him. Can he play? Because a little bit has to be about, all right, man, this dude's getting these opportunities because of the money, and this dude's getting the opportunities because they don't want to look silly with what they've done. A little bit about that. Now it's about ball. Now you see we're putting who the best guys are in every game.
Yeah, and there's no with the players, like, because the players can't control that, obviously, right? But to your point, when you say, okay, now it's about ball, the players sense that. The players can now, there is 100% no, I mean, without a doubt, it is all about ball. There's no over in the dugout or in Florida, and it's just a matter of time before it happens again. No, there's none of that, man. We just move on from it. Again, you just can't tell me that wasn't an issue early on. Front office, manager, the team, the whole group.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So, big weekend series as they are inching closer to Seattle. And as we said, man, if they can make that thing, they can be with 3 games or less by the time the All-Star break ends and they play that 3-game series to kick off the second half against the Mariners. That would be absolutely huge for them to get back in this thing.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Clint, a lot of big moves starting to happen around the NBA here in this state. The Spurs made a move to get Chris Paul, the veteran, the 39-year-old veteran. They signed him to a 1-year deal. The Dallas Mavericks, who are fresh off of an NBA Finals appearance, they bring in Klay Thompson on a 2-year deal. But the big move of the weekend thus far has been Paul George. He was kind of the big fish out there who was playing with the Clippers. He goes to Philadelphia, Clint, and at 4 years, $212 million. We can look at it from a Rockets perspective in just a second. But do you think, Clint, Paul George added to Maxey, who they re-upped and gave him $204 million to go along with Embiid? Do you think they have overtaken to you the Celtics as the favorite?
Oh no! You
don't think this moves jumps them to the Celtics?
No, you know when you asked me that question, right? I wasn't going to put them over the champs, baby. But no, I don't. I can't. I mean, look, I like Paul George. You know where I sit with Joel Embiid. I mean, obviously a great player. I just don't like his get down at all. And so it's going to take some rubber to road and some really, really impressive play for me to be like, yeah, these cats right here got a chance to take over the Celtics in the East. I do think Paul George is going to be a big time add for them, and I think a big time presence, obviously, with Joel Embiid. For whatever reason, I've just felt like Joel Embiid is kind of this is going to sound harsh, but he's a little bit of a follower. He's going to kind of go with the flow, whatever it may be. It's always seemed that way for me as I've watched Philadelphia. I don't cover him, but just as I watch him from a distance, it seems like a guy like Paul George. You mentioned CP3 a little earlier. You know, some of those guys being involved. In this case, it's Paul George being involved. You got to think that it would probably push Joel Embiid in the right direction, which I think is a huge plus.
Yeah. That's the hope. The thought is their big three, right? Because what they're bringing to the table, if healthy, it's that those are 3 stars compared to what I would think the Celtics have in 2 stars in Tatum and Brown.
Yep.
But does their 3 overtake the extras that they have? Because the others they have, because they just brought back Derek White too. They just signed him to a new deal. Is that enough to overtake Brown, Tatum with Drew Holiday, with Brown, with Porzingis? Is that enough to overtake that group? That's the thing, is they've got to get some of their others to kind of to come close to match up with that.
It's interesting for me, Ron. You talk about Drew Holiday, you talk about Porzingis. I mean, it's hard for me, especially with a championship under their belt, and especially with Drew Holiday coming from Milwaukee, where he won a championship. Right? It's hard for me to not look at that as at Boston right now as I know we've talked about them being the big 2 and the others. and Drew and Porzingis, assuming Porzingis is healthy. I mean, we got to look at that at more than just big two, right?
No, I'm with you. Yeah, Porzingis can play at a space where I don't know if he's on par with Embiid, George, or Maxey, but close. More than just a role player. I'd say that. He has the ability to come through more and impact the game more than a role player. That'll be an interesting one to see how that forms as the East has gotten stronger with him going over there. All right, listen, we have, and I think fairly, given criticism to Joe Espada this year. But we've got to give him some credit as well when you see what is happening with this team and this turnaround. What is for you, and I'd like to hear it from the people, 713-572-4610, those who are on YouTube and Twitch as well. What's the one thing that you really give Joe Espada credit for in this resurgence that the Astros have made here recently? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, sleep better, live better. I firmly believe in it, y'all.
Radio 610. I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Bregman hits one into right center field. That ball's going to be down and go all the way to the wall. Astros take a 1-0 lead. Bregman's thinking about 3. Alex Bregman into third base with a 15-game hitting streak and a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Alex Bregman, who has been one of the real catalysts during this streak for the Astros as they have gotten back into things in the AL West and in the American League wild card, as well as they are currently in Toronto in a scoreless tie right now in the 4th inning, heading into the 5th inning, I believe, actually. Zip. Hunter Brown is got a bit of a high pitch count, but is getting through. The Blue Jays had one trouble spot there with the bases loaded, but was able to get out of it there with a big strikeout at the end there. But the Astros are tied zip as they head to the 5th inning. Clint, we just heard their RBI triple from Bregman. He has been a really big key. Obviously, the young guys that we have talked about, the young pitchers, they have been really, really huge and big keys thus far for the Astros, and Blanco and Hunter Brown, who's pitching today, Spencer Arrighetti as well. A lot of the young players, a lot of the young position players they've brought up have been a huge, huge factor. And listen, I think we have, in fairness, we have criticized Joe Espada when it's been deserved, and I think a lot of points this year it has been deserved. But he has to get some praise for this run as well. And I'm wondering from you and the people, what if there's anything, what's the number one thing you would give him credit for, the thing that's jumped out to you that Joe Espada has kind of changed and improved with this team in this run in June?
Well, I think one of the things that we discussed early on was, and I know it hasn't gone according to plan here, but the transparency that he showed and how he handled the Josh Hader, Ryan Presley situation, at least how he handled it publicly. I don't know how the hell he handled it behind closed doors, although his words were that he called him in individually, he called him in together, he broke the news to him. Whether it works or not, he can't tell. I commend the man for handling it open, communicating with them well. I personally, I don't know if it's a good idea for him moving forward, but I personally greatly appreciate the transparency and letting all the fans know, letting us in the media know how he handled it. I think that move right there, it's more about how he handled it. I think that's what a manager does. I think a lot of times, especially when you acquire a guy like Josh Hader, I think a lot of times the general manager, maybe even the owner, are like, hey, no, this dude's going to be the closer. Now you go break the news to him, right? And so I just think the way he handled that, I do think in that moment that he gained a lot of respect as a first-time manager. He gained a lot of respect as a man. And, Ron, the other thing, I'm talking man-to-man, not from me, the players to him. The other thing is he was convicted now. He relayed this message with some serious conviction when Tucker in the 2-hole and Alvarez in the 3-hole. Right, whenever that went down, he was pretty. If I remember correctly, he was pretty strong with that. And when Tucker was healthy, that had proven out to be a absolute game changer for him. For whatever reason, him in the 2-hole, man, he was having a career year. So I think those two things, mainly the way he handled Presley and Hader early on, are the two things that don't matter what the season does, no matter how he disappoints in terms of being – I still don't think he's the face or voice that you're looking for an organization. But I tip my cap to the way he handled those two things.
Yeah, I'll say, Clint, in this run here, I'm really impressed with the handling of Alex Bregman in particular. We were looking like, man, this is getting rough. And hell, Clint, he tried he tried everywhere with him. He tried everywhere with him to go up and down in the lineup. He tried in the 5 spot. He tried in cleanup for a lot. He tried in the 2-hole, whatever. I give him credit. He really stayed with Alex Bregman, and there are things he could have done. He really stayed with Alex Bregman, and the team is really reaping the benefits of that right now, Clint, because Alex Bregman has really kind of turned. Since his season has turned, it looks like the team's season has turned. And speaking of that, Jeremy Pena, he goes deep and gives the
panty dropper.
The panty dropper, that's right. He gives the Houston Astros a 1-0 lead in Toronto. So that just happened as Jeremy Pena drops some draws in Toronto and goes deep as well. But that Alex Bregman situation, I got to give it.
Draws and go deep, and then just goes right back to Alex Bregman. That's
right. Seamless.
Most of us can't relate to that.
Seamless.
I mean,
but no, I got to give him credit for how he handled that Alex Bregman situation, and he has now, it appears, found the right home and the right spot for Alex Bregman, and damn, he's gotten hot. So I got to give him that.
The bad thing is he's sitting in the same spot that I just gave him credit for putting Tucker in. So something's got to give.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot, Ron. I mean, I think for the most part, a lot of the pitching decisions this year, it's been rough at times, obviously, early on with what all three of your closers were giving you. It was rough, man, and to navigate those waters, I think, is admirable as best you can. He's just, for me, the biggest hang up with him, and where I just have drawn the line is I think, look, it is easy to manage and be the voice of and the face of when you've won 12 of 15, and when you've won however many in a row, and it's easy to manage when you got 6 guys that have hit over 300 in the last 10 games, and it's easy to do those things. The adverse times, the struggles is what you got to really watch, and I think in the long run you're gonna need to get more out of your manager than what we're getting. Yeah.
I ain't saying it's all good now. I'm just saying he's got to get some credit for this run, because he is Captain Joe, Tyler. He is leading this chart, so he's got to get some credit. It's not like, to me, I'm not going to be the way that some are, where, hey, he sucks ass when they suck, and he still sucks ass when they win. Like, there's some things that he has done, and something that he has done I think has been very, very helpful to get this group to have won 9 out of 10. Is get this group to have gotten to a place where they're 3.5 out of the West in the wild card. So, I'm gonna give him his credit. Now, it ain't all gone. I still believe. I still don't believe that he's a number one, but he has done some good things here in this run as well. All right, coming up, we'll switch over here to the Texans. There's two guys that I think could have a huge effect on what many people believe can be a scary, scary offense. We'll do that, and we'll get you updated and potentially let you hear how the Astros took a 1-0 lead. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, what makes advanced hair restoration different? Well, for one, their once-a-year summer savings event is off the charts, and guess what, y'all? It's going on right now.
course. Oh, geez.
Can we get a card, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 30.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, that ball's drilled deep to left field. There's the first base runner. There's the first run. JP3 crushes one to left, and the Astros get in front 1-0 on a solo home run into the back of the Blue Jays bullpen.
All right, there it is. That's how it sounded, as we said in the last segment. 1-0. 1-0 as the Astros lead. Behind Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena goes deep, and Hunter Brown is through 5 innings with a shutout baseball right now. And Clint, he has 80 pitches through 5 innings. How many would you push it with him today? He's at 80 pitches through 5 innings, and you know what happened with your bullpen yesterday. You had a bullpen game that became an extra innings game, and you extended some guys. You got some guys who have thrown – 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row, and he's at 80 pitches through 5. How much are you pushing this with him?
I'd push to 100.
Easy, yeah. So maybe another inning.
He's low 90s all day, every day, anyway.
Yeah, so low 90s.
Oh yeah, look,
110. You push it to 110.
I mean, if I need, it depends on how dire my situation. Well, it depends on how. Yeah, that too. But it depends on how dire my situation is in the bullpen. You know, if I got somebody that I feel pretty good about, we'll roll. But no, I wouldn't be afraid to push him here. I mean, he's gotten better as the game's gone on. I mean, in the second inning, he threw 2 innings. He had damn near 50 pitches, and he's the third inning, fourth inning, and fifth inning. He is soared through. So yeah, I think he's. I think you're right, man. I would not be afraid to knock down triple digits. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, 100 at least. 100 now. If he gets into this 6th inning, Clint, and we look up and he's thrown, 20 pitches to get through the 6th, something like that, 17, 18, he's sitting there at 98, 99 pitches or something coming out of that, then maybe you look at it. And also depending on how it happened. If he got there and ended up striking out the side or something like that, but he had to throw a lot of pitches, maybe you still believe he's strong and you bring him back out there. I know they want to be protective of him, but as you said, only Joe and Dana and the crew making the decisions know how dire the situation is with the bullpen, how many guys are actually available today. You would think it is with what they've had to do the last couple of games with Framber not having to able to give you big innings, and then having a bullpen game flat out. So we'll see what they do there, but Hunter Brown through 5 innings, 80 pitches. We'll see what he's able to do coming out, how long he's able to go. All right, Clint, as we get closer and closer to training camp, and I know this is at the top of the list of all of ours. I know it's at the top of the list of myself. Well, I'll be out there watching, sweating my heart out. I know it's going to be at the top of the list. Were you, Clint, you're out there with a towel, sweating your heart out. Tyler wearing those black pants. I know it's going to be a big thing that you're watching as well, and that is that center guard spot. And I would I would honestly throw to you, because everybody I've seen a lot of top 10 offensive lists, and every single one of them, the Houston Texans are in it. I've seen them in the top 5. Every one of them. Many people expect the Houston Texans offense to be big time. And I would ask you this. Juice Scruggs at the center position, Kenyon Green at the left guard position. They got to be what for this offense to reach its potential? What are they? They've got to be to what level for them to reach their potential?
Just solid.
Just solid, both of them.
No, absolutely. Look, I mean, because I think you've got two guys that by nature, like I'm talking how they're built and how they're wired, they can move mass. They are guys that if they're in shape, if they're healthy, they're built the right way, technically and mechanically, they can move mass. They are what you want in interior offensive linemen. And now you ask yourself at the big league level, right? At the NFL level, you go, okay, being a good starter, being a solid starter for a handful of years, there's a large gap between that and being a Pro Bowler, so to speak, right? I mean, being one of the best. I just need them to be a solid starter in this league that doesn't give opportunity to defenses in terms of making protections and run schemes leaky as hell to where you just flat miss guys consistently. You get overwhelmed consistently. I just need them to be solid, Ron. Solid, and this team thrives. This offense thrives.
I'm with you. It's not like, hey, you need him to be Pro Bowl level. No, nobody's saying you don't have to.
Ron, just don't let me and you sit up there in that press box go, damn, that D tackle was on Stroud quick.
Yeah.
Damn, that D tackle was at the feet of Joe Mixon as he took the handoff. Don't let that happen consistently. Every now and then it happens. Hell, it happens to the best of them every now and then. But don't let it be something that the defense can bank on, and we can make some money offensively.
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that one. They don't have to be like I think Laramie Tunsil has to be a Pro Bowl level. I think Titus Howard probably has to, especially as much as these guys are probably going to throw the football, Clint. I think those guys on the edges, you're paying them the way that they're being paid. I think they need to be Pro Bowl level type. Shaq Mason probably right there with them. But these other two dudes, as you said, man, they just can't be. I mean, they got to be what George Fant was, right? Like George Fant was. I don't think he was getting Pro Bowl votes, although he was just solid.
Yep.
He was solid. He didn't get you beat. You didn't listen, there might be some guys that you're going up against. Yeah, TJ Watt might get around you a couple of times or whatever. Yeah, certain guys might get around you a few times. But there was not a lot of games where you're like, good God, man. God, he is killing you. God, he is killing you. Like, they just can't. Like, they've got to do something. They got to move him out. They got to do something that wasn't noticeable. Yes, they just have to, as you said, be solid football players. And I think this offense can be a top 5 level offense if those guys are just there and doing their job and not spectacular, but not just getting absolutely owned and killed.
Yeah, look, you got solid is a good way to put it. To me, let's hold our own. Like, yep. I don't need you to go out there and right. Yeah, I don't need you to go out there and dominate Jeffrey Simmons. I don't need you to go out there and just completely eliminate Chris Jones from the box score. I don't. I mean, look, if it so happens 1 week, cool. But in terms of expectations, like, nobody's asking these guys to go out there. But you got to execute a double team. You got, yes, indeed. On the outside zone, man, you can't let the run through happen just because you can't get your head across. I mean, there's just a lot of there's a lot of stuff that was going on last year. Now again, whether it was Kendrick Green or it was Patterson at center or it was what's my man's name that he got cut and then came back and played guard in. Michael Dieter. Dieter, there you go. Regardless of who it was, and then look, let's be honest. A lot of times it was also Titus Howard at guard and the combination of him and Tunsil. So nobody's void of blame here.
Where they would do that little shoulder pad push off and keep going. It just let Jeffrey Simmons just run through.
Yeah, it almost looked like a miscommunication at times. And so, yeah, I mean, you just can't have that, right? I mean, this offensive line as a whole have to be line dancing better. At some point you got to be solid. You got to be dependable. You got to be somebody that Bobby Slowick doesn't have to game plan around.
Yes. Not game. Yeah, that's a good point. Not game plan around that they don't have to do special stuff to protect your ass. Right, like
exactly.
Which he had to do it many times last year. But yes, for the offense to be at its potential, obviously when they're game planning and doing stuff, For you, that means they're taking away from something that they want to do down the field. There's something that they want to do in some other space. And for me, the other thing is, right, Clinton, you said it about the two of them. If you were to say, all right, what would you think coming out of the draft would be those two, both of them, Juice and Kenyon Green, their strength in it is those guys look and play like maulers.
Yes.
That's what why don't you do that in the run game?
Yeah.
Like, can you do that in the play like maulers? Play to the level that many people thought you could do. So if you are just respectable in the passing game, but then running folks over in the run game with Mixon and company, then that's something that can be worked with.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I hadn't seen enough from Kenyon Green at this point in time. Right? I don't know that anybody has.
Yeah, at A&M, that was the thought.
Right. Yeah. No. I agree with your point. There's no doubt both of those guys are maulers. That's how they're gonna have to play the game. I don't know if they're gonna be successful. I don't know if they can do it at the NFL level, but both of those guys are absolutely gonna have to play that way. Ryan, you are correct. But where I was going with that was I personally haven't seen enough from Kenyon Green to go, yeah, I feel good about this one, right? And I'm setting aside the issues that he's had. I'm just talking about when his hand's in the dirt, what's he doing? I feel like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I really like Juice Scruggs, man. I mean, I
certainly want to see him play his natural position.
Yeah, well, I don't know how he's going to – the communication and all that, it's a different position than guard, but when we're just talking about physically, interior offensive line play, the way those guys – you like those guys to be built, the way they play with the low pad level, the way there's a certain level of nasty, there's a certain level of dog in them. Like Juice, to me, Juice has that, man. I'm really excited about that dude. Now, I may fall flat on my face getting excited about him because I don't know what I'm going to get, but – I'm really excited about him and watching him play this year.
All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, look, it's pretty easy, man. The Astros are rocking and rolling, and we got some numbers we got to discuss, Ron. We've talked a lot about the others. Did a little digging. I saw a couple of graphics this weekend that I want to bring to the people on the others. These numbers for the Astros are absolutely ridiculous. And, again, one of the most impressive things the Astros are doing right now is they're doing this, as far as this run, without Yordan Alvarez. I've got some numbers that'll back that up. And Jake Myers, man, finally, he took a step in the right direction with your boy Old Dirty. You don't want to miss this audio. It's going to be fun. That'll be next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Sagamore Rye.
skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
The Astros are hotter than a firecracker, y'all. What they won? 9 of their last 10, T, is that right? 9 of their last 10?
That is correct.
I mean, rocking and rolling. I think I had it 12 of their last 15, I think, as well, something like that. But the Astros are rolling. Most wins, hottest team, best team in Major League Baseball in the month of June. And, boy, it couldn't happen at a better time because Seattle clearly was not one of the better teams in the month of June. The Astros have made up 6.5 games on the Mariners in a very short span. Not in the entire month of June. Hell, we were halfway through June. The Astros are still 10 back. So Astros sitting 1 game above 500 right now, second in the AL West. 3.5 back the Mariners in the West. 3.5 back the AL wild card. We got 13 games left to the All-Star break, and only 3 of those games are versus a team with a winning record, a team that's above 500. That's your Twins at 47 and 37. Right now, the Astros are in the top of the 7th, up in Toronto, up 1-0 off of a Jeremy Pena bomb, pulled one to left field, watched it go out of the park. Right now, I think there's only been a couple of hits in this game. Jeremy Pena's home run, and I think the Blue Jays have a hit. I hadn't seen much since. But
4 hits total in this game, 2 for each squad.
4 total hits.
Big ones.
Yeah, Hunter Brown started off, good pitch count, climbing early on, and then has had several quick innings.
Tyler, did you get them strikeouts, by the way?
Oh, listen to this. Wait till you hear this, Ron.
Oh, did I? Let me tell you. So I told you guys I was on Hunter Brown over 3.5 Ks today.
That's right.
Y'all responded appropriately. Oh, my gosh, that's a low number. It was still a low number, but I remembered wrong the bet I had placed because I was on Hunter Brown over 4.5 strikeouts. And, gentlemen, I believe Hunter Brown may have just faced his last batter in that bottom of the 6th inning against the Blue Jays, and with that last batter, he struck out 5. So I am still in the green for over strikeouts for Hunter Brown today.
Which is big for Tyler. Don't know why he didn't share that little news with us beforehand. Maybe let us put a little $1 or 2 on it. But nonetheless, I feel cheated, but I'm sure Ron doesn't. He's not much of a bettor. But
it was close, boys. Last batter.
What is his pitch count, T, to see?
99, baby.
Oh, so he's at 99. Yeah, he's probably not going to see the bottom of the 7th, but we will see. But I want to talk about some stuff that was going on this weekend, boys. First of all, Altuve came unglued, got tossed from the game after he hits a ball. It goes off of his foot, clearly goes off of his foot, goes back into fair territory, ends up getting thrown out at first. Clearly he didn't run because the ball hit his foot. The umpires didn't see it. They called him out. And Altuve, for the second time in about I don't know, what was that White Sox series? Well, no, it was 9, 10, 11 games ago. I don't remember what game it was when he got tossed out, but against the White Sox where actually he didn't get tossed. Actually, Espada got tossed for him. But twice in the last 10 games, Altuve has gone off the rails on the umpires, and I absolutely love it. So that was good to see. But, Ron, we talk a lot about, or we have of late, we've talked a lot about the others around the big-name guys. Obviously, no Tucker. Yordan Alvarez has been pedestrian. I'm going to get to that in a minute, by the way. We talked about that, and I found some numbers to back it up. But the others have been absolutely tremendous, Ron, and it continued this weekend. And I saw some numbers, and I wanted to bring them to the people here because this is hard to believe. You start asking, like, how in the hell have the Astros made up this ground? How did they turn the corner? How have they been so good? And I think this tells a big part of the story. In the last 9 games, this was leading into Sunday's game versus the Mets, which not much changed because all the same players continued to rake, right? In the last 9 games leading into Sunday's game, the Astros had 6 players that were hitting over 300. They had 6 players with an 850 or better OPS. They had 10 players with 3 or more RBIs. And they had 12 players scoring 2 or more runs over that 9-game stretch. And like I said, the Astros went on in that game. It was 4-4, went into extra innings. What'd they end up winning by, guys? 10-5?
10-5,
10-5.
yeah.
So they continued the hot streak. Ron, I know this is we've talked about it multiple times over and over again, but man, I can't believe how hot the entire team has gotten. And I'm talking about even all the way down to Cabbage and Loperfido and these guys that you don't expect to get a lot of production out of, at least consistently. Those guys are swinging the bat out of their mind. This number of players that have put up these kind of numbers over a 10-game stretch is pretty impressive.
No, it has. Usually you want consistency, right? You usually want the same guys out there every day because obviously we know baseball is a routine, and these guys get their routine. We've talked about it with Chaz. I think Chaz is somebody who plays better when he gets more at-bats. But these guys have all somehow made a contribution to this team in this stretch. And anybody who's called upon, whether it's, as you just talked about, Cabbage, hey, you get in there and get that Hummel kid. You get in there and help us out. Joey, we need you to play first base. Go play first base. Like, a lot of these guys have started to, if not even setting the world on fire hot, but at least – doing something, at least one thing good every single game out and getting timely big hits. If you look at it, Saturday against the Mets, it was Bregman with the big hit to get that 2-run single in to give them the lead late in the game. And then if you look at yesterday, it was the 2 young guys. Cabbage had an RBI double. Joey had an RBI double as well.
Diaz had a monster day before all that extra inning stuff went on.
Yes. So I mean, it's just all these guys are rolling through and adding something, and it's not a deal of. Sometimes when you see this, Clint, God, if we could just get Altuve up to the plate.
Yes.
Or if we could just get Yordan up to the plate. It's like, you know what? Diaz is up. All right, I feel pretty good about it. You know what? Dubon is up. I feel pretty good about it. All right, hell, even Jake's up. I feel like Jake may do something. Cabbage, like, it's a feel of you can see. Hey, this guy can put together a good at-bat and have something potentially positive happen.
Don't look now. We talked about it. I mean, I think with Abreu moving on, and with Jake Myers really coming on here this season, there just are no ducks in this lineup. I mean, there just is no ducks in this lineup, and that's with Kyle Tucker hurt. It's only going to get better as we move forward, and so. Those are numbers, Ron, on a positive note. We talked a little bit last week about Yordan Alvarez, and I think you asked the question. You said, what Yordan Alvarez season has been what? And I said quiet. And anyway, got the wheels are turning, right? And you start thinking, well, as we're having that conversation last week, I looked up at the TV, and in June, hell, he was top 5 in OPS. In the American League. And so I'm thinking, well, damn, he must be swinging it pretty well, yada, yada, yada. Anyway, I knew there was something there. And let's go back to the last 9 games that I was talking about where the others were hot. The Astros have scored 67 runs. Yordan Alvarez has had 4 RBIs, guys. And I'm saying this all in a positive light.
This is the second time he's had a weird stretch of lack of RBIs this season.
Yeah. No, Ron, it's crazy, man. Like I'm not. By the way, I'm not saying this to hammer Yordan Alvarez. To me, this is a beautiful thing because Yordan's going to get hot, and when he does get hot, and I'm talking about hot with runners in scoring position, when he does. Good luck, because it's
a go for launch.
Yes, he is, and I'm just waiting for his ass to take off, right? Particularly with runners in scoring position, because here's Here's the proof that I was looking for, Ron. We had the conversation last week, and it's a tough conversation because, again, his overall numbers they're not good. They're not great for him, but they're not bad. I mean, most folks would take them as they are, right? But here's the number that was flashed on the screen this week with Yordan Alvarez. In 2024, with runners in scoring position, Ron, Yordan Alvarez is batting 175. He's got 1 home run. He's got 17 RBIs, and his OPS is 584. And he was 0 for 3 Sunday versus the Mets, so that number didn't change any, right? Yeah. So the quiet or the underwhelming or
it's not what you expect.
It's not. But it's like it just explains, right? He's still putting up decent numbers, so it's hard to look at him and turn your nose up. But when you look at what he's done in 2024 with runners in scoring position, it's not good. And what have we talked about? Every time I look up, Tyler's texting us about 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Ain't good, boys.
Because this isn't just a situation, Clint, of where they're pitching around him. I would say some of it is a little bit, but it's not just a situation. He's coming up and not coming through.
Sure. Yeah, and so, again, I just say all that. That's the proof that we were talking about. To me, that's a huge plus. 67 runs in 9 games, and Yordan Alvarez is not a big part of that. I'll sign up for that because when his ass gets hot, the numbers, the runs are going to increase in a major way. So I'm good with it. But again, right now we're in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Pena hitting the bomb is all we've got from a production standpoint.
Hey, so Rafael Montero in the game, feeling good?
Ooh, you know me, man. When I watch Montero, I'm like, hell yeah, man. There's a lot of movement on that pitch. That's going to be tough to hit. And then all of a sudden, somebody puts a sunbuck in the upper deck in the outfield. So
that thing moved right to a barrel, don't it? Now he'll be all right today.
I tell you, Ron, something else happened this weekend, man. Then I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been hard on my boy Jake Myers, man. Been hard on old Jake Myers, Ron. You see this where they go around and which is dead in the middle of my generation, is Master P made them say, and then they got to finish it.
Make them say, yeah.
Yeah, you've heard the whole deal. Master P said, make them say what? And it really is telling. And when it's young players, I don't blame them. When it's coaches that are my age or maybe 5 years older, I blame the hell out of them. I mean, it's awful, right? But there is, here's Julia Morales, one of our favorites. She was going around and she was asking. So here's a little audio from exactly what I'm talking about is going on. And if you don't know what Master P made him say, damn, we ain't drinking no beer together.
No, you just missed a tough time, man. You missed a great time.
What does Master P make him say?
Master P make him say,
What does Master P make him say?
I don't know, bro.
What does Master P make him say?
Nah.
What happened? Say what does he make him say? What does Master P make him say?
I don't know. Julia, I don't know a rap like that.
Make him say.
Nah.
Make him say. Does Master P make him say?
Ooh-wee? I don't listen to Master P. That's before my time in the States.
All right, go listen. Go add it to your playlist.
I got added to the playlist.
What does Master P make him say?
Nah.
Hey, Ron.
Who was that at the end?
Pretty sure it was Jake. I'm not looking at the video.
No, that ain't Jake.
But hey, no. I'm going to tell you, watch the video where I'm going with this whole thing. Watch the video. Ron Hughley will have a newfound respect for Jake. Now, he wasn't that cool. Hang on a second, Tyler. You're screwing up my bid here now. I'm trying to give Jake a little credit.
Don't put him up against Swift now.
Hey,
Come on now.
You're putting him up against the GOAT, man.
Don't put him up against Swift.
He didn't quite get there. But, Ron, you got to watch the video.
I had to check out the video.
And look, there was only I'd say 15.
Was that Jeremy Pena who said he didn't know who that was?
Pena didn't know.
He said that was before his time in the States.
In the States. Oh,
Yeah.
good God, man.
I'm gonna tell
I know
you-
y'all was kicking it in Rhode Island. Come on now.
Big John Singleton said it was early on. He knew what the hell was going on.
Well, John better.
I'm gonna tell you, there was a bunch of folks that didn't know what the hell was going on. But by far, by the way, Gary Pettis disappointing your ass. He shied away from the camera and walked away. Didn't he?
Yeah, he ain't have it. He got Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Hey man, you got to have P though, man. Come on. But where I was going with the whole thing, the video, and like the dude that was like, are you serious? Are you like seriously asking me that stupid? Was Jake Myers, bro.
Jake was offended that the question was even posed.
Well,
to him.
as offended as Jake can be, he's a nice guy. But Jake was like immediately with some swag, leaned back and said, nah.
I have to see it. I got to see that one to believe it. I got to see that one to believe it.
I sent it to you guys. You just got to check your messages here and there.
Hey,
I got to see that to believe it.
You done hurt Tyler's feelings. You didn't check.
I don't know. I feel my mind is blown.
Hey, Ron, I'm telling you,
Never seen it. Hey, man, some people's doing something.
Chief, watch it.
Yeah, all the time.
Jake Myers.
Every time.
Jake Myers, you're making me take some of it back now. You're not an alpha now. I don't expect him to turn into an alpha all of a sudden. But now he ain't gonna be that. But I do. I'm gonna tell you, man, newfound respect, Ron. You got little things like this when they happen. You call it new evidence. This is new evidence.
Yes, new evidence. All right. Well, maybe if Tyler sends it correctly, I'll be able to find it.
Oh, did he?
That's it. That's it.
Maybe Tyler
freaking dingoes
sends it correctly. I'll be able to find it.
My man said it with some swag and just kept it moving. Like, Julia, what do you add? Well, yeah. I mean, it was different vibes I got from Jake. Who, by the way, Jake's sitting in the 2-hole today. I think he needs to go back to 5 or 6 wherever he was yesterday.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, not that anybody's swinging it well today. I just like Jake in that 6 or 7.
You just have to take a look at the advanced stats from his.
I'm gonna get PC to do that for me. He'll be here in a minute. I'm gonna get.
If you take a look at it, I'm sure something's deeper than. Is he 0 for today? It's got to be. If you look, you got to look a little deeper than that 0 for.
Yeah, well,
there's something else.
I mean, who's got the hits? Pena's got one, and does Bregman have 2?
Bregman has 1, I believe.
You take a look at the advanced foul offs in his at bats.
The exit. If you look at the exit velo,
on his foul off.
Hey, let me tell you, this weekend I'm sitting there watching, man, and Sean Dubin. Sean, is that right? Is it Sean?
Sean Dubin, yeah, 6'6".
He's doing his damnedest to get through innings, right? And all of a sudden, that one inning, I think it was the third. All of a sudden, they hit 3 screaming ass line drives, just right at somebody, right? And Blum and them they're trying to be nice, but they're talking about the exit velo of the way that these guys are squaring up pitches, and it just is not. It was not friendly. I was like,
this is not good.
I was like, hey, Blum, just go ahead and say it, man. My old buddy's lucky as hell they're getting hit right.
Hell no, them are outs. Them are out. You take your advanced stats, shove it up our ass. I'm out here, Sean Dubin, trying to survive.
Hey, I'm trying to give you 4, man.
I'm telling you, I'm throwing 70 pitches. Give a rip where these thing goes. They go to a glove. What does it say on there? Does it say on the screen?
Did it leave his bat and hit leather, mother?
It says out.
Ron Hughley.
The hell that says? It says out. All right. Coming up, we'll get you updated on what's happening in Toronto as the Astros are clinging to a 1-0 lead. They're trying to hold on to win Game 1 of this series, and also get you caught up with the Rockets. What they're doing, they have made a move, but one word to describe how Clint said he's feeling. We'll let you know what that word is coming up next. All right.
Nobody's off limits, right?
Right.
Nobody's off limits. You find a way to make that deal work.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, back at it here as the Astros, they are hanging in there. They have a 1-0 lead. Brian Abreu is on after Rafael Montero gets a scoreless 7. By the way, Hunter Brown continues his run. We need to give him a round of applause, baby. AL Pitcher of the Month.
100%, man. That kid is on fire.
I hope he's getting some this afternoon, man.
Better.
And he added on to that, Clint, with a 6-inning performance, no runs. Obviously, he got just enough strikeouts for Tyler to make money. Tyler has made extra money, and I know Clint's going to be pissed about what Turner is about to do moving here for the Blue Jays. Clint, nothing but pisses Clint off people who just lean in and just let balls hit them.
Yes. You lean in there with that pad on you, but he poked his elbow out there and let it get hit. I mean, that's BS, man. That's such bush league.
What is this, amateur hour?
I mean, that's such bush league. Like
Justin Turner's known for that.
That's egregious too. I mean,
he stuck it out. He had to move that arm out, and you see him throw that bat down. He threw that bat down so fast and ran down the first.
No question. He even started to tuck it, and this is where I hope the guy hits into a double play, which I hope he does anyway. But I mean, just because with a runner, if a runner wasn't on first with that old measly ass hitting the elbow pad.
Yeah, it's tough because, like I look at folks like that, like, hey man, you didn't even want to hit. Like you wasn't
right.
even.
He wanted a free pass.
Like you wasn't even about hitting, man. You're like, let me get this thing. Let me get this thing. Let me just get on. But here it is. It's the Astros, bases loaded right now, and Brian Abreu gets a huge out. A former Astro, George Springer, lines out to third, and everybody has to stay put. He hit the ball hard, but hit it right to Bregman. So we'll keep you updated.
It feels huge.
It is huge, Jeff. It's really huge. So we'll keep you updated on that as we roll through. 1-0 in Toronto. 1-0 in Toronto as Brian Abreu is trying to get out of a little bit of trouble that he has created. All right, Clint. The NBA has had some movement, had some free agents. I think the big three moves. There have been a lot of moves of I'd say role players. Others have moved places. Isaiah Hartenstein, who was really big for the Knicks as a role player, moved to Oklahoma City. They've added a couple of role players, Caruso as well. But Paul George to the Sixers, he got over $200 million, $212 to be exact, over 4 years. Klay Thompson moves to the Mavs, 3 years, $50 million. Word on the street, Clint, is the Lakers were going to offer 4 years, $80, but he decided to go with the Mavs. And then DeJounte Murray, he gets traded from the Hawks to the Pelicans. And those feel like the three big moves there for the Rockets. And it looks like, by the way, as a heads up, the Astros get out of that inning there on a ground out. Pena loads the bases, hits a batter. They get out of that inning with a ground out to second, and it remains 1-0 going to the ninth inning. But of those moves, really the Rockets haven't done anything. They've just really re-signed their own guys. Aaron Holiday, the latest today, on a 2-year, $10 million deal. What's the word that you would describe where you are right now as a Rockets fan?
Jealous.
I find it interesting. Jealous. I wonder how many people are out there. Damn it, make a move.
Yeah, no, I'm jealous, man. I mean, I just feel like, and not on my own accord, because I'm admittedly a casual fan. I don't know enough intimately to to say, right, damn it, right now is the time. But I talked to you, B. Scott, my guys that know the game, that watch the game, that cover the game closely, and I think we're all on the same page of hey, man, it's time. And so I just – it's hard to watch all this movement. I mean, teams that were already having a lot of success, either retaining guys or teams that hell, Mavs made a run to a finals and added a player that is, depending on who you talk to. Now I guess it really doesn't. The one thing they were missing was outside shooting, so perimeter shooting. So Clay
that was a rough watching him finally.
Yeah, it was. Clay definitely brings that to the table. I don't know, man. I'm ready for the Rockets to be relevant. I'm ready for the Rockets to make win now moves. They teased me a little bit with all the potential trade to the Suns with Kevin Durant,
which is still on the table. We'll still see what happens there.
Yeah, I mean that to this point has teased me, man, and seeing all this movement and the Rockets not being involved is I'm a tad bit jealous, to be honest with you.
No, and I get it. It's 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you share that. You're a little jealous. Like some people can just be patient. Some people can just be patient. And I will be a little patient here, Clint, just because, like, one, I know a lot of the things that they want to do for I'd say at least a big move are probably going to be done in trade situations. And nothing with the Suns has gone awry with that. And there's some patience, to be done. Only Murray is really the only one that really happened in a trade. So there are still some things out there. So I'm being patient with that too. But the big thing is, like I'm with you. I'm not jealous yet, but I have the expectations that something is done. I have the expectations that there are significant moves made to this team, Clint, and that is, to me, at the floor. And I'll be honest with you, it needs to be better. But at the absolute floor, it has to be getting guys – like at least to the level of Fred VanVleet, like you got last year, like at the very floor. But really, the way that they've been talking, the expectation is more. And that's the big thing for me is what they have been saying is, hey, we're gonna add a big piece. That's what we're hearing from Woj. That's what we're hearing from Brian Windhorst. That's what we're hearing from Shams. Like the Rockets want to add a big major piece. They want to add a major piece. They want to win now. And I'm just looking at a lot of the teams in the West, Clint, and you could just look at the teams in the West that were just ahead of them. The Warriors, the Kings. I think those teams are better probably right now anyhow. Like if Draymond didn't get kicked out of so many games, I think the Warriors probably would have had a better record. I think these teams, the Pelicans, things like that. And now you got teams like the Spurs who are coming with Victor in year two with another win, and they pick up a veteran in Chris Paul at the point guard spot that you think would probably only help Vic get better shots and the whole team get better shots. So you could see a team like the Spurs. I think the Spurs right now, Clint, believe they got a chance, have expectations of playing in playoffs. And that's where the Rockets were last year. So to me, it is hard to believe that they can stand pat, or what we hear a lot of people say, let these cats grow together and think they're going to take another step when it comes to getting to the playoffs. And that's why, for me, the expectation based off what they said, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to try to patiently wait. To see them put something together.
Well, I'm gonna get impatient real quick. My jealousy is gonna turn to impatience real quick. Like I'm with you. Like I understand if you can't.
I just thought they're gonna do something.
Well, if you can't get to Kevin Durant or the Paul George, like if you can't get that level yet, let's at least move one step closer to where that move is gonna happen at some point, and boom, this thing's gonna be complete and ready for takeoff. You know what I mean? Like that to me, I'm with you. It can be Dylan Brooks and the VanVleet type of stuff, but let's add some pieces that aren't developmental guys that we may or may not see as in a Rockets uniform over the next couple of years that may or may not contribute. Let's start seeing this thing kind of take shape, and that's, I don't know, man. I want that for the Rockets, and I keep seeing other teams making moves. Hell, I want a little taste of that.
All right, big developments in Toronto. We will let you hear exactly what just happened. Things have changed. The big fella who we've been asking about came through big time. We'll let you hear exactly how the Astros just added to their lead. We'll let you hear that, discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys out there, I hope you guys are doing something. Hell, I'll be honest with you, I failed to do it at times. But I hope you guys are having conversations about your health, in particular your testosterone.
chips on sale, 2 for $6.
I love it.
Then make it a party with sprinkles. Select favorite day treats dressed in red, white, and blue are 20% off with Target Circle and save even more. We've lowered prices on many summer faves like Up and Up sunscreen, Tillamook ice cream, Honest Kids juice boxes, and more. Target's 4th of July sale ends Saturday. Restrictions apply.
I love it.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One other runner reached scoring position. Yordan sends one to center. Barcho, the new center fielder, all the way back at the wall. He'll leap up. It is gone. Home run. Yordan Alvarez goes the other way over the left center field wall. And there are the insurance runs for the Astros. It's now 3-0.
There it is, 3-0 as the Astros are looking to add to this hot streak. As they are in the ninth inning. Josh Hader is on, trying to get the save here as they lead 3-0. Just 2 homers today. You heard the latest one, and I'll be talking about. We talk about that swag sometimes. You just see Yordan hit it, and he's about almost rounding first, and he's turned around, staring down at the dugout, saying some stuff that look like, yeah, I'm that. I'm all that. I'm that dude. He's looking back. Told y'all I had you, and they lead 3-0 with Josh Hader on the mound in the night. But that right there, Clint, that's what you're talking about. That's what you're talking about right there. Like, it's 1-0. It's tight, man. You have been flirting with it. Abreu loads the bases. There was some struggles there at times with Hunter Brown, although he was great. And then he comes in and he says, "Hey, Josh, man, you're gonna have a 3-run cushion, baby. I'm gonna go ahead and put this thing on ice right now and go deep with a runner on." See, runners in scoring position don't have to be at second or third for him. It could be at first. If somebody's at first base and they scored off of his home run, so huge. That's what we're looking for. That's what we've been asking about, for him to come through and start being the guy that we know he could be.
Ron Tyler needed that one too, Bob.
Oh, God. He went more money?
Extra bases. He had one and a half or more bases on Yordan. It was falling flat on its face because the first few at-bats, he'd struggled. All of a sudden, I said, Tyler, does he have another at-bat in the top of the ninth? Is the lineup set up to where he's going to get another at-bat? He said, yeah, I think so. And he got up there and goes yard.
Money. He's currently telling everybody in the dugout what he did.
He's texting it to him.
No, he's showing them. The Blue Jays, by the way, they get on the board with a solo home run, so even more important how huge that 3-run homer was as the Blue Jays just went deep on Josh Hader for a home run. It is now 3-1. So, like, as we're just talking about it, that's how big that home run was. This would be a tie ball game right now had Yordan Alvarez not come through in the top of the ninth to go deep and hit a home run to add to this lead. So that looms even larger right now as the Blue Jays are on the board. We'll keep you updated when this thing comes on. Tyler will shoot right in with celebration music as soon as this sucker ends, hopefully for the Astros, as they have a 2-run lead now. But I do want to get, before we get through this, Clint, the reigning AL pitcher of the month of June is Hunter Brown, and Clint, he continued into July with a great performance. He threw 6 scoreless innings on 99 pitches, 5 strikeouts in this thing. Brown has now allowed 1 run over his last 5 starts. 1 run over his last 5 starts. So he has been rolling, and this thing is over as Josh Hader is able to get this thing through. A foul out to Alex Bregman, and they win 3-1. They win this first game of this series, and this sucker is there it is.
Hey.
There it is.
Yeah.
Frozen right there. It is. Now shake it, rattle, and roll, baby. There it is. And the Astros continue this run here as they are now not just 1, but 2 games over 500. And now they are 3 games behind the Seattle Mariners, 3 games out of the wild card, as all of the other teams that would be in front of them in those 2 races are off today. So they will go into tomorrow with a 3-game deficit in the AL West in the wild card. So they are continuing to roll in this thing as Hunter Brown went off today, as he has been doing what he does, and then the power given with the bats of Alvarez and earlier in the game Pena. So a big W, Clint. Two games over 500 as they continue in this 4-game series. See if they can win another one against the Blue Jays the next 3 days.
Yeah, look, they got the Blue Jays and the Mariners have the Orioles, and so again, this is the Astros.
You don't know what the hell could happen here.
Look out now. I mean, you don't know what could happen. So this run, this climb, if you will, to catch Seattle could continue and take a big-time stride if these Stros keep playing ball here. Huge by Hunter Brown, without a doubt. Not only did he get his win, he got Tyler's strikeout, so he made him some money.
How much? Who all did you make? What all did you make money off?
That's got to put his book up over $2,000 now. He's got to be.
Not $500. How much?
No, he's up there, Bob.
I was on the money line as well, and I also, I'm rolling in it, boys. I got money to spare right now.
Yeah, man. When you cashing out, man, we need to go out that night.
I got money to spare. I'm rolling in it, boys.
Yeah, that's a big pile of money for your boy.
I'm rolling in it. I got money to spare, boys.
I'm on it, man. I am cashing in day in, day out.
I know he said in my ear, he said, yeah, who else total bases? It was somebody else.
I had Bregman bases, hit. Yordan bases, money. Astros win, hit. Hunter Brown K's, money. Shall I continue?
Was there more?
No, that's pretty much it.
Clint, you messed up. You should have got into this thing, man.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, on the heels of winning 9 of 10 or whatever, I mean, yeah, I should have. I should have been in on every one of them suckers. Tyler ain't he don't like to share the wealth, though, man.
I'll place a bet anytime y'all want, man.
Yeah, but nobody watches it the way you do.
Yeah.
I need to know when a good bet comes along, man, like the Hunter Brown
I'm
bet.
trying to find the perfect one. And I just can't seem to shake it. Can't seem to find it. Tyler's the one, though. He puts it out there on every go of it, and you keep putting them out. Bound to get in there.
Tyler, ride this wave, baby. Double your bets, man.
I ain't gonna lie to you. This is about his 5th wave of the year. Keeps riding it.
Sports betting is fun.
It's good for you, man. I just know that ain't gonna be my luck. I know it ain't, man. I know it ain't. And by the way, yes, tomorrow I will work real hard. Today, man, I will do the lineups tomorrow. I just, I didn't feel comfortable.
I think you told us you were going to do them today, but
it's a 2:00 start, and I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't feel comfortable doing them bad boys the first time with Jose Altuve out of the lineup. I just didn't feel comfortable with that.
That is, that's a good save. That is a real.
I didn't feel comfortable with it.
That is a really good save. You do it on a day where the lineup's going to be whole.
Like,
what are you going to do if Yordan sits out tomorrow?
Well, that's not it. That's normal. That's just something that happens all the time. And yeah, leading off with Bregman and Jake, that just didn't feel comfortable. I'll be honest with you.
Look, I think that's very fair.
That just didn't feel comfortable. Like, hey man, again, real quick, is this going to be Hunter Brown? Like, is this? Have we reached the point where this should be the expectation now for this dude? I mean, this is 5-6 starts in a row where he has been this.
What's he giving up? One earned run in 30-some-odd innings?
31 innings over 5 starts.
1 run. Is that right?
Yes.
Wow.
This is getting like towards the Fromber quality start. This is just every game out, bam, 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 he is in there.
Well, it's just, again, go back to it's one thing to look at the box score, and obviously the numbers are going to back it up. But boy, when you watch it, it's the struggle early on, the pitch count. I mean, this is when we were talking about him earlier in the year. Like, the stuff is there, but learning how to navigate a game is where Hunter Brown has to grow up. It's where he has to mature and has to develop. Right? Is like today. I mean, he damn near threw 50 pitches in the first 2 innings.
Yep.
And the wheels never came off. He never panicked. He goes back out there and ends up giving you 6 innings. He had a stretch of 2 or 3 innings there where I think he threw in the low 20 pitches over 2 or 3 innings. Like it was the ability to navigate that stuff, the ability to not have the wheels come off, and I mean, that's mature, that's development, and luckily the turn has happened at a time when the Astros needed it more than ever. But yeah, look, I don't know at this point how you can look at Hunter Brown and not think that this is it's fair to expect him to go out there and give you a chance to win night in, night out.
Come on, boys. This has been growth. You all watch this. You made a great point there, Clint. Hunter, if I tell you Hunter Brown, the Hunter Brown that you have remembered, not the guy that has started to roll here, if I'm going to tell you, hey, man, Hunter Brown's about to give you 50 pitches, damn near 50 pitches in these first 2 innings. You ain't lying, boy. There ain't no way I would have been able to put any kind of money on there saying, hey, man, he going to get to the 6th. And not to the 6th. He going to get to the 6th at 99 pitches. He's not even going to get to 100 pitches. He going to make it to the 6th. So, yeah, I damn sure did not have that one on the bingo card. I did not have the thought that he would be able to pull that off. And that just hasn't been what he's been doing. When he throws pitches like that, he doesn't normally get it back, Clint. He normally is going to keep throwing pitches. And you'll see 65, 70 in 3 innings or 3 1/3, and he's unable to finish. But he found a way to get through 6 for his team. They needed innings, and this was just enough. And then he was able to hand it off to Montero, Abreu, and then Hader to get through it. But you ain't lying. This is growth and maturity from Hunter Brown being able to, like, that's a big deal, Clint. I'm losing it a little bit within, and then to stop it and get a hold of it back so you can finish things out for your team. Because usually it starts going south like that, Clint. It may continue to go, and some of the really good pitchers are able to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, they just threw his numbers up on the screen after 5-0 in his last 5 starts. I mean, the numbers 2.9 ERA, 0.29 ERA in the last 5 starts, 30 some odd strikeouts, 10 walks. I mean, it's just ridiculous, man, what the dude's doing.
No, it is, man. Good shout out to him. All right, coming up, we are in a celebration as the Astros get another W. We will, though, give you updates. We haven't talked to you about this yet on the show. We will give you an update on an injury to one of the important Astros, and then we'll get you caught up on today's game and let you hear some of the highlights from what happened today and how the Astros got yet another W. All of that, more, all the big stories coming up. A little 5 o'clock fire. That's next right here live on The Drive.
All right, is chronic joint pain keeping you from doing what you love?
Our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
There, the game will be over, and it is. Astros win on Canada Day here in Toronto, 3-1 the final score. The Astros stay red hot. They have now won 10 of their last 11. And with Seattle idle today, the Astros now 3 games back in the AL West. That is the closest they have been since all the way back in April. Blummer, this has been quite a run for the Astros. The pitching continues to be phenomenal.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty and the Dill.
The big Dill.
Have the latest for you, and the latest is T-Mill's in the building. Psycho T, a.k.a. Moneybags, and Moneybags is in full effect today. Nobody really knows how much Tyler has won today. Clint thinks it's $2,000. I'd say $500-700, but Tyler is
I've won $400, taking my grand total with my bookie up over that $2,000 mark, boys.
We're getting close to cashing out here. Lord knows I would have.
Cash out and buy some drinks.
I'm telling you, man. Wait till I get back. I'm telling you.
Next week.
Hey, next week.
That's my boy Ron.
I'm waiting for that. Hey, want to grab lunch? Hell yeah, I do. On you. No, but yeah, man. Hey, you hear that, Clint? They're in they've won 10 of 11, so you know Tyler's got to be rolling. I mean, he has got to be rolling because Tyler bets with his heart every night. He really does. He bets with his heart with the Astros on a daily basis, and when they are winning 10 of 11, you know Tyler is rolling in that money. Big time for you today, man. Big time. And
yes, sir.
It's going so well that the last at bat for Yordan took you over the top and made you even more money.
I know, man. A few of them bets today hitting at the buzzer. It's beautiful.
I mean, what'd you get? You got a Hunter Brown strikeout on his last pitch.
Yes.
You got Yordan hitting a home run for the extra bases in the top of the ninth.
Yes.
I mean, you're lucky he even got another plate appearance, much less went yard.
Oh, man, it is beautiful.
See, for me now, that means, like, to me, it would say, all right, I need to chill now. I'm pressing my luck. But see, you're going to ride it on out. You're going to keep riding.
Money don't make money, my friend.
This is now where you put even more down. I watched Clint do that in Vegas myself.
Got lucky, didn't I? Got lucky, boys.
Felt good. All right, man. Good for you. We'll get to the Astros in a bit as the power was supplied by Pena and Yordan Alvarez. But, Clint, over the weekend, we hadn't really talked about this yet. Astros general manager Dana Brown was on with the Astros flagship and said that Justin Verlander, thank God Almighty, has resumed playing catch. Said he felt good and threw from 60 feet, Dana Brown had to say. So he is at least picking up a ball, and that was this weekend, Clint. So potentially you're getting closer and closer with Justin Verlander. He is playing catch. He is throwing the ball again with this neck issue. This is a positive thing.
Yeah, it's great news. You talked about it a little earlier. Now, look, obviously the Astros are making a great run, but the reality of it is that they're doing it shorthanded. With no Tucker and no Verlander, they're doing it shorthanded. And if you can just get to the All-Star break, I think you see the light at the end of the tunnel, Ron, for hopefully the return of ball. And look, now some of these guys may return before. I mean, word on the street is Tucker will be back, and hell, maybe even Verlander after throwing 60 feet. He may be back. But
yeah,
to me, throw Luis Garcia in that mix late July. That's where I'm at with the Luis Garcia late July ad. Like, just get to the All-Star break, and I feel like with those guys coming back off injury, adding Luis Garcia, I think you can be in pretty good shape, even with the Astros potentially making a move at the trade deadline to acquire some level of starting pitching, I would imagine, whether it's middle of the rotation or better. I would think that they're going to need a little bit of help there on top of guys getting healthy. But yeah, Ron, I mean Verlander coming, man. That's big news.
Yeah, and it's somebody here, man. Like you need, especially see he's throwing. Like you want to avoid what happened Sunday, because you don't have that many. You don't got that many bullpen days in you. Like that can't be the every fifth day. Now Jake Bloss is also apparently going to make a rehab start, so he's coming. He potentially could be back quickly as well. But you want to get him in there as quick as possible. And now, man, you get yourself with him and Clint. We see what Hunter Brown, we talked about him, we'll talk about him in just a second, but now with Hunter Brown and Framber, even though he's kind of up and down and his last start wasn't great, but he was pretty good in the month of June, and now Spencer Arguetti has started to be pretty good in the month of June, as well as Ronel Blanco has been the most consistent pitcher all year. You add Verlander to that, like now this is 5 times out as long as everybody's good, Clint, where you feel like you're going to at least get quality starts and starts that at the very least give you a shot to win and stay into a game.
Well, whether it happens or not is I mean I think that's to expect it every time is fair. I mean I think the guys that you got out there, with the exception of the bullpen game, the guys you're pushing out there, you feel like it is in a real possibility that you're gonna get a quality start, and it's damn sure. Yeah, they're damn sure going to have the ability to navigate some adversity, and with this lineup, especially the guys that are swinging the bat the way they're swinging it, you got to feel like those, from a starter's perspective, your starting pitching is going to give you a chance to win damn near every ball game that you're in. Now, it is baseball. It's a long season. There's a lot of ups and downs for individual pitchers. So I'm not saying they're going to do it every time, but boy, as you plan, you can damn sure expect to get quality out of these guys.
Yeah, so it's big for them. Verlander again playing catch, throwing the ball. He had been all that at that prior time. That was the first report that we had gotten that he was even throwing the ball. So this is big for him. So Justin Verlander, they've been holding it down while he's been out, but hopefully he can get back very, very soon.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros do get a dub today, though. However, Clint, they win 3-1 behind Hunter Brown and behind the power of Yordan Alvarez and the power of Jeremy Pena. Pena goes deep first, gives them a 1-0 lead, and then in the top of the ninth for insurance, Yordan Alvarez, he goes deep as well, as they get a 3-0 lead. A home run given up by Hader in the ninth makes it 3-1. But they've won 10 out of their last 11. They are now 3 games out. 3 games out of the wild card and 3 games out, more importantly, of the AL West, with the Mariners being idle today, Clint. The big story, I think, is Hunter Brown. We could start there, Clint. Another, as he was the AL Pitcher of the Month, he goes and gives another great performance, 6 scoreless innings, no runs there on 99 pitches. This is starting to become a normal thing, and Clint, it is like this is becoming. I don't want to say easy, but he is coming right after dudes and really, really aggressive. This is a completely different pitcher than we saw a couple months ago.
Yeah, look, I mean, I just believe it, man. He added a pitch. I don't remember exactly what pitch it was. He added a pitch back a handful of starts ago, and I'm telling you, since that moment, he's literally been lights out, and it's just he's had to work. Today was cool to watch, fun to watch, because it was damn near 50 pitches to get through 2 innings, and all of a sudden, boom, he puts the hammer down and goes through 2 or 3 innings with a super low pitch count, which allowed him to get through 6 and get the quality start and get the Stros to the 7th inning, knowing that their bullpen was short. It was absolutely clutch. To me, it's the signs that you're looking for with Hunter Brown. We know the stuff is there. We know the stuff is electric. Can you navigate the adversity? When you don't have your best stuff, or maybe you have a rough couple of outings, can you right the ship and get to 6? Can you right the ship and give us 7? and he every time he goes out there, it just seems like he's getting closer and closer to becoming that guy. Me, Ron, I'm convinced.
It's hard not to be, man. He's starting to put this is starting to become a pretty solid sample size of what we're seeing from him. Yeah. This is 6-7 starts in a row where he is like not just quality starts, but just held dominant. One run in his last 31 innings, which is insane to do it. And I think it's just huge, Clint, because he's doing it at a time where they desperately needed him to step in and step up. Today was the day they desperately needed him to give them some length. 6 innings, you would have hoped maybe a little bit more, but like you said, that man threw damn near 50, 47, 48 pitches after the first 2 innings, but he was still able to be pitch efficient enough to get himself through 6 innings. So this whole turnaround for him with everybody going down around him. Sometimes he's not getting great run support. Like even really today, he was battling the entire time, either 0-0 or 1-0 while he was in there. But he is still doing this thing, man. This is front of the rotation type stuff, Clint. And boy, I'm telling you, there's nobody obviously pitching as well as this cat is right now. Not only in the league, but for the Astros, but in the league right now, he is absolutely big time. Absolutely big time. And I think the other point, we've been asking about this, Clint, and asking about what Yordan Alvarez is he going to be. He's been more of a blend-in guy, right? Like he's been right, kind of, maybe at the front of the pack, but not just really standing out and having the type of production and impact on the team that we're used to seeing. Hopefully today, this was one of those big moment hits that he is so good at having through the years. He had a big moment hit today, that 2-run homer, which became a very, very important 2-run homer when the Blue Jays scored in the bottom of the 9th, the 1 run that would have tied it had he not done that. And as you said it, hopefully this is the start to seeing him getting hot, the start to seeing him just start to drive in big runs and get big hits.
Yeah, if he does, Ron, look, he just hasn't been great with runners in scoring position. And the other numbers are good for him, not great. But boy, let him get hot, with the others doing what they're doing right now, and the rest of Major League Baseball is going to have a problem. The Seattle Mariners are absolutely going to have a problem. So that's why, to me, again, not knocking Yordan Alvarez, but that's why a big part of like this run the Astros have made, this offensive explosion that they've had over the last 10 ball games. That was the 5th and 6th RBI that Yordan's had since he came back from that family emergency where he missed the first 2 games of the White Sox series. I think it's 10 ball games. 10 ball games, Ron, and he's had six RBIs, and that does it. That's not really a terrible deal. It's not, but the thing is the team has scored, I think, with today's runs, damn near 70 runs. And you would expect if that were the case, Yordan would be responsible for a huge chunk of those runs, right? In fact, I don't know where it's at right now, but Yainer Diaz with his big game yesterday, I think he took over the lead on the team for RBIs over Yordan Alvarez at that point.
Yainer bombs are good.
That guy right there. Yainer bombs are good. That ought to be a thing in the local bars, without a doubt. Yainer bombs. But yeah,
what would be in a Yainer bomb? Would you say?
I would go with a Shiner beer somehow, just to play the Shiner Yainer.
Ooh,
I'd probably call it a Shiner Yainer if I was being honest.
The marketing mind of Clint Stoerner, man. Yeah, I'm never surprised.
Yeah, I
so you're not just going straight Jaeger, because that felt like that's
no. You don't want to do the Jaeger bomb. You don't want to copy it, so you got to find
something. Yeah,
it's got to. You either got to find his favorite liquor.
What do you think that is?
He strikes me as a fellow that probably hadn't pushed much away. He'd probably take anything you slid across the table. But I'm going to go with his
tequila.
With the ethnicity card there. I'm going to guess that there's tequila in his blood.
That's what it felt.
So
like.
how can we mix a Shiner beer with tequila, and what else you got to put in there to make it taste decent?
Yeah,
I mean,
they're onto something.
Pineapple.
You know what I mean, get something really sweet and really strong because them two are gonna bite you.
Yeah, that's gonna bite you and twist your nipples right there.
I doubt we're the first ones that's ever tried to put beer and tequila together. It's probably out there. All we got to do is Google it. But that should be called the Shiner Yiner.
The Shiner Yiner. There it is. The old Shiner Yiner.
They ought to sell it in the damn stadium.
Hey, you know it'd be fools to go there and get it because I know the three of us would at least give it a shot.
He keep getting them RBIs, pushing them little singles, them little C&I singles over in the right field. I'll drink the hell out of them jokers.
Hell yeah, take it as a shot. Every time he hits one, all right, shoot him up. There we go. There you go. All right, Astros continue to roll three back of the Mariners now.
5 o'clock fire.
Oh boy, Clint. Former number one pick Jamarcus Russell, who was an assistant coach at his alma mater, his high school alma mater, Williamson's High School in Mobley, Alabama. He has been fired as a coach, Clint, because he is facing a lawsuit accusing him of taking a $74,000 check meant as a donation to the school. Jamarcus Russell was relieved of his volunteer coaching duties at Williamson High School during the fall last year. Mobile County Public School officials told WKRG Sports today. So apparently my man had allegedly intercepted a check that was to be that was supposed to be a donation to the school. And from what I also read, Clint, is he immediately cashed that puppy and then took out $55,000 himself. This thing. Jeez.
Golly, boy, how fast has that fall been, man? Take it from a guy that made starting a few years at Arkansas last about 46 years now. Boy, it is hard to.
My man made over $31 million.
I mean, man. I mean, and was a huge name in Louisiana, right? I mean,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he had to be one of the most popular people to come out of that high school. I would imagine they're probably not looking at him like that anymore. Probably not looking at him like that at all anymore. So a tough one. All right, coming up, a big deal, the largest contract in the history of the sport. We'll tell you about that coming up next. And Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, got to have a conversation about them and about what they need to do, for this offense to reach its potential. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, Ron, we're going to do that next because right now,
There's plenty of options. Find the one that fits you best and take it with you wherever you go, thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros win a day ball game 3-1. Hunter Brown, sensational. Pena, solo bomb. And then Yordan Alvarez, he goes deep for a 2-run bomb in the top of the ninth.
Well, Astros won today.
They did, Linda. They did. So you could sit back and just, man, I don't know, man, get just absolutely just blasted tonight and just really enjoy yourself.
Brian, don't put it past her now. I mean, I gave her a bottle of my old Sagamore rye whiskey, and she sent me a picture of a real healthy pour.
Did she?
One night about 8:30, and I said, "Oh, that's good. Let me know what you think." You know, she, "Oh yeah, it's great. Not nice, easy sipper." I said, "Okay," and she texted me. She said, "Should I have another one?" I said, "Well, no. I mean, hell, you're about 75. You asked not to go to bed," and she texted me back another picture. "You waited too long to respond. I'm already on my second."
Oh yeah, and Linda shoots them.
Oh well, yeah, no, she had her old big ice cube in this one.
Oh, she did. She took care of it.
I wasn't there. I got a picture from a text message, so she may have shot it, but don't get me to line. But she was presenting like she was sipping. So
like she was sipping on.
But point being, little Astros win. She kept the babies today. Don't think she won't go home and take a load off and go ahead and put herself to bed with a couple of cold Coors Light or some good whiskey. Ain't no doubt about that.
I meant that for Linda. I meant that for everybody. Don't be afraid to go out and just get absolutely lit up. I mean, I know it's a little warm out there, but but go ahead, man. Go somewhere and go and have yourself a drink and let it ride. As your Astros have won 10 of 11 right now. Some news from the NBA. We've talked about a lot of these moves teams are making to try to add to their team, free agencies, trades. Well, the Boston Celtics, they just re-signed Derek White, gave him a long-term deal, Clint, and now they are going to sign, and they're finalizing the largest deal in the history of the sport. And you can check on this. I may be wrong, Tyler, but I think this is the largest contract in the history of guaranteed money in the history of sports here, and that would be the Boston Celtics and All-NBA guard Jason Tatum, who just won his first championship, are finalizing a 5-year deal worth $314 million for the Supermax contract extension that would run through 2029-2030 season. Source tells The Athletic this is now the largest deal in NBA history. Clint, $314 million, 5 years. Clint, he's 26.
Woo! Love that money.
Yeah, he's gonna hit him again. He's gonna hit him over the head again, ain't he?
He's 26. He's going to do it. He might hit him a couple of times.
Yeah, the crazy thing is you get there that quick, right?
Clay just got 50.
Yeah. You get there that quick with the team around him that Boston has around him, right? It's just, I mean, there's damn sure no reason he ought not. Hell, he might set the market again in 5 years. I mean, you know what I mean? At 31, if he's still playing like that with this team around him, there's no reason he shouldn't have a 5-year run. That's absolutely ridiculous. And so, yeah, man, it's good for him, man. I'm not a big Celtics fan. Hell, I'll be honest with you, as listeners know, I was not a big believer in their ability to make that run. I thought they'd choke it away somehow, but they damn sure did it. I like Jason Tatum. I like to see good dudes go and get paid, and I like him, man. He seems, a little bit that I know, he seems to be a stand-up dude and got his bread. Good for him.
Man, $314 million. That's wild, bread. That is serious. So setting the market there, $314 for Jason Tatum, 5 years, and you talk about having a year, Jack. Boy, I'm telling you, he has had a year. All right, hopefully this will be a big year for the Houston Texans, and I think a lot will depend on up front, especially offensively. And I've said this. I've seen multiple lists where they are ranking the top 5 offenses that they believe will be in the National Football League, and right there with teams like the Lions, teams like the 49ers, the Chiefs, the Ravens, right around all those teams, the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans are looked at right in that range. And listen, they don't have very many just jump off the page holes. You feel pretty good in the backfield. You obviously feel great at quarterback. You should obviously feel great at the receiver position. You feel pretty good at tight end. You feel pretty good at tackle. Clint, there are 2 clear positions that we're going to be watching a lot during training camp, and I think they're going to be really looked at, and people are looking at that are saying these are the potential positions on this offense that aren't up to task on what this offense could be, and that is the left guard spot where it looks like Kenyon Green is going to have every opportunity to take, and then the center spot in Juice Scruggs where it looks like he's going to have every opportunity to take. And right now they're the 2 penciled in, and my thought is, what do they got to do? What do they have to be? What does their season, their play have to look like for this team's offense? Not them, but this team's offense, Clint, to reach its potential.
I think they got to be solid. I think solid will get it done. And I think the best way to couch that is this interior offensive line. I'm not including Shaq Mason and the guys that have a lot to prove, but at the interior offensive line, when you got 2 of those spots up for grabs, let's just talk interior offensive line across the board. They could be a major problem. Interior push, whether we're talking about disrupting run schemes or we're talking about rushing the passer. Either way it goes, in my opinion, it's the most disruptive spot where a defense can attack an offense consistently. And if you've got an advantage there, then defensively you can cause problems and you can win a lot of football games. And so I think, to me, I don't expect those 2 guys, both being young and inexperienced, and we not knowing exactly what they're capable of doing, I don't expect them to be great. But what I do expect them to be is solid. I expect them both to be guys that Bobby Slowick doesn't have to game plan around, right? I mean, because when you're talking about interior offensive line, when you got defensive tackles that are whooping their ass and you don't ever know if they're going to come through scot-free, or even if when they get them, they're getting pushed 4 or 5 yards deep in the damn backfield, it's disruptive, right? You can, but it's significantly more difficult to get a back in there to help a guard protect against a D tackle. It's hard to get a tackle in there. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to get a tight end in there.
It's hard to chip that.
Yeah, it's significantly more difficult. And if you just allow this offense to be multifaceted, don't say, well, we can't run the ball in between the tackles because we can't get any push inside. We have no chance of getting push, right? If that's the case, these guys are failing miserably. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're going to go out there and lead the league in downhill runs between the tackles, but if Bobby Slowick he can't man protect because the defensive tackle's getting pushed. He can't run the ball downhill between the tackles because that left guard at center position can't handle the guys that are over him. Then Bobby's got a game plan accordingly. Just stay off of that radar, right? Just be a solid starting caliber young offensive lineman in this league. To me, that's where you got to be, man, at the very least.
And if that is the case, that's a way that this group can absolutely reach its potential, because its potential is, and I've heard Diggs say this, others say this, their potential is through the roof. Their potential is they could be right there at the top when it comes to offenses, but those are the only 2 real spots where you're like, oh, boy, I don't quite know what's coming there. I don't quite know what's coming there. Or if you were to point to where it could be the downfall, it'd be like the interior offensive line and that right there. Those 2 in particular right there. All right, coming up, we'll finish this conversation as well on Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs. You can chime in on that, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in that way as well. And we'll look at the Astros as they get another W today. And now they're 2 games above 500, 3 games back of both the wild card and, more importantly, the AL West. You think they back? Are they back? The Astros back to you. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
Hell yeah, the Astros are back, and so can you if you're.
For nothing. You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in it as the Astros get off a big W and get off to a good start in this series against this 4-game set against the Blue Jays. And as Clint said, you're facing the Blue Jays, who have struggled this year, and it looks like there might be a chance they break this crew up. And then the Mariners are playing the Baltimore Orioles, who have one of the best records in baseball and in the American League. So who knows what could happen after this series. We'll get to the Astros here in a second. I did want to finish off the point there, and I'm seeing some other people talking about there may be, let's not just say that Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs are going to win those jobs. Kendrick Green and Patterson could push them for starter reps. Well, we'll see. I'm just saying they're penciled in, and I believe, Clint, that they want the 15th overall pick, Kenyon Green, first-round pick, who has changed his body around. I believe they want him to be the starting left guard. Hence, they haven't really brought anybody in to take the job. And I think the guy that they moved up to go get in the second round, Juice Scruggs, I think they want those two. I think they want him to start at center. I think that's what they would want to happen. Now, I don't think they would just say, all right, man, Patterson has clearly been better than Scruggs, and Kendrick Green's been clearly better than Kenyon Green, but we'll still go the other way. But I do think that these two guys have every opportunity to win, really, to me, to lose those jobs.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I mean, that to me, we're just – if either of those guys don't win the position, it's going to be because they didn't want it. It's going to be because they screwed up somewhere along the way. I'd be shocked if Juice Scruggs doesn't take the center position and absolutely run with it, given the competition that's around him. And then Kenyon Green, I mean, everything we're hearing is great. I'm a little hesitant to jump on the bandwagon simply because of what we saw in the past, but he won't be that. Look, I mean, players do it all the time. The first couple of years, you get that money, you get that, hey, I made it. You think you can do it your way, and then you realize, whoa, this is the big boys. You got to change the way you do things. So it wouldn't be crazy for Kenyon Green to turn this thing around and be a really, really, really good player. But when we're having the conversation we're having, like when you take a first-round offensive lineman and a second-round offensive lineman, like those are just total different animals.
Absolutely.
Than the dudes that the texter's talking about, right? I mean, they're just two different animals, and they're capable of what Ron said earlier, like just mauling folks. Like Kendrick Green and Jarrett Patterson, they ain't mauling nobody. It ain't in their future, right? It never has been. They're not mauling a damn soul at this level, right?
So they're angling.
Yeah,
they're angling.
Yeah. I mean, well, look, I'm not saying they can't play. I'm not saying they can't play and be Pro Bowl caliber players.
They both played at times last year, Will. Yeah.
But the ceiling is just so much higher, and the opportunities that these guys are going to be given in terms of Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green is going to be through the roof. I mean, those other guys are non-factors, to be completely honest with you, unless these two guys don't take care of their body, or I mean, we know injury obviously, but if they just, like, if Juice Scruggs is a mental midget and he just simply can't communicate and play football, which is highly unlikely that somebody'd move up in the second round and draft a guy that was center at Penn State that couldn't do that, like, then okay, then maybe somebody that communicates a little better is a better player. But this guy, on all reports, is physically a mauler and obviously a center that has the ability to communicate. This ain't his first go-round, right? So if these two guys aren't starting, if they don't win the job, it's because they screwed up somewhere. They didn't want it bad enough. They didn't take care of their body. It's not because Patterson or Green or any of those guys went in there and was like, yeah, I'm going to outplay these guys. That's how I feel about it. I mean, it just –
yeah,
those are different animals, man.
I'm with you. And to the point with the overall, from the conversation we're having, Green and Scruggs, like what do they have to look like for this offense to reach its potential? I think for me, Clint, and I could be wrong on this, I think those two, when we say, like, where will they be weakest, I would think it probably will be in pass protection. And that's the hope where, all right, man, that's something that you hope gets better as the year goes on. You hope that they can get an understanding, and they're playing with, especially from them playing with Laramie Tunsil, playing with Scruggs, and they get used to each other and they get better as the year goes on, and that improves. But their strength should be, and you said it there a bit, and I said it earlier, their strength should be in the run game. And can they just really cut loose there? A lineman that reminds me of that is Orlando Brown. He's the tackle for the Bengals right now. For years, he's with the Ravens before that, the Chiefs before that. Pass protection, you can tell it's not naturally the best thing that he does. But, boy, he makes up with it in the run game, and he just runs over people and pancakes people. And to me, that's what it's got to look like for a certain way with these two guys. Yes, they're going to struggle at times and probably just improve as the year goes on in pass protection. But can they take that, though, and be a plus in the run game? Because they've got the body, they've got the physical tools to do that, to be a plus in the run game. And they could put that together, Clint, that you can deal with, that you can work with, because at times, Clint, as you know, hell, they couldn't run the ball there.
Right.
They couldn't even run stuff there.
Right. Yeah, no, look, there's no doubt that if they can run the football downhill, and if those guys inside can be the physical presence or even a mauler, I mean, that would be great if we're sitting here talking about, man, these guys are mauling people week in, week out, right? But let's just say a physical presence. And maybe pass protection isn't their strong suit, which neither one of them have done anything to make us believe that it is, right? But they're physical as hell. Yes. They will punch you square in the mouth. And when they do run the football, it's physical. They're wearing guys down. The offensive coordinator can then use play action, so that those play actions are usually 7-man protection. So you got a little bit of help in there if you're a guard. Like there's if they can run the football and if they can be super physical, then pass protection isn't going to be that big of a deal. The problem is when you get these kind of guys, Juice Scruggs or Kenyon Green, interior offensive linemen that are young, that don't have a lot of experience. The problem is when you get them into a situation where the defense, the Jeffrey Simmons of the world, know, well, they ain't running the ball at me. They can't move me, so I'm just fixing to dominate these guys in this pass protection because I know what they're going to do. They can't run it. They vacated the run, so they're just going to throw the ball. So now I got them. That's where the guys like Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green they're going to be in trouble, right? So you gotta keep that from happening. But that's with a lot of guards inside, especially when you got Jeffrey Simmons or Chris Jones or one of these monsters across the ball from them. Man, you've got to be able to play to their strengths.
Yeah, it's a couple of teams in their division. It'll be fun to watch to see if they are able to just hold their own for most cases. Like when they get paired up in week 1 against Grover Stewart and Buckner, can they hold up against DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart? When they play the Titans, can they hold up against, as you talked about, Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat? Like can they just hold their own and matchups like that? That's what we're talking about. Not dominate them, not kick their asses like I expect, Laramie Tunsil to do with Harold Landry. But can they hold their own and not just have a point where like those guys are so dominant that they got to do something else to try to go away from them. I think that's going to be a big key in games like that against teams like that. Yep. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, C.J. Stroud, Noah Brown Appreciation Day. So stay tuned for that for the guys. And behind them, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton, as I'm sure they'll talk a lot about what the Astros have done this weekend and today as well. So stay tuned for that. Speaking of the Astros, 43-41, 3 games out in the West, 3 games out in the wild card. Are they back? Fellas, do you believe that the Astros are back? And when I say back, I want to be specific. Are they back to being the championship contending team that you thought they were going to be before the season started while they were in West Palm Beach? Are they back to that level for you?
Absolutely.
They are. Yeah. Tyler, are they back?
Yes, sir.
You do. And it's just because you're making money. You feel it. So they're back. Now you're a championship contender expectations, Clint. That's where you are again.
Yeah, I am. That's where I'm at, Ron. I think we've seen what this team is capable of doing. And here's what really does it for me is we've talked at length, man. This is a big time group effort. The others, right, have been absolutely special, Ron, and these numbers are very indicative of that. Last 10 games now, 6 Astros players have averaged over 300. 6 players have OPS over 850. 10 players have 3 or more RBIs. 12 players have scored 2+ runs. I mean, these guys are absolutely balling right now, and it is a group effort with no Kyle Tucker. It is a group effort with a very, again, pedestrian.
He's coming though.
He's coming. I mean, he's coming. Yordan Alvarez. So yeah. I mean, I think this is why I like all year early on. Everybody wanted to lean into these injuries, and I'm just like, come on, no, man. I mean, that's just not. Yeah, they're unfortunate, but the Astros have arms right now. Not right now, I get it. The injury thing with Verlander and having 4 starting pitchers is a problem, right? But early on, when you had 5 or 6, and you're talking about doing a 6-man rotation, and so-and-so's injured, and this guy – no, man, this is what the Astros are capable of doing, even through injury. Is it going to be tough without all the pitchers? Sure, you got some things you got to juggle right there. You got to make work. But this is what this team's capable of doing. Nobody should be surprised that Diaz is contributing the way he has. Damn sure nobody should be surprised that Bregman is contributing the way that he has. I mean, when you go all the way down the list to Jake Myers, right? I mean, Jake Myers, I'm surprised with what I've seen from Jake Myers over the last couple of months, but the organization isn't. I mean, it's just –
they may be a little bit disappointed for this 256.
Right. When you look at Altuve, when you look at Dubon, when you look at – I mean, Pena even. Like, nobody should be surprised that these guys are swinging the bat well. I mean, what you should be surprised is that they somehow were all cold and we're all going through issues for the first 70 games of the season. So, I believe in that. I believe in what we're seeing right now. Is more the Houston Astros than anything we've seen all year long.
Well, I think what we started to see is the championship DNA of this team and organization, right? You can see that this is a thing that is passed down. This is years, before Dusty, before Espada, whatever. This has started years ago, Clint, where everybody it seems like comes up and they're ready to go in some form or fashion. They are ready to go, ready to add, ready to contribute in some way to this team. So you can see with those guys and then the older guys that have been here many, many times, the Altuves, the Bregmans, the Jordans, the Tuckers, when he gets back, we've seen those guys, see everything damn near. We've seen that take off. And so I think that part obviously is real. But my thing is, Clint, I do want to see how they navigate against the better teams, right? And I give them all the credit. They had a June schedule where they had a bunch of days off, and they were playing against teams that weren't great baseball teams, below 500 teams, and they've taken advantage of this thing